In the illustrious land of Huaxia, reverence shines brightly. With jade as tribute, we honor the four corners of the earth. A mere mortal stumbles upon the fallen glory of his ancestors, stepping into the mysterious realm of cultivation, traversing through resplendent yet perilous secret realms, witnessing the myriad desires of humanity. Chapter 1. I'm a Jade Appraiser. As the city expands, so does its populace that on the bustling streets and within the lively office buildings. A myriad of individuals scurry about, yet in the serene corners of the old city, some relish the rare tranquility. Amidst the urban chaos, Shen Yuan sat alone in the quiet antiquities shop, reclining on a chair with a pot of tea. His countenance bore an uncharacteristic calmness for a 27-year-old. The shop was modest, approximately 50 to 60 square meters, filled with a modest assortment of items that barely occupied 2 counters and a back display shelf. On the shelves lay various porcelain vases and trinkets, while the counters displayed an array of jade stones, agates, and smoking pipes. At first glance, one might describe the inventory as lacking any truly impressive pieces. Shen Yuan's shop was situated in the antique market of the old royal city, to the west of Shengjing. It occupied the third space from the east on the second floor's northern wall. Being a fair distance from the staircase, the shop appeared even more deserted within the already quiet antiquities market. Hours passed without a single visitor. Shen Yuan remained unperturbed. In this trade, success relies on a triad of acumen, intellect, and patience. Those who succumb to impatience often find themselves washed away by the sands of time. Collecting and trading antiques demands a serene disposition. Many have spent a lifetime searching for treasures, only to ultimately lose everything due to a moment of recklessness. Having consumed nearly half of his tea from a small purple clay pot, a delicate incense stick burned out in an inconspicuous stone censer on a rosewood shelf in the northwest corner, filling the room with a subtle, soothing fragrance. As midday approached, Shen Yuan closed his eyes, contemplating whether to order takeout for lunch, when a small bell by the half-draped screen jingled urgently. A hurried, bald man entered. "Unz, today I've run into a bit of a predicament. I need to borrow a couple of items to maintain appearances. If they sell, it could also be a boon for you." Shen Yuan remained seated, a smile gracing his lips. "What do you need? You must tell me, Qingpi. Have you encountered a big spender?" "It's been days without a sale, but I finally found a discerning buyer. They're insistent on 2 bronze mirrors. I only have 1 prize piece, the rest are subpar. They won't accept anything less. I remembered seeing a couple of decent ones here if they're still available. Let's make a deal. Name your price, I want haggle. By the way, this incense you've got here is truly authentic," the bald man, named Qingpi, rushed to explain. Shen Yuan pointed to the leftmost small cabinet beneath the counter. "The 2 in the left box, with the sealed cases, are valuable. The larger one is priced at 30, the smaller at 40. The 3 without cases are lesser quality, but well-crafted. That if you can sell them for 3 or 5, it's entirely up to you." Qingpi quickly knelt by the counter, rummaging through the items. "All right, they'll start with the cheaper ones. My brother has a sharp eye. Even if they're from Hubei, they must be well made." Shen Yuan chuckled to himself, thinking how Qingpi was solely focused on passing off inferior goods for profit. He remained silent, allowing Qingpi to choose at his leisure. Within moments, Qingpi emerged from behind the counter, clutching 3 Hubei pieces and the inexpensive large bronze mirror. "Unz, I'm off. If this works out, lunch is on me." "Sound good. I await your triumphant return, Qingpi," Shen Yuan replied, still lounging with a cheerful demeanor. "Absolutely. If I don't seal the deal with this lady today, I might as well quit." "Ha, brother, your choice of incense is delightful. It's truly refreshing." Qingpi continued as he exited. Nimu County's Tunba Village and the Minzilan Temple in Shannon have long been celebrated as 2 of the foremost traditional Tibetan incense production sites. The incense from Minzilan Temple is said to have been created by the 5th Dalai Lama's adept, Rinchen Gyumei, known for his expertise in Tibetan medicine and astronomy. Crafted the first stick of Tibetan incense here. With its rich history, meticulous ingredients, unique recipes, and refined production techniques, the incense possesses an authentic quality and solemn fragrance, essential for religious ceremonies, thus enduring through the ages with a distinctive legacy. A fortnight ago, a call from this distant place, almost 10,000 miles from Shengjing and entirely disconnected from Shen Yuan's tranquil life, shattered his peace and unveiled a secret he had meticulously concealed. It set him on a path he had long lacked the courage to confront, one that promised to be both incredibly thrilling and undeniably perilous. On the first day of the May Day holiday, the antique market saw a surge in visitors. Shen Yuan calmly completed a transaction, selling 2 imitation Qing Dynasty jade pendants crafted from new materials. Though replicas, they were made with quality materials, showcasing skillful craftsmanship and a vintage appearance. The genuine Huttian jade was used, forming a well-structured lotus leaf pendant with a cloud pattern and a finely crafted longevity motif at its core. The surface bore a subtle, sandblasted texture, giving it an appealing character. Additionally, the slight variations in the pair enhanced their charm. In Shen Yuan's shop, they were considered mid-range items that, of course, while the materials were authentic, the era of production was up for debate. Buyers would need to decide for themselves. The buyers were a young couple. The girl appeared completely oblivious to the intricacies of the antiques, embodying the essence of a tourist. The boy, however, possessed a modicum of knowledge. He understood some basics regarding jade quality, craftsmanship, age, and design. Yet, such buyers were often the most favorable for sellers. They might lack deep understanding, but they could discern quality to a degree. Their naivety made them vulnerable to the allure of seemingly authentic items. Newcomers to the antique world often grasped fundamental rules, such as the adage once purchased, no returns, which they adhered to. Hence, sellers favored such novices, those who were just beginning to learn but were willing to spend. Shen Yuan maintained a positive attitude. In this line of work, nearly everyone spoke with exaggerated flair, often bordering on deceit. Recently, storytelling had fallen out of favor. Few believed it anymore. Antique dealers had turned to showcasing expertise, adapting their strategies in response to market demand and customer characteristics, ensuring they remain competitive. Don't touch that. Each trade has its rules. Don't grab items carelessly when the seller offers them. Hands off the goods. The boy mysteriously cautioned the girl. In that moment, the boy's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. To exhibit a semblance of knowledge and insight before the girl was indeed an exhilarating feeling. Shen Yuan stifled a laugh, intentionally indulging the vanity of the young man. He found pleasure in such acts of adult benevolence. After all, if he could delight the buyer, they would be more inclined to part with their money, wouldn't they? Indeed, after a meticulous examination, magnifying glass, flashlight, weighing the items, the young man casually inquired, "What's the price, boss?" "This is the only pair, genuine materials. 5,000. Shen Yuan, estimating their financial capacity, did not make the price too steep. However, he noticed the young woman discreetly clicking her tongue in surprise, which made him smile involuntarily. The young man did not lift his gaze, but also did not relinquish the items. After contemplation, he remarked, "That seems a bit pricey. The jade isn't very white, and the oiliness is lacking." Shen Yuan naturally followed his lead, then suggested a price. "If it's reasonable, we can discuss further. If it's too far apart, feel free to browse elsewhere." The boy hesitated for a moment, nervously suggesting, "How about 3,000? Shen Yuan grinned. "That's quite a cut." "Haha, that simply won't do." By saying this, Shen Yuan implied that the offered price was somewhat reasonable, but still required an increase. "How about 3,005? The boy quickly added a little more. Yet, Shen Yuan sensed the girl discreetly nudging him with her foot under the counter. Shen Yuan found the situation amusing, but he was also touched by the girl's endearing nature. In today's society, where materialism and vanity reign supreme, few young women exhibit a genuine interest in antiques and jade. Who among them does not adore luxury brands? Here was a girl patiently accompanying her boyfriend, while fearing he would spend too much money. Suddenly, Shen Yuan found her to be quite charming. "All right, it's yours. Inspect it well, no returns once you leave." Shen Yuan smiled at the pair. "Great. He'll pay in cash." The young man hurriedly pulled out a bulging wallet. Shen Yuan retrieved the cash counting machine from the corner of the counter and meticulously went through the cash the boy had counted. Caution and care are paramount in this line of work. Once the transaction was complete, Shen Yuan took out 2 elegant velvet boxes to carefully package their purchase. The girl gingerly placed the boxes into her handbag. Shen Yuan suddenly realized this might be the most expensive gift the young couple had ever bought. Just as they were about to bid farewell and exit, he felt a sudden flutter in his heart. From the dim recess beneath the antique shelf, an inaudible sigh seemed to resonate within him. Instinctively, Shen Yuan called out, "Wait, just a moment." The young couple turned in surprise, puzzled by his words. Shen Yuan exhaled softly, calming his emotions, and smiled at them. "This is our first encounter. It must be fate. Allow me to offer you a little something as a keepsake." With that, Shen Yuan bent down and retrieved a dark, mysterious box from beneath the shelf, placing it on the counter. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the lid and produced 2 small jade pendants with deep green patterns, resembling flat, round beads. They truly exude an antique charm. "The quality may not be the best, but thank you, boss." Indeed, these were recently acquired from a street vendor. Older jade pieces tend to lose moisture over time. It's normal. These are perfect little earring pendants with 2 holes, ideal for adorning your jade pieces. They look lovely together. If you feel uncomfortable about accepting them, a small token of gratitude would suffice. "Haha," Shen Yuan teased the young couple playfully. You said they're a gift. The boss can't go back on his word. The girl quickly safeguarded her boyfriend's wallet. Haha, just kidding. I felt a connection with you two. These jade pendants seem eager to accompany you. Shen Yuan joked, half seriously. Thank you so much, boss. May your business flourish. The girl replied sweetly. May your words bring me fortune. Be cautious with your jade, it's precious. The lady selling Chinese knots to the right of the stairs has excellent craftsmanship and fair prices. Hurry and find some good jade thread to string your jade and the pendants together. They shouldn't be separated. Yes, I will. A white jade piece paired with green oval beads strung with red thread will look stunning. The girl exclaimed joyfully. Shen Yuan watched them walk away, nestled together, with a sense of bittersweet satisfaction. It felt as though he had bid farewell to an old friend or completed a virtuous deed. A twinge of emptiness mingled with a gentle sense of contentment. Yes, contentment. Jade embodies emotions of joy and sorrow. This pair of jade seemed to cherish them. From a young age, Shen Yuan could sense the emotions of jade. Indeed, he could. Besides his late grandfather, no one else knew this secret. After sending off the young couple, the flow of customers gradually diminished. Shen Yuan brewed a pot of tea and reclined in a chair, eyes closed, lost in thought. His father worked diligently in a state-owned enterprise, while his mother shared a similar fate. Though their lives were not affluent, they were stable. Coincidentally, Shen Yuan shared his father's generational position. The saying about the third grandson aptly described him. With an elder brother above him and younger sisters below, he had little to boast about, and he hardly received any preferential treatment from his grandparents. Throughout his life, Shen Yuan's impression of his grandfather stemmed from their infrequent meetings, his grandfather's taciturn demeanor, and the meager New Year's money he received. It wasn't until his grandfather fell gravely ill and passed away when Shen Yuan was 22 that he uncovered the family's unusual secret. His grandfather had worked in the railway department before the liberation, possessing considerable seniority. He was knowledgeable and conducted himself with great composure. Logically, he should have thrived in that era. However, misfortune struck during the tumultuous Red Storm. An unfortunate twist of fate, his grandfather's exceptional performance led to an encounter with a well-known elder leader at the train station, who took a photo for public relations. Consequently, during the ensuing political turmoil, that leader fell from grace, and overnight, Shen Yuan's grandfather became a target of scorn, resulting in the entire family being sent to the countryside. A family of city dwellers faced immense hardship in a backward and inhospitable rural area. His grandfather's quiet yet resolute nature was likely forged through these trials. In his final moments, he entrusted Shen Yuan with a dark wooden box containing 2 plain jade discs and an old, yellowed booklet. Along with this, he imparted an incredible family secret. After each grandson's birth, his grandfather would seek opportunities to discreetly present this black box to the child on their 100th day, allowing them to play with it. This was a test to see if the child possessed an extraordinary ability to discern jade, a kind of communion with the stone. The 2 jade discs, one symbolizing joy and the other sorrow. A child's heart is pure, their eyes clear, and their spirit untainted. If they possessed this ability, they would rejoice in happiness and weep in sorrow. On that day, when Shen Yuan turned 100 days old, he laughed and cried in turn. His grandfather, overwhelmed with emotions, watched. None of Shen Yuan's uncles or his father's siblings possessed such a gift. In the years following the decline of his family's fortunes, it wasn't until Shen Yuan matured somewhat that he realized the extent of their impoverishment. His household lacked even a single decent appliance, let alone any jade artifacts or antiquities. It was only when his grandfather fell gravely ill that Shen Yuan began to understand why he occasionally experienced an inexplicable surge of emotions upon glimpsing old Jadean. Ephemeral sensation of joy, anger, sorrow, and a myriad of obscure feelings. In his final moments, his grandfather gazed at him quietly and said, Yuanzi, remember, you are the 72nd generation Jade Appraiser of our family. This is your destiny. No one in our household can assist you. You must tread your own path, whether it brings fortune or misfortune. You must seize it wisely. After his grandfather's passing, Shen Yuan adhered to his grandfather's wishes. He made no public declarations and kept the family's secrets hidden within his heart. He ventured into Shengjing City, partnering with a comrade to engage in the decorative arts business. However, their endeavors yielded little profit, leading his comrade to hastily leverage connections to secure a position as a warehouse manager at the pharmaceutical company where Shen Yuan's father worked. For Shen Yuan, he capitalized on his innate ability to sense the emotions of ancient jade, infiltrating the world of antiques. Gradually, he unearthed modest fortunes through serendipitous finds in jade, living his life in a somewhat muddled manner. Yet this peculiar talent and the enigmatic legacy weighed heavily upon Hema dark wooden box containing 2 jade discs of contrasting emotions and a thin booklet that he could never quite comprehend became a burdensome stone resting upon his heart, leaving him in a state of perpetual unrest. As he pondered these thoughts, a wave of fatigue washed over Shen Yuan, and suddenly his phone rang. Chapter 2. I'm a Jade Appraiser on the afternoon of May 4th at 4 o'clock, aboard a train traversing the Qinghai-Tibet Railway. Cheerful Tibetan melodies filled the air, albeit at a modest volume. Shen Yuan lay in the soft sleeper compartment, having scarcely closed his eyes for nearly a day and a night. It had been 3 days since he received that phone call, and even now, he found it hard to believe that a stranger's call had summoned him thousands of kilometers away to the Tibetan region, rather than curiosity about the unknown driving him. It was more the urgency of understanding his family's legacy that compelled him to seek clarity. 3 days prior, he had received a call from a Tibetan man named Tashi, who spoke Mandarin quite well. After a brief and polite greeting, Tashi abruptly posed a question that sent chills down Shen Yuan's spine. "Mr. Shen, do you possess the ancestral skill of Jade Appraisal?" Shen Yuan vividly recalled, gasping for breath, his hands trembling as he managed to utter, "How do you know?" Tashi then recounted the origins of the call, explaining that he had been tasked with finding Shen Yuan for over 5 months. The request came from a lama who resided at the obscure back temple of Minzhelan Monastery in Shannon. The lama had entrusted Tashi with the mission of locating the descendants of Shen Yuan's family, known for their dealings in ancient jade and antiques. The lama provided only the name and hometown of Shen Yuan's great-grandfather, along with a vague description of the family business and an imprecise geographical area, urging Tashi, who frequently traversed the northern Han territories, to find Shen Yuan's lineage. Tashi hailed from a noble family in Shannon and had extensive connections, with deep ties to numerous religious figures and political and commercial elites in the capital. Acting upon the lama's guidance, he mobilized his network and diligently searched in Shengjing and several nearby cities until he traced Shen Yuan's late grandfather. Tashi's friends in Shengjing meticulously investigated the descendants of Shen Yuan's family, along with their basic professions and backgrounds. It turned out that only Shen Yuan fit the critical information provided by the lama regarding the antique jade business. Amidst his astonishment, Shen Yuan felt a twinge of unease regarding Tashi's thorough investigation into his entire family. Though he did not express it outright, he inquired about the person who had commissioned Tashi and the channels he had used. Tashi, being a perceptive and articulate individual, readily divulged details about his family situation and the officials he had consulted. With a tone almost pleading, he elaborated on the lama's esteemed reputation, profound Buddhist knowledge, and compassionate nature, emphasizing that this matter pertained to some secrets of the Minzhelan back temple, and that it was out of sheer necessity that he undertook such a daunting search for the descendants of the Shen family, due to their ancestral ties to the temple. In summary, Tashi extended numerous courtesies and earnest requests, hoping that Shen Yuan would visit the Minzhelan back temple to meet with the lama. Shen Yuan remained skeptical. Sensing Shen Yuan's disinterest, Tashi grew anxious. Thus, he resorted to a tactic honed through years of business dealings in the Han territories. In light of Shen Yuan's increasing wariness, Tashi desperately requested Shen Yuan's bank account number and promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to his account, stating it was for travel expenses. Shen Yuan was convinced. Firstly, the information the other party possesses regarding Shen Yuan's great-grandfather aligns almost entirely with the life story recounted by Shen Yuan's grandfather. Secondly, no con artist would invest such a significant sum in a mere antiquities dealer like himself. Shen Yuan surveyed his modest shop and contemplated the entirety of his possessions at home, confirming that he had scarcely any antiques or jade that could command such a lofty price. Even in the realm of human trafficking, it would be implausible to target a cunning and sizable gentleman like himself. Of course, the ultimate reassurance came from the 5,000 yuan for travel expenses. Shen Yuan held a favorable impression of Zaxi, although it required him to journey a great distance to the Tibetan region. Zaxi's sincere words and straightforward demeanor instilled in Shen Yuan a sense of trustworthiness, making him feel that he was indeed a forthright Tibetan man. Thus, Shen Yuan resolved to pay a visit. After 2 days of wandering thoughts, the train was nearing its destination, and Shen Yuan felt a pang of hunger. The previous morning, Zaxi's nephew, who was to pick him up, had called to express his apologies, indicating that he would not be able to properly host Shen Yuan in Lhasa and that they might have to drive through the night to take him to the Minzhelan monastery. Master Danzing was eagerly awaiting the arrival of his esteemed guest, which only intensified Shen Yuan's anxiety. What could possibly warrant such urgency for him to resolve? Appraising Jade? Was there an antiquities business to conduct at Min's Healing Monastery? Had a precious gem been unearthed? That seemed unlikely. If one sought to speculate or inflate value, it would be far wiser to consult the experts frequently featured on television in the capital. What use could he possibly serve? Was there some ancient jade in the monastery that had become sentient, necessitating his negotiation skills? Did he possess such prowess? Uncle, are you hungry? Here's some milk residue cakes for you. A timid voice, slightly mispronouncing her words, interrupted Shen Yuan's musings. A young Tibetan girl, who had been sleeping in the lower bunk, stood beside Shen Yuan's seat, holding two milky white pastries resembling small mooncakes. Her slender frame swayed gently with the motion of the train. Shen Yuan widened his eyes, quickly declining. "Oh, thank you, little one, but I'm not hungry." The girl, with her rosy cheeks adorned by a sweet smile, replied, "You haven't eaten anything since noon. You'll get hungry. My mother says that Han people are prone to illness from hunger at high altitudes. These milk residue cakes are made by my mother, and they are delicious. Please, have a taste." Seated opposite in the lower bunk, the girl's mother smiled at Shen Yuan and encouraged, "Have a bite, young man. Zhuoma says you have only eaten one boxed meal since morning. You mustn't neglect your meals, even if you have worries." Before Shen Yuan could formulate a response to the kind woman, little Zhuoma eagerly pressed both fragrant, mooncake-shaped pastries into his hands. "Eat up." The girl then bounced back into her mother's embrace, while the Tibetan lady chuckled at Shen Yuan and began to tidy Zhuoma's slightly disheveled braids from the long train journey. Shen Yuan smiled and thanked little Zhuoma, who responded with a radiant grin, revealing two prominent front teeth reminiscent of a rabbit. The blush on her cheeks made her even more endearing. The milk residue cakes were slightly sweet and firm at first bite, but quickly transformed into a soft, rich delight. The flavors of cheese and milk burst in his mouth, a truly delectable treat. Upon disembarking, Shen Yuan discovered that his phone had run out of battery. As he hastily made his way toward the exit, he pondered the necessity of finding a place to recharge so he could contact Tashi's nephew, Wang. To his bemusement, he beheld an amusing sight. Beside the exit, a young Tibetan man with curly hair and a dark complexion held aloft a piece of cardboard torn from a box, upon which were scrawled the two characters Shen Yuan. It seemed that Wang, unable to reach him by phone, had swiftly conceived this clever idea. Without any hesitation, after acknowledging each other, Wang eagerly took hold of Shen Yuan's backpack, and they made their way to the parking lot. After climbing into an old, dusty Toyota 4500, the two embarked along the outer ring road of Lhasa, heading directly towards the Min's Healing Monastery, situated over 200 kilometers away. Several times, Shen Yuan attempted to subtly convey his need for a meal, yet Wang, who was driving with palpable excitement, passionately elaborated on the journey ahead in his somewhat halting Mandarin. He spoke of the distance to be covered, the mountain passes they would traverse, and the temples they would encounter, mentioning that they had just passed an intersection only a few kilometers from the Patal Palace. Shen Yuan felt rather disheartened. Did his Tibetan compatriots not entertain the notion of hospitality at mealtimes? Just as he could no longer contain his discomfort and was preparing to voice a gentle protest, Wang suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, over 400 kilometers, we will have to eat dinner on the road." Shen Yuan rolled his eyes in secret, thinking to himself, "I had thought that Tibetans abstained from food after noon and had no dinner." Having traveled approximately a few dozen kilometers south of Lhasa, the vehicle soon entered a vast expanse, revealing a magnificent gorge. Shen Yuan instinctively straightened in his seat, prompting Wang to eagerly explain, "Brother Shen Yuan, up ahead is the Tsushui Bridge. Below is the Yarlung Tsangpo River." Wang continued with renewed vigor, "Brother Shen Yuan, we will dine in Gongga County. It's my treat. I know an old Tibetan restaurant. The food is delightful." The more he spoke, the more animated he became. "Well, thank you for your hospitality. I shall defer to your judgment." Shen Yuan began to find this young Tibetan man, with his somewhat clumsy Mandarin, rather amusing. "Indeed, this is how it should be. You are a distinguished guest of Lama Danzing, a revered visitor from afar, and I must treat you well." Upon arriving at the entrance of the restaurant Wang had mentioned, Shen Yuan was struck by the cacophony of bleating sounds, only to realize it was not a flock of sheep, but rather a herd of alpacas trotting past. As he caught a whiff of the unmistakable scent of dung, initially he had assumed that in Gongga County there must surely be a couple of decent establishments. Clean dining halls, specialty dishes, perhaps with some song and dance performances, and a few words of Tashi Delek sung, along with a ceremonial hada. However, to his dismay, Wang had not even paused in the county town, instead driving several kilometers outside, halting before a row of dilapidated Tibetan-style houses, situated a mere 100 meters from the national highway. With an air of mystery, he informed Shen Yuan, "This is an old restaurant known only to the locals. The flavors are exquisite." Excitedly parking the car, Wang rushed over to Shen Yuan, leading him across a ground littered with delightful little sheep droppings. As he swept aside the Tibetan door curtain adorned with auspicious 8 treasure motifs and stepped inside, with a resounding thud, beneath the yellowed glow of the incandescent lamp, Shen Yuan was enveloped by a medley of scents: the pungent aroma of livestock, the buttery fragrance, the savory smell of meat, the sweetness of dairy, the essence of barley wine, the odor of sweat, the scent of leather, and the incense of burning Tibetan herbs. These sensory experiences mingled with the raucous laughter, the boisterous shouts in Tibetan, and the jubilant strains of traditional folk songs, flooding his senses with overwhelming intensity. The juxtaposition of modern attire and traditional Tibetan garments was striking, yet harmonized perfectly with the people, the language, the scents, and the melodies that surrounded him. In that moment, Shen Yuan felt as though he had just arrived in Tibet. "Come on, Shen Yuan, sit here," Wang urged, leading Shen Yuan to a wooden table nestled in the corner against the wall. He pressed Shen Yuan onto a polished bench, assuring him, "The food here is far tastier than what you'll find in the city. It may look a bit chaotic, but once you taste it, you'll understand." Wang's enthusiasm was palpable as he extolled the virtues of their meal. As Shen Yuan surveyed the lively room filled with Tibetans joyfully eating and animatedly discussing a variety of topics, punctuated by bursts of melodious singing, he felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him, as if he had been transported to a foreign land. He momentarily forgot the sheep droppings that had soiled his shoes, overwhelmed by an exhilarating array of unfamiliar sights, sounds, and scents. Wang was animatedly conversing with an elderly woman who appeared to be taking orders. Though no menu was in sight, Shen Yuan found himself eagerly anticipating the dishes that would soon grace their table. "Sampa? Butter tea? Yak meat?" he mused, realizing these were the only Tibetan delicacies he could name. "This is sweet tea, barley wine, and here's cold beef tongue. Oh, this is blood sausage, made from sheep. These are potato dumplings, and this is fried lung, all authentic, just as good as what the old lady makes." A parade of dishes, each more enticing than the last, was presented, accompanied by rich and fragrant aromas. Wang enthusiastically introduced each item. Without a word, Shen Yuan grasped the greasy chopsticks and began to indulge. As he immersed himself in the feast, Wang proudly shared insights into Tibetan dining customs. Tibetans abstain from consuming the meat of horses, donkeys, and other odd-toed ungulates, as well as five-toed fowl such as chickens, ducks, geese, and animals like dogs, rabbits, and otters. In many regions, Tibetans also refrain from eating fish and birds. They do, however, partake in the flesh of even-toed ungulates such as pigs, cattle, sheep, and deer. When dining as a guest, there are numerous etiquette rules to observe. One must not speak loudly, and when drinking barley wine, it is customary to take 3 sips from a cup, refilling it after each sip until the cup is emptied. During banquets, both the male and female hosts sing drinking songs, and at grand feasts, there are ladies known as Chongxiangma who, adorned in their finest attire, sing enchanting drinking songs and encourage guests to drink until they are inebriated. In the past, Tibetans typically ate with their hands and knives, utilizing their small, exquisite Tibetan knives not only as handy tools, but also as utensils equivalent to forks and chopsticks. Of course, in emergencies, they serve as weapons for self-defense. Nowadays, in areas heavily influenced by Han culture, some Tibetans have become less particular about their ingredients, and chopsticks have started to gain popularity. After a satisfying meal, Wang settled the bill, and the two continued on their journey. Inside the vehicle, Wang animatedly recounted the various delicacies of the Tibetan region to Shen Yuan. Yet, Shen Yuan could not shake the impression of the restaurant's atmosphere, which seemed to be a melange of countless flavors intermingled with a rapid cadence of Tibetan speech and song, forever etched into his memory, an indelible imprint he feared he would never forget. Early May in Tibet still carried a chill. Noticing Shen Yuan's waning energy, his eyes growing heavy, Wang turned on the heater and hummed a tune as they sped along. Suddenly, a thought struck Shen Yuan. Wang was driving under the influence. "Brother Shen Yuan, we've arrived at Min's Monastery. The road to the back mountain is quite treacherous, so hold on tight." Wang's alertness jolted Shen Yuan back to reality. "Oh, right. I must have dozed off. It's already dark. How long have we been on the road?" Shen Yuan rubbed his eyes vigorously. "Almost 4 hours. We're about to head into the mountains." I just called the back temple. Lama Danzing is likely still waiting for you. Wang appeared to be as lively as ever. Lama Danzing is a truly virtuous monk, a great achiever. Serving him is an honor for our family. You need not worry. His invitation certainly holds significance. He is quite elderly, nearing 100, a guardian-like presence for Shannon, dedicating his life to good deeds. Shen Yuan fell silent, gazing at the uneven road illuminated by the headlights, his heart heavy with trepidation. Oh, all right. He quickly stepped over the threshold, following Wang toward the temple. Strangely, no monks emerged to greet them. It felt as though they were hidden away. There were no vibrant lights, only an aura of ancient antiquity permeating the air. Dim light filtering from the main hall and adjacent monk residences allowed Shen Yuan to vaguely perceive the patterned curtains adorned with auspicious motifs fluttering in the breeze around the courtyard. The temple was enveloped in silence, devoid of the resonant sounds of ritual instruments or chanting, yet the rich scent of Tibetan incense instilled a sense of reverence within him. Turning past the main hall and through two small wooden doors, a modest rear hall came into view. The Dharma Protector's shrine has arrived. The great Lama awaits you. Wang gestured reverently for Shen Yuan to enter. Shen Yuan lifted his gaze to survey the shrine. The doorframe and lintel were embellished with numerous human head motifs, their expressions ambiguous between ferocity and devotion. Observing the weathered paint, Shen Yuan felt his heart tighten. Sensing he was about to confront the family secret he had long yearned to unveil, albeit with a hint of trepidation. Just as he was about to step forward, the door curtain gently parted from within. A thin, wiry young lama clad in a red robe held the curtain with one hand, while the other supported an elderly lama with short, graying hair, a stooped back, and a darkened, aged complexion as he emerged. In that instant of eye contact, Shen Yuan felt a sudden clench in his heart, only to relax almost immediately. For the old lama's gaze was profoundly tranquil, so serene it seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's innermost thoughts and worries. Gazing into those eyes, Shen Yuan sensed that all his anxieties and questions might find resolution and, perhaps, liberation within the presence of the venerable Lama. Zashi Deli, welcome, esteemed guest from afar. The venerable Master Danzing, holding his prayer beads in his left hand, greeted the somewhat dazed Shen Yuan with a respectful gesture. Shen Yuan promptly brought his hands together in a gesture of reverence, bowing in return. Zashi Deli, it is a pleasure to meet you, Master Danzing. Come in, my guest. You must have many pressing inquiries for me. The master invited, stepping aside to allow Shen Yuan to enter the hall. Shen Yuan quickly followed him inside. The great hall remained dimly lit, with 3 statues of protective deities, each holding their respective ritual implements. The perpetual lamps on the offering table swayed gently in harmony with the air's movement. The walls were adorned with murals depicting various protective deities, and the air was thick with the rich aroma of Tibetan incense, as if it were solidifying into a tangible form. Just as Shen Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether to kneel on the cushion in reverence, he suddenly noticed that Master Danzing had been assisted in turning slowly towards the rear door of the hall. Shen Yuan hurried to follow him. The room still exuded the scent of incense, illuminated by the dim light. It was modest in size, devoid of any sofas or coffee tables. A fireplace, several high cushions, and a reading table were present, alongside a few ancient thankas adorning the walls. An altar for the Buddha, an incense table, butter lamps, and 2 red cabinets in the corner. Nothing more. A young monk carefully assisted Master Danzing to sit on a high cushion against the wall, promptly adjusting the opposing cushion for the elder monk. He invited Shen Yuan to take a seat. Shen Yuan settled cross-legged opposite Master Danzing, calmly observing this venerable monk, said to be over a century old. Without uttering a word, "My apologies for the haste in bringing you here from such a great distance." The elder monk smiled, his aged face lighting up. Shen Yuan noted that most of the elder's teeth were surprisingly intact, casting doubt on the claim of his centenarian age. "I indeed met your great-grandfather." A single statement sent a shiver down Shen Yuan's spine. "When? Was in this temple?" 81 years ago, in the tumultuous autumn of a chaotic era, Master Danzing recounted. "I encountered your great-grandfather, the 71st generation of the esteemed Jianyushi, when I was still a novice monk. It was here at the temple of Minzhilan." Shen Yuan's great-grandfather was likely not yet 30 at that time, accompanied by a younger cousin. The 2 brothers responding to an invitation from Lama Sangji to assist with a challenging matter at Minzhilan. Minzhilan has long been a bastion of esoteric Buddhist teachings, renowned for its formidable abilities in exorcising malevolent spirits, bestowing blessings, and averting disasters. The content of esoteric Buddhism is indeed vast, encompassing three divisions: the mixed esoteric, the womb realm, and the diamond realm. The mixed esoteric primarily consists of rituals and mantras, emphasizing supernatural powers and spells, representing the earliest forms of esoteric practices, preserving all spells and profound secrets. The term mixed esoteric originally implied an impure or unstructured form of esoteric teachings. During the Yuan era, after the translation of the texts of the womb realm and the diamond realm, these two texts were referred to as pure esoteric. In contrast, the esoteric scriptures and mantras translated prior to them were classified as mixed esoteric. The true essence of the arcane arts preserves ancient spells, such as illusions, shikigami techniques, summoning, puppetry, blessings, rain invocation, healing, warding off calamities, and even commanding spirits, embodying a vast array of knowledge. The monastery of Minzyulan has always maintained a profound secrecy regarding these esoteric traditions. However, the monks of the Dharma Protectors Hall have continuously roamed the southern regions of Tibet, aiding the afflicted and exorcising malevolent spirits, never ceasing their efforts. 81 years ago, amidst turmoil and war, supernatural events proliferated, and the Tibetan region was no exception. The Zhanong area first experienced a minor earthquake. Subsequently, within a month following the Tibetan New Year, calamity struck the local populace. Over the course of that month, more than 20 men, women, and children met a tragic demise under mysterious circumstances, their bodies found exposed in the wilderness at night, each marked by a black ring around their necks and mutilated thumbs. Upon collecting the remains, it was discovered that the deceased had bitten off their own thumbs, retaining them in their mouths, seemingly having choked themselves to death in a grotesque act of self-destruction. Fear gripped the herders and nobility alike, prompting them to flock to temples to offer sacrifices and prayers, beseeching the eminent monks for divine intervention to quell the disaster. The chief monk of the Dharma Protectors Hall, Lama Sangji, upon hearing the news, led 5 disciples equipped with sacred artifacts, scriptures, and provisions into the mountains to investigate. Utilizing the secret methods passed down through the esoteric Buddhist tradition, they swiftly identified the source of the affliction, the tomb of the nameless general. This tomb, though referred to as such, is merely a mound of stones mixed with yellow earth, lacking even a gravestone. However, its historical significance is well documented. In the 56th year of the Kangxi Emperor's reign, the Tibetan region faced an invasion by the Dzunghars, who sought to dominate Tibetan Buddhism and leverage its influence over the Mongolian tribes already adhering to this faith. Ultimately, they aimed to extend their reach into the Central Plains. The Dzunghars occupied regions such as Lhasa and the Patala for 3 years, subjecting the area to great calamity. The once peaceful Tibetan plateau was plunged into chaos, affecting both nobility and clergy. The Kangxi Emperor, far removed in the capital, dispatched General Elant and his troops to quell the unrest. Whether due to the soldiers' inexperience with high-altitude combat or overconfidence, the Qing forces suffered a resounding defeat against the Dzunghars at Naku, leading to their encirclement and eventual annihilation. Panic spread throughout the plateau, prompting the Kangxi Emperor's wrath upon learning of the defeat. He sent his favored 14th son, Yunti, back into Qinghai, appointing him as the general of pacification. 2 armies were dispatched from Sichuan and northern Tibet to coordinate an assault, joining forces with local Tibetans sympathetic to the Central Plains. After several fierce encounters, they ultimately achieved a decisive victory, slaying over 5,000 enemies. In this confrontation, the right-wing commander of the Dzunghars, known for his sharpshooting prowess, was vanquished by Yunti's forces in the valleys southeast of Lhasa. The records of the Qing army noted that this commander, though fearless and an exceptional archer, was ultimately defeated. His arrows spent, leading to a desperate hand-to-hand struggle. In a fierce battle, countless soldiers met their demise, and despite their valiant efforts, Dangu ultimately could not escape the overwhelming numbers of the 8 banner troops. Cornered amidst a chaotic rocky mountain in the northern region of Zhanong, he witnessed the deaths of over 1,000 of his subordinates. Yet, Dangu fought with unyielding ferocity, vowing never to surrender. The Qing soldiers eventually ensnared him with a great net, and, when presented before Yuntai, he continued to hurl curses. Recognizing his bravery, Yuntai ordered that Danji's body be preserved, but he cruelly executed him by strangling him with a bowstring he had wielded in battle. After Danji's death, Yuntai commanded that he be buried on the spot. The weary soldiers, having endured relentless combat and heavy casualties, were filled with rage towards the formidable enemy leader. As soon as their commander departed, they began to plunder Danji's personal effects. His armor and weapons were damaged beyond repair, and he carried little gold or silver into battle. The only valuable items were the thumb rings made of exquisite jade that he used while drawing his bow. The soldiers rushed to seize them, but Danji's fists remained tightly clenched even in death. One soldier, frustrated, resorted to severing Danji's thumbs to claim the rings. The news of this act swiftly reached Yuntai, who feared being remembered for the disgraceful treatment of an enemy leader's corpse. Enraged, he reprimanded several soldiers and ordered a deep grave to be dug, intending to wrap the body in the enemy's military flag for a proper burial, with all of Danji's belongings interred alongside him. In truth, the Qing soldiers had suffered considerable losses under Dan Guo's command, and traditionally, the dismemberment of a fallen enemy leader would have served as a means of catharsis. However, the general's desire to maintain his reputation required that his subordinates suppress their anger. The act of placing fingers into the mouth of a deceased individual was viewed as a deliberate insult. Consequently, Danji's mouth was pried open, and his own thumbs, along with the jade rings, were placed inside before the earth was filled in over him. It is well known that since ancient times, various cultures have practiced the custom of placing objects within the mouths of the deceased for burial. Regardless of nationality or age, the deceased were often interred with a singular item, be it jade, shells, or the evolved form of jade cicadas. This practice persisted until the later introduction of closed coins. The duality of such offerings was deemed inauspicious. The capriciousness of fate is an immutable truth. Dan Guo, in his fury, was strangled by his own bowstring, leaving him with unexpressed resentment. The last breath he took was, in itself, quite remarkable. Some refer to this breath as yang, a manifestation of the deceased's obsessions, grievances, and unwillingness to depart. This breath, a form of malevolent energy, is to be avoided by the living. Those who die by drowning, strangulation, or hanging often harbor this energy within their remains, making them susceptible to becoming vengeful spirits. Thus, many supernatural legends feature tales of vengeful ghosts, the water spirits that ensnare substitutes, and such narratives are far from baseless. Following Danji's death with jade in his mouth, a symbol of ill fortune, combined with his own flesh, a situation arose where he became a blood offering for a vengeful spirit. The lingering resentment of years, coupled with the innate spiritual energy of the two jade pieces, amplified the malevolent aura surrounding his grave. In the past, a tattered military flag had enveloped his corpse, using the flag's martial essence to suppress this vengeful spirit's wrath. However, the recent tremors disturbed the burial site, rendering the decayed flag to nothingness. Suddenly, the long-imprisoned vengeful spirits were unleashed, wreaking havoc all around. The esteemed Lama Sangji was deeply troubled, as the situation had reached an impasse. The spirits beneath could not be pacified, and should the 6 disciples let their guard down, the principal entity would likely emerge to exact vengeance. Not only would there be no hope of salvation, but it was also certain that one of the disciples would perish on the spot. Contemplating this, Lama Sangji chanted a Buddhist incantation, slowly rising to his feet. He carefully retrieved a gleaming Vajra pestle from his satchel. Upon witnessing this, the disciples immediately understood the Lama's intentions. However, the chanting and incantations to suppress the vengeful spirits could not falter. They could only plead with their eyes, silently imploring their master to reconsider. Unmoved by their silent pleas, the Lama signaled for them to continue their chanting. Then, with a sudden, loud invocation of the Buddha's name, he approached the grave and swiftly severed the vein of his left wrist. As the incantations surged with power, his blood flowed rapidly. This act released not only a torrent of blood, but also the immense willpower and essence cultivated through his arduous practice. Blood splattered across the grave, and the Lama's complexion nearly turned ashen, his body swaying precariously. With his last ounce of strength, he forcefully drove the Vajra pestle into the top of the grave. Instantly, a heart-wrenching wail resonated from beneath the earth, as if a knife had pierced the very souls of those present. The Lama gradually collapsed to the ground, his hands clasped together in prayer, blood dripping onto his already marred crimson robes. The other Lamas, witnessing their master's sacrificial ritual to suppress the vengeful spirits, were filled with urgency and despair. As the malevolent spirits began to quiet, a few rushed forward to staunch the Lama's wounds, weeping and lamenting why he would disregard his own well-being. Lama Sangji swallowed several dark pills, remaining silent, his face still pale as parchment. After a prolonged silence, He managed to open his eyes and instructed the disciples to bury the 4 magical artifacts at the corners and to break open the grave. Chapter 3. I am a Jade Appraiser. The Lamas, wrapping themselves in sacred cloth, cautiously began to excavate the soil. By the light of the moon, they toiled for over 2 hours, the pit growing deeper. Suddenly, a Lama's shovel clanked against something hard at the bottom of the pit. The group trembled, hastily gathering around to inspect. They uncovered a rusted piece of iron protruding from the yellow earth, and after clearing away some debris, it became evident that it was a fragment of a broken weapon. A chill ran through them as they realized they had struck the heart of the matter. The Lamas dared not act recklessly and gathered around the meditating Lama Sangji, seeking guidance on their next step. The Lama struggled to open his eyes, their depths clouded, as if he had suddenly lost all vitality. The disciples felt a wave of sorrow wash over them at the sight of their master's woeful expression. Yet, Lama Sangji managed a transcendent smile, laboriously speaking to them. Do not wear such sorrowful faces. Even the Buddha once sacrificed himself to feed a tiger. My endeavor to relieve the suffering of the faithful is a merit in itself. Now, quickly open my satchel and retrieve the nectar pills from the copper box. Each of you should place one under your tongue and swiftly clear the remains. Examine them closely for any anomalies and prepare the firewood and scriptures. Soon, the ceremony to guide the departed souls commenced. Lama Sangji gazed at the pyre, reciting sacred mantras. The disciples remained silent as they encircled the pyre with prayer flags, intertwined with golden inscriptions of scriptures. One Lama carefully extracted a flint and cotton, igniting the fire with caution. Subsequently, several individuals gathered behind Lama Sangji, facing the burning pyre, joining him in the recitation of the mantra for the liberation of the souls. As the chanting of the Lamas resonated, the flames gradually intensified, crackling as they consumed the remains. Suddenly, amidst the roaring flames, a chilling wail echoed within the hearts of the onlookers, as if a furious spirit struggled to break free. Alarmed, the crowd hastily concentrated, chanting the mantras with fervor to suppress the turmoil. The flames flickered violently as the skull's mouth erupted with dozens of sinister energies, accompanied by piercing cries, lunging toward the assembly. In the glow of the fire, 2 jade rings sparkled undamaged, glimmering with an eerie light. Those jade rings are peculiar, a young Lama exclaimed. Do not be distracted. Bite your tongue and recite the Vajra, subduing mantra. Lama Sangji commanded with authority. The disciples, realizing the gravity of the situation, bit their tongues to channel their spiritual energy, fervently holding the mantras to maintain control. The sinister energies emitted mournful wails, weaving through the golden aura surrounding the Lamas, desperately attempting to drain their vitality. Yet they were thwarted by the protective light emanating from the Lamas' bodies. The standoff escalated rapidly. 2 individuals, resolute and silent, formed a decisive hand seal. With a resonant shout, they simultaneously thrust their right hands toward their own eyes. One stifled a groan as he bit off his own tongue. Amidst the sanguine flow, one hurled his bloodied eyes into the flames, while the other expelled his bloodied tongue into the pyre. Seizing the moment of distraction from the 3 disciples, Lama Sangji turned to face the roaring flames, piercing his own crown with a staff. Suddenly, a celestial chant echoed, and a golden light surged from his crown, showering the pyre with blood. The silver staff transformed into a vivid crimson, saturated with vitality. The tongue, the eyes, along with the old Lama's spiritual blood, were all cast into the blazing pyre. In an instant, the skull's jaw swung wide open, as if in a furious roar. The jade rings trembled, radiating light. The flames engulfing the skull blazed brightly, and with the sacred chants, the tumultuous energies were forcefully subdued. A delicate green spectral fire ignited upon the skeletal remains, fiercely resisting the purifying flames. At this moment, the 2 young Lamas, Dashi and Lang, along with Lama Sangji, were utterly exhausted, collapsing silently before the pyre, as if they had transcended this realm. The remaining 3 Lamas, filled with sorrow and fury, felt helpless. Their master and 2 fellow disciples had sacrificed their very lives to quell the demonic obstacles, and at this juncture, even their lives would hold little significance. One can only hope that the boundless teachings of Buddhism purify the malevolent spirits, preventing the lives of the 3 from being sacrificed in vain. The trio promptly settled into a meditative posture behind their master and junior disciple, once again closing their eyes and biting their tongues to summon forth their full spiritual power, reciting the incantation to subdue demons. They contemplated that should they fail to vanquish the malevolent entities this time, they would resort to self-immolation as their final stand. For nearly an entire hour, the fierce flames consumed everything, eventually exhausting the thin layer of green fire that clung to the bones. In the instant that the green fire vanished, the skeletal remains disintegrated, turning into pale ash. Only 2 dull jade rings remained amidst the soot. The vengeful spirits in the air had already scattered, disappearing under the transcendence of the demon-subduing incantation. On the bare earthen mound, only a pile of ashes remained. Alongside, 3 llamas weeping inconsolably while embracing their master and junior disciple. And there lay a pair of jade rings. The ancient sects, steeped in rich heritage, possess profound legacies. Each has its own records and chancheng of various hidden existences and enigmatic legends. Over the course of eons, these sects have risen and fallen, their reputations fluctuating with the ages. Individuals from different generations have either soared to fame or chosen to remain in obscurity, their names fading from public consciousness. Yet, as long as the lineage persists, those secretive chronicles shall not be extinguished. Among the esoteric records that have been passed down, without exception, there exists a cryptic description: Jade possesses spirit. It can be auspicious or malevolent. Those who understand Jade are masters of discernment, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Bearing the surname Shen, their lineage seemingly traces back to ancient times. 2 months later, the young novice Lama Danzin encountered 2 men from the Han region. At the forefront stood Shen Yuan's great-grandfather, Shen Xin. Why did great-grandfather not take those 2 jade rings? Shen Yuan curiously inquired of the Lama. It was not for lack of desire, but rather an inability, replied the Lama softly. At that time, the revered Lama Yirigo informed me that Mr. Shen indeed contemplated destroying or taking the 2 jade rings. However, after numerous attempts with various secret techniques, he refrained from acting recklessly. The rings seemed to possess considerable significance, having nurtured such a terrifying malevolence. Additionally, they had absorbed a vast amount of vengeful energy, making them increasingly difficult to manage. Furthermore, Mr. Shen had to accompany Lama Yirigu to northern Tibet for what appeared to be a monumental task. Not wishing to introduce further variables, he sealed the still unsubdued rings and left them within the monastery. Shen Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Is a reason for the master summoning me this time so that I may assist in dealing with these 2 rings? Wouldn't it be better to let them rest undisturbed there?" He felt a twinge of fear that the old Lama might suddenly wish for him to take responsibility for the ominous rings. After all this, was it still expected that he would carry these ancestral treasures away? Shen Yuan inwardly grumbled. He then spoke up. "Master, I must confess, I do possess some knowledge of jade identification. However, I have never met my great-grandfather, nor have I learned the family skills. My father and grandfather are also unfamiliar with these matters. Aside from a book I cannot comprehend, I can only claim to be an outright antique dealer. I fear I may truly be of no assistance to you, master." Shen Yuan felt at a loss for words. The following morning, he accompanied Lama Danzin to a cave in the back mountain. The entrance appeared to be no larger than the door of a temple, yet upon entering, one was greeted by an expansive chamber as wide as a grand hall. 3 towering golden Buddha statues, each standing 4 to 5 meters tall, were positioned in the center, exuding an air of solemn majesty. Shen Yuan felt a surge of reverence and bowed deeply before the central statue. "Mr. Shen, you must sense the jade artifacts beneath our feet. May we retrieve them for closer inspection?" Lama Danzing inquired with a gentle smile. At that moment, Lama Danzing instructed several monks behind him, "You may excavate the box, but exercise caution." "Yes," responded the monks with a respectful bow. Proceeding to the area between the 3 Buddha statues where they began to carefully dig with the shovels they had brought. Shen Yuan craned his neck, eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on the ever-deepening pit. Since his entrance into the cave, he had felt a subtle, pulsating energy emanating from below, as if it were probing him, yearning for communication. He had never encountered jade with such intense, emotional resonance before. It was as though a pair of rings were desperately longing for something. Finally, the pit reached a depth of over a meter. Initially, a stone slab inscribed with scriptures was revealed, and upon moving it aside, a dull wooden box emerged. Shen Yuan felt indifferent towards the box, certain that the rings still lay beneath. One of the monks carefully cradled the box and approached, placing it into the hands of Lama Danzing. Chanting a Buddhist mantra, Lama Danzing spoke to Shen Yuan. "Inside lies the sacred relic of the temple as heritage." Just as Shen Yuan's curiosity about the mysterious artifact began to stir, a sudden chill ran down his spine. as if invisible eyes were fixated upon him from the pit. He quickly turned his head to see a young monk emerging from the excavation, cradling a small black altar. Instinctively, Shen Yuan reached out to receive the altar. The young monk glanced at Lama Danzing, who nodded in approval, allowing the monk to gently place the altar into Shen Yuan's hands. The altar was small, its top sealed with a fabric. Shen Yuan felt as though he was cradling a fragile life. As he carefully uncovered the cloth, he discovered a wooden lid adorned with peculiar symbols. Upon opening it, he sensed a pair of small hands reaching out from within, brushing against him, resonating with his very soul. Inside the altar lay 2 jade rings, one a deep green hue and the other a delicate yellowish white. Even in the dim cave, they emitted a subtle, lustrous glow. The materials were Hatian jade, Manasi jade, and a pale variety of jade, characteristic of early artifacts. Despite some wear, the green jade was rated at 7 and the white jade at 8. Their value estimated at several tens of thousands of yuan. Shen Yuan gazed at the rings, and without realizing it, he exclaimed, revealing the essence of an antique dealer within him. Lama Danzing remained silent, while the young monks exchanged glances filled with awe. Shen Yuan tucked the rings away. He could not resist their allure, feeling as though he was bound to them from the very first glance. It is not the exorbitant value of these finger rings that matters. In fact, Shen Yuan's family safe houses several exquisite jade rings from the Qing dynasty. The finest among them, a white jade ring inscribed with poetry, commands a price of no less than 80,000 yuan. In comparison, these 2 rings far exceed the worth of the brothers. Yet to Shen Yuan, they embody 2 vibrant lives imbued with emotions. Moreover, the connection to his long-deceased great-grandfather seems almost preordained, a bond that has transcended time and now rests heavily upon Shen Yuan's heart. Chapter 4. The Letter from the Great-Grandfather. Trembling, Shen Yuan clutched the letter, its envelope adorned with traditional characters. To the Jade Appraiser, greetings. This letter, penned by his great-grandfather in his 20s, resembles a final testament, imparting wisdom and guidance to future generations. It contains a wealth of experiences from his travels, insights into various secret traditions, and brief introductions to different sections. Ultimately, it cautions descendants about the obliteration of the Jade Appraisers' lineage and advises against any forceful attempts to seek it out. He implores them to maintain their integrity and uphold the legacy without delving too deeply into the mysteries of fate. Return it to them? My great-grandfather has left behind such treasures. Who would ever consider giving them back? Shen Yuan mused, contemplating the possibility of keeping them for protection or perhaps selling them for a handsome price at the Taoist schools of Longhu Mountain or Laozan. He tucked the seal into the inner pocket of his mountaineering jacket. Seated upon a high cushion, Shen Yuan found himself facing a small, elevated table adorned with various delicacies, the indispensable butter tea, sampa dumplings, and an array of fried pastries. A bowl of sugar-coated tomatoes graced his table as well. Lama Danzing, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "The fare at the monastery may be humble, so please do not take offense. These red fruits were specially brought for you by Wang." "Thank you for your hospitality, Master," Shen Yuan replied politely, though inwardly he couldn't help but grumble. They say lamas do not abstain from meat, yet there are no hearty dishes like roasted lamb or beef served for guests. "Haha, Mr. Shen Yuan, I shall call you by the title the monastery used for your esteemed ancestor in years past," Lama Danzing continued. "Please, do not," Shen Yuan interjected, startled. "Just call me Xiao Shun. The title of Mr. is far too grand for me." The reverence with which such a distinguished lama addressed him certainly caused a flush to rise to his cheeks. "You are too modest," the lama replied, and Shen Yuan suddenly felt a weight in his heart. It appeared that the events briefly alluded to in his great-grandfather's letter still held considerable significance in the eyes of the various Taoist schools. The lama seemed to possess an understanding of the contents left behind by Shen Yuan's great-grandfather, hinting that there were hidden truths yet to be unveiled. It seemed that his ancestors had accomplished many extraordinary feats, garnering respect from the sects for their lineage. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Shen Yuan stood alone, stripped of the remarkable capabilities his forebears once possessed. The urgency in seeking Shen Yuan was twofold. The increasing aura of the 2 jade pieces had attracted ethereal entities wandering the monastery's secluded mountains at night, causing some disturbances. Aware of the concerns expressed by his ancestor, the lama had dispatched someone to inquire about him in detail. Moreover, for months ago, an individual visited me. In our discourse, he alluded to this altar, though he did not explicitly state his intention. It was evident that he sought to obtain it from the temple. What were his true motives? Did he wish to seize it for himself? My mind churned with questions. Who was this person? What did he desire? Was he drawn to the two rings? Or rather, to the legacy left by my great-grandfather? I gazed intently at the great Lama, recognizing that his words hinted at further revelations. Images of renowned sacred relics from Tibetan Buddhism abroad flashed through my mind, such as a celestial iron ritual instrument housed in a museum across the ocean, a nine-eyed pure celestial bead, and the esoteric human skin scriptures possessed by European collectors, along with the 8 treasures conch. These treasures of the Buddhist faith are extraordinarily rare. Their worth immeasurable by conventional artistic standards. If this individual possessed such formidable influence, why had he not forcefully sought to extract the altar? I am profoundly grateful, Master, for safeguarding my ancestors' relics. This kindness is etched deeply in my heart. At that moment, my gratitude was genuine. Had it not been for the letter left by my great-grandfather within this small altar, my understanding of my family's heritage would have been nearly non-existent. It is nothing. Our esteemed ancestors share a profound connection with the Buddhist teachings of the plateau. Such actions are indeed warranted. The great Lama spoke with a calm demeanor, yet I could sense the depth of his goodwill. A young monk casually remarked, "They say we need not guard the tower in the back mountain any longer. The bizarre occurrences have been most distressing, with ghostly wails and chaos throughout the night." Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. Could it be that this jade ring truly attracted spirits and otherworldly beings? The jade ring, slightly heavy, bore a dark green hue bordering on black, with cotton-like impurities inside. While it was free of cracks, it bore some subtle scratches. As I held it, I felt an unusual energy emanating from the jade, as if it were curiously observing me. Intrigued, I picked up the other white jade ring, which felt lighter in comparison. A small chip was present on the edge, indicating slight damage. Calming my mind, I attempted to communicate with these artifacts through my intuition. Almost instantaneously, I felt as though my mind had been pierced by a searing hot poker, causing me to nearly faint from the pain. My stomach and intestines convulsed violently, and I involuntarily expelled a mouthful of undigested food. The 2 jade rings had launched a sudden and forceful response, only to retreat into silence moments later. A faint, elusive resonance lingered, as if they were timidly withdrawing. Clearly, they were not ordinary objects. It appeared my abilities should not be wielded carelessly in their presence. This marked my first earnest attempt to connect with an ancient jade artifact through focused mental energy. Previously, in antique markets or museums, I had sought to perceive ancient jades with my mind, merely to explore their age. I found that the older the jade, the more it emanated an indescribable joy, revealing subtle shades of emotion, be it happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy, through its essence. He possesses the ability to perceive the subtle emotional fluctuations of ancient jade, even discerning its approximate age. However, he has never attempted to truly communicate with the stones. After meticulously reviewing his notes several times, Shen Yuan set down his pen, lost in contemplation. Indeed, there is no requirement to castrate oneself to master this skill. Yet the table of contents is quite fitting. Nearly all of it pertains to guidance. The titles are exceedingly arcane and foreboding, while the methods are all relegated to the latter sections. Shen Yuan glared fiercely at the dormant jar that had remained silent throughout the night, threatening, "Humph. Are you afraid now?" The chapters on discerning jade, determining jade, awakening jade, sacrificing jade, severing jade, tranquil jade, stabilizing jade, slaying jade, spirit guarding jade, spirit array jade, ultimate array jade, thunderlight jade, 9 hell jade, yellow spring jade, death jade talisman, life jade talisman, 7 absolute jade talismans. Speak. How should I refine the 2 of you? Although he currently possessed no knowledge of the matter, he was confident that eventually the 2 would obediently submit to his will. After breakfast, Shen Yuan took his leave of Lama Danzing. The Lama did not insist on his stay. After dismissing the others, he engaged in a private conversation with Shen Yuan before summoning someone to fetch A Wang. Upon seeing Shen Yuan, A Wang found him standing alone in the courtyard of the guardian deity temple, gazing vacantly at the pristine prayer flags. A Wang quickly approached, a hearty smile illuminating his dark visage. "Tashi Delek, brother Shen Yuan, I have come to escort you." "Oh, A Wang, Tashi Delek to you as well. I must trouble you again." Observing the combination of innocence and shrewdness in this young Tibetan, Shen Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Is it time to leave?" A Wang's manner remained as impetuous as ever. Shen Yuan chuckled, "Yes. Let us go. I have already bid farewell to the Lama." A Wang took hold of Shen Yuan's backpack, and the 2 silently made their way to the mountain gate in front of the temple. The journey was enveloped in silence. save for the faint scent of Tibetan incense wafting through the air. Chapter 5. Returned from the snowy region, the rugged mountain path remained as bumpy as ever, and the two men continued in silence. Wang discerned that Shen Yuan seemed burdened by weighty concerns, yet he chose to remain quiet and focused on driving. 2 hours later, around noon, their vehicle arrived at the back gate of the front temple in Minjulin. Shen Yuan understood that it was time to fulfill the tasks entrusted to him by Lama Danzing, which also represented a fortuitous opportunity. The Lama had told him upon their first meeting that he could sense he was the heir of the Jade Appraisal lineage. However, his breathing, heartbeat, and mental fluctuations were still as chaotic as those of an ordinary person. He had not established a solid foundation, nor had anyone guided him in the esoteric practices of the inheritance. To express his intentions, Lama Danzing had contacted the abbot of the front temple. He would employ some medicinal remedies along with certain yogic practices from Vajrayana to assist Shen Yuan in enhancing his physical constitution and refining his spiritual strength, thus establishing a benevolent connection with this generation of Jade Appraisers. Wang expertly led Shen Yuan to the abbot of the front temple, and after exchanging pleasantries, a young lama came to escort Shen Yuan. He settled into a small courtyard adjacent to the temple, and there he remained for a full 7 days. After a week, Wang returned to retrieve Shen Yuan, and upon seeing his current state, Wang was left utterly astonished. Shen Yuan, brother, what has happened to you? Wasn't it said that one would help you heal and strengthen your body? How did it end up like this? At this moment, Shen Yuan appeared disheveled, his beard unkempt and his eye sockets deeply sunken. He seemed to have lost weight, and his gait was unsteady. Oh, never mind, just nausea. Let's find a place to wash up first. At this moment, Shen Yuan felt as though his head was heavy and his limbs were light, his entire body seemingly on the verge of collapse. These 7 days of fortuitous encounters would undoubtedly leave him with indelible memories. Each day consisted of 3 pill-sized black capsules, 6 bowls of blood-red Tibetan medicinal soup, and a vigorous young lama, as robust as a yak, teaching him the intricacies of Vajrayana yoga and accompanying breathing techniques twice daily. The eccentric Wang was driving Shen Yuan back to his home, boasting along the way about the illustrious mind-rolling monastery, renowned for its emphasis on astronomy, medicine, and its beautiful calligraphy. Traditionally, mind-rolling would select eminent monks versed in history, Buddhism, Tibetan language, and medicine to serve as teachers within the Patala Palace, while others would engage in the study of astronomy and the compilation of the Tibetan calendar. Their prowess in the transmission of Tibetan medicine was particularly formidable. Shen Yuan merely considered his ramblings as a form of Tibetan folk song. Impressive? Indeed impressive, but only in terms of the intensity of his nausea, the severity of his discomfort, and the pain he endured. Before he realized it, the vehicle arrived at Wang's residence, a quaint village named Dashi. Wang's home was a Tibetan-style courtyard nestled halfway up a hill, featuring white walls, protruding roofs, and deep red window frames. As evening descended, wisps of white smoke rose from the rooftops of dozens of households in the village. Wang's parents, the siblings of the Tashi from Beijing, greeted Shen Yuan at the entrance with warm smiles. During his days at the monastery, the meals had been quite insipid, compounded by the relentless cycle of vomiting and diarrhea, along with the torturous antics of the young lama. Upon encountering an abundance of delectable dishes, Shen Yuan felt as if the world was suddenly a splendid place. However, what delighted him most was a peculiar dish called xiangzhai, a rich concoction of oily curry paired with fried, fragrant pink potato cubes, and succulent lamb pieces sautéed in clarified butter. The dish was infused with the enticing aromas of clarified butter, lamb, curry, and an array of spices including cardamom, pepper, fennel, and cloves. After indulging in the sumptuous meal, several rounds of barley wine followed. Ultimately, Shen Yuan found himself unable to drink anymore, only for Wang, bearing a comically dark expression, to leap forward, exuberantly singing a toast. It was as if he were about to dance, and with no choice but to comply. Shen Yuan downed 3 hefty cups, leaving him feeling dizzy. While barley wine is not typically intoxicating, once inebriation sets in, it can be overwhelming. In the end, Shen Yuan did not manage to wash up. Instead, he was rather haphazardly carried to a guest room by Wang and collapsed into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, Shen Yuan was jolted awake by an uncomfortable feeling of bloating in his abdomen. As he opened his eyes, he could no longer suppress the urge and rushed barefoot to the door, clutching the frame as he retched uncontrollably. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had indulged too much at dinner. After purging and indulging in excessive barley wine, Shen Yuan, who had hitherto been free from altitude sickness, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He decided to sit on a wooden stool at the entrance, basking in the refreshing and cool mountain breeze. Emptying his mind, he sat in tranquil silence, feeling immensely relaxed. Lama Danzing had subtly mentioned to Shen Yuan that once the spirit jade had dispelled its grievances and regained its original aura, it would often attract certain ethereal beings. These beings, wary of encroaching too close to the temple, would wander nearby, drawn by the aura. The Buddhist community, filled with compassion, could not harm them without cause but merely attempted to disperse them. Over time, however, some of the local populace inadvertently clashed with these entities. Although most of these beings bore no malice, the human constitution could hardly withstand such encounters, leading to frequent, inexplicable illnesses. The village doctors were at a loss, and despite the temple's efforts to provide aid, chaos ensued. Shen Yuan surmised that the combination of Danzing Lama's public statements and the clandestine machinations of mysterious figures seeking his great-grandfather's relics were the reasons for his current journey to the highlands. Chapter 6. Return from the Snowy Domain A. The family of Awang had long-standing ties with the temple, with some members being relatives of the temple's abbot. Awang's uncle, Tashi, had been entrusted by the temple to search for Shen Yuan in order to resolve this matter. Even now, Awang believed that it was Shen Yuan's arrival that alleviated the afflictions of many local herders, which filled him with admiration for Shen Yuan, leaving the latter somewhat abashed. Rather than seeking Shen Yuan to resolve the situation, it was more accurate to say that Danzing Lama was intent on fulfilling some agreements made between the temple of Minzhealan and Shen Yuan's great-grandfather long ago. During his time at Minzhealan Temple, Shen Yuan had been diligently translating the secret texts he acquired, filling the considerable void left by his great-grandfather. To date, he had transcribed the first 5 pages, uncovering a method for meditation and breath control, as well as 2 simple rituals for jade offerings. He could create basic protective and exorcising jades. However, with only a meager amount of jade spiritual energy within him, the jades he crafted were of limited utility, more symbolic than practical. Nevertheless, considering the lineage of Jade Appraisers had been dormant for so long, the creation of even a single piece would bear significant commemorative value, marking the resurgence of this ancient craft. Shen Yuan had a habit of keeping jade ornaments close. Adhering to the ancient adage, a gentleman does not part with jade without cause. Though he recognized that, as an antique dealer, he was far from the true definition of a gentleman, he would argue that everyone harbors some ideals. In his hurried departure, Shen Yuan had managed to take along 2 pieces of jade, one an antique jade disc from the late Qing dynasty, and the other a beautifully carved piece, a peace talisman. Grateful for the warm hospitality of Awang's family and fond of the young man, Shen Yuan resolved to employ his newly acquired ritual techniques to craft a protective jade for Awang. Flushed and breathless, he labored for nearly an hour before. Despite his aching legs, he sprang up with exuberant laughter. It was accomplished. It was accomplished. Gazing at the jade in his hand, which had taken on a somewhat different aura, Shen Yuan felt an immense joy. After all these years, could it be that his great-grandfather and grandfather were watching? The lineage of Jade Appraisers had once again graced the world. Before he could fully express his excitement, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. With a thud, he found himself sprawled on the bed, feeling short of breath and utterly drained, as if he had been through a sieve. He had forgotten this plight. It must be the after-effects of having exhausted his vitality. Shen Yuan struggled to rise, muttering to himself as he laboriously made his way towards the door, eager to step outside for a breath of fresh air. In the courtyard, Awang's parents were drying herbs when they caught sight of Shen Yuan, who appeared ethereal as he floated towards the door. With a sudden thump, he seated himself on the sun-warmed stone slab, murmuring incantations as he began to meditate. The couple exchanged glances, a sense of admiration stirring within them. Look at this young Mr. Shen. He is already a sage at such a tender age, capable of aiding the Lama in dispelling evil spirits, truly a prodigious talent. As noon approached the following day, Shen Yuan, having exerted tremendous effort, successfully refined a piece of protective jade. He used a small jade of considerable value from the late Qing and early Republic period. Upon completion, he held it in his hand, feeling a subtle wave of consciousness emanating from the stone, which filled him with satisfaction. Casually slipping the jade into his pocket, he strolled out of the courtyard, seeking a moment to clear his mind. While walking, a sudden flutter of emotion struck Shen Yuan. With the cultivation of his inherited spiritual energy, coupled with the special pills provided by the temple, he sensed a rapid enhancement of his mental acuity and perception. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to being observed. He found it strange that in this secluded place, someone would dare to spy on him. It must be a person, not some spirit or malevolent entity. Maintaining his composure, he continued walking, quickening his pace around a corner of the white stone wall before quietly stopping in a shadowed alcove, silently watching his surroundings. After several moments, a figure gradually approached, a young man clad in a dark hiking outfit, smiling and approaching Shen Yuan without any pretense. "You are not a local Tibetan, though you seem somewhat familiar. What brings you here?" Shen Yuan inquired, his demeanor calm and unhurried. "We met not long ago. Your memory seems to falter." The young man replied with a smile, appearing to be in his 20s. Suddenly, a hint of tobacco smoke wafted towards Shen Yuan, and recognition dawned upon him. This was the individual who had traveled with him on the train to the Tibetan region, sharing the same sleeper car. Realizing this, Shen Yuan grew wary. He had followed him all the way from Beijing, and it was likely that this visitor harbored ill intentions. Noticing the chill in Shen Yuan's gaze, the young man smirked. "No need to be tense. I bear no malice. By the way, my surname is also Shen." And then, Shen Yuan remained unperturbed. "You should address me as uncle. I would prefer to call you elder." Shen Yuan retorted, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. "It seems your aura has shifted somewhat. Your constitution and perception have evolved. Haven't they? You must have successfully acquired the legacy of the 71st generation, correct?" The young man continued, his demeanor resolute and unwavering. "I mentioned that I share the surname Shen, and I am of the same generation as your uncle. Our ancestors are interconnected. How long have you been following me?" The young man sighed, casting a teasing glance at Shen Yuan. "Are you certain you wish to engage me first? You have only been training for about a week. Have you not? I, on the other hand, have been raised on medicinal concoctions since birth, honing my physique for nearly 20 years. I have practically experienced combat training camps in Brazil, Israel, and Thailand." "Combat training camps, you say? Do you expect me to believe that?" Shen Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, but stubbornly maintained his composure. He had already sensed that the young man's breath was remarkably steady, his physique lean yet muscular, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. To be frank, just comparing appearances made Shen Yuan almost concede defeat. The young man remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "I am the 72nd generation guardian of the Shen family. It was my grandfather who accompanied your great-grandfather to Minzhilan." Shen Yuan found himself at a loss for words, his mind racing with uncertainty. "Shall we have an earnest conversation?" the young man asked, grinning at Shen Yuan. Eventually, they climbed to a low hill adjacent to the village, seeking a spot with an expansive view to sit down. Shen Yuan deliberately positioned himself slightly higher, feeling insecure and wanting to project a semblance of authority. "Go ahead and ask. Your uncle is ready to share everything he knows." The young man beamed at Shen Yuan. Upon hearing the young man's brazen tone, Shen Yuan felt a surge of frustration. "Enough with the irrelevant chatter. Where do you come from? How long have you been trailing me? What are your intentions?" "It would be impolite not to inquire about my name first," the young man replied. "Not interested," Shen Yuan retorted, exasperated. "I knew this would be tedious. I am only here because I cannot defy my family patriarch, who insisted I follow you to endure this nonsense. Let me explain things clearly. The Jinyu master lineage encompasses both our families, understand?" Shen Yuan shook his head. "The hidden sect and the visible sect, do you comprehend?" "I am familiar with the Huashan sect's sword and chi schools," Shen Yuan acknowledged. "Good. That is a straightforward answer. Listen carefully. My name is Shen Bai, your uncle." "Your uncle, indeed. Are you finished?" Shen Yuan's patience frayed, irritation bubbling to the surface. "All right, let's set that aside for now. The other individual who accompanied your great-grandfather to Minzhilan Temple was my grandfather, a distant cousin who was closest to your great-grandfather. Your family has a lineage of blood inheritance, while ours serves as guardians of your hidden sect, standing watch and supporting you through generations." "And where exactly did your grandfather assist my great-grandfather?" Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes at him. "So, you're saying your family is our family's bodyguard?" Shen Bai rolled his eyes. "If you choose to think that way, it is your prerogative. However, our two families have been estranged for many years. To frame it in such terms now seems rather pointless. Our ancestors' journey to Minzhilan involved many secrets, the truths of which we remain unaware. However, there are instances where ignorance may not necessarily be detrimental. Years ago, your ancestors allied with my grandfather alongside a myriad of subordinates, yet in the end, even that formidable force vanished into thin air without explanation. If we were to step into this situation now, we might find ourselves unable to even stir a ripple before it all comes to a close. Do you comprehend this?" Shen Yuan lowered his eyelids slightly. a glimmer of light flashing through his narrowed eyes as he quietly regarded Shen Bai. He swiftly contemplated that the other party appeared to harbor no malice, though it could not be dismissed that he might be probing for information. Being utterly uninformed about events from years past, it was, to be honest, impossible for Shen Yuan to possess profound feelings for the great-grandfather he had never met. Yet, the unfulfilled aspirations of his grandfather and his own curiosity urged him to uncover the secrets of that time. Shen Yuan sensed that, in his final moments, his grandfather seemed to carry many secrets he wished to convey. Perhaps it was a fear of protecting him from harm, or perhaps his grandfather himself only knew fragments of the truth. Ultimately, aside from a few sparse words of advice, the remaining sentiments transformed into murky tears and a sigh that dissipated forever with his grandfather. Was it you who sought out Danzeng the Lama for my great-grandfather's relics? Shen Yuan inquired. Is your grandfather still alive? He calculated in his mind that his father, nearing 80, had him in his early 20s, which meant his father had fathered him at nearly 60 years of age. Quite remarkable indeed. Before he could finish his thought, Shen Bai abruptly spun around, pressing his left hand against the stone beneath him as he leaped into the air. Upon landing, he crouched low, gazing towards the side and rear. He moved with the agility of a leopard, his face etched with cold intensity. Shen Yuan stood dumbfounded, only to suddenly awaken to the urgency and swiftly jump down to survey his surroundings. At a distance of 200 to 300 meters, he beheld two figures clad in gray robes, adorned with peculiar headgear, resembling Tibetan attire, standing silently. Beside them lay an array of oddly shaped sandstone, suggesting that they had just emerged from behind those very rocks. Chapter 7. The Return from the Snowy Domain. The two had begun to establish a semblance of understanding. Yet both were still probing and verifying one another. Shen Yuan was wary of a suddenly appearing overseas Chinese uncle, while the uncle, in turn, harbored doubts regarding Shen Yuan's sincerity in wishing to uphold the family legacy. Even though their conversation had cleared many uncertainties, they both silently acknowledged that some matters could only be approached step by step. Upon returning to his guest room, Shen Yuan declined the kind offer from a Wang and his mother to heat his meal. He lay alone on the bed, staring at the wooden ceiling above, his mind tumultuous with waves of emotion. Had the moment finally arrived? Unforeseen dangers? Opportunities? His innate talents, coupled with the legacy left by his great-grandfather, seemed to promise a profound transformation. Thus began his journey into an uncharted realm, a world of sex, martial arts, legacies, supernatural phenomena, and countless mysteries that felt as if he had stepped into a cinematic narrative. He found himself perpetually questioning whether he was merely dreaming. Was he to return everything in the jar to Danzeng the Lama? Shen Yuan pondered, for since acquiring it, that thought had never crossed his mind. From the moment he received Tashi's call, it seemed as though he had placed the quest to uncover his family's long-held secrets at the forefront of his life. Was it an innate sense of responsibility? Shen Yuan could not say. Yet, he was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Fear? Certainly, he would feel it. Was it worth it? He could not ascertain, but he yearned to try, to experience a life unlike any other, a life brimming with excitement. The airplane plunged into the azure sky, with Shen Yuan resting his head against the small window, his expression grave. The drowsy voyage came to an end. As dusk settled, the plane touched down at the brilliantly illuminated airport of the capital. Upon reaching the arrival area, Shen Yuan spotted Tashi waiting to receive him. Dressed in a suit, Tashi exuded the aura of a successful businessman. After exchanging pleasantries, the two men drove to Tashi's residence in the capital. Shen Yuan did not mention the option of staying at a hotel. All the while, he discreetly observed the surroundings, wary of any potential threats from those who might seek to exploit the legacy of his great-grandfather. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. At this moment, safety and time were of the utmost value to him. Tashi's wife and youngest child were away on a trip to the south, while the older two children were attending university, leaving Tashi alone at home. The residence, deemed spacious for the capital, was a luxurious duplex apartment in a high-end community. The guest room, dining area, and living room were all quite expansive, furnished modestly, yet adorned with artwork and decorations that echoed the rich culture of the Highlands. Tashi ordered some takeout and opened a bottle of white liquor, engaging Shen Yuan in conversation over their meal. Tashi possessed significantly more knowledge than A Wang's family, even having some awareness of the connections between Shen Yuan's great-grandfather and the Minzhelan Monastery. However, this knowledge was merely superficial. During their gathering, Tashi subtly proposed to provide Shen Yuan with additional travel funds, but Shen Yuan promptly declined. It was no jest. This journey to the plateau was ostensibly to assist Lama Danzing in removing a troublesome pair of spiritual jade artifacts. Yet deep down, Shen Yuan understood that Lama Danzing was fulfilling an agreement made by his great-grandfather with the monastery, one that Shen Yuan had yet to fully comprehend. It was, in fact, a means of guidance and support for him. Accepting further financial assistance from Tashi would be a disservice to his own dignity, tarnishing the reputation of his ancestral lineage of Jade Appraisers. During their meeting, Shen Yuan tested Tashi's character with his newly heightened perception and discerned that Tashi was merely a robust, ordinary man. He speculated that Tashi might serve as a representative for the Minzhila Monastery in the Northern Han Territory, a worldly traveler. A sense of reverence welled up within him for those enduring traditions and lineages that have thrived for centuries. What constitutes strength? What embodies profound heritage? It appeared that it was not solely the prowess of the practitioners within the gates that mattered, but also the capabilities of the various offshoots and lay followers beneath their umbrella. The Minzhila Monastery, relying solely on a vague indication from Lama Danzing and obscure information about the Shen family, was able to locate Shen Yuan with precision. This indicated that numerous capable individuals were operating behind the scenes in this matter. One must indeed not underestimate any enduring presence. In a world governed by survival of the fittest, existence is justified. Only the adept may thrive. The driver, also of Tibetan descent, bore a personality starkly different from the affable Wang. He was a man of few words. Shen Yuan harbored a suspicion that he was, in fact, the bodyguard of Zaxi, quietly and adeptly maneuvering the vehicle with an intimate familiarity of all the roads in the capital, akin to a seasoned driver raised in the heartland. He recognized that Minju Lin's rear temple, or rather, the venerable Danzing Lama, had reached the limits of their capabilities. Very well, Mr. Shun, acquiesced a young man named Tsering. Chapter 8. The Return from the Snowy Domain. Shen Yuan half-heartedly responded to his mother's incessant chatter, pondering whether the people of his nation perpetually lacked a sense of security. Were they not driven by an urgent desire to fulfill the mission of procreation and thus ensure the continuation of their lineage? The inhabitants of this vast expanse had traversed an immensely protracted history, vibrant and tumultuous, naturally accompanied by periods fraught with calamity and hardship. Shen Yuan envisioned the ancient ancestors of the Huaxia people, igniting the flames of civilization upon this land, as if they were creating the world anew. On archaic altars, they devoutly presented jade ceremonial vessels to heaven and earth, beseeching the divine through the prayers of great shamans, as the multitudes worshipped in reverent assembly. Thus, a tenacious and resilient nation miraculously persisted until the present day. On a sudden impulse, Shen Yuan sat upright, lowering his gaze and embracing his knees, grappling with a troubling thought. Although he was an only child, his parents remained healthy, living in their distant hometown. Would that enigmatic yet seemingly omnipotent force threaten him through his parents, coercing him to relinquish the family legacy? The more he contemplated, the more unsettled he became, and he felt a pang of guilt toward his parents. When Shun Bai had once questioned him about his willingness to accept the inheritance in the face of danger, Shen Yuan had confidently affirmed his resolve. Upon returning home, Shen Yuan feigned composure as he recounted his recent excursion to his parents, embellishing most of the details. He spoke only of his trip to Beijing, where he had engaged in a business transaction at the Panjiayuan antique market, claiming to have earned several thousand yuan. In truth, his parents had initially opposed his foray into this trade, but eventually relented, and over time, they had come to accept it, even developing a modest interest in antiques and jade artifacts. While his mother was out shopping for groceries, his typically composed father approached and took a seat across from Shen Yuan, scrutinizing him with a penetrating gaze. Did you visit any other places or meet anyone else? He inquired. Shen Yuan was taken aback. What is the matter, Dad? It was a perfectly normal business trip. Nothing out of the ordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yuan confided, Dad, you must not let Mom know about this. I did indeed meet an old friend of our family in the capital. A connection from great-grandfather's time, which grandfather emphasized on his deathbed. Shen Yuan was reluctant to involve his parents in the hidden realms of existence, a notion subtly suggested by Zaxi during their conversation. The grievances and grudges between sects, adhered to over countless years, generally observe the rule, misfortune shall not befall family. With family referring to those ordinary individuals in the mundane world, unaware of the intricacies of a legacy. With closed eyes, Shen Yuan's father sighed. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. The matters of your great-grandfather have lingered in your grandfather's heart as an unresolved burden. one he could not relinquish even in his final moments. We all know in our hearts that this time, trouble has come knocking at our door. An escape is neither possible nor advisable. Contemplate your course of action carefully before proceeding. Both of us have had little interaction with strangers, yet I am somewhat familiar with the customs of our forebears in this realm, where it is universally recognized that misfortune should not befall family. Do not be overly fearful. Take your time to consider every aspect before acting. We do not aspire to great wealth or power, nor do we seek swift vengeance. After all these years, let the past fade away into oblivion. Let us live well, for that would be a fitting tribute to your great-grandfather's spirit. As I listened to these words, a wave of tightness gripped my heart, only to be followed by a sense of relief. It seems my father and uncle have indeed grasped some of our ancestral matters. My father's words indicate that our family has long been mentally prepared for such occurrences. I find my father remarkable. Although he possesses none of the family's inherited abilities, his calm demeanor is not something easily achieved by ordinary individuals. He also informed me that he would discreetly communicate with my uncles to encourage them to lead more low-key lives. If any peculiar events arise, they must keep him informed promptly. I understand that as an ordinary man, my father is making every effort to assist me. Family is not solely about sharing wealth and prosperity, nor is it exclusively about enduring hardship together. Rather, it is about choosing the most appropriate approach based on each other's circumstances. Sometimes, subtle support can be the greatest strength. The following day, I dressed neatly and visited Aunt Juan, a friend of my mother's, bearing fruits as a gift. As I ascended the stairs, I felt a sense of discomfort. I had been on several blind dates, each more uncomfortable than the last, with an array of peculiar girls and an abundance of awkward questions. Just thinking about it made my head ache. Everything proceeded relatively smoothly. I met the delicate young lady. While I was not particularly enamored, I felt no aversion either. After conversing for a while, she mentioned that she worked as a trainer and had several classes to attend in the afternoon. Thus, I took my leave from Aunt Juan. Politely, I declined Aunt Juan's invitation to stay for dinner, opting instead to accompany the girl to her training school. Initially, the girl did not resist, but upon seeing my somewhat aged Suzuki off-road vehicle, she fell silent. We exchanged a few inconsequential remarks during the journey, but she did not request that I drop her at the school entrance. Instead, she chose to exit at a corner of the street. Having navigated the world of antiques, I could easily deduce her unspoken sentiments. Perhaps she found my vehicle lacking in prestige and preferred not to be seen disembarking from it at her workplace. On the way back, I chuckled to myself, recognizing that young women's thoughts can be as unfathomable as the ocean. Opportunities abound, yet I shall not hastily invest my emotions until I encounter someone truly satisfactory. Reflecting on the couple I encountered the day I received Tashi's call, I felt that the young man was indeed fortunate to have met such an understanding young woman. That is a true blessing for any man. Upon returning home, Shen Yuan recounted the events of the day in earnest. Naturally, his mother harbored immense dissatisfaction towards that girl, muttering for quite a while about severing ties with Aunt Juan. Almost dragging into the conversation the trivial matters of Aunt Juan's past. Shen Yuan, caught between amusement and exasperation, seized the opportunity to discreetly slip away. Chapter 9. The copper mirror and the tattooed woman. Shen Yuan understood that regardless of whom he might encounter or what experiences he would endure in this lifetime, individuals like Lama Danzeng, Tashi, and Awang would indelibly leave profound imprints on his existence. The fragrant incense of the Tibetan variety wafted gently from the flower stand, enveloping the air with a soothing aroma. In his left hand, he toyed with a softly polished peach pit bracelet, closing his eyes to meditate. Then, the old man with the green skin, wearing a helpless expression, addressed Shen Yuan. Today was not a fruitless endeavor, but the fact that we only dealt in genuine articles is not necessarily a good omen. Here, my brother, take this money. We sold the 2 mirrors for a total of 70 yuan, so we shall split it. He handed Shen Yuan a stack of crisp bills. Shen Yuan, without counting, stuffed the money into his pocket and grinned at the old man. All right, brother Greenskin. In this line of work, having both gains and losses is a good sign. This meal is on me. Come, let us go out for some skewers. Shen Yuan then looked at the old man, his expression turning serious as he said, Brother Greenskin, one must remain vigilant in matters like these. The depth of friendship cannot withstand the allure of money. I want to say much more, but do keep your guard up. Indeed, my brother, I am no novice. I understand the nuances. I want to fall into traps. I'll take my leave now, but call me if anything arises. The old man rubbed his bald head and turned to exit. Shen Yuan remained composed. holding the phone without putting it down, his peripheral vision catching sight of a figure outside the door. It was a young woman, casually dressed and with her hair gathered up, appearing to be in her mid-20s, observing him with keen interest. She seemed to notice Shen Yuan's attention, and with confidence, she lifted the short curtain and stepped inside. Shen Yuan slowly rose, a broad smile adorning his face as he greeted her, inquiring if she needed anything. With a grin, he exclaimed, "Ah, so you were the connoisseur from earlier. My apologies, please feel free to browse. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I am a straightforward person, well known for my honesty. This is a customary practice within the antique trade. The essence of antiques lies in the depth of one's knowledge and the acuity of one's discernment. A genuine shopkeeper would never trail after a customer, boasting and aggressively promoting their wares, as such behavior is frowned upon by true enthusiasts. Only when a customer expresses interest in a particular item does the proprietor share its history and provenance. As for authenticity and value, those are matters for the buyer to assess personally. Once an item leaves the hand, it is no longer a topic for discussion. Shen Yuan observed the young woman more closely. She possessed a slender yet well-proportioned figure, and her beauty was notable, with large, expressive eyes that sparkled with vitality. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, her makeup meticulously applied, exuding a tranquil aura. But wait, Shen Yuan suddenly felt a surge of alertness. Since embarking on the practice of Tibetan yoga and breathing techniques, coupled with the teachings passed down from his great-grandfather's secret manuscript, his perceptive abilities had been rapidly advancing. This woman is certainly no ordinary individual. Shen Yuan sensed an elusive aura surrounding her, complemented by her slow and rhythmic breathing and heartbeat, which could not possibly belong to a person of sound health. Particularly intriguing was the enigmatic energy enveloping her. It seemed to shield her from his perception. At that moment, the woman bent her slender waist at the counter, resting her elbows atop the glass surface, scrutinizing the assorted jade artifacts displayed within. Although Shen Yuan remained cautious, he could not help but, driven by instinct, admire the exquisite figure behind her, a delicate waist, a curvaceous form, and skin that gleamed tantalizingly between her short top and jeans, revealing a hint of lace from her undergarment. How enchanting! Was that purple? Her skin was truly flawless. Underneath her short top, he noticed peculiar black characters flickering along her spine, seemingly arranged from top to bottom, subtly emanating a wave of energy. What? A tattoo? Shen Yuan's curiosity was instantly piqued. The woman appeared to bear a strange tattoo along her spine, possibly the source of that peculiar aura surrounding her. At that moment, she seemed to sense Shen Yuan's gaze lingering on certain parts of her figure. Swiftly, she straightened up and glanced at him. Shen Yuan, having cultivated a resilient demeanor, nodded warmly. Nonchalantly, he moved to the back of the counter and inquired, "So what do you think? Is there anything that catches your eye? You seem to be discerning. I can offer you a fair price. If I don't have it, I can certainly find a way." The corners of the woman's mouth twitched. Her large eyes fixated on Shen Yuan, seemingly contemplating something, before she returned her gaze to the items on the counter. "These items feel rather commonplace. I understand that in your line of work, one does not flaunt wealth. The good pieces are often hidden away. Do you have anything of value that hasn't been displayed?" She glanced at a copper mirror, her lovely lips pursing slightly. "I saw this mirror in that other shop, so I no longer need it. However, do you have anything that complements this copper mirror? Perhaps a matching set?" "Absolutely not. No way," Shen Yuan replied, a hint of urgency in his tone. "I run a modest operation here, and all my goods are acquired piece by piece. Yes, you. I do not possess any complete sets. Our shop is small. Those items carry too much significance for small business like mine to handle," he explained, somewhat flustered. The woman's inquiry regarding a matching set for the copper mirror had already breached an unspoken taboo in the antiques trade. It is well known that genuine antique jade artifacts are rare and precious. True pieces are exceedingly scarce in the market. The notion of a complete set is often associated with the freshly unearthed relics, and while excavated artifacts are indeed antiques, they nonetheless tread upon the delicate laws of heritage. While it is true that most merchants engage in some questionable practices, it is rare to encounter those who audaciously dabble in such matters. Engaging in the trade of replicas may be attributed to a buyer's lack of discernment. But those who dare to directly buy and sell items imbued with a sense of national identity are indeed few and far between. The woman glanced at Shen Yuan, then lowered her head and smiled softly, saying, "Well, that was a bit abrupt of me to ask, but I perceive that you possess some expertise. I mean no harm. I am merely in urgent need of authentic antiquities, such as brass mirrors and traditional jade artifacts. Ideally, some exquisite ritual objects or prayer beads would suffice. I wonder if you have any in your possession? The price is negotiable. Some expertise? Shen Yuan paused momentarily, then considered. He could sense an unusual aura about the woman, and perhaps she could perceive the distinct energy emanating from him as well. It must be so. The thought that he had become a part of this clandestine world of cultivation filled him with a sense of pride. I do have a few items, though there are only a limited number suitable for display in the shop. If you're not in a hurry, I could bring them for you tomorrow, and you may take your time to select what pleases you. How's that sound? Shen Yuan spoke the truth. He sensed that the woman had ulterior motives and likely recognized him as a practitioner. Whether her approach was intentional or merely serendipitous, he decided to engage naturally and see where it led, for what is meant to come will inevitably find its way. The woman lifted her gaze to meet Shen Yuan's eyes, hesitating for a moment before responding. Very well, I can spare some time tomorrow morning. If you have these items, please bring them for me to examine. Should I find something suitable, we can negotiate the price then. As she spoke, she confidently extended her hand, and Shen Yuan promptly shook it. Curiosity consumed Shen Yuan as he wondered about the tattoos adorning the enchanting woman. How many did she have, and where are they located? Typically, women sport tattoos on their calves, shoulders, or collarbones, often depicting flowers, whimsical designs, or punk motifs. Yet this intriguing woman bore something far more unconventional. After her departure, Shen Yuan was lost in thought when the entrance curtain stirred and a figure entered. The newcomer exclaimed, "Ah, look at you, quite the accomplished one. Have you been mingling with the elite? Is this a gathering of sex or a bonding of kindred spirits? That lady seems delightful. How did you come to know her?" Chapter 10. The brass mirror and the tattooed woman Shun Bu each chuckled derisively as he swaggered over and plopped down into Shen Yuan's comfortable recliner, exhaling contentedly. He then looked up at Shen Yuan and said, "Your uncle here has suffered a loss because of you, so you ought to make it up to me. How about you introduce me to that charming lady?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan felt a headache coming on and quickly interjected, "Enough of that. Let's not get carried away. What is this uncle nonsense? Have you checked the household registry? You yourself have stated that these are merely trivial matters from the past. Why do you insist on dwelling on it every time you see me? Let's address the matter at hand. When shall your venerable patriarch meet with me? In recent days, you mentioned the pursuit of news. What tidings have you gathered? What misfortunes have you encountered? Have you perhaps crossed paths with the adversaries of your grandfather?" Shun Bai's countenance darkened considerably as he remarked, "Originally, regardless of whether I met you during this northern journey, my elder instructed me to investigate the forces seeking to inherit the legacy of the esteemed Jinyu Master. I shall not conceal from you that over the years, my family has gradually established several branches in both the mainland and the special district. We are capable of mobilizing resources from various locations. I am aware that you have likely conducted your own inquiries into my affairs, have you not?" Shen Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him. "Do not underestimate your uncle. I am the third scion of the illustrious Shun family. Such trifles cannot warrant my personal involvement. Furthermore, what remarkable feats have you accomplished in the past?" Shen Bai's disdain was unmistakable. Shen Yuan's face flushed momentarily, and he hastily inquired, "Enough of this trivial banter. What did your father say? What have you discovered?" Shen Yuan furrowed his brow, apprehensive of this very outcome. It felt as though he stood naked under the glaring sun, while unseen perils and truths lurked within layers of mist, rendering the next steps and objectives utterly uncertain, leaving him without a course of action. Shen Bai scrutinized his eyes carefully before finally speaking. "It appears that your elder's calculations were not amiss, since you have received the inheritance from those venerable lamas of Minzhulan. It indicates that they hold you in high regard. Certain matters merit a thorough discussion with you. However, at present, I find myself quite famished. Let's first seek a place to satisfy our appetites. It is my inaugural visit to Shengjing, and as the host, you must extend your hospitality." "Very well. I shall find a suitable place. Let us depart," Shen Yuan replied, gathering his belongings in preparation to venture out for a meal. Half an hour later, the two appeared an inconspicuous fork in the road on the eastern side of the old city of Shengjing. Shen Bai looked up at the dilapidated building adjacent to the demolition zone and asked with a grin, "I say, Master, does this place not resemble a shanty town? In your northern dialect, one might say you are rather frugal." Shen Yuan returned his disdainful gaze. "Are you familiar with the concept of history? Do you understand what it means to have depth? There are plenty of upscale hotels, but they merely cater to nouveau riche individuals seeking to flaunt their wealth. Should you wish to indulge in a facade, we may immediately change locations. However, If you desire to savor something of genuine heritage, we must patronize this old establishment. The choice is yours. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Bai replied, I shall defer to the host. Thus, Shen Yuan strode confidently into the establishment. The venue was modest. Its sign displaying only 3 characters, Bao Fenjuan. It appeared to have undergone several expansions over the years, with numerous small dining rooms connected in a labyrinthine fashion. And the front desk staff exhibited a somewhat indifferent demeanor. A distinctive aroma of rich, smoky flavors wafted through the air. Shen Yuan requested a private room, guiding Shen Bai inside. How is it? Can you read simplified characters? Shen Yuan jested while ordering dishes, causing the elderly server nearby to cast a curious glance at Shen Bai. Shen Bai rolled his eyes. Do not speak nonsense. Your uncle here is a distinguished scholar. Shen Yuan pointed to a large framed mirror on the wall. See for yourself. I shan't provide a lengthy explanation. Bao Fenjuan was established in the first year of the Xiantong era, a venture initiated by the Guo brothers from Hebei as they sought their fortunes in Shengjing, and it has since enjoyed a reputable standing in the city. Years later, the renowned young commander visited this establishment and relished the signature dishes, stir-fried pork kidney, stir-fried liver tips, stir-fried yellow vegetables, and pan-fried meatballs, which he dubbed the 4 culinary marvels. From that moment forth, the reputation of Baofa Garden soared. Ah, what a remarkable pedigree, I exclaimed to the host. We must certainly sample these 4 culinary marvels today. Shen Bai felt invigorated by the prospect. The orders were placed, and now all that remained was to await the feast. Shen Yuan dismissed the waiter and poured tea for the 2 of them. As they indulged in their meal and sipped tea, wiping the grease from their lips, Shen Bai first marveled at the authentic craftsmanship of this century-old establishment. He then gradually recounted his recent investigative endeavors to Shen Yuan. The day following their parting, Shen Bai had sought an audience with the esteemed Lama, Danzing, only to find himself unsuccessful. Danzing Lama's attendant conveyed a message. The enigmatic figure likely resided near the northern shores of Qinghai Lake, entangled in significant matters, and advised caution. Shen Bai felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at not meeting him directly. This was a clear declaration of allegiance to Shen Yuan, affirming that the Mindu Lin sect recognized only him. Aside from the direct lineage of the esteemed Jade Appraiser, other branches had ambiguous stances. Unless they received acknowledgement from the current appraiser, they would refrain from deep engagements. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan felt a flicker of emotion at Danzing Lama's stance, recognizing it as a legacy from his great-grandfather. What monumental contributions had his great-grandfather made to merit such respect from this lineage towards the Jade Appraisers? Shen Yuan nodded in understanding and said, Very well, let us forego the hotel and head to my home instead. At that moment, he finally set aside most of his reservations towards Shen Bai. After settling the bill, they drove towards the community where Shen Yuan resided. Chapter 11. The Copper Mirror and the Tattooed Woman in the Car. Shen Bai appeared quite intrigued by the woman who had exited Shen Yuan's shop, persistently urging him to elaborate on the situation. Shen Yuan explained that she seemed to possess some level of spiritual cultivation and energy. It appeared she harbored no ulterior motives. Rather, she sought ancient artifacts, likely to address some personal matters. Their meeting was serendipitous, and she had arranged to return the following day to inspect more items. Shen Bai scoffed slightly, remarking, That woman is peculiar. Her skills seem average. Yet her aura is intriguing, and I cannot ascertain her intentions just yet. You should refrain from jumping to conclusions. How do you know she isn't subtly testing you? However, her demeanor did not resemble that of those individuals I encountered in the northern Tibet or Mongolian regions. Those individuals exuded a chilling energy and an indescribable scent. Did those individuals possess any odd tattoos? Shen Yuan inquired. Shen Bai regarded him with curiosity. Tattoos? I didn't notice. Why do you ask? I went there. What sort of runes were they? Were you able to discern them clearly? Shen Bai suddenly appeared more animated, indistinct, resembling characters, with a mountain-shaped arrangement around the wrist and a linear formation descending the lower back. Shen Bai pondered deeply for an entire afternoon before finally addressing Shen Yuan. It seems that very few from the northern sects bear such tattoos. They appear to be related to formations. I must consult my father for further clarity on this matter, at least to grasp some insights before proceeding. I sense there should be no significant issues. The abode of a bachelor, naturally, could not be described as particularly tidy, and Shen Bai expressed his dissatisfaction, which earned him merely a roll of the eyes from Shen Yuan. Subsequently, Shen Bai retreated to the balcony to survey the terrain while contacting his father. Oh, where did you learn your Mandarin? Shen Yuan asked, nonchalantly crossing his legs, seemingly unfazed by the question. In the special zone, I spent considerable time there with my father, overseeing the business and gathering intel. They provided food and lodging at no cost. What do you mean by that? The two engaged in animated conversation for the entire afternoon, forging a deeper trust between them. It appeared that Shen Bai was not particularly well informed about past events. He merely mentioned that the messages left by his grandfather were quite alarming, and his father was reluctant to disclose too much for the sake of his safety, only hinting at something related to the taboos of the Jade Appraisers, suggesting an ongoing, epic battle fraught with numerous legacies, sects, and factions, all intertwined with national power, fate, and even concepts of immortality. As their discussion reached this point, they found themselves at a loss for words, their understanding stretched to its limits. Eventually, the two companions ventured outside the community to a nearby eatery, specializing in barbecued meat, to resolve their dinner dilemma. With a resounding thud, Shen Bai, adhering to local customs, downed a bottle of the infamous Lao Shui beer in one go, subsequently dropping the empty bottle on the ground beside their small table. Amidst the cacophony of music and revelry, he vigorously wiped his flushed face and exclaimed to Shen Yuan, "Oh, what kind of beer is this? The aftertaste is immense. I've only had 3 or 4 bottles, yet it feels as though my head is swelling. I am renowned as the wolf of the nightclubs in Dama. How could such a small amount of beer incapacitate me? Surely, you haven't purchased counterfeit liquor, have you?" Observing Shen Bai's tongue beginning to swell, Shen Yuan felt a surge of pride. This was the notorious Lao Shui, a celebrated specialty of Shenyang. Although the alcohol content did not seem high, it was rumored to contain a significant quantity of various fusel oils. Those unaccustomed to it often found themselves overwhelmed after just a few bottles. Northerners, known for their robust drinking capacity, could typically handle such potent beverages, while in the gentle southern regions, such a product would likely lead to the manufacturer's demise. Shen Bai rubbed his head for a while, daring not to take another sip. Instead, he became intrigued by a sizzling portion of grilled sauerkraut contained within a metal lunchbox atop the barbecue grill. The sauerkraut, a delicacy unique to the Northeast, was finely chopped, seasoned with oil and various spices, and grilled to perfection, releasing an aromatic fragrance that mingled delightfully with the scent of marinated meat, tantalizing the taste buds. Experiencing Northeast sauerkraut for the first time, Shen Bai expressed his satisfaction. He relished the flavor. Shen Yuan tilted his head back and took a generous swig of Lao Shui. Wiping the corners of his mouth, his family had quietly settled in northeast China since the days of his great-grandfather, who had ventured eastward with a migrating populace, firmly establishing him as a true northeasterner. Observing Shen Bai, who was deeply engrossed in his meal, gradually blending with the surrounding ambience, Shen Yuan mused to himself, "This lad's family must possess extensive knowledge of the secrets from years past, and their lineage has undoubtedly remained unbroken. Logically, their influence and capabilities far surpass my own, rendering my involvement in any inquiries regarding past events seemingly unnecessary. Yet, the moment we made contact at Minju Lin Temple, they appeared immediately, indicating that my lineage undoubtedly holds a unique significance in the entirety of that historical affair. As I inherit this legacy, it is quite possible that my distinctive abilities will prove invaluable in this matter." "Hey, what are you thinking about, Sect Master?" Shen Bai cheerfully inquired, holding a bowl of spicy hot pot. Shen Yuan suddenly gazed seriously into Shen Bai's eyes and said, "Since we both share the surname Shen, I shall call you Bai from now on. And please, refrain from addressing me as Sect Master. Just call me Old Shen or Shengo, whatever you prefer. If you genuinely wish to assist me in unraveling the mystery of my great-grandfather's disappearance, let us drink to it with this bottle. From this moment, I shall place my trust in you, so think it over before we drink." Shen Bai set down his large bowl and looked into Shen Yuan's eyes. "After only a few days of acquaintance, you have chosen to trust me? Are you truly so easily persuaded?" Shen Bai nodded, lifting a large bottle of Lao Shui beside him, and remarked, "The road ahead is uncertain. Any words spoken now would be mere pretense. As you said, let us reserve our conclusions until after the events unfold. Today, I will share this bottle with you. And starting from this day, we shall delve into the investigation together. We will ascertain whether it is fortune or misfortune before passing judgment. Cheers." With that, he tilted his head back and gulped it down. Shen Yuan chuckled softly and also finished the remaining wine in his bottle in one go, thinking to himself, "You little rascal, I barely have half a bottle left, while you have a whole bottle of Lao Shui. You'll soon find out what that means." Shen Yuan had already translated the secret tome left by his great-grandfather, but the latter sections were exceedingly obscure. He diligently noted down the cultivation methods of spiritual energy within the sect and a few ritualistic techniques he could barely comprehend. The methods for cultivating spiritual energy were quite extraordinary. Once a descendant awakened their Jade appraisal ability and practiced the techniques, their inner spiritual energy would autonomously flow. Now, with careful perception, Shen Yuan discovered that a refreshing sensation within him was gradually traversing through the Baihui acupoint, the forehead, the throat, the dantian, and the perineum. He could also channel it to the palms of his hands to perform the Jade ritual techniques. And concentrating the spiritual energy at the Baihui acupoint significantly enhanced his perceptive capabilities. Shen Yuan felt that he had truly begun to grasp the fundamentals. And as he continued to practice, he sensed that even without guidance from predecessors, his innate talent might enable him to cultivate remarkable strength. He retrieved the secret tome and a black box containing his great-grandfather's letters, 2 ring fingers, a wooden talisman, and 2 jade pendants from beneath his bed. After some contemplation, Shen Yuan decided against revealing these items to Shun Bai at this time. Firstly, Shun Bai had never requested to see them, and secondly, these artifacts represented Shen Yuan's entire foundation, which he was not yet prepared to disclose. Shen Yuan resolved to divide the secret tome once more, one half to carry with him and the other half to hide at his father's place. The 4 pieces of jade would also be separated. He would keep 1 ring finger for himself, and the black box his grandfather left him now appeared to be quite significant. To completely isolate the essence of the 2 jade rings, which embody contrasting emotions of joy and sorrow, yet possess seemingly no special powers. Both jade discs are stored with my father. Suddenly, Shen Yuan recalled his appointment with the peculiar tattooed woman he had exchanged a few words with yesterday. She was supposed to visit the shop this morning to see if there were any ancient jades or ritualistic Buddhist beads that piqued her interest. With a hint of vanity, Shen Yuan carefully wrapped the talisman along with several other ancient jades he had previously acquired, placing them into a sturdy, impact-resistant backpack. Who would he want to impress a beautiful woman? This time, he intended to showcase a few exquisite items for her to admire. Chapter 12. The Copper Mirror and the Tattooed Woman. Before 9 o'clock in the morning, Shen Yuan arrived at his antique shop, accompanied by the lethargic Shen Bai. Antique shops typically open early, and on market days, diligent proprietors often unlock their doors around 5. Shen Yuan considered himself rather indolent in this regard. Shen Bai continued to complain about a headache, prompting Shen Yuan to position a reclining chair behind a display shelf in a corner, creating a makeshift nook for him to rest. After instructing him to take a break, he ordered 2 breakfast servings and began to leisurely dust the various items in the store with a feather duster. This had always been his routine. After a short while, breakfast arrived. It consisted of 2 simple bowls of rice porridge and a few tea eggs. Shen Yuan called out to Shen Bai, who merely groaned in response. Claiming he had no appetite, Shen Yuan chuckled at him but chose not to engage further, opting to savor his breakfast alone. As he peeled a tea egg, he engaged in casual conversation with Shen Bai. Have you ever been to the island? What is the environment like? Do those folks still think they are superior? They say things like we can't even afford tea eggs here. Now I can toss one aside without a second thought. Shen Bai, eyes closed and reclining in the chair, grumbled, I've been there, it's quite dull. Furthermore, do you really listen to those foolish birds? They know nothing. It's all just political rhetoric to garner votes. They don't even believe the nonsense they spout. It's all about pandering. If someone is willing to listen to their drivel, you can be sure there will be others who will echo it, often exaggerating further, yet few take them seriously. As Shen Yuan continued to chatter with his mouth full of tea egg, the door curtain stirred, and upon glancing up, he spotted the enigmatic tattooed woman entering. Swiftly, he swallowed hard, stretched his neck, and stood to greet her. Ah, beautiful lady, welcome. Please, take a seat. Let us converse leisurely. He hastily tidied the food on the wooden tea table and invited her to sit down, pouring her a cup of hot tea in a paper cup. The woman smiled politely, extending her hand to shake Shen Yuan's, saying, Thank you for your trouble. My surname is Lu Wan. You may call me Xiaowen. May I know your name? I am Shen Yuan, he replied. I am Shen Bai, also the owner here. Hee. May I inquire your age, fair lady? Shen Bai interjected eagerly, grinning as he approached to introduce himself. Shen Yuan rolled his eyes at the display. The woman appeared unfazed, calmly nodding her head. Hello, Mr. Shun. I believe I'm somewhat older than you. Oh, Shen Bai directly seated himself beside Shen Yuan and poured himself a cup of tea. Mr. Shun, may I take a look at what you have prepared? The woman brushed back a few strands of hair from her ear as she gazed at Shen Yuan. Of course. Shen Yuan retrieved a redwood tray from behind the counter, upon which rested 3 pieces of ancient jade. The woman observed as Shen Yuan gently placed the tray on the tea table, extending her right hand to shake hands with each piece in turn. Shen Yuan noticed that she was using her right hand, which bore a mountain-shaped tattoo at the wrist. Lu Wen looked up at Shen Yuan and remarked, "Are you truly unable to discern my purpose for seeking these items? There are no ordinary people here. I can sense that you are also a practitioner. You must recognize that I am as well, correct?" Shen Yuan was taken aback by Lu Wen's directness. Was there no veiled communication or cryptic language? At that moment, Shen Bai interjected, "Miss Lu, you must be a descendant of an array practitioner, perhaps from the inheritance in Qiangui. Are you seeking these items to set up an array?" Lu Wen turned her head, somewhat surprised by Shen Bai's insight. "You have keen eyes. You are nearly correct. But I'm no longer affiliated with my sect. I am now a solitary practitioner. I have encountered some troubles and seek a few enchanted ancient artifacts to set up an array to assist a friend in dealing with some malevolent forces in his house. The copper mirror I found yesterday is intended for establishing the array's foundation. Unfortunately, I have yet to locate 2 essential magical items for the focal point of the array." "What friend? What troubles?" Shen Yuan inquired curiously. "The owner of Tong Yuan Logistics in the North City District, Fong Tianqing. A few years ago, I faced some difficulties in Qiangui, and he aided me significantly when I settled in Shangjing. Since last month, the atmosphere in his villa in Puha has suddenly become quite unpleasant, and the feng shui must have gone awry. I owe him a debt of gratitude and do not wish to stand idly by. I intend to help him cleanse the house and see if I can adjust the feng shui, but I have encountered some complications." "What complications? Can you elaborate?" Shen Bai pressed further. "There is a strong presence of yin energy within the house, which cannot be expelled by simple formations. The layout of the house is likely not fundamentally flawed. However, any alteration of the feng shui elements causes the yin energy to surge violently, which is quite troublesome. I have even hired feng shui masters, but those with genuine skill fled in terror upon entering the house. They claimed it was not merely a feng shui issue. The magnetic field inside had gone haywire, leaving them powerless. I intended to set up a large magical array outside the house to first subdue the interior yin energy, then consult a feng shui master to adjust the feng shui layout, and afterward see if I could thoroughly cleanse the house. Yet, before I could arrange it, my friend was involved in a rather peculiar car accident. Could the accident be coincidental? Did Mr. Fong inadvertently place something at a particular feng shui location, turning it into a spirit-nurturing ground?" Shen Bai inquired. "I possess only a superficial understanding of feng shui. I can manage some aspects related to arrays, but anything more profound eludes me," Lu Wen replied. The 2 pieces of ancient jade exuded a commendable aura, barely suitable to serve as the focal point of a grand formation. "Mr. Shen, please propose a price. Should it be agreeable, I shall take them with me." Lu Wen seemed to feel she had said too much, and tactfully redirected the conversation. Mr. Shen Bui appeared quite intrigued by Lu Wen's identity, inquiring, "Miss Lu, since you have now ventured forth as an independent practitioner, may I ask why the unique tattoos of your sect have not been restrained by the elders?" Shen Yuan exchanged glances with Shen Bui, who raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly, leaving the decision to Shen Yuan on whether to assist. Shen Yuan pondered for a moment. Lu Wen seemed unconnected to the clandestine factions of the Northwest, and was the first practitioner he encountered in the Jianghu. Her requests appeared unrelated to that of Master Fong, stirring within him a burgeoning curiosity. After some contemplation, Shen Yuan addressed the woman named Lu Wen. "Logically, we lack experience in handling such matters." Shen Bui rolled his eyes, and should refrain from meddling unnecessarily. "However, as I am in the business of opening my doors, you are indeed my customer, and we are both friends in the Jianghu. Offering assistance does not seem too forward. Let us proceed to that house and assess the situation. If we can be of help, we shall. If not, please forgive us. And we shall not discuss remuneration at this juncture." The woman's face lit up with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. I am already immensely grateful for your willingness to assist. I sense that your aura is far more potent than my own. This truly feels like fate, regardless of whether the matter can be resolved. I owe you a significant favor." Shen Bui cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yuan, who appeared quite pleased with himself, and pursed his lips in silence. Just as Shen Yuan and Lu Wen were deliberating when to visit the villa in the northern part of the city, Shen Bui interjected, "I must ask, knowing the peculiarities of that house, why would you recklessly venture there? Shouldn't we first gauge the situation before proceeding? Perhaps we should investigate Master Fong's condition, to ascertain if he bears any issues and also examine the site of the accident for any peculiar odors? Shen Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Ah, naturally. I am merely anxious for Miss Liu, and with your expertise present, caution is indeed prudent. Let us proceed accordingly. Shen Bui straightened his demeanor, clasped his hands in a unique gesture, thumbs crossed, right pinky slightly raised to the left, and declared, as a gem appraiser, affiliated with the Outer Sect's Martial Hall, I am Shen Bui, representing the sect leader in this endeavor. Shen Yuan stared in astonishment at Shen Bui, who, with a hint of pride, remarked upon Liu Wen's gesture, subtly mocking Shen Yuan's lack of formal training. Shen Yuan thought to himself, Chapter 13, A Budding Curiosity. Exchanging gestures and secret signs that have circulated among practitioners of the martial arts for ages, both parties formally accepted the commission. Liu Wen expressed her desire to treat the two to lunch before they proceeded to investigate the unconscious President Fong and the accident scene in the afternoon. She intended to ascertain the facts before determining how to handle the situation. After Liu Wen and Shen Yuan exchanged phone numbers and agreed upon a time, they took their leave. The two pieces of ancient jade, originally selected, were left behind, with a request for Shen Yuan and his companion to bring them along in the afternoon. She would settle the remuneration with Shen Yuan once there was a resolution to the matter. It seemed this young lady had some issues with her sect, mused Shen Bai, stroking his chin in contemplation. Shen Yuan sipped his tea, perplexed. Why don't we have such stringent rules? Shen Bai looked at him as if he were a fool. Are you daft? The lineage of Jade Appraisers has been passed down through your hidden sect. You Jade Appraisers have been almost exclusively transmitted through a single line for generations, and our Martial Hall protectors are merely from two families. Why establish so many rules? Is it not self-imposed suffering? Shen Yuan grimaced. What are you babbling about? If I knew everything, why would I even ask you? If your grandfather hadn't fled, but instead protected my great-grandfather back in the day, would you have the audacity to instruct me now? All right, let us not delve into that. It is a matter too convoluted to comprehend. Shen Bai remarked, exasperated. Upon returning home, the two hastily prepared instant noodles to quell their hunger before each went about their preparations. Shen Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This time, he was truly stepping into the world. As he rummaged through his belongings, he felt exhilarated, ensuring to take his wooden talisman with him. As for the finger rings, he realized he had yet to master their control. In fact, he was still quite oblivious to the abilities they could wield. After all, a group of highly skilled llamas had suffered terribly at their hands in the past. He could not afford to be careless. The two jade discs appeared to possess little power as well. After rummaging for quite some time, Shen Yuan was dismayed to find he had no readily available magical artifacts or treasures to present. Pondering for a moment, he unearthed a replica military dagger he had secretly ordered in the past. As for clothing, a Taoist robe? That was non-existent. Even if it were, he would not dare to wear it, fearing embarrassment. Camouflage attire? Alas, what a headache. What should he wear? Knock, knock, knock. Shen Bai impatiently rapped on the door. Hey, old Shen, why are you dawdling? Are you scared? Afraid to come out? If you are frightened, just say so, and I shall sever ties with you promptly. Shen Yuan hurriedly stuffed the talisman into a small outdoor bag, tucked the dagger into the small of his back, and covered it with clothing. After a moment's thought, he grabbed a few new jade peace amulets from the cabinet and rushed to open the door. Shen Bai was already seated on the sofa in the living room, glaring at him. What are you dawdling for? Is there something you're hiding? Shen Yuan met his gaze, hesitating to reveal the replica military dagger, but instead withdrew the talisman from the outdoor bag. What do you intend to do? Have you lost your mind? Why all the fuss? This is a relic left to me by my great-grandfather. How do you recognize it? Shen Bai pointed at Shen Yuan's aged visage, pondering for a while before exclaiming through gritted teeth, You are indeed a squanderer. Do you have any idea that this is the Qing Niu seal, one of the 3 seals of Qingsheng? It is a treasured artifact documented within our sect. This talisman has been passed down in the Gem Appraiser Circle for 4 to 5 centuries, and I have heard that there is not a single piece left within the Qingsheng sect today. The remaining 2 have all been lost. If this treasure were to be exposed, those old Taoists would likely rush over demanding it, dealing with a few unruly scions and adjusting the feng shui. But to directly utilize such a talisman, this was bestowed upon me by my great-grandfather. Do you have any right to interfere? Do you not have any shame? If your great-grandfather were to find out, he would surely deliver a resounding slap to your face. Shen Yuan. Shen Bai's eyes darted for a moment before he abruptly changed his tone. Old Shen, are you currently devoid of any valuable items? Given your precarious situation, Should you not consider dispersing and safeguarding the precious artifacts? That would indeed be the wisest course, wouldn't it? I came here in haste, and regrettably, I do not possess anything particularly rare. However, I have brought numerous talismans. You see, your Gem Appraisers lineage has always regarded jade as a path and a weapon. Talismans, seals, and weaponry are all essential tools for us protectors. I shall offer you all my talismans and fine items. How about you entrust the Qing Yo seal to me for safekeeping? By the way, I also have a magical ruler made from thunderstruck wood. It is yours as well, simple to learn and convenient for practitioners to use, I assure you. What do you mean by assure you? Is it not a must-have for practitioners, whether for home or travel, or even for silencing others? Exactly. Quickly now, esteemed leader, I am but your humble bodyguard, and my entire family serves in this capacity. Hand over the talisman to me, and my family shall remain fiercely loyal as your protectors, undeterred by any danger. Shen Bai was nearly on his knees, ready to grovel before Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan regarded Shen Bai and inquired, "Do you know the incantation to activate the talisman?" "Of course, I certainly do. Besides techniques like the ritual of Jade and Spirit Jade Array, our protectors are well-versed in various arts, skills, and concealed weapons." Shen Bai exuberantly recounted the Qing Yo seal's activation incantation flawlessly. Shen Yuan, puzzled, remarked, "But do not the protectors of your martial hall refrain from cultivating spiritual energy? How then do you activate the talisman? Do you need to insert a coin before use?" Without hesitation, Shen Bai pulled a black jade cord from around his neck, which bore a Qi Lung jade pendant made of mutton fat white jade. The pendant was modest in size, yet exuded a restrained brilliance, subtly emanating spiritual energy. With this, it is a spirit-storing jade that has been passed down through many generations. What? Did your great-grandfather not inform you of this? Generations of Gem Appraisers have imbued this jade with ample spiritual energy for us protectors, allowing us to activate the majority of magical artifacts. Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly reached out. "And what of this? My great-grandfather did not mention it in his letter. Let me see. The spiritual energy within this jade should indeed be what my great-grandfather left for your grandfather." Shen Budi, in a flurry of excitement, eagerly reached out to hand the object to Shen Yuan, when suddenly he hesitated, a wary expression crossing his face. "What do you mean by this? It seems you have no intention of giving me the talisman. Are you trying to deceive me into relinquishing my spirit storage jade?" With calm composure, Shen Yuan placed the talisman into his outdoor satchel while attempting to placate Shen Budi. "What are you saying? I am now a contemporary Jade Appraiser and your sex master. How could I possibly engage in such nefarious acts against my own disciples?" Shen Budi glared fiercely, asserting, "You must fulfill your promise to give me the Qingyo seal now." "Ridiculous. When did I ever agree to that? Don't push me to resort to theft. You are no match for me. Try it if you dare. If it comes to that, I can simply detonate the talisman left by my great-grandfather. If it comes to that, neither of us will gain anything. I will then spread the word about how your Jade Appraisers, those guardians of the outer sect, are driven by greed to betray their own teachers and ancestors, earning your family a notorious reputation." Shen Yuan threatened Shen Budi with nonsensical bravado. Shen Budi's mind raced with uncertainty. They were well aware of the immense power of the Jade Appraisers of yore. If the 71st generation Jade Appraiser had indeed tampered with the talisman, he would be utterly helpless. He genuinely desired the Qingyo seal, yet the thought of forcibly taking it filled him with dread. His grandfather would never forgive him for such an act. It seemed that intimidating his nephew Shen Yuan was futile. Patience was required. He would ultimately find a way to deceive him. Feigning profundity, Shen Yuan rolled his eyes. "Well, I certainly understand. I simply couldn't find the talisman paper and inadvertently pocketed the seal. Since you have these materials at hand, let us proceed to imprint now. Let us create several in preparation for unforeseen circumstances." "Are you certain you can produce more?" Shen Budi inquired. "Of course. Enough with your prattle." Half an hour later, Shen Yuan, swaying unsteadily, was half supported by Shen Budi as they descended in the elevator. Shen Budi's pocket held all of Shen Yuan's hard-earned results, one Qingyo seal talisman. A look of disdain on Shen Budi's face nearly made Shen Yuan nauseous. It was a dismal situation. Shen Yuan had been cautious, preparing the cut talisman paper and dipping it in 8 treasure cinnabar, quietly reciting the incantation for the Qingyo seal. Tentatively, Shen Yuan began to channel his spiritual energy into the talisman, aiming to imprint the talisman. However, in that fleeting moment, he felt as though he were standing before a vast reservoir, forcefully expelling a mouthful of saliva into its depths. Indeed, In comparison to the immense reservoir that was the Qingyo seal, his meager spiritual power was nothing more than a mere droplet. In an instant, he felt his painstakingly accumulated energy being completely siphoned away by the Qingyo seal. Darkness engulfed him, and he would have collapsed if not for Shen Budi's quick reflexes in catching him, leaving one to wonder what state he might have ended up in otherwise. Ultimately, Shen Budi, concerned about wasting his materials, gripped Shen Yuan's hand and firmly pressed the shimmering Qingyo seal onto the talisman paper, managing to barely create a unique talisman of the Qingyo seal. After descending the stairs, Shen Yuan hesitated to drive his own car. Instead, the two opted for a taxi to the entrance of the antique city to meet Lu Wan. As they boarded, Shen Bu cautiously assisted Shen Yuan, only for the driver's remark to nearly provoke a violent reaction from Shen Yuan. "What's the matter? Are you two heading to the hospital? Is this guy in any danger?" At the entrance of the Shengjing antique city, Lu Wan awaited them behind a Volkswagen. As Shen Bu and the somewhat recovered Shen Yuan approached, Shen Bu glanced at the car and remarked, "Wow, a phaeton. Seems like the owner is quite affluent." Lu Wan smiled quietly, puzzled by Shen Yuan's lackluster demeanor, and inquired, "Mr. Shen, shall we head to the accident site first or the hospital?" Before Shen Yuan could respond, Shen Bu interjected, "Let us go to the accident site first. If we head to the hospital now, the doctors might just whisk Mr. Shen away on a stretcher." "Huh." Shen Yuan remained silent, his teeth clenched in irritation. Though Lu Wan was somewhat perplexed, he chose not to press further out of politeness. He started the car, and the three of them sped towards the northern district of Shengjing City. Chapter 14. General Fong in the hospital. After approximately half an hour, Lu Wan slowed the vehicle beside an intersection in the northern district. There's the spot. He pointed to the northern side of the intersection, indicating a damaged barrier that had yet to be repaired. It was evident that a vehicle had crashed through the barrier at high speed, crossing into the non-motorized lane and crashing into the adjacent landscaped area. Large ornamental stones bore the marks of white stone powder and black paint scratches, while remnants of the bumper and windshield were strewn about the lawn. This area, being a new district, experienced little traffic and rarely witnessed accidents. The driver, a longtime companion of General Fong, boasted over 20 years of accident-free driving. The traffic police estimated that the vehicle was traveling at over 110 kilometers per hour when it lost control, an anomaly, especially since the driver had no pressing matters that day. Lu Wan explained, "Let's go take a look. It's afternoon now, and we should be able to sense some unusual energy," Shen Bu said with a hint of levity as he opened the door and stepped out. Shen Yuan and Lu Wan hurriedly followed suit. Shen Yuan furrowed his brow and replied, "I can't feel much anymore. There's a slight chill, but it's almost imperceptible. Time has likely diminished its presence." Lu Wan, pinching a strange fingerprint with her right hand and squinting, nodded in agreement, indicating her own lack of findings. Shen Bu stroked his chin, grinning playfully at the two, and remarked the car was moving at such speed. Yet the driver was not reckless and had no urgent matters to attend to. This suggests that the vehicle accelerated suddenly. The incident occurred close to midnight, and with 2 days having passed, the residual energy has indeed dissipated. However, all things leave traces. Both of you are practitioners endowed with spiritual power. Come and investigate this shattered boulder. You're likely to uncover something significant. With that, Shen Bai strolled to the side, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Shen Yuan and Lu Wan exchanged glances and approached the immense stone. Lu Wan directly placed his right hand upon its surface, while Shen Yuan concentrated intently on the monolith. "The stone is indeed problematic," Shen Yuan suddenly exclaimed after a moment. "Indeed, there's a hint of malevolent energy and resentment within." Lu Wan concurred as he withdrew his hand. Shen Bai exhaled a plume of smoke, scrutinizing the two. "It is not merely the stone that poses a problem. Rather, it is the vehicle in question. More precisely, the issue lies with the driver. The moment of impact caused the stone to fracture. Any naturally occurring substance in the world inherently harbors a modicum of primordial energy or a field. After the collision, the malevolent energy from the spirits aboard the vehicle was absorbed through the fissures in the boulder. This is what you sensed as the ominous energy. The resentment likely emanated from the driver at the moment of his demise. At that moment, Shen Yuan felt a genuine admiration tinged with envy for the seemingly carefree Shen Bai. Such was the depth of experience and heritage. The meticulous observation of the scene and the discernment displayed were lessons he could absorb for a considerable time. It's nothing overly complex. Perhaps merely a simple case of ghostly blindness or spirit ensnarement. A mere few seconds of manipulation could result in such an accident. coupled with the fact that his home is currently rife with restless spirits. This is no coincidence. It is a man-made calamity, Shen Bai asserted with unwavering conviction. Lu Wen lowered his head, his expression a tapestry of emotions. I have pondered this matter as well, yet Fang's interpersonal relations appear to be quite sound. There have been no notable conflicts with competitors. I spoke extensively with his wife, and she noticed no signs of impending danger. Thus, I initially believed the issue stemmed from the feng shui of his villa, causing a string of misfortunes, and I intended to assist him in rectifying it. Now, it seems this situation has become more intricate. At that moment, Lu Wen's phone rang unexpectedly. After answering, the typically calm and composed Lu Wen's expression darkened. He turned to Shen Yuan and said, "We must hurry to the hospital. Fang's assistant just informed me that his condition is dire, and he has already begun resuscitation. Let's hasten there." Shen Yuan urged anxiously, thinking to himself, it would be best if Boss Fang were to hold on. If he were to pass away, what would be the point of their efforts? They sped towards the hospital, obeying traffic signals but undoubtedly exceeding the speed limit, as their minds were preoccupied. The vehicle belonged to Boss Fang, and they wondered who would bear the fines should he indeed succumb. Upon arriving, they swiftly made their way to the intensive care unit. From a distance, they could hear the muffled sobs of two women, a large one and a small one, mingling with the cold, oppressive atmosphere of the hospital, creating an immensely heavy feeling in the heart. "That is Mr. Fang's wife and daughter," Lu Wen whispered to Shen Yuan and his companion. Shen Yuan scrutinized Mr. Fang's wife, a woman in her early 40s whose beauty and youth must have been striking. However, she had now entered middle age, her figure slightly plump and somewhat misshapen. Without any makeup, the lines on her face and the flesh on either side of her jaw appeared somewhat slack, her lips thin and pressed together. She wept with a mix of repression and sorrow. Lu Wen had already hurried over to her side, gently placing a hand on her shoulder and whispering words of comfort. Shen Bai nudged Shen Yuan with his elbow and remarked, "Now that we know someone has targeted Mr. Fang, this matter is beyond the hospital's capacity to resolve. He may be facing issues himself. The doctors are currently in the room attempting to save him, and we cannot enter. My nose is too far away to detect those scents. You should move closer to the door and thoroughly observe, using all your spiritual awareness to sense if there is anything peculiar about him or within the ward." "Understood. I shall proceed immediately." Shen Yuan nodded and made his way forward. Lu Wen noticed the two approaching the hospital room and skillfully engaged a bespectacled man nearby in conversation to divert the attention of the surrounding friends and family. Shen Yuan stepped aside to allow a hurried nurse to pass, clutching a collection of medical instruments, before taking his position at the door. Slightly taller than Shen Bai, around 175 centimeters, his eyes just managed to glimpse the scene within the room. At this moment, Shen Yuan endeavored to calm his turbulent thoughts. Gathering his spiritual energy at the Baihui point, he narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing intently on the bustling activity inside the intensive care unit. Gradually, the sounds of the doctors and nurses within the room faded from his ears, followed by the hum and beeping of various machines. And then the whispers and sobs of the relatives nearby, all dissipating into silence in his mind. Shen Yuan fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man on the bed, whose eyelids were being examined by the doctors, sensing a grayish aura swirling around him. Upon closer inspection, it became elusive, yet he could distinctly feel its presence. "Step back. Family members should wait nearby and not impede our rescue efforts." A sharp voice pierced Shen Yuan's concentration, causing him to nearly jump, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. He quickly sidestepped as a petite nurse, holding a white metal box, shot him a glare, and forcefully pushed the door to the ward open, hastily entering. Shen Yuan wiped his brow, momentarily stunned by the nurse's commanding presence. Shen Bai approached and patted him on the shoulder, inquiring, "What did you discover?" "There is indeed a problem. A gray aura is entwined around Mr. Fang. Unlike the deathly energy that emanates from a dying person, it appears to have manifested from thin air, actively wrapping around him," Shen Yuan replied. Shen Bai frowned, signaling Lu Wen, who was not far away, to join them. As Lu Wen followed Shen Yuan and Shen Bai around a corner, the three huddled together. "What have you uncovered?" he asked. A peculiar air enveloped the atmosphere, and Lu Wen's tone exhibited a palpable urgency, with a hint of mischief. Shen Bai glanced at Lu Wen and remarked, "There is indeed a problem. If we do not address this immediately, Boss Fang will surely not survive the night." Shen Bai, wearing a playful expression, continued, "There must be a solution. Before arriving today, my master exerted all his magical prowess to forge a talisman for exorcism and spiritual protection. which is likely comparable to the human-grade talismans of the celestial, terrestrial, and spiritual realms. What? Mr. Shen? He can forge human-grade talismans? My goodness. Lu Wen gazed at Shen Yuan, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Ahem. This is a matter of lineage and tradition. It was a considerable effort. Initially, Shen Yuan wished to embellish the truth, but upon reflection, he acknowledged the veracity of his last words. It was indeed quite taxing. Chapter 15. A Test of Skill. Shen Yuan and his companion departed, leaving Lu Wen to grapple with the task of placing the talisman upon Boss Fong's chest. Upon returning home, Shen Bai settled onto the sofa and turned to Shen Yuan, inquiring, "What is your perspective on the relationship between Lu Wen and Boss Fong?" While rummaging through a few jade ornaments in the living room cabinet, Shen Yuan glanced up at Shen Bai, responding, "Them? How am I to know? Was it not said that she is merely a friend? We are just assisting Lu Wen in repaying her favor. Why delve deeper? You have only met a few times. Have you truly developed feelings for her?" A trace of disdain flickered across Shen Bai's face. "How is it that a dealer of antiques like you requires my guidance? How have you conducted your business all these years? Does the realm of practitioners not intertwine with the mundane world? Consider how the Lama from Minju Lin located you. How did I follow your trail? In matters of law, fortune, and territory. Do you believe the practitioners are all solitary beings like you? One must weigh all conceivable factors in any situation, including various possibilities. Only then can one safeguard oneself against trouble." Shen Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback as he pondered whether he had indeed become somewhat disoriented. Having just begun to navigate this intriguing yet perilous world, his previous composure and cunning seemed to have vanished. Was he merely fixating on proving his capabilities through Lu Wen, seeking validation for himself, for Shen Bai's family, for the shadowy forces eyeing his lineage, and even for the revered Lama, Danzeng? Was he truly not a weakling, capable of self-protection, a dignified master of Jade Appraisal of the 72nd generation? Could he genuinely place his trust in Lu Wen? What do you mean? Shen Bai perked up his ears. Is it that the Qing Yo seal can indeed be entrusted to your hands? Ha! Master, ancestor, have you come to a realization? I now wish to prostrate myself before you in reverence. You are the most illustrious and formidable leader in the realm of cultivation. Quickly, bestow the seal upon your subordinate. I kneel to receive it. Shen Bai burst into laughter, nearly spitting saliva across the room. Shen Yuan rolled his eyes at him. I never said I would hand it over to you. Why are you so excited? Then to whom will you give it? Shen Bai asked, perplexed. What about your father? Goodness, absolutely not. Are you truly your father's biological child? I can't shake the feeling that you might be a bit rebellious, Shen Bai said, scratching his head in a fit of anxiety. After pondering for a while, he confided in Shen Yuan. I suspect that my father has secretly allied himself with those mysterious forces seeking the legacy of the Jade Appraisers lineage. In truth, I have fled from home. I can no longer bear to witness my family, led by my grandfather, betraying our principles in pursuit of wealth and glory. Thus, it seems that our lineage of Jade Appraisers now rests solely upon the bond between us, uncle and nephew. Provide me with your father's phone number. Yes, you. I speak the truth. Hand it over. All right. I must admit, I was merely trying to test your adaptability. I'll entrust it to your father. Just wrap it up for me, and I'll catch a night flight to the special district to deliver it into his hands. Rest assured, I represent not just my martial lineage, but my entire family, vowing, as long as the seal remains, the bearer shall live. Observing Shen Yuan's gradually stern expression, Shen Bai grew serious as well. Are you certain? Absolutely. It is indeed unsafe for the legacy to rest in my hands right now. I require assistance, not mere observation or trials. Shen Yuan regained his composure, now solely focused on discerning Shen Bai's true stance on the matter. Understood, he said, reclining against the sofa, tapping rhythmically on the armrest, embodying the nonchalance of a sage. Are you aware of something? Shen Bai inquired earnestly. What's that? Shen Yuan responded, puzzled. You have become quite adept at feigning ignorance. In jest, Shen Yuan tossed a water bottle at him. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to assist Lu Wen in investigating the circumstances surrounding Boss Fong's villa that evening. This would serve to broaden Shen Yuan's horizons and perhaps foster a connection with the peculiar abandoned disciple. Shen Bai shared his insights regarding the subtle dynamics between Lu Wen and the Fong family. He noted that Mrs. Fong displayed a slight unease upon encountering Lu Wen, even flinching minutely when he comforted her by resting a hand on her shoulder. This indicated that Lu Wen's relationship with Mr. Fong might evoke discontent in Mrs. Fong, who, while reluctant to confront him, likely recognized Lu Wen as a capable figure in the underworld, possibly fearing Mr. Fong's sternness. In essence, should they choose to assist Lu Wen, they must also contemplate the attitude of the entire Fong family towards him. Anything is possible, and Shunbai resolved to investigate various details regarding Mr. Fong and his connection with Lu Wen. Shen Yuan concurred with this course of action. Around 6 in the evening, Lu Wen arrived to drive the two to the villa in the northern district. Shen Yuan settled in the back seat while Shunbai took the front passenger seat. From the rear, Shen Yuan discreetly observed Lu Wen at the wheel. Her hair was meticulously styled, devoid of any adornments. The pristine lobes of her ears and the delicate grace of her neck suggested she was well cared for, leading Shen Yuan to doubt that this woman could be the mistress of the logistics company owner, endowed with spiritual power and adhering to strict principles. She also possesses the legacy of the body array and is quite beautiful in her own right. Could she truly subordinate herself to a man in his 40s merely for monetary gain? Wealth, as it happens, is not a significant concern for those practitioners with ancient lineages or formidable abilities, such as Shun Bai and Zaxi. These individuals rarely allow financial considerations to cloud their judgment. Nevertheless, Shen Yuan thought to himself, perhaps this was an opportunity for a practical experience. As for other matters, why overthink? If a good connection could be made, that would suffice. Before long, Shen Yuan and his companions arrived at a tranquil villa area. Shun Bai instructed Lu Wen to circle the neighborhood, eventually halting by a quiet road adjacent to the entrance. The residents here appeared few, the community serene, occasionally interrupted by a few elegant cars parked within, mostly minis, Beetles, and TT models, all favored by women. Shun Bai discreetly winked at Shen Yuan, who understood immediately. In such a secluded villa area, where the parked vehicles predominantly belonged to women, it seemed evident that this locale might serve as the secondary residence for the affluent of Shenyang. This haunted villa might very well have been purchased by Lu Wen as an external abode. A hint of jealousy stirred within Shen Yuan upon this realization. A striking female cultivator should be traversing the world freely, honing her skills, rather than playing the role of a mistress. The perceptive nature of cultivators led Lu Wen to feel that the seemingly carefree Shen Yuan was acting strangely, having noticed him casting furtive glances her way. As a beautiful woman, she had long grown accustomed to varying degrees of admiration and even subtle flirtation, taking a modicum of pride in it. What woman does not desire to be the object of longing in the eyes of man? However, upon sensing the nuanced expressions and observations from Shen Yuan and his companion, her cheeks flushed briefly before paling considerably. A sudden, inexplicable ache and helplessness gripped her heart. Cultivators and mundane individuals alike share such feelings. Shen Yuan nodded and turned to Lu Wen. Miss Lu, shall we proceed inside? Certainly. Lu Wen replied decisively, starting the car and driving into the villa area. As they entered, the intelligent identification system at the gate granted them passage, with the security personnel standing respectfully at attention. The vehicle glided along the neatly paved stone path, Shen Yuan observing the meticulously arranged trees and vibrant flower beds. The venerable trees that had been transplanted at great expense, and the ornate stone sculptures and fountains. A twinge of envy stirred within him for this luxurious lifestyle. A few minutes later, the car halted before a sizable European-style villa tucked deep within the community. As Shen Yuan scrutinized it, the fleeting envy he harbored for the wealthy dissipated instantly. This villa, still basking in sunlight, bore an uncanny resemblance to an ancient tomb. Chapter 16. The Fireplace in the Villa. Shen Yuan and the two others stood outside the villa, scrutinizing the enigmatic structure before them. The 3-story building was adorned with a modest garden, enclosed by a low, wrought iron fence. The villa exuded a vintage European style, featuring tall French windows and a semicircular balcony. The sloped roof was punctuated by a protruding chimney and gabled attic windows. Shen Yuan noticed Lu Wen also examining the exterior with keen interest, prompting him to ponder. If this place were indeed a gift from Boss Fong to Lu Wen, she should be quite familiar with it. Why, then, was she peering around with us? Shen Bui strolled around the villa for a while and remarked to Shen Yuan and Lu Wen, "It certainly has an imposing presence. But the atmosphere feels rather ordinary, doesn't it? What do you both think?" Lu Wen, feeling somewhat at a loss, hesitated to offer further commentary and merely shook her head in silence. Shen Yuan contemplated for a moment before urging Shen Bui, "Stop being cryptic. We all know you are an expert. Just tell us how we should proceed." Shen Bui rolled his eyes and headed straight for the villa's front door, stating, "There is nothing more to discuss. Let us move forward, young lads." Shen Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment, tugging at Lu Wen's arm as he remarked, "This fellow still has the demeanor of child. We shan't stoop to his level." Lu Wen smiled faintly and quickened her pace alongside Shen Yuan as they entered. The front door was unlocked, as Lu Wen had arranged for the property management company to grant them access earlier on their way. The rumors of the villa being haunted had already spread like wildfire within the community. A few days prior, Boss Fong's assistant had entrusted the property to the management company, which collected a substantial fee annually. Reluctant to neglect their duty, they were tasked with regular inspections. It seemed the security guard had hastily unlocked the door before making a swift retreat. Aside from Shen Yuan, who was inexperienced, both Shenbu, Yi, and Lu Wen possessed some knowledge of feng shui. They murmured to one another for a while, inspecting the layout of several key feng shui positions on the first floor, including the entrance, the four corners, the corresponding dead angles of various doors, and a few significant decorative pieces. Ultimately, Shenbu Yi concluded that at least the most crucial feng shui positions on the first floor were satisfactory. Having found nothing of note on the first floor, the trio decided to ascend to the second level. Shenbu Yi meticulously examined the staircase, inhaling deeply. Shen Yuan sensed that this individual appeared to rely on his nose to detect anomalies and the residual energies of spirits, far more effectively than his own meager attempts to sense them through his limited spiritual power. Indeed, the atmosphere thickened as they reached the upper levels. Shenbu Yi turned to Shen Yuan and Lu Wen, declaring, "The scent is becoming more pronounced. You both should prepare yourselves. We may need to take action shortly." Lu Wen remained unfazed, while Shen Yuan felt a shiver race down his spine. The second floor contained a few rooms, with a spacious atrium connecting it to the living room below, where a luxurious crystal chandelier hung elegantly. On either side were guest rooms and what appeared to be a study. After surveying the area, Shenbu Yi suggested, "There are quite a few rooms on the second and third floors. Let us split up to explore. Primarily within the bedroom and the bathroom, one should remain vigilant, paying particular attention to beneath the bed and within the wardrobe. I will ascend to the third floor to investigate, as ghostly curses are typically laid in elevated locations. With the sun yet to set, if any anomalies are detected, refrain from making sudden movements or loud exclamations. Ensure your safety as you retreat, and then ascend to find me." After uttering these words, he proceeded alone towards the staircase. As he walked, Shen Yuan pondered. It appeared that Lu Wen was indeed unfamiliar with this place. Was it possible that her relationship with Boss Fong was not of a personal nature? His curiosity deepened regarding the connection between Boss Fong and Lu Wen, who seemed to possess a lineage of esoteric practices. The second floor contained merely 3 rooms, 2 guest rooms and a study. Shen Yuan and Lu Wen meticulously examined each space, including the bathroom and bedroom, lifting the bed and checking beneath it, inspecting the wardrobe, and even opening the refrigerator, yet they encountered no peculiar sensations. Especially in the master bedroom, which occupied a distinct space, Shen Yuan, with a hint of mischief, rummaged about for some time. He hoped to discover any intriguing items, such as women's lingerie or other personal effects, yet found nothing of note, leaving him slightly disappointed. Though the weight seemed to lift from his mind, Lu Wen had silently followed behind him, claiming that the talisman inscribed upon her body could ward off the malevolent energies of wandering spirits, though she was not yet capable of independent exploration. In terms of their current investigation, her contributions were limited to the most elementary measures. Shen Yuan meticulously lifted the mattress in the bedroom, even investigating the water tank in the bathroom, but still found nothing. While he could certainly sense a more potent chill emanating from the upper floor compared to below, their search on the second floor yielded no discoveries. Just as they were about to depart the master bedroom, Shen Yuan's gaze was drawn to a black, elongated wallet lying quietly beside a vintage golden candlestick on the marble surface of the fireplace opposite the bed. He paused momentarily, reasoning that since Lu Wen was present, it would be prudent to examine any potential clues, and having an entrusted companion would surely mitigate any misunderstandings regarding theft. He approached, picked it up, and began to inspect its contents. Upon opening it, he saw a series of cards nestled within various compartments. Obviously a collection of high-value credit cards, membership card for exclusive clubs, golf courses, and luxury hotels. Naturally, a person of wealth would not possess discount cards or internet cafe memberships typical of the less affluent. Within the central compartment of the wallet, a corner of a photograph peeked out. Pulling it free, he discovered an image of 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The man was undoubtedly Boss Fong, currently lingering in a fragile state in the hospital, while the woman was neither Mrs. Fong nor his daughter, but rather Lu Wen herself. In the photograph, Although they did not appear overly intimate, they smiled warmly, standing closely together. Shen Yuan couldn't help but think how remarkably similar they appeared. It had seemed odd earlier that there were no photographs of Boss Fong's family, especially his wife and children, visible throughout the house. It turned out they were concealed within this wallet. If one were to claim that these two shared no romantic connection, who would believe such a statement? As Lu Wen observed Shen Yuan pass by with an unusual expression, a hint of perplexity crossed her mind. She glanced at the wallet resting on the mantelpiece, but ultimately refrained from examining it. Reflecting on the situation, a faint smile of bitterness emerged on her lips. It seemed that Shen Yuan had discovered something within the wallet, a revelation she could vaguely surmise. Much of Shen Yuan's discomfort stemmed from Lu Wen's identity. As a fledgling in the realm of practitioners, Shen Yuan undoubtedly harbored countless fascinating, exhilarating, and enigmatic imaginings of the life of a cultivator. Little did he know that the second practitioner he encountered, an alluring and mysterious young woman, might very well be a mistress, which left him feeling as if someone had spat on the tires of his newly purchased car. Lu Wen, too, appeared markedly tense. She sidestepped the doorway and gradually retreated to the wall on the right. Extending her left hand, she pressed her thumb against the tattoo at the base of her right palm, her large eyes wide and unblinking. Slowly, she raised her right hand, palm facing forward, as if preparing to unleash something from within. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shen Yuan hastily stepped to the other side of the main bedroom door, his heart racing. He fished out several talismans, crafted with yellow paper and cinnabar, that Shun Bu he had entrusted to him before his departure. The two stood at the threshold, locked in a silent stare, neither daring to utter a word. After what felt like an eternity, approximately 7 or 8 seconds passed without any noise from within the bedroom. However, the sinister energy that had surged forth moments earlier intensified with alarming vigor. Shen Yuan discreetly gathered his spiritual energy at the Bai Hui point, striving to discern its source. The malevolent aura emanated from a specific location within the bedroom, seemingly directed towards that very wallet. The wallet, the candlestick, the fireplace. Yes, it was indeed that fireplace. When Shen Yuan had picked up the wallet, he had intended to inspect its contents before checking the fireplace. Yet, upon discovering Lu Wen's photograph inside, he had completely forgotten about the fireplace. Shen Bu he had instructed him to remain silent in the face of anomalies and prioritize self-preservation. Presently, both individuals managed to maintain a semblance of composure, though their mutual gaze revealed uncertainty regarding their next course of action. Lu Wen was the first to react, fixating her gaze on Shen Yuan before subtly glancing upward toward the stairs, silently inquiring if they should summon Shen Bu for assistance. Shen Yuan nodded vigorously. However, in the next instant, he watched helplessly as Lu Wen gradually retreated and then swiftly darted toward the staircase, her movements silent and swift. A wave of despair washed over Shen Yuan. He had barely agreed, and now his companion was making a hasty exit. It appeared he was to confront whatever lay within alone. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to flee, and squeezed the few talismans in his hand. He contemplated that the military knife at his back would likely be of little use, save for a last resort, and that he could not afford to cast all 3 talismans at once. The Qingyo seal, by all accounts, should now be capable of subduing the source of the malevolent energy. However, Shun Bai adamantly refuses to allow it to be brought forth into the light. The Soul Qingyo seal talisman remains affixed to the chest of that proprietor, serving as a safeguard for his life. Moreover, Shen Yuan clutches 3 newly crafted jade talismans meant for dispelling evil spirits. Yet he cannot shake the notion that the yellow paper talisman bestowed upon him by Shun Bai would prove to be more reliable than his own creations. What might emerge? A ghost? A demon? A creature with a protruding tongue? Or perhaps something more grotesque? Shen Yuan gritted his teeth, his mind racing with wild imaginings. Following the technique imparted by Shun Bai, he pinched the yellow paper talisman, gradually channeling his spiritual energy into it, and soon felt a surge of warmth emanating from the talisman. His heart steadied momentarily. So be it. Should anything emerge, he would hurl the talisman first. And whatever happened afterward, he would make his escape. Shen Bai had mentioned earlier that, given Shen Yuan's current capabilities, utilizing spiritual grade talismans posed no issue. After all, he inherently possessed the ancestral jade spiritual energy within him, and with a modicum of understanding, he could be considered a novice practitioner. Ordinary individuals, lacking such innate talent and lineage, might labor for decades under a mentor's guidance without ever attaining a significant sense of energy, let alone mastering the externalization of spiritual power, the manipulation of talismans, or the crafting of formations. In the realm of cultivation, one's fate is invariably dictated by innate talent, lineage, and opportunity, with no semblance of equality or fair competition. Chapter 17. The Enigma of Ghostly Incantations. After standing for what felt like an eternity, Shen Yuan sensed that Lu Wen had likely slipped downstairs without a sound, leaving no trace behind. As for the scoundrel Shenbai, he seemed to have vanished entirely. The yellow paper talisman in Shen Yuan's hand was growing uncomfortably warm. He understood that he had two choices, either to retract the talisman immediately or to unleash it forthwith. However, if the talisman, once activated by his spiritual energy, were to be stored away without being used, it would be rendered utterly useless, reduced to mere scrap paper. Yet, if he continued to channel his energy into the talisman, he doubted he could endure for even 3 minutes before succumbing to exhaustion. What to do? To throw it or not? And where? Caught in a vortex of indecision, Shen Yuan clenched his jaw and resolved to peer through the door. He thought, should he witness something emerging from the fireplace, he would cast the talisman and flee immediately. If the fireplace merely exhaled a chill, exuding malevolent energy without revealing any apparitions, he would affix the talisman atop the chimney and place the 3 jade talismans upon it in hopes of achieving a modicum of suppression. Regardless of the outcome, his ultimate course of action was clear: he would flee. The first scenario would see him racing outside the villa, while the latter would compel him to ascend the stairs in search of Shenbai. Summoning his courage, Shen Yuan gripped the 3 jade talismans in his left hand and held the yellow paper talisman in his right, stealthily positioning himself beside the doorframe. His eyes wide with trepidation, he scrutinized the fireplace intently. And indeed, as anticipated, at that moment, the fireplace resembled a celestial window of the underworld, exhaling billowing waves of chilling air. Without the need for supernatural power, one could discern the eerie and frigid aura that seemed to twist and coil like a gray mist. Yet, apart from this, no tangible horror materialized. Only unsettling wisps of dark energy churned outside the fireplace. Shen Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, nothing terrifying had manifested. One step, then another, he cautiously approached the ominous hearth, where the temperature had dropped to a bone-chilling degree, causing shivers to traverse his body. Nevertheless, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead and temples. Standing apprehensively beside the fireplace, Shen Yuan strained to listen for any sounds from outside. The other 2 individuals seemed to have been swallowed by invisible specters within the villa, leaving no trace of sound. Determined, Shen Yuan resolved to affix the talisman and press down the jade amulet before darting swiftly outside the villa, without a moment's pause. Channeling his spiritual energy, he sensed the talisman in his hand had reached its peak temperature. With a sudden flick of his wrist, he hurled the talisman towards the upper eaves of the fireplace. In a distance of less than 2 meters, the once light talisman, infused with energy, shot forth like a beam of light, aimed directly at the hearth. With a soft crack, the talisman latched firmly onto the targeted spot. Shen Yuan swallowed hard, marveling inwardly at the wonder of it all. In an instant, as if someone had stepped on his tail, he leaped forward, intending to press the 3 jade amulets he had clutched tightly in his palm against the top of the fireplace. A thunderous shockwave erupted, violently propelling Shen Yuan backwards. He flew several meters, landing heavily on his back, akin to a sack of potatoes. The icy air assaulted his skin, causing a searing pain as if struck by dry ice. Even his eyeballs felt painfully frozen. As he soared through the air, he caught a glimpse of the talisman amidst the explosion of dark energy, its runes flickering before being reduced to ashes. How astonishing, he thought, as he crashed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, Shen Yuan struggled to lift his head, witnessing the raging fireplace. Its flue trembling as if a ferocious beast were attempting to break free. The sounds it emitted were akin to a tempestuous flow of air. He endeavored to rise, fighting against the weight of despair, managing only to elevate his upper body. A thick, swirling mass of gray energy surged towards him, rendering his mind blank. Just as despair threatened to consume him, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Before he could ponder who it might be, a body pressed against his back, shoulders bracing against him with force. A slender arm reached over Shen Yuan's right shoulder, palm open and facing the encroaching mass of dark energy, Sakachini, Doer, and... At this moment, Shen Yuan's mind was clouded. He could only perceive the slender arm extended before him, its shirt sleeve torn to the elbow. The fair skin of the arm bore intricate patterns of black characters, extending down to the base of the palm. as a peculiar incantation was uttered by a youthful voice. A powerful surge emanated from that mysteriously adorned arm, unleashing an invisible force that erupted from the palm. The swirling gray aura, akin to being cleaved in twain by an unseen blade, dissipated on either side of the two individuals. Is it Luwen? This was Shen Yuan's final thought before succumbing to unconsciousness. In a haze, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet also felt fleeting. Shen Yuan grimaced and opened his eyes, striving to assess his surroundings, only to find himself sprawled on a sofa in a study. He noticed Lu when holding the very wallet that had been perched atop the mantelpiece. "You're awake? How do you feel? Are you all right?" Shen Bai lifted his gaze to Shen Yuan, noticing a hint of schadenfreude in the boy's smile. Lu Wen hurried over to assist Shen Yuan in sitting up, then presented him with a green glass bottle inscribed with English letters. "Drink this quickly." It was mineral water. Lu Wen, observing Shen Yuan's apparent unfamiliarity with the imported beverage, hastened to clarify. Shen Yuan glanced at the light and inquired, "How long has it been? And what of that ghost?" Shen Bai replied, "You've been unconscious for an hour." "Ghost? What ghost? The one in the fireplace, perhaps? Otherwise, where would such a vast aura of negativity come from? Like a cascading waterfall." Scratching his temple, Shen Bai sheepishly added, "Well, just because there's negativity doesn't necessarily imply the presence of a ghost. Typically, there aren't any real specters manifesting in our world. It's merely practitioners harnessing the negative energy to cast spells." He clapped his hands in triumph and remarked, "Clever. Indeed, worthy of the esteemed position of our sect's leader. You see, as soon as I mentioned it, you comprehended. Curse you. All this time, I nearly met my demise because of your antics. Do you realize you almost got me killed?" Shen Yuan seethed with anger. Gritting his teeth, he turned away from Shen Bai and addressed Lu Wen, saying, "Miss Lu, I truly appreciate your help. Had it not been for you, I would have fallen victim to this deceitful sorcery." Lu Wen smiled and replied, "It's nothing. It's only right. You two came to assist me with this ghostly sorcery. How could I stand idly by and watch you face danger? Thankfully, it turned out all right. I just called the hospital." Mr. Shen Bai handled things very promptly. Just as he noticed the strengthening of the ghostly spell, Mr. Fong's condition suddenly worsened, almost to the point of no return. By sealing the core of the ghostly incantation here, we managed to save Mr. Fong's life. Shen Yuan expressed his confusion. "Didn't you say that the talisman of the Green Bull?" Shen Bai grimaced and explained, "Initially, it should have worked, but Miss Lu mentioned that the talisman went missing, taken by someone. Thus, the sudden surge in the spell's potency was likely aimed at claiming Mr. Fong's life. The outcome was thwarted by the two of us." With that, Shen Bai retrieved a small plastic box adorned with a yellow paper talisman from behind, revealing an assortment of miscellaneous items within. "Behold, the ghost you seek resides within this very box." Shen Yuan rose, fixating on the semi-transparent container, and inquired, "The ghost? Is this what lies within the chimney?" "Indeed. All the accoutrements for casting the ghostly spell are contained herein." Shen Bai, somewhat smug, shook the box and continued to display its contents. The blood of Boss Fong, his fingernails, birth date, and even photographs. There were also ritualistic bones, ashes of talismans, and grave soil, all wrapped in red cloth and secured within the chimney. The perpetrator was likely a disciple of the old shaman from beyond the borders, skilled in their craft. Absent intervention, the afflicted would meet their demise within 8 days. Who was responsible for this? Shen Yuan asked hastily. That leads us to the next topic," Shen Bai chuckled, glancing at Lu Wen. "For now, Boss Fong's life is temporarily safeguarded. Our focus should be on resolving these inhuman troubles. As for the identity of the assailant, it depends on whether Miss Lu wishes to pursue the matter further." Shen Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, muttering, "It's nothing. Let's not discuss rewards." Shen Bai rolled his eyes in response. Lu Wen hesitated before addressing the two. "However, I sincerely hope you can assist in uncovering who is targeting Boss Fong. After all, 1,000 days of vigilance against thieves is ultimately futile." Shen Bai interjected, "Miss Lu, this matter is considerably more complex. As you know, we practitioners of the martial world seldom meddle in mundane affairs. I want to elaborate further, but I can investigate the origins of this incident, though it will require time. Whether we can uncover anything and how to proceed once we do, I hope you understand our predicament. Our intention is merely to forge a good relationship with you by helping, but I cannot guarantee a resolution." Lu Wen nodded earnestly. "That is only reasonable. I would be immensely grateful if you could agree to assist further. I will remember this kindness and repay it in the future without fail." Shen Yuan felt a pang of guilt, sensing a hint of obligation in their exchange, yet he refrained from voicing it, simply nodding to Lu when in agreement. She returned his gesture with a grateful smile. After dismantling the ghostly spell array within the villa, the trio conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring no other tricks remained before exiting the property with a sealed plastic box. As they stepped out of the small courtyard, Shen Yuan felt the chilling aura that had enveloped him upon arrival dissipate rapidly, while the surrounding greenery seemed to emanate vitality. Even the glass windows appeared free of their previous murky haze. A collective sigh of relief escaped the three, particularly from Shen Yuan. Having navigated the realm of cultivators for the first time to handle such an incident, genuinely hoped for a fortuitous outcome that would please all involved. Though the two had nearly caused themselves harm through their efforts, they had ultimately managed to preserve Boss Feng's life, which was no small feat. Shen Yuan noticed that Shun Bai beside him was busy sending a few messages on his phone. Shun Bai remained silent, and Shen Yuan, understanding the unspoken cue, chose not to speak. The three of them parted ways at the entrance of Shen Yuan's residential complex. Shen Yuan was still feeling excruciating pain all over, so Shun Bai supported him, guiding him slowly home. Along the way, Shen Yuan inquired, "Were you just sending a message? Do you have any plans?" Shun Bai replied, "Yes. I've arranged for 2 individuals to keep a close watch on that villa tonight. I am certain someone will attempt to investigate there. The person carrying out the task is rather adept. It's not simple. I am waiting for the results of the investigation concerning Boss Feng and Lu Wan. After watching that villa over the past few days, we should be able to uncover some clues. We can then decide whether to continue assisting Lu when in protecting Boss Feng." Shen Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you still have many subordinates in Xingjing?" Shen Bai answered, "No, I have no more than 10 individuals I could directly command outside the city. Any more would require reinforcements from the south, and that would necessitate consulting my father, which is unnecessary at this point." Shen Yuan expressed his gratitude and promptly tossed the pill into his mouth, chewing it vigorously before swallowing, exclaiming that the pill tasted as foul as excrement while hurriedly searching for water. Shen Bai chuckled, teasing him about whether he had truly tasted excrement, while handing him a bottle of water, his eyes reflecting a sense of calm. The trust Shen Yuan exhibited towards him brought a momentary comfort to Shen Bai's heart. Initially, Shen Yuan had wished to accompany him, but Shen Bai firmly opposed, insisting that in his current state, he would only be a burden. Only after assuring that he would not easily engage in conflict did Shen Yuan relent. As Shen Bai reached the entrance of the complex, a black SUV with its hazard lights flashing was already parked at the roadside. Shen Bai walked straight to the vehicle, opened the back door, and climbed in. As soon as he entered, the SUV turned off its hazard lights and made a U-turn, heading northward. Chapter 18. Shen Bai's Espionage and the 5 Immortals Sect. Shen Yuan couldn't help but develop a fondness for the red pill, contemplating that in the world of martial arts, such a valuable item could only prove beneficial. He mused that he should encourage Shen Bai to procure more. Yes, inform them to continue concealing themselves. If they make any discoveries, they must not act rashly, but rather ascertain useful information. In that moment, Shen Bai indeed exhibited the demeanor of a distinguished young master. Shen Yuan glanced at the surrounding villas and gestured for the young man in black to accompany him in surveying the area. The two of them skillfully maneuvered through the shadows of the trees and walls, beginning their investigation. Having departed from an uninhabited villa, Shen Bai and his companions stealthily approached the furthest 2-story villa. The lights were on inside, and the sound of conversation could be heard. Shen Bai, leading the way, gently approached a smaller window, pulling up the hood of his gray tracksuit. He cautiously peeked through, attempting to assess the situation inside. The young man in black, witnessing his young master's head protrude as he remained motionless for a full minute, felt a tightness in his chest. Quickly, he crouched down and darted over, positioning himself at Shen Bai's feet to swiftly survey the surroundings for any ambush. Then she hurriedly reached out and touched Shen Bai's knee. A woman in her 30s knelt provocatively at one end of the sofa, her profile perfectly aligned with the window where Shen Bai and his companion were peering in. Her golden, wavy hair cascaded with her movements, while her exquisitely made-up face contorted in a manner that still betrayed her alluring charm. Despite her evident restraint, she could not suppress the sultry, haunting moans that escaped her lips. Behind her, a breathless middle-aged man was laboring intensely, his apparent exhaustion suggesting that his vigor was waning, showing signs of imminent capitulation. The young man in black crouched down, glancing at the eagerly observing young master, and subtly shook his head. Nevertheless, he tugged at Shen Bai's trousers, signaling him to leave promptly. Unfazed, Shen Bai waved dismissively and continued his voyeuristic endeavor. Not a minute had passed when the man inside let out a muffled groan and indeed surrendered, collapsing limply onto the woman's back. Despite her myriad complaints, he was rendered motionless. Shen Bai curled his lip, suddenly sensing an unsettling shift in the air. He gradually lowered his gaze to the young man in black crouching at his feet, who was slumped against the wall, his head drooping feebly onto his chest. His breath was faint. A chill ran through Shen Bai as he slowly turned around, gently pressing his left hand against the young man's neck. Fortunately, his pulse remained steady. As his fingers shifted, he delicately extracted a light, white bone needle from the side of the young man's neck. Observing the featherweight needle, Shen Bai detected a faint metallic scent mingled with an odd hint of sesame oil. After a careful sniff, he discerned the presence of two substances capable of rapidly paralyzing the central nervous system. Thankfully, it seemed the young man in black would survive. Shen Bai quietly pinched the bone needle, standing upright and raising his hands slightly outward, signaling his tacit surrender. He then calmly surveyed the shadows among the flowers ahead. The threat had not yet abated. He felt a tingling sensation coursing through his skin. Realizing his negligence had left him vulnerable, he fixed his gaze intently on the shadows to his left, deducing that the assailant had struck from that very position. However, unexpectedly a chilling, mocking snort emanated from above him. Shen Bai's heart raced as he looked up. There stood a man clad in dark clothing on the second floor of a pitch-black villa, lurking in the shadowy corner of a curved terrace, revealing only half of his pallid face under the moonlight. He appeared to be in his 40s, with narrow eyes and a clean-shaven visage. With a sardonic smile directed at Shen Bai, he beckoned with a finger before vanishing into the darkness beyond. The entire second floor remained shrouded in obscurity. Shen Bai hesitated, fully aware that the man's gesture indicated he was to ascend and meet him. As he stood there, his young subordinate still in a state of unconsciousness, he realized he had no assurance of swiftly extricating him from danger. Clearly, the adversary was not alone. Shen Bai surveyed the shadowy corners ahead, mentally strategizing his next move. It was evident that someone was aiming at him, and any slight movement could provoke a deadly attack. Just as Shen Bai was deliberating, a figure slowly emerged from the thicket to his left, clad in black, with a robust physique. The features were obscured, and the age indeterminate, yet a hoarse voice addressed Shen Bai. If you wish for all four of you to perish, by all means proceed. Otherwise, obediently ascend the stairs. My elder brother has inquiries for you. Startled, Shen Bai realized that the opponent was well aware of his arrangements, even the number of dark stakes positioned beside Boss Feng's villa. He promptly raised both hands to signal his lack of weaponry and began to approach the black-clad figure. Do not come closer. Just head upstairs, the figure commanded, seemingly intent on keeping Shen Bai at bay. I initially planned to incapacitate you all, but my elder brother insists I refrain from harming you. We wish to engage you in conversation. Shen Bai hesitated. So, I'm gonna just walk in there with those two on the first floor? He gestured towards the window, implying he could not simply stroll past the couple downstairs. The black-clad man's voice betrayed a hint of frustration. Go on. Ignore those two fools. However, before he could finish, sultry, rhythmic sounds emanated from the open window. It appeared that the two individuals on the sofa had resumed their raucous activities after a brief pause. Curse these imbeciles. Their noise is merely a ploy to distract you, and yet they continue unabated. The black-clad man's annoyance was palpable. Shen Bai feigned a look of awkward compliance, all the while calculating rapidly in his mind the distance to the black-clad man, the angles, the surrounding terrain, and the potential attacks from those above. Ultimately, he exhaled deeply, realizing he had less than a 30% chance of escape. Even if he abandoned his three subordinates and attacked the black-clad figure, his odds of fleeing were still dismally low. Gradually, Shen Bai retreated, turning towards the villa's entrance. He unlocked the door and nudged it open silently, peering into the living room. The two fools were fervently engaged in their task, their sounds growing increasingly intense. Shen Bai sighed, muttering to himself, who would have thought I would fall into a trap laid by these two buffoons? What misfortune! With a swagger, he made his way towards the staircase on the side of the living room. The alluring woman remained kneeling at one end of the sofa, seemingly enamored with her position. Suddenly, upon noticing Shen Bai strolling brazenly nearby, she let out a piercing scream, scrambling into the corner of the sofa, trembling in fear, while the man behind her remained utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the woman recoiled, and he caught sight of Shen Bai, who was boldly striding forward. With a gasp, he scuttled beneath the sofa, terrified and trembling. Shen Bai observed this peculiar pair, feeling a surge of frustration. They were nothing more than foolish swine. How could they allow themselves to lower their guard? It was akin to capsizing in a sewer, truly a stroke of misfortune. Cautiously, he ascended the stairs to the second floor. Standing silently at the darkened staircase's threshold, he was acutely aware that the middle-aged man above, the so-called brother, was undoubtedly a seasoned figure of the underworld. In contrast, he felt woefully inexperienced. With a soft click, the lights on the second floor flickered to life. Shen Bai squinted momentarily to adjust to the sudden brightness, only to hear a sinister voice command, "Sit." The middle-aged man, who had appeared moments earlier, lounged nonchalantly on the sofa facing him, gesturing for him to take a seat. Shen Bai raised his hands in a gesture of harmlessness before striding forward and plopping down directly across from the man. To the side, another man clad in gray slowly circled around to stand firmly behind Shen Bai, effectively sandwiching him between the two. The middle-aged man scrutinized Shen Bai with a bemused expression and inquired, "Kid, do you yield?" Shen Bai nodded, "I yield." The man chuckled hoarsely, though his mirth held little satisfaction. He continued, "Let us cut to the chase. What is your affiliation? What job have you taken on? Be straightforward." Shen Bai hesitated for a moment, locking eyes with the middle-aged man. "I am from the Jade Appraisal sect, Wu Hall. A friend has entrusted me with protecting Boss Fong's life." Leaning back, he spoke quietly. "As a member of Wu Hall, we do not practice sorcery. If your sect holds any records, you should understand the significance of the term Jade Appraisal." The middle-aged man displayed a hint of disdain, sizing up Shen Bai as he scoffed. "That name is as obsolete as an ancient relic. Who would be intimidated by such a forgotten title? The Jade Appraisers, I wager the incense burners in your hall, are overgrown with weeds. The hall may be gone, but it can be rebuilt. Weeds can be uprooted. And as long as the furnace remains, there will always be someone to light the incense," Shen Bai replied calmly. The man squinted, revealing deeper disdain. "I initially thought you were one of those timid apprentices from the Qian Gui sect summoned secretly. Instead, you bring forth someone from the Jade Appraisal sect. Could you not find a more vibrant banner to wave? And just because you claim it, should I believe you? Such words bear no weight. Let me be frank. You will not be able to protect Boss Fong's life." Shen Bai felt a twinge of confusion. The man seemed to grasp the weight of the term Jade Appraisal, indicating he was likely an individual with a lineage rooted in the underworld. Yet, he appeared to suspect Shen Bai was merely impersonating a member of that sect, seemingly intent on probing Shen Bai's legitimacy. The middle-aged man's scorn deepened, and he waved his left hand dismissively, stating, "Stop with the unnecessary chatter. You've taken on a task, and I have mine. You have succumbed to my hands. The choices at stake now are the lives of you few. Allowing you to ascend here has already granted you a sliver of mercy, enabling you to comprehend your standing and the necessity of retreat. Those with wisdom should express gratitude for being spared and hastily withdraw from the borders. Otherwise, you and that woman from the formation will all be fed to the wilds." In that moment, the middle-aged man's fierce demeanor was unmistakable. Shen Bai's body stiffened momentarily, sensing the escalating predicament. What use was it to summon that novice Shen Yuan? Wouldn't he merely be recognized and dispatched with ease? Generally, in the realm of martial arts, if there are no past grievances between ordinary folk, there is little inclination to resort to lethal measures. It is customary for parties to yield a little, and if an accord cannot be reached, to determine the victor and the vanquished, with the defeated often retreating to avoid further conflict. For both sides are likely backed by formidable sections, a defeat may occur, yet one must not push matters to an absolute conclusion. Now, the middle-aged man's demand for Shen Bai to summon the leader of the Gem Appraisal sect was overtly arrogant, effectively slapping the sect's face. Did this carry a deeper meaning? Shen Bai rapidly calculated the implications. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened, fixating intently on Shen Bai. "How intriguing. You truly fear not for your life? Even now, you remain oblivious to my true identity, do you not? Huh? Are you not concerned that your death might be in vain? A man leaves a name behind. A goose leaves a call. The mountain gate remains unyielding, and the truth shall eventually emerge. Let me clarify your fate beforehand. I am from the Wuxian sect of Changbai Mountain, Wang Ziheng. Wuxian sect? Shen Bai's gaze flickered, and he felt increasingly unsettled. Chapter 19, The Wuxian Sect. To discuss the Wuxian sect, one must mention the beliefs and traditions beyond the borders. Historically, few Han people resided in these lands, where minorities such as the Jurchens and the Orokin thrived. Their religious beliefs belong to a primitive shamanistic system, venerating natural spirits and deities of mountains and rivers. The Wuxian sect is divided into 5 major branches, representing 5 creatures: the fox, the yellow weasel, the hedgehog, the snake, and the rat. Corresponding celestial beings include the fox spirit, the yellow weasel, the white spirit, the little dragon, and the gray spirit. Since ancient times, Numerous believers have existed among the populace beyond the borders, with temples scattered throughout. Shen Bai had heard from his elder that the disappearance of the 71st gem appraisal master in the last battle likely bore some connection to the Wuxian sect. Even in earlier years, the ancestors of the 71st generation moved from the central plains to the borders, seemingly intertwined with the Wuxian sect in ways that remain enigmatic. No wonder the middle-aged man began to subtly probe Shen Bai's background upon hearing the words gem appraisal master. He undoubtedly recognized the weight of those words, laden with countless hidden upheavals and terrifying secrets, all deeply intertwined with his own sect's legacy. Having made up his mind, Shen Bai felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Leaning back on the sofa, he gazed steadily at the middle-aged man and confidently continued. The current leader of your esteemed sect should still be from the Hu family of the Foxhall, correct? I have already pledged myself to a master. If you wish to press on, might it not be prudent to confer with your family? Otherwise, should this matter escalate beyond measure, can your faction withstand the ensuing chaos? Shen Bai remained silent, though an icy dread enveloped his heart. He had miscalculated. The opposition, far from harboring any reservations about his sect, subtly revealed a hint of enmity. It appeared they had developed a keen interest in the emergence of contemporary Jade Appraisers. Shen Bai forced a cold smile, feigning composure. Just as the two were on the brink of a confrontation, a piercing scream echoed from downstairs. Wang Ziheng's expression shifted, and in an instant, he kicked a wooden tea table between them, sending the table, along with scattered teacups and droplets of water, crashing toward Shen Bai's head. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man named Wang Ziheng leapt, his right fist aimed ferociously at Shen Bai's left chest. His movements were astoundingly skilled and ruthless. As the scream reverberated below, Shen Bai tensed, nearly springing into action, yet a sense of caution lingered in his mind. After all, he and his three companions were likely under the adversary's control. A single misstep could spell their doom. However, when he observed Wang Ziheng's immediate assault, a flicker of joy ignited within him. Shen Bai found himself somewhat disheveled, rolling backward as he swiftly assessed the force of Wang Ziheng's punch. It was executed with such precision that it shattered the tea table and struck the sofa almost simultaneously. This opponent's martial prowess was formidable, augmented by the unique abilities of a practitioner. Shen Bai understood that he was facing a truly terrifying adversary. Wang Ziheng's aggression was incited by the scream from downstairs, belonging to one of his three subordinates. His manpower was already insufficient, and in a moment of desperation, he had sought to exploit the two individuals in the small building to lower the opponent's guard, attempting to control them one by one, a reluctant strategy. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, his sole focus was to subdue this young man claiming to be an appraiser of Jade. Little did he expect that this seemingly average-minded youth could evade his full-force strike. At that moment, another man, initially positioned behind Shen Bai, lunged forward, his left hand clawing towards Shen Bai's shoulder like an eagle's talon, while his right fist ready to decide. Shen Bai continued to retreat swiftly, and as he evaded, a bone needle, previously concealed between his fingers, suddenly shot forth, aimed directly at the man's abdomen. The assailant, caught off guard, was struck and staggered backward, revealing a portion of the white bone needle protruding from his lower abdomen. Panic surged through him as he called out to Wang Ziheng, "Brother, it's the bone needle from Haizi. Quick, the antidote." Wang Ziheng, having leapt over the deformed sofa, halted at the sound of his subordinate's plea, scrutinizing Shen Bai with newfound caution. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Bai rapidly retreated to a position by the balcony, crouching low to the ground, vigilant and alert. While keenly listening to the commotion below, Wang Ziheng retrieved a small glass vial from his pocket, casting it towards his subordinate without so much as a glance. His voice low and commanding. "Black pill, consume one immediately." In that fleeting moment, as the vial left Wang Ziheng's hand, Shen Bai sprang forth like a startled cheetah, lunging at the airborne vessel with astonishing speed. With another of his subordinates lying incapacitated beneath the villa's window, he was determined to seize the antidote and save a life. Wang Ziheng's men watched in stunned silence as Shen Bai leapt for the antidote, their instinct to shout curses stifled by a sudden realization of surprise. In midair, Shen Bai understood the trap lay before him, and his heart sank. He had been deceived. No longer fixated on the vial, Shen Bai tightened his muscles and swiftly pivoted, raising his right elbow to strike at the very spot where Wang Ziheng had just stood. The impact was as if his elbow had collided with an iron shovel. Indeed, Wang Ziheng had anticipated Shen Bai's response, knowing that he would not allow an adversary to reclaim their strength with the antidote. Thus, he had thrown the vial to lure Shen Bai into action, following up with two powerful strikes. Yet against all odds, Shen Bai managed to counter the assault. Both men breathed heavily, their gazes locked in a fierce contest. Meanwhile, Wang Ziheng's subordinate lay motionless on the ground, the potent anesthetic from the bone needle taking effect, rendering him unconscious. From below came a cry of anguish. Yet in the brief span of merely 20 breaths, the two had engaged in a flurry of strikes. Though Shen Bai had sustained some setbacks, he had transformed from the fish on the chopping block to an equal contender. Indeed, not yet of age. And yet he possesses the demeanor of a true master, Wang Ziheng remarked coolly, his eyes glinting. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a young man clad in black rushed up the stairs, his clothing torn in multiple places, blood staining his shoulder and abdomen. He was wounded. Upon seeing this, Shen Bai felt a surge of confidence. This was one of the hidden sentinels positioned outside Boss Fong's villa. It appeared Wang Ziheng had yet to neutralize them, leaving room for opportunity. With this thought, he turned and dashed toward a nearby door, with the arriving aide following closely behind. The subordinate burst through the door and exclaimed loudly. This fellow jumped out the window. Shen Bai quickly pivoted towards the balcony, where visibility was ample, allowing him to ascertain the direction of Wang Ziheng's escape while avoiding the risks of blindly pursuing him into potential traps. Pressing his left hand against the balcony railing, he vaulted over, landing on the outer edge. He leaned forward to observe the spot where Wang Ziheng had leapt, only to see him swiftly navigating past a low hedge and heading towards the hiding place of the burly man who had utilized the bone needle, known as Heisey. By the thicket, several figures were engaged in a fierce scuffle, the shadows of their flailing fists and feet intertwined, while the glint of daggers flashed ominously amidst the chaos. Shen Bai leaped down from the terrace, racing towards the fray. Before he could arrive, he witnessed Wang Ziheng, akin to a low-slung hunting leopard, pounce into the melee. With a single, forceful punch, he repelled two black-clad assailants who were besieging one of his subordinates. In response to another black-clad figure lunging with a dagger, Wang Ziheng pressed his palm against the ground, utilizing the momentum from his previous strike to execute a nimble spin, delivering a powerful kick with his right leg. With a resounding crack, the dagger was sent flying from the assailant's grasp, who then clutched his wrist and retreated, unable to withstand Wang Ziheng's onslaught. Having rescued one of his men, Wang Ziheng noticed a figure, the wielder of a bone needle trap, sprawled face down beside the thicket, seemingly attempting to crawl back to his feet, yet clearly incapacitated by the severity of his injuries. Shen Bai turned to the injured youth who had followed him down from the terrace and said, "Banzi, there's an antidote beside the unconscious fellow on the second floor. Retrieve it and check if it's viable. If it proves effective, awaken Shao Qi. He should still be lying outside the hall window." Steeling himself, Shen Bai then approached the two individuals who had clashed with Wang Ziheng. One was his subordinate, nicknamed Octopus, while the other stood in the shadows beside the fallen assailant. A slender figure with a black scarf tied around his head, clad in a snug black tracksuit. Shen Bai surmised that this individual might be the pivotal character in this unfolding drama. "Good sir, we owe you a debt of gratitude," Shen Bai began, bowing slightly as he approached. However, before he could finish his sentence, the lean figure in black turned around. Shen Bai exclaimed, "What the Luan?" Chapter 20. The Jade Dome Incinerator. At 4 in the morning, Shen Yuan, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, sat yawning in Boss Fong's villa, listening intently as Shen Bai recounted the harrowing events of the night with fervent animation, occasionally glancing at Lu Wan, who sat beside him, rubbing his temples in silence. Shen Yuan's mind was a muddled haze. "So, you're saying that these four individuals outside are all from the Five Immortals sect?" Shen Yuan asked Shen Bai. Shen Bai shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Have you been inattentive all this time? Those two young ones are indeed from the Five Immortals sect. The remaining two miscreants are merely hired by Wang Ziheng to eliminate Boss Fong." Confused, Shen Yuan inquired, "But why would they want to kill him?" His heart began to race with unease. The citizens of Huaxiao are known to be particularly sensitive to matters concerning life and death. Why target businessman? What else could it be but money? Shen Bai replied. Scratching his head, Shen Yuan questioned in bewilderment, "Do cultivators truly lack money? If even you all are scheming and plotting over wealth, what is the point of your cultivation? Wouldn't it be easier to engage in counterfeiting, drug trafficking, or smuggling instead?" Shen Bai, filled with indignation, felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the ice pack resting on his left arm at the man's face, exclaiming in frustration, "Did your uncle never teach you? Not all practitioners are monks. Even monks must eat, do they not? Are you aware of the vast enterprises and wanderers associated with the Minju Lin Temple across the world? Wealth, companions, land, these are essential. Cultivation is also a means of self-enhancement and the maximization of all resources. Ultimately, it serves one's own interests, adapting to the overarching trends to maintain the stability and balance of the greater environment is what extends to benefiting others. Alas, this is truly vexing for your uncle. Shen Yuan rolled his eyes, feeling embarrassed by Shen Bai's admonishment in front of Lu Wan, and voiced his discontent. What's this? Are you embarrassed because I exposed your facade? Before he could finish, Shen Bai interrupted with a mocking tone. Stop with the you and you. You are now my sect leader. You should say we. Shen Yuan was momentarily speechless, left without a retort. He then shifted the topic. What shall we do with these individuals? Release them or hand them over to the police? We can't just bury them, can we? Shen Bai scratched his head and replied. Hand them over to the police? What charges would we file? Using ghostly spells to harm others? We cannot simply release them. That would mean conceding defeat. We cannot afford to lose face. This incident originated from Wang Ziheng and his Baitang exceeding their bounds, feigning divine mandate to scheme for wealth and life. These are taboos that have persisted for thousands of years in the realm of cultivation. We were entrusted to save lives. That is the righteous path. Why should we bow our heads and surrender? Lu Wan, opening her eyes wearily, looked at the two and said, I truly regret involving you in this matter. I never anticipated that it would entangle disciples from a major sect like the Five Immortals teaching. I initially thought we were merely dealing with a few misguided practitioners attempting to deceive for money. Who knew the other party was so formidable? I am sincerely sorry. I will heed your decisions. If you choose to withdraw, I will arrange for Boss Fong's family to seek refuge abroad. I have some connections with the Five Immortals teaching, and I can negotiate with them. Shen Yuan waved his hand, interrupting her. There is no need for such words. Since we have decided to befriend you and promise to assist, we cannot abandon you midway, even in the face of danger or difficulty. That would bring ridicule upon our Jinyu sect. No more pleasantries. I will take the lead for Bai this time. In any case, we Haven T suffered losses in the confrontation, and we have the upper hand. Let us hold them for now. When they come to negotiate, if necessary, we can have Boss Fong part with some money, and we can each take a step back. What do you all think? Lu Wan remained silent, smiling gratefully at Shen Yuan before turning to Shen Bai. Shen Bai glanced at Shen Yuan, surprisingly refraining from mockery, and instead nodded in agreement. Lu Wan nodded in return, responding, Very well, I will follow your arrangements. I believe that after this incident, Boss Fong will certainly be cautious and will retreat willingly. Even if he has to forego that piece of land, harmony must prevail. We cannot put you in a difficult position. Meanwhile, Wang Ziheng's subordinate rushed over to rescue the fallen Haizi, inadvertently attracting the attention of Ban Zai and MOU. Upon recognizing Lu Wan, the three began to assault Wang Ziheng's subordinate, ultimately leading to Wang Ziheng's defeat and hasty retreat. In a 4-on-4 confrontation, had it not been for Lu, when fortuitously witnessing the black-clad assailant's attack on us, which directly disrupted Wang Ziheng's plans, we could have faced utter annihilation. As Shen Bai approached, he sighed and lamented to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan shrugged and replied, Calculating yet uncalculated, they operate in the shadows while we are in the light. Gaining the upper hand is entirely reasonable. Besides, did you not achieve a resounding victory? Let us not dwell on this. Instead, let us see if we can extract some valuable information from these individuals. Shen Bai instructed the recovered Shao Qi to escort the two dubious individuals upstairs to keep watch, while he and Shen Bai interrogated Wang Ziheng's two subordinates. The man in black had a rag stuffed in his mouth, muffled sounds escaping as he glared at Shen Yuan and his companion, likely ready to unleash a torrent of foul language once the filthy cloth was removed. Shen Bai forcefully shoved him aside, confronting the subordinate who had been ensnared by Wang Ziheng's treachery with a bone needle. In a low, stern voice, he inquired, I shall ask you once more. To seek wealth without taking life is the code of the martial world. Why did you choose to extinguish a life? Was this a private commission from Wang Ziheng, or an assignment from your faction? The man in his 30s possessed cold, dead fish-like eyes, seemingly indifferent to his predicament as a bound prisoner, quietly leaning against the wall. He rolled his eyes at Shen Bai's question, responding, My elder brother is Wang Ziheng of the Five Immortals sect. My brother embodies the sect. He is the White Hall. Does it matter who took the job? Are you afraid? It is too late for fear. The enmity has been established. Seeking wealth inherently means taking life. There is no distinction. Suddenly, Shen Yuan interjected. How did those two upstairs establish contact with you? Surely they did not call you after seeing your little advertisement from the Five Immortals sect? The man scoffed. How would I know how those two wretches contacted my brother? We are mere underlings, surviving by following him. Shen Yuan rubbed his chin and remarked to Shen Bai, "Do not press further. Even under severe torture, they are unlikely to divulge anything. If they perish, they will not implicate us." The man coldly chuckled. "You comprehend the situation well. Disrupting a significant affair on our turf. This is the domain of the Five Immortals sect. Regardless of your so-called master Jinyu, you all must sincerely apologize and admit your faults. Otherwise," his menacing words were abruptly cut off as Shen Bai struck a vital point just below his ribs, rendering him breathless and pale, cold sweat instantly beading on his brow. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Shen Bai growled, "A bound prisoner speaks such nonsense. Do you seek death? While martial prowess may vary, do you think you can insult the mountain gates of others without consequence? When did the Five Immortals sect come under the command of a mere Wang Ziheng? Have the Hu family been completely eradicated?" The man gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and glared at Shen Bai, trembling as he said, "If you have the guts, kill me. Let us see if you can survive beyond the borders." The man let out a cold snort, closing his eyes and remaining silent. Shen Yuan glanced at the tightly bound He Zi lying on the ground, then crouched down in front of him. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to remove the rag from He Zi's mouth. Before Shen Yuan could pose a question, He Zi spat out the foul saliva in his mouth and shouted, "You two fools. Don't ask me anything, even if Dao Ge tells you nothing. I won't say a word." Dao Ge, who had been sitting in the corner, suddenly opened his eyes and glared fiercely at He Zi, exclaiming, "Shut your filthy mouth. Not another word, you imbecile." Upon hearing He Zi inadvertently reveal the name of this character, Shen Bai couldn't help but chuckle, thinking what a simpleton he was. It seemed that with a little coaxing, he might be able to uncover some valuable information. Shen Bai picked up the dirty rag he had just removed from He Zi's mouth and stuffed it into Dao's mouth, silencing any threats he might pose to He Zi. The combination of the filthy rag and the taste of He Zi's saliva nearly made the middle-aged man retch. After being scolded, He Zi exhibited a hint of remorse and embarrassment in his eyes, then snorted, falling silent despite Shen Yuan's numerous attempts to coax him into speaking. Shen Yuan and Shen Bai found themselves in an impasse, realizing that these two were quite fearless and would not yield to their tactics. Ultimately, Shen Bai found another rag to stuff into He Zi's mouth and took a seat opposite the two men, while Shen Yuan wandered upstairs to interrogate the pair of hired killers. The couple, unlike the two members of the Wuxian sect, were merely bound by their hands. When Shen Yuan entered the study where they were held, the woman was still plaintively begging Xiao Qi to loosen her ropes so she could use the restroom. Xiao Qi, a young man who appeared even younger than Shen Bai, was flustered by the alluring woman clad only in a revealing nightgown. Upon seeing Shen Yuan enter, he immediately jumped up, calling out to his master, and hurriedly excused himself to guard the two members of the Wuxian sect downstairs. When Shen Yuan arrived, he made himself acquainted with Xiao Qi and the three subordinates, learning that Xiao Qi was only 19 years old, brought from his hometown by Shen Bai. The Shen family had rescued Xiao Qi from a violent upheaval in the Nanyang when he was just a child, and thus he remained fiercely loyal to the Shen family, serving as one of Shen Bai's trusted aides. However, despite Xiao Qi's competence, he lacked the guile and sophistication of Shen Bai, still resembling a boy on the brink of maturity. Shen Yuan assessed the couple before him. Once the woman noticed that Xiao Qi had left, she adopted a more subdued demeanor, pleading with Shen Yuan to let her visit the restroom. Shen Yuan sauntered over, feigning profundity as he regarded the two sitting on the floor until they both lowered their heads, trembling. Half an hour later, Shen Yuan nonchalantly exited the room, leaving the two individuals slumped on the floor, faces filled with despair. Moments ago, they nearly divulged the trivial incidents from their kindergarten days. Now, the two of them must await the uncertain machinations of fate. Shen Yuan descended to summon Shen Bai into the living room, where he recounted the intricate details confessed by the two individuals upstairs. The middle-aged man, named Wang Bao, is the younger brother of a powerful official in the North City New District. Over the years, he has profited from his brother's influence, engaging in numerous and scrupulous dealings. Naturally, a significant portion of his ill-gotten gains is surrendered to his brother as capital for his rise in power. The alluring woman, known as Ma Ling, was clandestinely maintained by his brother as a mistress, and having grown weary of her, she was unceremoniously handed over to this brother, who is tasked with accumulating wealth on his behalf. Ma Ling, having spent years indulging in a life of extravagance with Wang Bao's brother, Wang Jun, finds herself discarded due to the passage of time. Despite her resentment, she is acutely aware of Wang Jun's ruthless nature and dares not entertain thoughts of departure. For she holds too many of their unsavory secrets. Should she contemplate leaving, she is certain that the brothers would not allow her to live in peace, inevitably silencing her. It turns out that a large e-commerce electronics sales group in the capital has set its sights on acquiring a substantial plot of land in the North City New District, intending to establish a vast warehousing and logistics base that would serve the entire region beyond the pass. For many officials, attracting investment is a considerable achievement. However, the transfer of such extensive land is fraught with hidden complexities. In the ebb and flow of negotiations, untold sums may disappear into the pockets of intermediaries. The myriad bureaucratic hurdles involved in securing hundreds or thousands of acres is beyond the comprehension of an average individual. Over the years, Boss Fong has proven himself to be quite astute, conducting his business with flair. This sizable plot of land has become his most significant asset. Knowing that a major corporation has expressed interest, how could Boss Fong possibly relinquish such a valuable opportunity? When Wang Bao arrogantly approached Boss Fong, proposing to purchase the land at its original price, Boss Fong, aware of the stakes, went to Wang Jun that very evening, carrying a box filled with cash to appease his insatiable greed and protect his considerable profits. The outcome, however, was unexpected. Wang Jun, typically welcoming to visitors, erupted in a rare fit of rage, summarily ejecting Boss Fong and his cash from his premises. He even contacted associates in the supervisory department, threatening to report Boss Fong for any further illicit actions. Boss Fong realized that they were intent on seizing the land from him, dismissing his modest offer as trifling. Caught in a dilemma, Boss Fong, despite his business not reaching the scale of a colossal titan, has nonetheless thrived over the years, amassing assets worth billions. His foundation is firmly rooted in the local economy of Shengjing, and under normal circumstances, he would never dare confront such powerful figures in the political arena. Yet this time, the potential profits at stake exceed half of his entire fortune. Moreover, even if he refrained from transferring the land, expanding his logistics business could still be regarded as a prudent investment. It is entirely possible that he could directly collaborate with a large electrical e-commerce group based in the capital. As the saying goes, money bewitches the eye. In the face of enormous profits, Boss Fong ultimately chose not to compromise. This decision inadvertently provoked a practitioner like Prince Hung of the Five Immortals sect to take direct action against him. Chapter 21. The Jade Top Burning Bone Furnace. Shen Bai listened intently as Shen Yuan recounted the unfolding events, perplexed by how Wang Jun had established a connection with someone like Prince Hung of the Five Immortals sect. Was he perhaps a member of the Bai Tang faction within the sect? Logically, this should not be the case. The distant court had long adhered to the principle of avoiding worldly affairs, making such a brazen act of seeking wealth and committing murder contrary to the sect's ethos. Shen Bai stroked his chin and remarked, I still find it hard to believe that the Five Immortals sect would resort to violence over the profit from piece of land. There must be other issues at play. If Wang Jun is indeed a representative of the sect in the secular world, that would be even more astonishing. Such a reckless act would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the immortals. Indeed, there may be additional reasons. Shen Yuan nodded, gesturing towards the upper floor. Prince Heng's purpose for coming to Xingjing may not solely revolve around resolving Boss Fong's acquisition of that piece of land. He is here to retrieve a furnace. A furnace? What kind of furnace? Shen Bai inquired, astonished. Shen Yuan lowered his hands and explained, it is a furnace that Wang Jun had his brother pass on to Prince Hong. It should be an antique contained within a box. It is currently secured in the safe of the bedroom on the second floor, with the code reset by Prince Hong, rendering Wang Bao, that fool, unable to open it. Prince Hong fled in haste and likely hasn't had the opportunity to relocate it. Let us go and take a look. That furnace is likely the true reason for Prince Heng's visit to Xingjing. Resolving Boss Fong's matter might merely be a secondary objective for him. There must be something peculiar about that furnace. Shen Bai hurried towards the staircase, with Shen Yuan hastily following. Under Shen Yuan's intrigued gaze, Shen Bai produced an assortment of small, seemingly insignificant tools from his person and began to carefully manipulate the safe concealed behind a picture frame. The two unsavory individuals were kicked into the bathroom to await their fate, conveniently allowing the nearly suffocated Ma Ling to address his pressing issues. As for how to manage their own circumstances post-relief, they would have to devise a way with their hands bound behind their backs. After fumbling for about 10 minutes, amidst Shen Yuan's sardonic admiration, Shen Bai managed to open the safe. Inside lay a square silver box, quietly awaiting discovery. Furrowing his brow, Shen Bai turned to Shen Yuan. Master, it appears that the box is sealed with a talisman from the Five Immortals sect. It seems that what lies within is not trivial. Shall we open it? What do you think? Shen Yuan leaned in for a closer look, observing that the box's combination lock was affixed with 2 yellow paper talismans in a cross formation, bearing black inscriptions on a yellow background, which appeared somewhat sinister. Upon closer inspection, he could sense a chilling aura, distinct from the usual yellow paper and cinnabar talismans used by the Taoist Yin-Yang sect. Shen Yuan asked Shen Bai, "What would happen if we tore them?" Shen Bai remarked, "The official disciples of the Five Immortals sect undoubtedly possess celestial masters, from whom they can draw upon spiritual power or even invite their masters to possess them for various undertakings. However, the ways of heaven are manifestly clear, generally speaking. They would not dare to invoke their masters for deeds that are improper or bound by malevolent karmic ties, for such requests would be futile. These celestial beings would never lightly provoke such negative karma, fearing the tarnishing of their own merits. Thus, it can be concluded that this talisman merely serves to conceal and seal away. Otherwise, if it were directly inscribed by a celestial being, its easy destruction would invoke direct retribution, a troublesome affair indeed." Shen Yuan pondered for a moment and declared, "Let us proceed. They have already transgressed taboos and acted improperly. It is of no great consequence for us to uncover the reasons behind it. At worst, we will sever ties with Prince Hung, as you have mentioned. The higher-ups of the Five Immortals sect are likely unaware of the happenings here. If it belongs to the Five Immortals sect, we can return it after our examination." As Shen Bai nodded and drew a dagger, preparing to unveil the 2 yellow talismans, a bright, youthful voice suddenly rang from the balcony on the 2nd floor. "Gentlemen, please, do not act hastily." Shen Yuan was taken aback and turned swiftly, while Shen Bai stood firmly in front of him, dagger reversed in hand, a countenance marked by agitation. In a single night, he had first encountered Prince Hung's traps, barely managing to repel his adversary, and now someone had stealthily infiltrated the villa, inciting his ire. Before them stood a girl clad in deep crimson attire, appearing around 17 or 18, playfully leaning against the balcony railing. She smiled at the two, raising her fair hands in a gesture of peace, indicating her benign intentions. Shen Yuan sensed Shen Bai was gritting his teeth, asking, "Are you from the Five Immortals sect? A member of the Bai Tang?" The girl displayed a mischievous smile, raising her hands in a greeting. The fingers of her right hand splayed across the tiger's mouth of her left. Nodding slightly, she introduced herself. "I am Hu Xiaomei from the Hu family of the Five Immortals sect. It is a pleasure to meet you both. May I inquire which mountain gate you are disciples of? I would appreciate your guidance. This box I will explain thoroughly in due time. So I kindly ask that you refrain from recklessly tampering with the seal. From the Hu family? Are you here to tidy up after Prince Hung?" Shen Bai continued to grit his teeth. "My master and I have come to restore order within the Five Immortals sect. Our objectives align closely, as we do not wish for the sect's members to disrupt the rules and provoke malevolent karma. Can we not sit down and discuss this amicably?" The enchanting girl, Hu Xiaomei, smiled brightly at Shen Bai and Shen Yuan, her voice crisp and cheerful. Shen Yuan gazed in astonishment at this lovely girl. Her long hair tied back in a refreshing ponytail, her large, sparkling eyes seemed to hold the essence of spring water, captivating one's soul. 2 deep dimples adorned her cheeks, making her smile irresistibly charming. Unable to restrain himself, he whispered to Shen Bai, "Hu family? A vixen?" while instinctively raising his hands to perform a Taoist greeting gesture of respect. Shen Bai straightened up, sheathing his dagger and clasping his fists in salute. He whispered to Shen Yuan, "It must be true. They are from the Hu family. It seems they are here for Prince Hang's group. She carries the distinctive scent of the Hu clan. Hee, I can't be mistaken." The girl across from them seemed to overhear their furtive murmurs, her delicate face hardening as she huffed and swiftly made her way to the sofa, rolling her eyes at the two of them, saying, "If you wish to avoid the curse, do not tamper with the seal atop the box. If you break it barehanded, I cannot save you." Shen Yuan, puzzled, inquired, "What curse?" The girl, named Hu Xiaomei, shot him a sidelong glance. "The 5 spirits sealing curse of my Wuxin sect. Now do you understand its severity?" Shen Yuan looked at Shen Bai, who appeared equally bewildered. They both shook their heads in unison. "Oh," they both nodded. Shen Yuan then questioned Hu Xiaomei, "On what ground should we trust you?" Hu Xiaomei sprang up like an irate kitten, exclaiming, "You truly do not recognize a good heart. My master went after Prince Hung and insisted I come to ensure you do not inadvertently fall into his traps. Since you both recognize me as a member of the Hu family, why do you still doubt me? Is there no code of conduct in the martial world?" Feeling somewhat awkward, Shen Bai scratched his nose and nudged Shen Yuan with his elbow, murmuring, "It's fine. The Hu family has always been a reputable leader within the Wuxian sect, known for their integrity. They never engage in underhanded dealings and have seldom made appearances in recent years. They are trustworthy. Oh, I see, Shen Yuan said, returning an awkward smile to Hu Xiaomei. He clasped his fists and apologized. I am Shen Yuan from the Jinyu sect. I beg your pardon. May I ask who your esteemed master is? In his heart, Shen Yuan mused whether Hu Xiaomei's master might be a transcendent fox spirit, a rare sight indeed. He wondered if she would possess an enchanting beauty. What? Your master is the white-browed recluse, Hu Baoi? Shen Bai exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Hu Xiaomei appeared somewhat pleased with herself. Shen Yuan nudged Shen Bai, whispering, Why does that sound like a man? Of course, my master is indeed male. Hu Xiaomei seemed to possess remarkably acute hearing. Shen Yuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It seemed the prospect of encountering a captivating fox spirit was fading. Shen Bai pulled Shen Yuan to sit opposite Hu Xiaomei, urging her to take a seat as well. He then asked Sister Hu, Did you and your master come to prevent Prince Hung of the Bai Hall from committing acts of greed and malice? Is the furnace within the box a treasure of your sect? How did it end up outside? As Shen Yuan listened, his suspicions deepened. This Hu Xiaomei and her master appeared indeed to be here to cleanse their ranks, yet their timing seemed rather fortuitous. They had just battled Prince Hung, who fled in defeat, and it was only then that Hu Xiaomei emerged, urging them not to touch the box. He neither acknowledges that the contents of the box belong to the Five Immortals sect, nor is willing to relinquish them. This ambivalent attitude, neither wanting to let go nor to get involved, heightened Shen Yuan's vigilance. Shen Bui gazed at Hu Xiaomei and slowly spoke. It appears you are aware of the origins of the stove within the box. Do share, let's be forthright. Any matter can be negotiated. Hu Xiaomei lowered her head in contemplation before replying. My master and I know that you have been entrusted to rescue that boss Fong. In fact, we have also been discreetly protecting him in the hospital these past few days. We will not allow him to fall victim to Wang Ziheng. However, my master is uncertain about what Wang Ziheng intends to do with this stove, which is why we have refrained from alarming the snake. Yet, without ascertaining Wang Ziheng's intentions, you inadvertently unveiled the truth today. Fortunately, it seems he cannot yet utilize this stove. Otherwise, you would have been in grave danger. What exactly is this stove? Shen Bu inquired. Hu Xiaomei shook her head and replied, I only know that this stove is called the bone-burning furnace. A rather sinister artifact. Wang Ziheng severed his ties with the Bai Tang master to acquire this incense burner. I am unaware of the other hidden truths. You must consult my master. The bone-burning furnace, Shen Bu pondered for a moment, but found no recollection of it. Hu Xiaomei nodded and clarified, to be precise. It should be referred to as the jade-capped bone-burning furnace. Shen Yuan mused briefly before suddenly asking, Jade-capped? That must be from the Liaojin era, correct? I run an antique shop, Shen Yuan added. In the night, Wang Ziheng gasped heavily as he leaned against the dilapidated brick wall, his appearance disheveled and his body battered. Turning his head, he examined the deep claw-mark scar on his right shoulder, gritting his teeth and spitting, Old fool. You had your moment of pride for 2 days, but soon I shall show you. After tidying himself, Wang Ziheng found his way into a humble parking lot behind the crumbling wall. He gently opened the door to the night watchman's quarters, knocking out the drowsy security guard with a swift strike, then donned the guard's uniform before slipping out towards the city. After a considerable wait, he hailed a night taxi and quietly entered the old town of Shengjing. After transferring to another taxi, he arrived at West Tower on Goryeo Street in Shengjing. The West Tower of Shengjing indeed boasts a remarkable history. Surrounding the old city of Shengjing are 4 towers, each accompanied by a Lama temple. The West Tower, characterized by its white structure, is colloquially known as the White Tower. It was constructed in the 5th year of Chongde, corresponding to the 2nd year of Xuanji. Emperor Qianlong had once inscribed plaques for the 4 Lama temples, which are displayed in the grand halls of each temple. The inscription at Yin Shou Temple reads Golden Grain, Auspicious Light. Aside from the names and the Buddha statues they enshrine, the 4 towers and temples are nearly identical in architectural scale and design. Today, the West Tower has long since become a settlement for the Korean ethnic group. This region of northeast China has historically been home to many Koreans, and scattered around the outskirts of Old Shengjing are several Korean natural villages. These Koreans continue to preserve unique ethnic customs and pass down their language. As I stroll through this quaint village, my ears are filled with the lively chatter of Korean. In the courtyard, one can still see an array of clay jars, an essential treasure for every household of the Korean ethnic group, known as the pickling jars. Nowadays, visitors to the ancient city of Shengjing only recognize Zita as the enclave of the Korean people, where a renowned establishment serves the famous Zita cold noodles amidst the charming Korean-style street and numerous barbecue restaurants. Many individuals from neighboring regions of the Korean peninsula can also be seen wandering about. These neighbors often wear proud expressions, as if the establishments emanating the aromas of barley tea and pickled fish are symbols of their cultural greatness. Yet, few remember that beneath the 4 ancient pagodas of Shengjing once stood 4 secluded Lama temples. Jade is also referred to as the sleepless city of Shengjing, teeming with all-night dining establishments and numerous karaoke bars, alongside various nightclubs. Wang Ziheng paid for his ride and ambled toward a somewhat narrow street corner, where several neon signs still flickered with colorful Korean characters. A few inebriated young individuals stumbled out of the entrance. A girl leaned against the wall, retching violently, while a blond boy took advantage of the situation, lending her support while attempting to take liberties. Wang Ziheng, with his imposing stature, appeared at the street corner. A few eccentrically dressed youths glanced at him, and one drunken girl, dazed, exclaimed, "Is that a handsome guy? Appa?" As Wang Ziheng approached, another blond youth beside the girl sneered. "You blind?" "P.S. Just a security guard. All he thinks about is trying to catch an Appa here. Doesn't he look in the mirror?" Wang Ziheng, with an impassive expression, walked past the drunken revelers. Suddenly, the leader of the group, a tall youth adorned with eyeliner, shouted at him, "Hey, can't you watch where you're going? You bumped into my girl." The shorter girl beside him, equally inebriated, rubbed her eyes and glanced at Wang Ziheng, clad in a somewhat ill-fitting security uniform. She mumbled, "Brother, this guy is probably just the security from a nearby restaurant. Just a bunch of poor fools. Why bother with him? Let us go." The leader, seemingly incensed, roughly shoved the girl aside and stepped forward, raising his leg to kick Wang Ziheng in the lower back while cursing, "You filthy security guard. How dare you ignore me?" The onlookers continued to jeer. But the middle-aged security guard, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, effortlessly took a step back to the left. He then swung his right hand, delivering a swift strike to the right side of the leader's neck, akin to swatting a fly. With a crack, the leader felt as though he had been struck by a concrete pillar on his shoulder. His neck twisted, and he collapsed like a lifeless pig, falling into a puddle of urine and vomit by the roadside. Initially, several drunken revelers, who had anticipated a spectacle, were rendered motionless upon witnessing their leader. The formidable brother Tiao succumbed to the forceful blow of a security guard, leaving him unconscious by the roadside. It was as if they had collectively lost their vitality. Wang Ziheng stood there, his right hand forming a fist and then unfolding in a fluid motion, fingers dancing rhythmically. With his eyes closed, he sought to calm the tumult within his heart, the memories of last night's brutal altercation still fresh. The injuries he had sustained left him in a state of profound agitation. In the past, he would hardly have deigned to acknowledge such lowly ruffians obstructing his path. The first to regain her senses was a drunken girl, whose piercing scream startled the others. Leaning against the wall, she struggled to vomit, while a brazen youth, taking advantage of her vulnerability, was so frightened by her outcry that he collapsed into the mess, gripping the girl's undergarment tightly, which he had forcibly pulled from her attire. With a look of disdain, Wang Ziheng furrowed his brow and turned to glare at the group of drunken miscreants. His voice a harsh whisper, "Leave." Ignoring their fallen comrade, they fled the scene, wailing in terror. At that moment, a slender figure emerged from the depths of the narrow street, halting a few meters away from Wang Ziheng's shadow. A haunting voice drifted toward him. "Wang Xianjia, this is quite unlike your usual conduct. This half-dead creature left at my doorstep is a troublesome affair, is it not?" A chilling laughter echoed from the shadowy figure. Chapter 22. The Jade Crown Furnace as the sun began to crest the horizon, illuminating the dimly lit living room. Shen Yuan and Shun Bai stared in astonishment at the figure seated before them. The esteemed Bai Mei, a revered practitioner from the white eyebrow ridge of Changbai Mountain, and the master of Xiaomei, dressed in azure garments. Bai Mei sat with a broad smile on the sofa of the second-floor living room, while the vibrant Hu Xiaomei attentively massaged his shoulders. The elder appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, his face riddled with deep wrinkles that could easily ensnare a fly. His mouth, gaping wide, revealed a set of yellowed teeth, with only 3 or 4 missing. Bai Mei was oblivious to the fact that the sparse hairs remaining on his brows were adorned with a few twisted, white strands. Well, one could tenuously consider him to have white eyebrows. This was a stark contrast to Shen Yuan's preconceived notion of a captivating, enchanting fox spirit. He had imagined that the Hu clan would consist of alluring females and strikingly handsome males. Although he had come to understand that the so-called Hu clan members were not true fox spirits, but rather skilled practitioners capable of communicating with celestial beings, he was still taken aback by how remarkably unconventional this renown Bai Mei appeared. Last night, the old man had faltered, failing to capture the traitor Wang Ziheng, barely escaping after sacrificing his last subordinate. The old man pursued the two individuals for a considerable distance, traversing nearly half of the northern New District of the city, ultimately catching up to them at the entrance of a police station. It later became apparent that this was a deliberate ploy by Wang Ziheng to lead the old man to this specific location. During the ensuing altercation, Wang Ziheng deftly maneuvered behind his subordinate and shouted, launching a concealed weapon that enveloped the two. Naturally, the old man evaded the attack. But the subordinate was not so fortunate. A poisoned steel needle pierced deeply into his body, claiming his life on the spot. Seizing the moment when police personnel emerged to investigate, Wang Ziheng swiftly turned and fled. At that instant, the old man found himself exposed before the officers, inciting panic among them. The audacity of someone attacking at the police station in the dead of night was intolerable, prompting immediate attempts to apprehend him. Realizing that he had attracted the attention of the authorities, the old man understood that any explanations at this juncture would be futile. Employing a cunning ruse, he managed to escape, but that brief delay meant that capturing Wang Ziheng was now impossible. The term Genie Master is an ancient title, known to but a few in contemporary times. The old man squinted as he scrutinized Shen Yuan and his companion. You are indeed an elder in this realm. I would not dare to conceal the truth from you. Our lineage of Genie Masters has recently reopened its doors. This time, we have inadvertently become involved in a situation on behalf of a friend, intending to assist a certain boss Fong, only to unexpectedly confront your esteemed Wang Ziheng from the Bai Hall. Leading to this conflict, Shun Bai explained with utmost respect. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the old man, raising his hand. Fear not, young man. There is no need for alarm. As friend from the martial world, you ought to recognize the Hu family's reputation for reason and clarity. Let me speak plainly. Just a few days ago, the esteemed leader of the Bai Hall conveyed a message to the headmaster, indicating that the disciple Wang Ziheng had suddenly ceased all communication and severed his ties with the Bai Hall. This transgression has incited the leader's fury, as it is a grave taboo. Strangely, however, the omnipotent master is unable to discern Wang Ziheng's whereabouts. It appears that he possesses something that obscures his presence, leading the master to sense a terrifying consequence that Wang Ziheng may bring upon the Five Immortals sect. Thus, there was an urgent summons for the headmaster, skilled in divination, to take immediate action to locate Wang Ziheng. The old man stroked his grizzled beard and continued, after the headmaster's calculations. We were instructed to explore the vicinity of Shengjing City. Consequently, yesterday, in the northern New District of Shengjing, we detected a surge of ghostly incantations. Upon investigation, we discovered that you were also probing this matter, and thus we remain concealed, quietly observing you. What the item within that box, the bone furnace? Shen Yuan inquired. Yesterday, I traced the matter back to an official named Wang Jun, questioning him at his estate, where I uncovered the entire sequence of events related to this affair. The old man replied. By my Jusher Hu Baoi then elaborated on the situation to Shen Yuan and his companion. Wang Jun had long been acquainted with Wang Ziheng, both hailing from the same hometown in Jidong Mountain. In his youth, Wang Ziheng had joined the Five Immortals sect as a spirit medium, while Wang Jun had once knelt before him, pleading for assistance, lamenting his plight and yearning for the affection of a female classmate. He sought the master's help. Upon his initial arrival, Wang Ziheng exhibited a dismissive demeanor, for he believed that the celestial beings were entities whose virtues were cultivated through asceticism, not mere omnipotent remedies to fulfill human desires. However, he succumbed to Wang Jun's persistent entreaties, especially after the latter offered him the entirety of his savings, accumulated over 3 arduous years as a tutor. Thus, he found himself swayed. Wang Ziheng refrained from inviting a celestial being to possess him. Instead, he employed the esoteric techniques of his sect to bestow upon Wang Jun 2 talismans, one intended to covertly administer to the object of Wang Jun's affection, and the other for Wang Jun to keep close to his person. In the summer preceding Wang Jun's graduation, following a class reunion, the proud daughter of a high-ranking official unwittingly found herself ensconced in a modest and due to Wang Jun's influence. After their encounter, she became utterly enamored with him, pledging her devotion wholeheartedly. Consequently, Wang Jun, a student of finance who would have otherwise settled for a mundane position in his hometown, found himself propelled into a position of influence within the provincial capital of Shengjing, all thanks to his girlfriend's familial connections. Thus commenced his ascent in the political arena. As Wang Jun began to navigate the intricacies of the bureaucratic landscape, He often recalled the formidable Wang Ziheng from his hometown, intermittently soliciting his assistance for clandestine endeavors. While Wang Ziheng refrained from engaging in overtly nefarious actions, he did discreetly partake in matters of power struggles and the exclusion of rivals. Such trivial schemes often elicited disdain from celestial beings, who typically turned a blind eye to mundane affairs, provided they did not infringe upon their moral standing, acknowledging that even worldly disciples required sustenance. However, 6 months prior, Wang Ziheng approached Wang Jun with a stern ultimatum. He implored him to leverage all his connections to locate an ancient incense burner. He provided Wang Jun with a sketch of the artifact, emphasizing the significant aid he had rendered over the years. Had it not been for Wang Ziheng's intervention, Wang Jun would still be a mere accountant in a small organization, languishing in obscurity. The promise of wealth and status was attributed to Wang Ziheng's influence, thus making the search for the incense burner imperative. The celestial being had foreseen that the artifact would emerge in Shengjing. Failure to procure it would result in dire consequences for Wang Jun. A few days prior, a contractor who had long relied on Wang Jun's connections unexpectedly acquired several antiques from the Liao and Jin dynasties, among which was the coveted bronze incense burner. Elated, Wang Jun realized that he could finally appease the celestial being. He promptly contacted Wang Ziheng, who, in a state of urgency, instructed Wang Jun to retrieve the incense burner immediately. This sequence of events led to Wang Ziheng severing his contractual ties with the celestial sect and subsequently disappearing. Wang Jun, taken aback by Wang Ziheng's demeanor, spent a restless night contemplating his next move, ultimately resolving to seek Wang Ziheng's assistance in resolving a significant dilemma concerning a piece of land that had eluded him for months, as well as a substantial portion of the contractor's wealth. Shen Yuan was taken aback, while Shen Bai glanced at the white-browed recluse, who bowed, and inquired softly, "Is it the wife of the contractor?" Ah, Shen Yuan was even more astonished. Could it be the beautiful woman who had wept sorrowfully outside the hospital? You, young lad, possess quite the perceptive instincts. How did you deduce that? The elder expressed mild astonishment. Shen Bai smiled mischievously, tapping his nose. To be honest, esteemed elder, my sense of smell has always been quite extraordinary. The first time I encountered Boss Fong and his wife in the hospital room, I detected an unusual scent emanating from the woman. What scent? Hu Xiaomei, who was dutifully massaging her master's shoulders, inquired with curiosity. It is a fragrance born of the collaboration between men and women. What do you think it could be? Hu Xiaomei's cheeks flushed, and she turned her face away, choosing to ignore him. Shen Bai continued. Her husband lies unconscious in the emergency room. Yet this woman, accompanied by a child, still finds the time to engage in infidelity. She rushes to the hospital without even cleaning herself up after her escapades. Who could believe she is innocent? However, I also recognize that these matters may be private, which is why I have kept silent. This evening, when I instructed Moyu and Bonsai to protect Boss Fong, I specifically advised them to keep an eye on his wife. If they notice anything amiss, they should discreetly apprehend her without causing a stir and then consult Lu Wan for strategy. Master, is it appropriate to speak of such scandalous matters in front of a young lady? It is utterly disrespectful, Hu Xiaomei retorted fiercely. All right. No more of this. Haha. My dear disciple, please continue to massage me. After jumping around all night, my old bones are truly weary. Hu Xiaomei still appeared quite irate, yet her hands obediently resumed their careful ministrations on the elder's shoulders, her eyes filled with concern for her aged master. Shen Bai turned to glance at Shen Yuan. It seems that Mrs. Fong has suddenly turned against her husband, likely due to someone. Shen Yuan calmly uttered a name. Lu Wan. Is she the woman from the Yun Gui faction? Is she truly a practitioner? How could she engage in such behavior with Boss Fong? It's utterly disgraceful and incomprehensible. Hu Xiaomei scoffed, rolling her eyes. The elder, eyes closed, mumbled, "Enough of this idle chatter. Not everything is as it appears. We need not delve deeply into matters we do not understand. Just continue to massage my shoulders. Apply a bit more pressure on the left." Hu Xiaomei fell silent. Sigh. Shen Yuan sighed as well, for he too was reluctant to believe that Lu Wan would truly betray Boss Fong. Yet if that were not the case, how could Mrs. Fong so abruptly sever ties with her husband and resort to violence? The elder gazed at the silver safe on the coffee table, retrieving a crumpled piece of paper. He spoke slowly. "What you see illustrated here is the incense burner contained within the box. Take a look." Shen Yuan accepted the paper and examined it closely with Shen Bai. The image was a photocopy, seemingly depicting a double-eared, three-legged incense burner intricately engraved with numerous peculiar characters. The top featured a hollow lid, upon which appeared several human faces pressed together, seemingly shouting in agony. The mouths, eyes, and noses of these faces were all hollowed-out holes, presenting a profoundly eerie sight. At the center of the lid lies a depiction of a jade furnace top, merely outlining its general shape. Yet it undoubtedly embodies the characteristics of the exquisite Hetian jade, reminiscent of autumn mountains and spring waters. This design belongs to the unified style of jade furnace tops from the Liao and Jin dynasties. This artifact has vanished for over a millennium, yet it has unexpectedly resurfaced in contemporary times, leaving one to ponder whether this is a blessing or a curse. Today, I engage in extensive conversation with two young friends, primarily because Xiao Mei overheard you both previously proclaiming your affiliation with Wang Ziheng, a master of Jade Appraisal. This object, indeed, bears a significant connection to the Jade Appraisers of your generation from 1,000 years ago. Shen Yuan and Shun Bai were struck with a sense of disbelief. A millennium. This old man isn't a true fox immortal, yet he speaks as if he were weaving a grand tale. Oomph. The elder cast a sidelong glance at the disdain evident on Shen Yuan's face and remarked, "You two young scamps. Do you think my esteemed two families' heartfelt communication is merely idle chatter? To dare conspire against an old man in your thoughts. Were it not for the bond we shared back in the day, I would take it upon myself to teach you what it means to respect your masters." Standing behind him, Hu Xiaomei, upon hearing this, playfully waved her delicate little fist at Shen Yuan and Shun Bai. Shen Yuan felt a moment of awkwardness, his mind questioning the significance of the heartfelt communication the elder mentioned, which seemed rather formidable. It was perhaps prudent not to provoke him. He immediately softened his tone. "Elder, it is a misunderstanding. We entered the field late and have limited knowledge. Your references reach back 1,000 years, and we're simply struggling to keep pace. A millennium ago, this was the domain of the Liao kingdom and my ancestors." Coughing heavily, Shenbai interrupted Shen Yuan's half-sentence and quickly added, "A millennium ago. This was indeed the territory of the Liao kingdom. Is there a connection between the Jade Appraisers of that era and this furnace? The Jade Appraisal profession has always held the duty of safeguarding the essence of Huaxia. Could it be that the owner of the furnace is in opposition to us?" The elder squinted his eyes and chuckled, addressing Shunbai. "Young man, do not shield him. I have long recognized the essence of the Shun family within you. Would you think I have nothing better to do than play games with you two youngsters?" Turning back to Shen Yuan, he continued, "You are likely the current Jade Appraiser, are you not? If my memory serves me right, you are the 72nd generation, correct?" Shen Yuan sensed Shun Bai stiffen beside him, then gently touched Shun Bai's arm and spoke to the elder. "Indeed, I am the head of the Jade Appraiser lineage, the 72nd Jade Appraiser. Shen Yuan, I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." He did not rise, but instead clasped his left palm over his right in a gesture of respect, raising it before his chin in acknowledgement. He remained seated because, as the contemporary Jade Appraiser, his status is theoretically equal to that of the heads of various sections. To bow before an elder of a single school would be a slight to his own lineage. Thus, he remained seated, offering a formal greeting. The elder's eyes glimmered as he, too, did not rise, but instead embraced the gesture, his left hand splayed above, covering his right fist, raised before his mouth and nose, slightly higher than Shen Yuan's. He spoke, "I am Ubaoya of the Five Immortals sect. I offer my respects." Upon encountering the old man and revealing the origins of their connection, the tension within Shun Bai began to dissipate, particularly in light of Shen Yuanqing's respectful demeanor. It appeared that the Hu family, indeed, held a principled stance in the martial world, showing no disdain toward Shen Yuan, who was clearly an inexperienced novice. Chapter 23. The Ancestral Chitin Tales. The furnace for burning bones made its first appearance during the waning years of the Tang dynasty, amidst the formidable era of Yelu Abaoji, the chieftain of the Chitin Dai Liao clan. Several mysterious black-robed monks, never mentioned in the chronicles of Liao history, brought this artifact to the Chitin Dai Liao clan. After a clandestine discussion with Yelu Abaoji that very night, the monks and the copper furnace vanished without a trace. At that time, Yelu Abaoji had already established himself as the leader of the Dai Liao clan, engaged in military campaigns, and began his relentless journey of conquest, rapidly expanding his tribe. By the year 903, Abaoji took charge of national military affairs. In 907, he was elected as the leader of the 8 Chitin clans and continued in this role for 9 years. Following Abaoji's death, the renowned Empress Shulu wielded significant influence over state affairs. A year later, with her support, Yelu Daguang seized the throne from his brother Yelu Xian. becoming Emperor Taizong of Liao. In 951, Yalu Ruan led an army to aid the northern Han against the later Zhou, but a mutiny erupted among the generals, leading to the assassination of Emperor Yalu Ruan by the rebellious troops. His son, Yalu Jing, who was stationed at the rear, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to quell the rebellion and execute Chaich, subsequently ascending to the throne. In the second month of the 19th year of his reign, 969, Emperor Muzong Yalu Jing was murdered by his close attendants, and his remains were interred at Huailing. The history of the Khitan Liao dynasty can be characterized by torrents of bloodshed and relentless slaughter, although the nation astonishingly began to flourish. The majority of the Yalu emperors met tragic ends amidst the chaos of rebellion. Their fate was exceedingly peculiar until the demise of Emperor Liao Jingzong, after which the legendary Empress Xiao Chua assumed power. During her reign, she implemented reforms, diligently managed state affairs, promoted agriculture, improved waterworks, and reduced taxes. She reformed the bureaucracy and collaborated with the Han people, leading to increased prosperity among the subjects of Liao and strengthening the nation. It seemed that the royal family of the great Liao had finally broken free from the terrifying curse. As time flowed on, within the opulent tent of the royal hunting grounds in the northern outskirts of the great Liao, Shen Yuan stood before the formidable Empress Xiao, a figure with whom he shared a long-standing acquaintance from his youth. The emotions swelling within her were not merely those of joy at their reunion, but also a deep sense of helplessness and bitterness. She recalled the secret entrusted to her by her late husband on his deathbed, the mysterious incense burner entombed within the ancestral grave of the Yalu family. A haunting curse that loomed over the Yalu royal lineage. I have always advocated for an alliance with the great Song. Do you understand, sir? The fate of our great Liao cannot afford any losses. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, even the gods may take action. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Empress Xiao. Despite being a woman, she stood at the helm of power, her presence exuding a force akin to the raging tides of the ocean. The massive tallow candles within the tent seemed to tremble in her presence. Shen Yuan remained composed, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake, unperturbed by the tempest around him. What this strange artifact, your majesty? You are well aware. How to choose between the two, the Empress Dowager understands all too well. What more could be said? The voice of Xiao Ho trembled slightly. The Liao state may endure, its legacy may continue, but the imperial clan cannot escape the calamity of bloodshed. The collateral branches will surely rise, while the imperial family faces annihilation. You, Xiao Ho, powerless, slumped onto the couch, her eyes filled with a desolate expression. Can you truly bear to witness the destruction of my lifelong aspirations? Shen Yuan, is there truly no way you can assist me? Though I'm no longer the yin-yin of yore, at this moment, I earnestly plead with you. Is there truly no solution that can satisfy both sides? Alas! A flicker of emotion crossed Shen Yuan's eyes. Empress Dowager, I too am no longer the Shen Yuan of the past. Every event in this world is a result of fate, a cycle of rise and fall. Whereas the everlasting empire, the millennial-old foundation, all things undergo change and transformation. Only the Tao remains eternal. Had you sought me when he passed, perhaps you could have chosen to retreat into seclusion. Now, as we approach our 40s, I fear time is not on our side. I only ask for your help this time, to fulfill my promise to him. Henceforth, I wish to follow you in the remainder of my life, hoping for your compassion. The graceful Xiao Ho surprisingly descended from the imperial steps, slowly kneeling before Shen Yuan, extending her delicate arms to tightly embrace his legs. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at him and spoke. Shen Yuan's body stiffened momentarily, his expression contorting slightly, before he bent down to gently lift this woman, who ruled the northern frontier yet remained enchanting. His raised hand paused midair before he ultimately reached out, gently wiping away the tears on her face. Xiao Ho's gaze flickered, and tears streamed down anew. You have a solution. You must have a solution. I promised him that I would hand over the great Liao to his child, ensuring its legacy endures. I implore you for this one thing. Help me retain the incense burner and sever the curse upon the royal family. Promise me, and I shall immediately shed my crown and robes to follow you. I beg you. Ultimately, I am of the Song. Shen Yuan's expression regained tranquility as he gazed deeply into Xiao Ho's beautiful, profound eyes. Liao and Song can also unite like you and I, bound by a common purpose. Is that so? Then, what of the hidden military forces lurking in the stables? You. In an instant, Xiao Ho's eyes filled with despair, and she broke free from Shen Yuan's embrace. She turned away, refusing to look at him. Leave. He once said, "Better for the royal family to perish than to sever the legacy of the great Liao. I will not harm you, just go." Shen Yuan smiled faintly, observing Xiao Ho's somewhat desolate yet incredibly resolute silhouette, and calmly remarked, "I had anticipated this outcome, yet I could not relinquish this lingering obsession. I do not possess absolute confidence in locating the ancestral grounds of the Liao dragon vein. Do not speak of your unwillingness to allow anyone to tread there. Even those in black will not permit me to destroy the demon furnace. Very well, since it has come to this, I shall entrust it to you." As he spoke, Shen Yuan withdrew an item from his bosom and gently placed it upon the opulent carpet at their feet. It was a modest jade artifact, exquisitely crafted, adhering to the standards set by the Liao people. The jade shimmered like the autumn mountains, intricate and delicate, adorned with images of beasts and auspicious flora. Shen Yuan proclaimed, "Place this jade firmly atop the rounded knob of the demon furnace, and it shall dispel much of its ominous curse. Once this task is completed, seal the ancestral veins. Do not allow those cloaked figures to meddle again. This will ensure a century of peace for the Yellow royal family of the Liao. Take care." With that, Shen Yuan's white robe billowed as he strode towards the entrance of the golden tent. "Stop. Did you truly come to assist me by delivering this jade?" she implored. "What about a century from now? A century hence, others will bear the burden. What concern is it of mine? Take care." With those words, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a voluptuous figure leapt onto Shen Yuan's back, her hair adorned with golden jewels clinking against him, producing a melodious sound. "Do not leave. I acknowledge my mistakes." Yin knows her faults. "I cannot believe you genuinely came to help me. I beseech you, remain by my side. Let us stay here in the North Garden. Shall we? Stay with me, please. 20 years ago, I implored you thus. Today I ask the same." The once admired noblewoman, now the formidable empress of the North, still clung to him like the mischievous and charming girl of yore. In that moment, Shen Yuan felt that the empress, behind him, was perhaps displaying her true feelings, reminiscent of the innocent beauty she once was. Yin, I fear this may be the last time I call you by that name." Upon uttering this, he felt her strong arms tighten around him, as if fearing his departure. Gently, he extricated himself from her embrace and stepped out of the golden tent. Just a few paces away, several guards stood stoically, seemingly oblivious to his hurried exit. Not far from there, a fierce wind arose, common in the northern territories, sending sand and stones swirling and causing the torches outside to flicker erratically. Suddenly, a piercing cry rang out, and Shen Yuan, clad in white, was lifted into the night sky amidst the storm. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from a distance near the stables, and two elite troops of the Liao royal family surged forth, armed with blades and bows, intent on encircling Shen Yuan to strike him down. "Stand down." The empress rushed from the tent, clutching the jade tightly, her voice resonating with authority. As the tempest subsided, only a pristine white robe floated gently to the ground. Shen Yuan had vanished into the ether. By the decree of the Empress Dowager, the surrounding maidens and guards, along with 300 royal soldiers, knelt in trepidation, loudly acknowledging her command. The empress, slightly unsteady, approached the white robe that had fallen upon the carpet outside the golden tent. A nearby maid hurriedly knelt beside it, eager to retrieve it and present it to the Empress Dowager. "Stand back. No one is to touch this robe. Those who defy this order shall face death." The Empress's sudden fury startled the maid, who bowed repeatedly, too frightened to move. Years later, within the confines of the Liao dynasty's inner court, elderly voices softly recounted a fateful night. It was said that the lamentations of Empress Xiao echoed from the golden tent, inducing a profound sorrow that pierced the heart. The old man narrated the tale with such fervor that it resembled the recitation of a dramatic story, nearly moved to tears himself. He recounted the clandestine history of the cremation furnace with unparalleled brilliance, particularly the poignant love affair between the Jade Appraiser Shen Yuan from the Songliao era and Empress Xiao, which was the focal point of his narrative. Listeners Shen Yuan and Shen Bai were nearly transported back in time, while Shen Yuan's young apprentice, Hu Xiaomei, wept profusely, her nose running uncontrollably. Suddenly, Shen Bai interjected, exclaiming, "Your ancestors truly lacked resolve. In the stillness of the night, with a solitary man and a widow, why the prolonged hesitation? Why not simply take her?" With a whisper in her ear, all matters of the cremation furnace, the Liao dynasty, and the late husband would inevitably fall by the wayside. Silence. You rascal. How dare you speak so disparagingly of your own ancestors? The old man was nearly beside himself with anger. Shen Bai gestured towards the enthralled Shen Yuan, saying, "His ancestors are not mine." Hu Xiaomei rolled her eyes at Shen Bai and remarked, "Your thoughts are truly despicable. What a lovely pair of childhood sweethearts. Yet fate has played a cruel trick, leaving them with unfulfilled destinies. How can your commentary render it so repugnant?" Hey, you've asked the right person. Do you truly think your ancestors were naive? How could they dare enter the golden tent of a Liao Empress without any preparation? In the past, a fox spirit from my family discreetly followed your ancestor into the Empress's encampment. It was my family's fox spirit ancestor who conjured the chilling winds. Otherwise, how could a sudden gust have allowed your ancestor to escape with such agility? At that moment, the stakes were perilously high. Any misstep could have led to Xiao Yinyan's immediate wrath and a deadly silence. Do you believe those in power are benevolent souls? Old Hu Baoyi wore a smug expression. Shen Yuan inquired. So, it seems the cremation furnace is a result of a pact between those mysterious figures in black and Yelu Abaoji. They aided the Yelu clan by nurturing the ancestral dragon veins with dark spiritual energy, assisting the Abaoji family in establishing their realm. In return, did they seek to harvest the imperial bloodline of the Liao emperors periodically to nourish the cremation furnace with a collective power of resentment? Astute. The old man nodded, squinting at Shen Yuan. What is the objective of those black-clad figures using the bloodlines of emperors to nurture the cremation furnace? My family's fox spirit ancestor left no information regarding those black-clad monks. Only 3 words that cannot be spoken. Cannot be spoken? Shen Yuan was taken aback. The old man's expression grew grave as he slowly replied. Even as my ancestor shed his mortal shell to attain the celestial position, he remained tight-lipped about those black-clad figures. This indicates their significant origins and their purpose, which may harbor great terror. The cremation furnace, coupled with the ancestral spirit-conserving jade of the esteemed Jade Appraiser from Ur, ultimately failed to safeguard the Yelu royal family for long. More than a century later, the Jin people invaded and extinguished the great Liao dynasty. Shen Bai furrowed his brow and remarked. The old man shot him a sidelong glance. Your ancestor proclaimed that it could only preserve the Liao lineage for a century at most. Do you think such words were spoken lightly? However, I suspect that your ancestor may have tampered with the jade. Otherwise, how could the Liao be annihilated and the Jin rise, only for the Mongol cavalry to sweep across the world, with the cremation furnace vanishing without a trace? Perhaps it was the lovesick Xiao Yinyan who was deceived by your ancestor, Shen Yuan. Although Shen Bai was listening to Hu Baoyi's storytelling alongside a few others, he felt a sense of uncertainty. The Hu family, known for their fox lineage, held secrets that could rival the depths of human hearts. Who could discern the truth from the fiction in these tales? As he watched the elder Hu Baoyi passionately narrating, Shen Yuan found himself entranced, while Hu Xiaomei wept inconsolably beside him. Yet, Shen Bai couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After quenching his thirst with a sip of water offered by his disciple, Hu Baoyi cast a playful glance at Shen Bai. What are you ruminating on, you little rascal? At such a young age, you seem well-versed in the ways of the world. Since you have assumed the title of Jade Appraiser, why not exhibit some ambition and poise? Stop looking as if you suspect everyone around you of plotting against you. Look at your family leader. He is gracious and measured, his countenance devoid of guile. So much so that even I, an old man, was nearly taken in by him. Shen Bai scoffed him. He's truly a fool. Hu Baoyi sputtered, nearly choking on his drink. Chapter 24. The Heart of a Woman. Hu Xiaomei, who accompanied her master, possessed a cheerful disposition. Before departing, she extended an invitation to Shen Yuan and Shen Bai, urging them to visit Tanyuan Fort at Baimei Ridge, promising to host them with the finest local delicacies. Before leaving, the master and disciple went to check on Wang Ziheng's 2 subordinates, Haizi and Erdeo, who were tied up downstairs. Upon seeing the Hu family members, the 2 immediately collapsed, begging for mercy as if they were limp eels. Particularly, Haizi, after receiving a scolding from the old man, wept profusely, snot and tears flowing freely. Though somewhat dull-witted, Haizi was agile and approached Xiaoqi to apologize, vowing to repay the favor of the needle he had borrowed. Xiaoqi merely smiled, taking no offense. After making a decision, Shen Bai took matters into his own hands, brandishing a military knife as he kicked the door open. Shortly thereafter, anguished cries and pleas for mercy echoed from within the room. Half an hour later, the 2 individuals emerged from the villa, disheveled and wild-eyed, clearly having been dealt with severely by Shen Bai. After tidying up, the 3 of them departed from Boss Fang's villa in Xiaoqi's car, heading towards the city center. On the way, Shen Bai received 2 phone calls, chatting merrily with Xiaoqi in the front seat. Shen Yuan inquired, "What are you rambling about? If there's something to discuss, speak plainly." What does it mean? This morning, Lu Wen caught Boss Fong's wife in the act. The woman, in the hospital, attempted to swap her husband's injection medication to poison him. Upon discovering this, Lu Wen confronted her, and the woman, instead of showing remorse, lashed out at Lu Wen with harsh words. Mo, you mentioned that Lu Wen was so infuriated that he was brought to tears, while the woman displayed a brazen demeanor, urging Lu Wen to hurry and call the police or even kill her, as she believed that the rightful position in the Fong family would eventually belong to her. The little vixen Lu Wen, she even suggested eliminating her daughter to ensure a clean break. Shen Bai raised his eyebrows in disbelief. In response, Lu Wen delivered a resounding slap that nearly knocked out half of the woman's teeth. Now the two of them are in Boss Fong's home, both in tears. Banzai is secretly watching over Boss Fong at the hospital, reporting that the doctor has diagnosed a promising recovery, and he should awaken soon. Mou, observing the two women weeping, felt utterly helpless, laughing at the absurdity of the situation. Shen Yuan was equally distressed, wiping his face in frustration, wondering what on earth was happening. He thought that if he were Boss Fong, he would prefer to remain in a state of unconsciousness for the sake of peace. Lu Wen agreed and expressed gratitude to Shen Yuan and Shen Bai, promising to have a proper discussion with them once the matter regarding Madame Fong was resolved. The two then ventured to a Lanzhao beef noodle restaurant outside the community, ordering 2 large bowls of beef noodles, along with some side dishes and 2 bottles of chilled beer. As they slurped their noodles, Lu Wen's phone rang. Shen Yuan, pushing away Shen Bai, who was eager to eavesdrop, answered Lu Wen's call. After hanging up, he remarked to Shen Bai, "Are you ever not bothersome? You act like a worrywart every day." Shen Bai retorted, "I just noticed you seem to have a bit of interest in Lu Wen." "What interest? Look at you. Your face is turning red from your own assumptions. She's already taken. One must remain composed. Boss, another 6 bottles of beer, please." "All right, I concede." After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the two drove to Boss Fong's luxurious home in the upscale community along the Hunnan River. Mou rushed out to escort them past the security guard. On the way, he excitedly shared with them, "Master, young master, today I've gained new insights. When a woman gets serious, she can be ruthless even toward her husband. Yesterday, Lu Wen was so enraged that she slapped the woman. My heavens, she almost lost half a tooth. Blood was everywhere, and the woman still refused to beg for mercy, insisting Lu Wen should just kill both her and her daughter. Quite brutal indeed." The trio entered Boss Fong's duplex mansion, where Shen Yuan and Shen Bai cautiously peered inside. At that moment, Lu Wen emerged from the second-floor bedroom. Her eyes red and weary, and softly addressed them, "Brother Shen, I must trouble you once more. I am utterly at a loss and need your help to devise a plan." Shen Bai, with his mouth agape, surveyed the surroundings without engaging. Shen Yuan, mustering his courage, replied, "This matter is ultimately a private affair of Boss Fong. Our assistance in dealing with Wang Jun and Wang Ziheng can be seen as fulfilling our obligation. Mrs. Fong is merely an ordinary citizen. How can we rashly intervene in her affairs? I believe it would be prudent to report this to the authorities." Lu Wen, exhausted, settled into the sofa and softly remarked, "I have considered contacting the police as well, but I find myself unable to summon the resolve. To be candid, Fong Tianqing has been pursuing me for the past few years." Shen Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, while Shen Bai leaned in, intrigued. Shen Yuan inquired, "When did she become involved with Wang Jun from the development zone?" 3 months ago. Fong Tianqing consulted a lawyer about divorce. She wept for days, insisting on holding me accountable. Fong Tianqing told her that I had no part in this matter, yet she remains unconvinced. She has known Wang Jun for quite some time and is aware that he covets Fong Tianqing's land. Consequently, she reached out to Wang Jun, seeking to retaliate against Fong Tianqing by seizing his assets. This woman has gone mad. I fear that once Fong Tianqing awakens, he will be unable to accept such a family situation. Because of me, I feel responsible. It is I who have brought him to the brink of ruin." Both Shen Yuan and Shen Bai wore expressions of deep concern. This situation is indeed complicated, Shen Bai reflected. "Sister Lu, may I refer to you as such? This predicament would be unbearable for any man. You are, after all, an insider, and it is understandable that you cannot make a decision. Here is what we shall do. Let us speak with Mrs. Fong and ascertain her intentions. Then we will inform you of the outcome. Ultimately, this matter will likely require Boss Fong to decide how to proceed, considering his reputation and the future of his children. By the way, where is Boss Fong's daughter?" Shen Yuan asserted, "Let us pursue the path of righteousness. We shall inquire with Mrs. Fong to discern her plans." Lu Wen nodded in agreement. As they entered the bedroom, Shen Yuan beheld a disheveled woman seated on the bed, one side of her face swollen and bruised. glaring at them with a mixture of deep resentment and a hint of concealed panic. "What is your name?" Shen Yuan asked. "Yang, she replied. "Do you understand why we are here?" Shen Bai interjected. "Wang Jun managed to nearly resolve matters with your husband. We can certainly handle Wang Jun as well. You cannot rely on him. Spare us the details of your troubles with him. We are merely interested in your future plans." "Future? What future is there?" "The future consists of Lu Wan, that wretched woman, taking charge in this house. I will not rest until I make her pay," Yang exclaimed in despair. Shen Bai looked at her with disdain. "Make her pay? You have been with Wang Jun for quite some time and are fully aware of his tactics against Fong Tianqing. If you wish to make threats, you should first consider our sentiments. Should you provoke me, I can ensure that you will not even have the chance to haunt anyone." At these words, Yang Ying nearly collapsed, her body weakening as she stumbled. "My husband once traversed the tumultuous paths of the underworld. In those days, I ran countless errands for them. If she truly wished to bring about my demise, my husband would surely be aware," Shen Bai remarked. "Even now you refer to him as your husband. How could you treat him so ruthlessly?" Yang Ying cried out. "For all these years, I devoted myself to him. When he was troubled by officials and schemed against by ruffians, I poured all my resources into helping him. What has Lu Wen ever done for him? Why should he cast me aside, leaving me with merely this apartment and 20 million in savings? How dare he? I saved his life 10 years ago. If I hadn't sacrificed my own appearance to appease that tyrant Fei from Shengjing, he would have been left as nothing but a pile of bones." Shen Yuan and Shen Bai were taken aback by her words. Shen Yuan asked, "Which Fei are you referring to? Is it that ruthless Fei from Zhongjie in Shengjing? The one who dared to slap those famous stars who came to perform? Indeed, now I have no shame left. It was he. Back then, Fong Tianqing incurred the wrath of Fei's henchmen, who kidnapped him to a warehouse in the southern suburbs with the intent to ruin him. I desperately sought out Fei that night through my sisters in the bathhouse, and that beast extorted 1 million from me, forcing me to spend an entire day and night in the bathhouse with him. I emerged covered in bruises, barely able to walk," she sobbed. "On what grounds did he allow me to leave and grant Lu Wen a place? What right did he have? Let me show you. These are the scars left by that beast Fei when he tormented me, the 10 burns I endured here. Afterward, to prevent Fong Tianqing from discovering the truth, I forced myself to pour boiling water over the scars to conceal them. He owes me a life." As she spoke, in front of Shen Yuan and Shen Bai, Yang Ying tore open her shirt and undergarments, revealing her once smooth skin now marred by a grotesque scar the size of a palm, laid bare before their eyes. Shen Yuan and Shen Bai were momentarily speechless. The hideous scar seemed to testify to the torment of this body, a testament to a heart that loved with reckless abandon. The door swung open, and Lu Wen stood at the threshold, her face darkened, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Why didn't you tell me any of this?" Lu Wen rasped. Yang Ying glared at her with red-rimmed eyes and replied, "What purpose would that serve? To elicit your pity for this discarded woman? To grant me a reprieve? Huh, I fear none of you. Come and kill me. I dare you." Lu Wen did not wipe away the tears cascading down her face. Instead, she coldly questioned, "On what basis do you presume that I have any involvement with Fong Tianqing? I have always kept my distance from your lives, often going 6 months without seeing him." Yang Ying interrupted with a derisive laugh. "Oh, he cannot pursue you. That is due to his inadequacy. You simply look down upon him. But what right does he have to look down upon me? He believes that your reluctance to be with him stems from my existence. He thinks that by banishing me, you would be free to take your rightful place in the Fong family. He deserves to perish. Without you, I would have no dealings with Fong Tianqing. I regard him merely as enough. Enough. At this point, what meaning do your words hold? Without you, he would not be lying in the hospital today, and I would not have become this way. Nothing you say matters anymore. It is too late. You have destroyed our family. Ruined it. Lu Wen trembled slightly upon hearing this. Shen Yuan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and reached out to steady Lu Wen's shoulder. He turned to say something to Yang Ying, but Shen Bai turned around and patted Shen Yuan's shoulder expressionlessly, stating, "You two should head downstairs first. I need to discuss matters with her." Shen Yuan and Lu Wen exchanged glances, both eager to speak, but they saw Shen Bai's growing impatience as he gestured for them to leave, saying, "Don't worry. I won't harm her. We have laid our cards on the table. We are merely negotiating a result. You two hurry downstairs. Staying here will only cause chaos." Shen Yuan hesitated while supporting Lu Wen, but ultimately turned and walked towards the door. When he reached the entrance, he looked back to say something to Shen Bai, only to find Shen Bai impatiently pointing towards the exit and uttering a single word, "Leave." Sighing, Shen Yuan closed the door and helped the already flustered Lu Wen downstairs. He carefully seated Lu Wen on the sofa and, after a moment of contemplation, took her hands in his, sitting opposite her. He noticed Lu Wen's hands were as cold as ice. Shen Yuan shook his head. There is no need to think this way. The problem does not lie with you. Even without your presence, Boss Fong and the others would have long since grown estranged. This woman is too ruthless. One cannot judge a person's character solely by her words. One must consider her actions. Lu Wen spoke softly. Years ago, I violated the sect's rules, and my master could no longer protect me. At barely 20 years of age, I left the sect alone, penniless. The only thing I had was my master's contact number for Fong Tianqing. I remember it vividly. My hands trembled as I dialed the number, because I knew that if he did not answer, I wouldn't even have the money to make the call. Shen Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, how did Boss Fong come to know your master? Did your master really trust him enough to entrust you to his care? Lu Wen smiled bitterly. Fong Tianqing was once an outer disciple of my sect. He suffered injuries on Langmada Mountain in Phnom Penh and lost his cultivation. My sect, to care for him, helped him establish some businesses outside. He declined, saying that if he ever faced difficulties, it would suffice if the sect could lend him a hand. My master has always owed him a favor. Shen Yuan listened intently. Lu Wen glanced at him. Don't you want to know why I was expelled from the sect? Shen Yuan nodded, then shook his head. Of course. But since you have not spoken of it, I understand you must have your own reasons. I seek to befriend you, not to investigate your past. So do not feel compelled. It is wise to protect your privacy. Chapter 25. The Pitfalls in the Antique Circle. Shun Bai slowly approached Yang Ying, taking a seat on the chair drawn out from the vanity. He gazed at the scars exposed on Yang Ying's skin and coldly remarked, hide them away. There's no need to display them. If you must air them out, you might as well show the unblemished parts as well, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Yang Ying looked at Shun Bai and swiftly donned her clothing. She opened her mouth to speak, but Shun Bai raised his hand to interrupt her. In a frigid tone, Shun Bai commanded, stop. Do not attempt to evoke my sympathy with your sob story. I have never believed in things I have not witnessed with my own eyes. Your ploys may work on those two fools, but they hold no weight with me. Spare me the claims of fearing for your life. Your eyes betray a desire to continue living, and I have no intention of extinguishing that flame. The two outside are equally reluctant to see you harmed. As for whether Boss Fong wishes you dead, you should know best, considering he is your husband. So tell me, what are your plans? Speak frankly. Will you hand me over to the police? She questioned. No, we want tea, he replied. Will you resort to violence against me, like how they did to Fong Tianqing? Not worth it. Yang Ying's eyes gleamed with hope as she began to speak, but Shun Bai raised a finger, shaking his head. With a sinister smile, he stated now, be silent. It is my turn to inquire. First question, can you refrain from appearing before Boss Fong again? Yang Ying forced a bitter smile, touching her swollen left cheek. How could I face him again? What terrifies me most is the thought of him waking up and seeing his eyes. Wang Jun, that beast. He merely used me for his own amusement, venting his rage on the wife of the stubborn Boss Fong Tianqing. In those later encounters, he wouldn't even let me remove my shirt, finding the scars on my chest repulsive. Ha ha ha. He even threatened me, demanding I transfer 70% of Fong Tianqing's wealth to his wretched brother, Wang Bao. His brother also. Shen Bai frowned and waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I have no interest in your pathetic tales. You brought this upon yourself. Just these two conditions. If you can manage them, I will let you go. We will not disclose your sordid affairs to Fong Tianqing. Consider it as though you have never committed those acts, and while he remains unconscious, take the money he promised you and leave. Will you truly let me go? She asked, astonished. Indeed, we will inform Fong Tianqing that you, fearing Wang Jun would come after you, abandoned him and the children with 20 million in cash and a man. With a man? She chuckled. You can claim you left alone if you wish. Just ensure you sign the divorce agreement provided by Fong Tianqing's lawyer. It'll be a clean break. Also, relinquish your phone. All previous bank accounts will be rendered unusable. Will you speak to Lu Wen yourself, or shall I inform them both? Leave now. I will depart tonight. My savings are nearly equivalent to that sum, and I will prepare the agreement and leave it in the study. May I bid farewell to my child? She inquired. You are a murderer, colluding with your lover to slay your husband. What do you think you should say to your child? Ha ha. Very well, I agree. Understood. Understood. I comprehend. Good. Leave a message for your child. How to express it is entirely your affair. Ah, thank you for sparing me. Shun Bai gazed at the alluring young woman before him, and with a silent sigh, he rose and descended the stairs. Shen Yuan, Lu Wen, and Shun Bai stood beside the vibrant garden of this upscale community. Shen Yuan gently touched Lu Wen's shoulder, offering solace. Do not dwell too much on it. Consider it a form of compensation for her sacrifices made for Fong Tianqing. Let her depart, bearing the lightest of burdens. Perhaps a decade or so from now, their family may forget these unfortunate events. Just prepare what you will say to Boss Fong regarding the past few days and thereafter. Your choices will dictate your path. Lu Wan, closing her swollen eyelids, gazed at the exquisite stone-paved pathway beneath her feet, murmuring, "Is it my fault? Would their family have been so fragmented had I not been involved?" Shen Bai, growing impatient, interrupted. "Without you, would Wang Jun have sought out Wang Ziheng for the incinerator? Would he have dared to act against Boss Fong? You, of all people, should know better. In this world, one must carry their conscience unburdened. You have done all you could to assist him, even to help his treacherous wife." "I just feel guilty toward his wife," she murmured. "Stop. No amount of reminiscing can alter the fact that she conspired with her lover to secretly eliminate Fong Tianqing and seize his assets. Ultimately, she even resorted to directly tampering with medication in an attempt to kill her husband. Now, she can easily escape with millions and live freely. Tell me, would she choose prison over such a life?" Lu Wan nodded, inhaling deeply, then turned to Shen Yuan and said, "Thank you. I am grateful to both of you for taking such great risks for my sake. Once Boss Fong regains consciousness, I will clarify matters regarding his wife, and I shall not speak further on it. Let things unfold naturally. However, he must properly express his gratitude to both of you. I, Lu Wan, vow that I will stand by you, no matter the challenges that may arise." Shen Yuan scratched the back of his head and smiled. "You are too kind. You know I am but a novice in this realm of practitioners. You are my first acquaintance in this world of martial arts, and I shall always." Lu Wan nodded, revealing a weary smile. Shen Bai, accompanied by Mou, drove off to investigate Wang Jun's situation, while Shen Yuan set out alone, contemplating his next destination, the Shenyang antique market. These past few days, he had neglected his business, having previously spent each day there. It felt rather unusual not to be in the shop, sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter with the old-timers. The antique market appeared desolate in the afternoon light as Shen Yuan opened the door. He dutifully dusted the various antiquities and jade pieces that had gathered a hint of dust, lit a stick of incense, and brewed a pot of water for tea. Then, he settled into a recliner, reflecting on the tumultuous events of the past few days. Though the chaos had primarily befallen the unfortunate Shen Bai, Shen Yuan still found the entire experience exhilarating. The friendship of Lu Wan, the ruthless Prince Hung of the Five Immortals sect, the mysterious Hu family, Hu Baoyi and Hu Xiaomei, as well as Boss Fong's wife, Yang Ying, indeed evokes a sense of stepping through the door of cultivation, embarking on a journey far removed from the mundane world. As I was lost in contemplation, my phone rang. A glance revealed an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, I was met with the anxious voice of a middle-aged woman. After listening to her frantic words for a while, I found myself both amused and bewildered, for it turned out to be the wife of my old acquaintance, Lao Qingpi. From the antique market, Lao Qingpi had been arrested a few days prior, after selling a bronze mirror to Lu Wan at my shop. Lao Qingpi had mentioned his intention to visit an old store in Linshur Bensteel City with a friend to inspect some inventory. I cautioned him to proceed with care. Subsequently, Lao Qingpi and his companion visited the old man's shop and found little of significant value. They then followed the old man to his home to examine his stock, where they were pleasantly surprised. The old man seemed particularly fond of collectibles from the Liao and Jin cultures of the north, showcasing a myriad of ancient jades, agates, saddle ornaments, crystal artifacts, and even 2 exquisite gold headdresses. Lao Qingpi's friend was elated. In this day and age, acquiring authentic items was akin to discovering a treasure trove. He quickly conferred with Lao Qingpi on strategies to negotiate a lower price for the entire collection. However, Lao Qingpi, sensing the old man's unusual demeanor, began to reconsider. Authentic antiques from the same period were quite sought after. This old man seemed to possess considerable knowledge. Observing the slightly earthy antiques, Lao Qingpi pondered whether to withdraw. If anything were to go awry, the old man appeared to be in frail health, potentially leading them into significant peril. One could never be certain of the legitimacy of such dealings. The depths of this matter were unfathomable. Unbeknownst to him, his companion, now blinded by greed, insisted on acquiring the entire lot. After deliberation, Lao Qingpi concluded that the old man's peculiar behavior indicated a willingness to part with the goods, and perhaps they would not attract any trouble. Ultimately, he reluctantly acquiesced. That very day, they pooled together most of their savings to the tune of 1,500,000, securing half of the inventory. They had also arranged for the remaining half to be held for them, promising to return in a few days with another $1,500,000 to finalize the deal. However, 3 police officers arrived at the antique market with an arrest warrant, promptly apprehending Lao Qingpi, alleging that he was connected to a tomb-robbing gang from the Mongolian region and suspected of dealing in stolen goods, instructing him to accompany them for questioning. Lao Qingpi, paralyzed by fear, nearly collapsed, exclaiming his innocence. Upon entering the police vehicle, he was dismayed to find his companion wearing a mournful expression, awaiting him inside. In that moment, Lao Qingpi realized that trouble had arisen from the very batch of goods they had just procured. Regret flooded his heart. He berated his companion throughout the ride, much to the officer's irritation, who urged him to silence himself, saving his energy for the interrogation room. Upon arrival at the station, after 2 rounds of questioning, Lao Qingpi finally grasped the full extent of the situation. What then is a pitfall? This is the jargon of the antique trade, and it must be recounted from the beginning. Since ancient times, those who have made a living from antiques have walked in the light, though they inevitably interact with some who dwell in the shadows. However, it is rare for them to directly engage in illegal activities. The act of reselling carries its own implications. Acquiring items directly from tomb raiders is deemed receiving stolen goods, while selling them afterward is considered trafficking in stolen property. Both are serious offenses, and history has shown that such actions lead to dire consequences. Thus, prudent antique dealers prefer to acquire goods from reputable secondhand dealers, even if it means paying a higher price due to multiple transactions. Most would never dare to obtain items directly from tomb raiders or even first-hand dealers, fearing the inherent risks. Everyone knows that those who frequently tread near the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. A single misstep by a tomb raider could lead to a lifetime of ruin. In their desperation to reduce their sentences, who wouldn't betray their accomplices in hopes of securing a favorable outcome? Consequently, certain items, no matter how exquisite, must be avoided if they have passed through too many hands. Only when the provenance of an item becomes so convoluted that its history is rendered a tangled mess can it be deemed safe. Furthermore, the dealer or second-hand vendor from whom you procure items should ideally possess a spotless reputation and a clean record, for that is paramount. After navigating this intricate web, it becomes clear why genuine antique jade artifacts command such exorbitant prices in the market. This elderly gentleman from the Steel City has, for decades, failed to uncover any significant treasures. Though he has managed to sustain his business, he has never encountered the opportunity to gain fame or fortune. Watching countless peers claim to have struck gold, while he has seen no increase in his own modest assets, has left him feeling quite unsettled. A sentiment that violates a cardinal rule within the antique trade: impatience. Having spent years in the field, he may lack luck, but he possesses wisdom. By a twist of fate, he became entangled with 2 enigmatic men from the Mongolian region, who were lurking about with a scheme for tomb raiding. Indeed, these tomb raiders have their own established channels for selling stolen goods, yet human greed often prevails. Few dare to directly accept these freshly unearthed treasures, as vendors are certain to undercut prices, especially when they carry the stigma of dealing in stolen artifacts. The risks involved in such undertakings often yield profits that pale in comparison to those earned by a network of intermediaries. This imbalance has not gone unnoticed by tomb raiders, who, in response to the resourcefulness of modern times, have innovated new strategies. Perhaps influenced by the recent rise of gambling on jade stones and the earlier fervor surrounding the speculative trade of walnut seeds, some skilled tomb raiding groups have clandestinely adopted a practice known as bao kong. This entails tomb raiders infiltrating a region, evaluating the terrain, and pinpointing ancient tombs that have long been forgotten. Initially, they utilize tools such as the Luoyang shovel to ascertain the precise location and specifications of these burial sites. However, the critical twist lies in the fact that these tomb raiders do not directly excavate under the cover of darkness. Instead, they seek out buyers in advance. They pre-sell the treasures yet to be unearthed. The buyers sought are naturally individuals well-versed in the antiquities trade, which allows tomb raiders to largely evade the exploitation of unscrupulous middlemen, while also bearing the risk of returning empty-handed after unearthing a grand tomb devoid of treasure. Essentially, this is a transfer of risk. The situation becomes intriguing. Come. The tomb lies beneath this yellow earth. The buyers, knowledgeable in their field, can generally ascertain the location and specifications, while tomb raiders, familiar with the remnants extracted by the Luoyang shovel, can estimate the era and quality. After categorizing the finds into grades, the price is set. Now it hinges on the buyer's fortune: 50,000, 100,000, or even up to $1 million. The larger the pit, the higher the price the buyer pays. Before your very eyes, a live broadcast unfolds. Let us see what ancient artifacts you can gamble out from the soil. How exhilarating this must be. Much like betting on stones, one cut can lead to poverty, another to wealth, one slice to paradise, another to despair. When the ancient tomb is opened, those fortunate enough may discover a genuine pit that has eluded countless tomb raiders. Then, consider the wealth of the tomb's owner. Textiles are often irretrievable, but gold, silver, jewels, jade, agate, porcelain, stone carvings, and weapons abound. Generally, if one can extract a few valuable items from a pit, profit is almost guaranteed. Moreover, it allows one to sidestep the lifelong entanglement with the pitfalls of the antiquities market. After all, even if an ancestor, centuries ago, mistakenly purchased a counterfeit artifact, buried for millennia, it remains a genuine antiquity, does it not? Have you not seen in news broadcasts how copper lamps and ceramic water pots, left behind by tomb raiders a millennium ago, are now hailed as cultural relics by bemused experts? Of course, more often than not, one emerges empty-handed, the tomb long having been plundered by unknown ancestors of past thieves. Who knows how many years ago it was stripped bare, leaving only a pile of bare bones mocking these greedy raiders in silence? Alternatively, after a lengthy search, one might only recover a few tarnished silver trinkets, shattered jade pieces, or worthless debris. Yet, people, much like those who gamble on jadeite, are inclined to propagate tales of overnight fortune while neglecting the tragic fates of those who lose everything in a single night. Chapter 26. The Jade and Stone Brought by Sister Chingpi. The old man of Ben Steel City, nearing the twilight of his years, still dreams of sudden wealth. Unable to resist temptation, he gritted his teeth and sacrificed everything, spending $200,000 to secure 2 pits in the mountains outside Ben Steel City. As fate would have it, perhaps out of pity for his dwindling time, yet enduring dreams, he indeed unearthed a dozen fine jade and silver artifacts, along with several pieces of Liao Dynasty white porcelain and even some gold. Seeing the old man's ecstatic demeanor, the tomb raider, in a generous spirit, produced 2 pieces of jade purportedly excavated from a Liao Dynasty tomb in the mountains of Liao West, prompting the old man to grit his teeth and spend an additional $20,000 to acquire them. With his wishes fulfilled, the old man now stood tall and proud. Having engaged in the antiquities trade for a lifetime, he had never felt such confidence. Among his peers, he now carried himself with newfound fortitude. The old man discreetly attempted to sell a piece of Liao Dynasty white porcelain and 2 small jade ornaments. As anticipated, the profits were substantial, yielding a modest gain of around 20,000 yuan. Word quickly spread among peers that the old man had amassed a considerable collection of valuable items over the years, a testament to the adage that appearances can be deceiving. The old man was well aware of the whispers, and both parties engaged in pleasant conversation, deliberately avoiding any mention of taboo subjects. The subtle hints about possessing a few genuine, yet ambiguous treasures brought him a sense of satisfaction. Little did he know whether he had exhausted a lifetime of accumulated fortune or if he had fallen victim to the age-old proverb that warns of joy leading to sorrow. During a period of leisure, possibly due to overwhelming excitement or after consuming a special health supplement provided by a young lady, chaos ensued. Moments later, the young lady emerged, disheveled and in a state of panic, while the old man lay sprawled on the bed, unresponsive, drooling onto the pillow, a victim of unconsciousness. A few peers arrived to witness the unsettling scene, feeling as though they had ingested something foul. In a frantic rush, they transported him to the hospital, amidst a flurry of phone calls to his family. Ultimately, the hospital's diagnosis revealed a stroke. The old man from Ben Steel City, along with his acquaintances, could hardly fathom how swiftly this batch of goods had been compromised. The original set of items had been sourced from grave robbers in Inner Mongolia, and just last week, one of them had been apprehended by the police while excavating a Jin Dynasty tomb in Liaoxi, caught red-handed. From the master planner to the recruitment leaders, down to the laborers and informants, not a single individual escaped. It was a complete sweep. Following this, the authorities commenced a thorough investigation into the scattered cultural relics. The old man from Ben Steel City found himself prominently listed among the grave robbers, included in the first wave of targeted illegal merchants. Furthermore, the evolving case raised questions about whether his involvement in the grave robbery constituted a criminal conspiracy. The grave robbers insisted that they were merely hired laborers for the old man. At that moment, the old man fully grasped the stark contrast between heaven and hell. From a life of obscurity, he had risen to prominence, only to face ruin and disgrace. After his arrest, he experienced a second stroke, fueled by the anxiety of his predicament. Fortunately, before collapsing, he promptly disclosed to the authorities the involvement of Lao Qingpi and his friend, who had purchased half of his antiquities. Consequently, both Lao Qingpi and his friend were summoned for investigation. Shen Yuan and Lao Qingpi had developed a friendship over the years, though it was tinged with the superficiality often found among acquaintances who bond over indulgence. Nevertheless, their camaraderie was not without depth, as Lao Qingpi held genuine admiration for Shen Yuan, who had garnered a modest reputation for his expertise in ancient jade studies. Recognizing an opportunity to assist, Shen Yuan decided to visit Lao Qingpi's home. The wife of the old Qingpi is not much younger than him, and despite her age, she appears quite haggard, her face marred by sores, likely due to anxiety and distress. Shen Yuan, feeling somewhat perplexed, quickly interrupted her, inquiring whether she had summoned him because there was a way he could assist Brother Qingpi. Secretly grinning to himself, he thought that should the illicit goods be unveiled, it would be a perilous situation for all involved. He then asked, "Did my sister-in-law bring me here for some matter in which I can be of service? Please, feel free to express your needs, and I shall not hesitate to assist if it is within my means." Sister Qingpi replied, when old Zhao went to inventory the goods. He genuinely had no idea that the items in the old man's possession were stolen. He has not spoken of this to anyone else. When I visited him, he mentioned that only you are aware of the situation, as he is relying on you to evaluate the quality of those jade artifacts. I was wondering if you could speak to the police and inform them that old Zhao only intended to purchase the old man's goods and was unaware that those items were directly acquired from tomb raiders. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan felt overwhelmed. What kind of predicament is this? While he could provide testimony, the crux of the matter was that they needed to believe him. To merely assert that old Qingpi was genuinely uninformed would require substantial evidence. Hesitating, Shen Yuan said, "Sister-in-law, regarding this matter, I can assist, but our words alone may not suffice for them to believe us. As someone within the industry, if I were to approach them claiming that Brother Qingpi is innocent, they will undoubtedly demand proof, of which we have none. Furthermore, such testimony would only serve as circumstantial evidence. If the old man insists that Qingpi knowingly purchased stolen goods, no amount of explanation would be effective." Upon hearing his words, Sister Qingpi wiped her tears and said, "Brother Shen, I am well aware of these complexities, but our family is truly at a loss. In such situations, those in your profession typically keep their distance. Your willingness to help is a testament to the friendship old Zhao has forged with you, and it signifies that your time spent in the antiquities trade has not been in vain. Allow me to inquire further. If you could assist with your testimony, I would be eternally grateful. If they do not accept such testimony, we shall resign ourselves to our fate. What do you think?" "Very well. As long as they acknowledge my testimony, I will testify," Shen Yuan declared, thumping his chest. "Oh, thank you so much. Please extend my gratitude to that poor soul of a husband." Sister Qingpi, dabbing at her tears, expressed her heartfelt thanks. Impatiently glancing at the clock, realizing that the relevant offices had not yet closed for the day, she took Shen Yuan by the hand and drove directly to the case unit to report the situation. Racing through the streets, as they arrived at the police station, Shen Yuan began to feel anxious, for after all, they were but common folk at heart. It is a distinct trait of our people to exhibit trepidation in the presence of authority, a characteristic ingrained in our culture for millennia. As anticipated, this significant case had garnered enough attention to warrant the establishment of a special task force. They were quite sensitive to all related information, and upon Sister Qingpi's mention of the situation to the officer on duty, it was not long before two individuals approached to take their statements. Seated in the office, Shen Yuan took a moment to collect his thoughts, meticulously reciting the words exchanged with the old antiquities dealer, words that had been spoken at a specific time and place. However, to his dismay, the expressions of the two investigators, who had initially appeared enthusiastic, shifted to one of discontent. An older male officer remarked, "Are you attempting to exonerate the suspect with these statements? Moreover, you are an antiquities dealer yourself and share a friendship with the suspect. Do you truly believe that what you are saying will benefit him? Where's the evidence? Do you possess any tangible proof?" He further cautioned, "I warn you antiquities dealers to abandon any notions of cleverness. If you have engaged in any transactions involving stolen goods, come forward and confess truthfully. There may yet be a chance for redemption. The investigation is ongoing, and we will not overlook any participant in this matter." Shen Yuan felt a pang of discomfort. It was evident that he had walked into a situation that he should have avoided. He quickly nodded in a submissive manner. The seasoned officer, maintaining his intensity, continued. You appear to be quite young and likely have not encountered such unlawful matters before. Heed these painful lessons and take them to heart. This extensive criminal organization has already seen numerous antiquities dealers and private collectors apprehended. We are diligently pursuing every lead, ensuring that none escape justice. Reflect carefully on whether you possess any antiquities of dubious origin, or if you have recently engaged in any transactions. Shen Yuan's head began to spin with confusion. Did these officers truly regard him as an accomplice, trying to coax him into confessing? He hastily interjected, No. Officers, you must understand. I merely came to discuss what Zhao Dachuang mentioned to me about wanting to explore an old shop's inventory in Bengang City. I had no involvement in any of these matters. Enough. I advise you to remain vigilant and abandon any thoughts of opportunism for your own sake. Why are you rambling? The older officer retorted. Yes, I understand you mean well. I will certainly keep it in mind. Shen Yuan felt a deep sense of frustration, akin to having ingested a fly that had landed in excrement. The officer sighed, saying, Here's a contact card. Take one and be attentive to any developments related to these affairs. To prove the suspect's innocence, one must adopt a stance of cooperation. You two are involved in this line of work. I suggest you assist us by keeping an ear out for pertinent information. If you hear anything, please inform us promptly. This will be the best course of action for both you and the suspect. Do you understand? Understood. Shen Yuan replied, his face drawn in dismay as he walked towards the corridor, feeling increasingly distressed. As he turned a corner, he encountered Sister Qingpi, who promptly inquired, How did it go? Xiao Shun, did you speak with them? Do you think they believe you? Upon hearing this, Sister Qingpi's eyes brimmed with tears. After a moment of reflection, she said, It's all right. Regardless of the outcome, I must thank you for coming to help. Unlike those cowardly friends who hide away in fear, we have done our best. The rest is up to that unfortunate soul's fate. This morning, I heard that several prominent figures involved in the trafficking of stolen goods have been implicated. One affluent individual reportedly spent millions acquiring a substantial amount of antiques as gifts. Upon their arrest, the moment this individual realized the gravity of the case and that escape was futile, they promptly revealed the recipients of these gifts, leading to the initiation of a separate investigation. In the northern district of the city, 3 high-ranking officials were detained, 2 surnamed Wang and 1 Zhou, all of significant stature. As Shen Yuan patiently accompanied Sister Qingpi out, he listened to her incessant chatter. Suddenly, keywords such as Northern District, Leader, Wang, antiques, gifts, grave robbing, and a gang from the Mongolian region swiftly intertwined in his mind. Wang Jun, the bone-burning furnace. So this is how it all connects. Shen Yuan inadvertently exclaimed. What? Brother, what do you mean? Sister Qingpi was startled and quickly inquired. Shen Yuan immediately regretted his slip, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention as they reached the entrance, finally exhaling in relief. Once in the car, Shen Yuan explained to Sister Qingpi, Sister, I know a bit about those officials you mentioned. I've heard they are all enthusiasts of antique collecting. It's not unusual for someone to cater to their interests. He elaborated at length, fearing Sister Qingpi might misconstrue his words. Upon entering his home, Shen Yuan noticed Shun Bai animatedly conversing with Xiao Qi by the coffee table. Several takeout boxes lay open, revealing a variety of delicacies, while a large box of Shengjing Laoxua was surprisingly placed on the floor. Why can't I know? Do you think I'm oblivious? Shen Yuan feigned profundity with a thick skin. How did you find out? Shun Bai asked, astonished. Shen Yuan sat down, pulled out a bottle of Shengjing Laoxua, and placed it before Shun Bai. Say, want to know? Finish this bottle. Shun Bai rolled his eyes, muttering, Come on, I was planning to use this wine to tease Xiao Qi. Can you find a different way to coerce me? The 3 of them indulged in food and drinks while discussing the affair concerning Wang Jun. According to Shun Bai's speculation, this situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Undoubtedly, individuals from the 5 Immortals sect were intertwined within, after who Bowie forcefully dealt with Wang Jun at his residence. It seemed he had merely brushed off his trousers and departed lightly. However, considering the vengeful nature of the cultivators, this was hardly plausible. Having uncovered the secret of the bone-burning furnace, it was certain that individuals from the 5 Immortals sect, under who Bowie's directive, would follow the clues and directly confront the audacious grave robbers from the Mongolian region. After indulging in their feast, Shun Bai whispered to Xiao Qi about something, while Shen Yuan prepared a pot of tea. After sharing a couple of cups, Shun Bai and Xiao Qi left together. It appeared that the gang's ability to establish their own territories was not something ordinary individuals could achieve. There were only a handful of sects operating in the Mongolian region. It was inconceivable that these individuals had no connections to one another. Shen Bai was determined not to overlook any potential leads and sought to investigate the grave robbing gang, hoping to uncover some trace of evidence. After tossing and turning throughout the night, Shen Yuan finally dozed off. Awakened by the sunlight streaming through the window, he contemplated and decided to embrace the day. Rising from his slumber, he washed up and took his old, rickety car to the antique market to open for business. With the door swung wide to welcome customers and tidying up the shop, he patiently awaited the delivery of the pancake and millet porridge he had ordered, meandering leisurely around his small establishment. Thus, 3 days slipped by, and there had been no word from Shen Bai. Shen Yuan had no desire to pursue him. Tracking such elusive leads was far from a simple endeavor, and he preferred not to intrude. That morning, having just finished breakfast at the shop and boiling water for tea, he noticed a figure moving outside the door. Moments later, a woman entered, and upon recognizing her as Qingpi's sister, he couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Ah, this is splendid. Has that old man from Ben Steel City awakened? Did he refrain from indiscriminately accusing Qingpi and his companion? Indeed, that old codger has come too, claiming that Lao Zhao and the other were unaware. Perhaps he realizes his past misdeeds have caught up with him, and he fears for his moral standing. Wonderful. If there is anything I can assist with, please let me know, sister. I shall not hesitate. Sister, if you find yourself in a tight spot financially, do inform your brother. Qingpi is currently in dire straits and in need of funds. Shen Yuan nodded, yet an odd sensation washed over him. It felt as though Qingpi's sister carried an unusual, almost mystical energy, a familiarity intertwined with an inexplicable, ancient essence, leaving him profoundly puzzled. By the way, I came not only to express my gratitude for your assistance in speaking to the police on behalf of your brother, but also to see if you could take a look at a few jade pieces. I independently retrieved some of the dearly departed hidden treasures, and I have no face to show in other shops. I thought perhaps you could help me find a buyer, and I'd be willing to part with them for a modest sum. Ah, sister, please don't take it the wrong way. Yes, you. I am not concerned about the legality of these items. My worry lies with Qingpi's reaction upon his release. Shaw, what does he dare do? Once he is out, he'll be penniless. If he dares to provoke me, I shall teach him a lesson. Haha, very well then. I shall assist you in assessing their value. If you trust me, I'll acquire them, considering it as a contribution to Qingpi's retirement fund. Qingpi's sister retrieved her handbag and began to extract 4 or 5 pouches filled with intriguing items. Shen Yuan felt that familiar strange sensation intensifying. Something peculiar was afoot. Within those pouches lay jade artifacts that were surely connected to him. Qingpi's sister unveiled each piece, 2 jade tablets and a string of jade Buddha beads, items he had previously examined and appraised. Upon reaching this point, Shen Yuan finally felt a profound sense of relief, realizing that these were indeed not the stolen goods he had feared. Next, he uncovered a piece of intricately carved white jade, followed by a sculpture resembling a white jade mountain. The moment the sculpture was revealed, Shen Yuan felt a sudden surge of spiritual energy within him, the speed of its circulation through his meridians accelerating significantly, leaving him with an exhilarating sense of comfort. It was a kindred essence of spiritual power. Indeed, this belonged to a gem appraiser. Could it be from my great-grandfather? Is this jade artifact one he left behind? Chapter 27. The Autumn Mountain Jade Incense Burner Top. Shen Yuan, with trembling fingers, gently caressed the jade artifact before slowly lifting it. At that moment, the residual spiritual energy within the jade seemed to resonate with the energy flowing through Shen Yuan's own body, enveloping him in an extraordinary sense of well-being. Sister-in-law, where did Qingpi acquire this item? I have never seen it before, he inquired, cradling the jade in his palm, feeling as though his internal energy had swelled slightly within that brief moment. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. Sister-in-law, I trust you. Allow me to appraise these items for you. If you find my valuation agreeable, I shall take them. What do you think? All right, I will defer to your judgment, replied the sister-in-law. Shen Yuan opened his hand, scrutinizing this jade, clearly forged by a gem appraiser, as tumultuous thoughts swirled within him. On the reverse side, there was an image of a tiger, exuding an ancient and remarkable charm, evidently a piece from the Liaojin era's incense burner top. Wait a moment. The incense burner top, the bone-burning furnace. Urgently, Shen Yuan whispered to Qingpi Saw, sister-in-law, is it possible that this item was left behind by the special investigation team? It certainly resembles something excavated from the great tombs of the Liaojin period. Qingpi Saw, with a look of bewilderment, firmly asserted, that cannot be. They have a catalog of all lost items. Each piece is verified one by one, with experts assisting in the confirmation. according to the accounts provided by the tomb raiders. There should be no errors. However, those two experts have been urging me to consider donating a few items to a museum for research. I paid them no mind and simply took the items and left. Gradually, Shen Yuan began to piece together a possible scenario. Could it be that the incense burner top was removed by tomb raiders shortly after its excavation? The furnace was taken by the wealthy owner of the excavation site as a gift, while the burner top was covertly hidden by the tomb raiders. By a twist of fate, it ended up in the hands of the old man from Gangcheng, and according to the tomb raiders' accounts. Although the furnace was among the major artifacts, no one mentioned the removed jade burner top. It had to be this way. With this realization, Shen Yuan suddenly understood. This jade burner top was, in fact, a stolen item. It was merely one half of a disassembled bone-burning furnace. Now, Shen Yuan was uncertain whether he ought to thank those avaricious tomb raiders. Were it not for their greed, this piece of spiritual jade, a legacy from his ancestral gem appraiser, would never have reached his hands. Having clarified this matter, Shen Yuan refrained from discussing it further with Qingpi Sa. Instead, he began to meticulously examine the other jade artifacts, eventually stating, "Sister-in-law, I will take these pieces. Let me provide you with a valuation." The jade Buddha beads, likely crafted from mountain material during the Republic of China era, should be valued at approximately 3,000. The brands are all of Qing Dynasty Hetian jade. One is seed material, while the other is mountain material. Together they amount to nearly 10,000. These valuations were suggested by Qingpi Ge, who is undoubtedly aware of the prices. The white jade piece with a board is from the Liao or Jin dynasty, regrettably not of Hetian jade quality, and should be priced around 5,000. This piece of Hetian jade from the mountain is likely the most valuable, with a market price not falling below 30,000. UNZ. Do not calculate too meticulously. Sister-in-law trusts you. A fair estimate should be around 50,000 in market value. Should a buyer who appreciates these items appear, there is certainly room for negotiation. So consider this as my assistance in selling on behalf of my brother and sister-in-law. I will offer sister-in-law 70,000. How does that sound? No way. Little Shun, sister-in-law understands your intention to assist our family, but this amount is excessive. She is aware that the antique market is currently bleak. Such high prices would likely weigh heavily on you. No, sister-in-law cannot take advantage of you. Sister-in-law. Shen Yuan observed the spirited middle-aged woman and felt a genuine sense of admiration. After much persuasion, despite her initial reluctance, Qingpi Sa reluctantly agreed to accept 50,000, albeit with the condition that Shen Yuan visit old Qingpi's shop to select more items. Shen Yuan smiled and declined, requesting that Qingpi Sa secure the items in the shop until Qingpi Gu could accompany him to negotiate the prices together, which would facilitate better discussions. After receiving the cash transfer on her phone, Qingpi Sa chatted with Shen Yuan for a while before bidding farewell, reminding him to enjoy a drink with old Qingpi when the time came. Shen Yuan promised to do so. Qingpi Gu and Qingpi Sa had become rare friends in the antique world for him. Unfortunately, the couple's fortune had been somewhat lacking. Old Qingpi had fallen victim to the pitfalls of greed, nearly leading to their ruin. Had it not been for the elderly man's last-minute conscience, old Qingpi would have certainly faced years of imprisonment. After seeing off Qingpi Sa, Shen Yuan turned to lock the door and quickly settled into the recliner behind the antique shelf. He opened his tightly clenched right hand and carefully examined the jade artifact. Indeed, the familiar spiritual vibrations felt as if they were intertwined with his own energy. After an extensive study, Shen Yuan was convinced that this was the jade lid of the bone-burning furnace. Contemplating this, Shen Yuan mused that the jade lid was a spiritual artifact used by his ancestral Jade Appraisers to suppress the chitin bone-burning furnace a millennium ago. Now, with the furnace emerging, the jade meant to subdue it had inadvertently fallen into his hands. Would there be any complications with the bone-burning furnace taken by the Five Immortals sect? Much like the chitin royalty, who perished under tragic circumstances. This object bears a sinister nature. One wonders if the sect's revered deity can withstand it. However, the thought of parting with the ancestral spiritual jade left by his great-grandfather feels unbearable to Shen Yuan, aside from a few pieces of jade he inherited. This is indeed the first relic left by my ancestors that Shen Yuan has obtained. Shen Yuan shook his head, deciding to remain a passive observer for the time being. He chose not to make a fuss. If the Wuxian sect remained quiet, he would act as if he were oblivious. However, should any trouble arise from that furnace, the Wuxian sect would owe him a considerable favor when he decided to present it. With this resolution, Shen Yuan retrieved the thickest jade rope, securely fastening the jade furnace atop it. Standing at 6 to 7 centimeters tall, It did not appear overly conspicuous when concealed within his garments. Sensing the resonance of its energy akin to his own inner strength, Shen Yuan felt that wearing it consistently would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation significantly. After carefully stowing away the jade furnace, Shen Yuan proceeded to examine several other jade artifacts of comparatively lesser value. Among them were jade prayer beads and 2 jade plaques, which were familiar old wares. One of the jade plaques, slightly smaller, featured the auspicious Fushan Shohai motif, crafted with an oil immerse technique that exuded a sense of solidity. The other plaque, somewhat larger and tinged with a hint of green, was engraved on one side with poetic verses, while the opposite side depicted a broad-mouthed vase. 3 symmetrical, spear-like weapons were artistically inserted into the vase's opening, symbolizing the notion of 3 spears from one vase, which conveys the idea of reaching 3 levels in life. The white jade carving with a plate was a first encounter for Shen Yuan. He took out a macro magnifying glass to scrutinize it closely. The jade, pale with a slight grayish-yellow hue, was heavily encrusted with a layer of yellow-black grime within its intricately carved cavities. Using a steel needle to probe, he discovered that the grime was firmly adhered to the walls of the jade's pores, characteristic of its antiquity. Regrettably, as the grime fell away, a few specks of pristine jade powder accompanied it, leading Shen Yuan to lament the stark contrast between ordinary white jade and Hetian white jade. Had it been Hetian jade, such scrapes would have caused no damage whatsoever. The density and hardness of Hetian jade are unparalleled, contributing significantly to its high market value. Moreover, its luster could not be compared to that of Hetian jade. It seemed that only the craftsmanship and age of this piece would serve as its selling points in the collector's market. The protruding carving was relatively rare, depicting a crane standing amidst a dense thicket of foliage, with curling lotus leaves beneath its feet. The portrayal of waterfowl, vegetation, and lotus leaves executed in hollowed-out relief, aligned with the craftsmanship characteristics of the Liao and Jin dynasty spring water jade. Although it was somewhat regrettable that it was not made of Hetian white jade, it still qualified as a commendable piece of ancient jade. Shen Yuan carefully sensed the aura of the various ancient jades, aside from the jade prayer beads emanating a faint, serene spiritual energy. The other pieces contained only a trace of nondescript spiritual essence, lacking any particular significance. With a smile, he wrapped up these ancient jades and stored them in his leather bag. Leisurely, he spent the afternoon lounging in a reclining chair until another customer entered the shop. Upon glancing up, Shen Yuan smiled. It was Lu Wen. Lu Wen's haggard visage bore a semblance of vitality, and he settled onto a small wooden stool beside the tea table, engaging in a light conversation with Shen Yuan. Fang Tianqing had regained consciousness last night, no longer in critical condition, and had been transferred to a regular ward today to commence his recovery treatment. Lu Wen recounted the entire affair to Fang Tianqing, of course, glossing over his wife's trivial matters as per the version agreed upon by the three. Fang Tianqing appeared somewhat taken aback. After instructing his assistant to verify the assets taken by Yang Ying, he fell into a prolonged silence, holding the signed divorce agreement in his hands. Lu Wen meticulously detailed the events involving Shen Yuan and Shen Bu Yi and Fang Tianqing, showing himself to be quite perceptive, urged Lu Wen to arrange a meeting with Shen Yuan and his companions, expressing his desire to convey his gratitude properly. Lu Wen had indeed come with the intention of arranging a meeting with Shen Yuan and Shen Bu Yi. Lu Wen remarked, for the time being, it seems that Boss Fang cannot be discharged from the hospital, thus it would be prudent for Brother Shen to make a trip to the hospital. Were it not for your assistance, he would have faced utter ruin. Words of thanks are insufficient. And by the way, where is Shen Bu Yi? He continued, if there is any way I can assist, please do not hesitate to let me know. I am more than willing to help. Shen Yuan responded, certainly. Now that we are considered old friends, do not hold back if you encounter difficulties. The same goes for you. It's not easy being out there alone. Do come to me if you need anything. Indeed, Brother Shen, if nothing arises this afternoon, let us meet with Fang Tianqing. What do you think? All right, let us proceed then, Shen Yuan replied, rising to close the shop, taking his bag as he and Lu Wen exited the antique market, heading towards the hospital. Lu Wen did not drive his expensive car, but instead rode in Shen Yuan's modest Suzuki SUV. Shen Yuan did not inquire, likely assuming Lu Wen would return the vehicle to Boss Fang after the matter was resolved. It seemed Lu Wen did not share a deep bond with Fang Tianqing. It was merely the latter's unrequited sentiments. Upon arriving at the hospital, the two made their way toward the high department ward. At the entrance, the usual crowd of relatives and friends was absent, leaving only Boss Fang's assistant to stand guard. Upon seeing Lu Wen and Shen Yuan, The assistant immediately stood up to greet them. Miss Luwen, master, you have arrived. The boss is waiting for you inside. Luwen nodded and pushed the door open, with Shen Yuan quietly following behind. Fong Tiansheng was half reclining on the elevated hospital bed, his pale face still devoid of color. Upon seeing the two, his eyes brightened momentarily, and he politely addressed them. Thank you for coming, Luwen. This must be Master Shen. Please take a seat. I am unable to rise, and I apologize for my rudeness. I hope you can forgive me. Indeed, I shall address you as Mr. Shen. My gratitude cannot be adequately expressed. Had it not been for you and your companions rescuing me, I would have faced an irretrievable fate. Thankfully, the individual in the Northern Development Zone has met his end, so I should have no further concerns. However, as Luwen mentioned, it appears that I have inadvertently drawn enemies upon you, all due to my circumstances. Henceforth, if you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall endeavor to fulfill your requests, regardless of their nature. I implore you not to be modest. Shen Yuan smiled. It is nothing. I have stated before that Luwen and I are friends. I shall not refuse assistance when I am able to help. Boss Fong. Fong Tiansheng hurriedly waved his hand, saying, Mr. Shen, please refrain from calling me boss. Just old Fong or brother Fong would bring me great joy. He chuckled, all right? Then I shall refer to you as Mr. Fong. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Since the matter has been resolved satisfactorily without leaving any lingering issues, I believe I have fulfilled my obligations. Today, let us meet to establish this bond of friendship. If fate permits, we shall gather again in the future. Please take care of your recovery and exercise caution moving forward. Should you require further assistance, do not hesitate to have Luwen contact me. Fong Tiansheng sensed a hint of coldness from Shen Yuan, as if he were reluctant to deepen their connection. Being a man who had traversed the realms of society in his youth, he understood this as a desire to maintain a polite distance, avoiding entanglements. Despite this awareness, Fong Tiansheng maintained a facade of utmost respect, stating, very well, as I am currently confined to my hospital bed, I have arranged for Mr. Shen to visit me once I am discharged. I look forward to raising a toast in your honor. I sincerely hope you will grace me with your presence. Indeed, let us gather properly once you have fully recovered. It would be rude to visit a patient empty-handed. Fortunately, I happen to possess a rather exquisite old prayer bead, known for its calming and soul-soothing properties. I would like to present it to you, Mr. Fong, and I hope you will not refuse. As he spoke, Shen Yuan discreetly felt a pang of regret as he retrieved the beautiful Hatian jade prayer beads from his bag, which he had just acquired from Chingpi's sister. He stood and placed them into Fong Tiansheng's hands. Fong Tiansheng quickly accepted them with both hands, examining the quality of the beads, and exclaimed, old, natural patina Hatian jade beads. How precious! Mr. Shen, you are too generous. Then I shall accept this gracious gift without hesitation. Thank you, Mr. Shen. With that, Fong Tiansheng slipped the prayer beads onto his left wrist, which was free of infore drip. Shen Yuan glanced at the silent Luwen and decided to take his leave. Fong Tiansheng did not attempt to prolong the farewell, sitting upright on his bed to bow in gratitude, not uttering a word about compensation or fees. This left Shen Yuan feeling a surge of frustration as he walked out, thinking to himself, damn it, we toiled tirelessly for days without receiving a single penny, and I ended up with a prayer bead worth several thousand. Fong Tiansheng truly deserves this. Chapter 28. Wuxianjiao Tongyuan Fort. Luwen remained silent as he escorted Shen Yuan outside. Upon exiting, the male assistant waiting outside quickly approached to greet them. Luwen merely nodded, and the assistant promptly retrieved a cash check from his briefcase. The check partially visible in an open hard envelope. At this point, Luwen finally spoke. Brother Shen, do not decline. Please accept this. Shen Yuan nodded, taking the check from the assistant's respectfully poised hands. He feigned nonchalance, placing it directly into his bag without glancing at the amount. Yet inside, he felt a tumultuous curiosity about its true value. Two individuals walked beside the small garden in front of the hospital's inpatient department. Shen Yuan gazed at Luwen and said, Xiaowen, I've taken to calling you that. Luwen nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Yuan continued, now, Boss Fong should be completely out of danger. His wife's situation is unlikely to change in the near future. What about you? Do you have any plans? Shen Yuan inquired. Did you grow up inside the gates? Shen Yuan interrupted her. There is no need for hesitation. What era are we in? No one should feel compelled to endure such matters. You have saved his life. You owe him nothing now. By the way, what do you do for a living? Luwen responded with a chuckle. What can I do? I pursue what I excel at. I have opened my own tattoo parlor, located in the Dragon Dream Mall in the Eastern District, just east of your antique market. Shen Yuan replied, Oh, that sounds wonderful. I must visit your shop sometime. Lu Wen teased. Are you thinking of getting a tattoo? That can be on the house. Shen Yuan carefully tucked away the check, harboring a mischievous thought, and drove directly to cash it. Upon arriving at the designated bank, the attendant glanced at the check and escorted Shen Yuan to the VIP reception area, where a manager welcomed him. The manager explained that redeeming such an anonymous check required some identification and prior appointment with the bank. Shen Yuan felt a twinge of frustration. After some contemplation, the manager made a call to his superior. After concluding the call, the manager informed Shen Yuan that Boss Fong was a significant client of the bank, and they would accommodate him this time. In less than half an hour, after providing personal information and signing documents, Shen Yuan found himself staring at a substantial sum of cash, feeling a slight unease. The pile was a vivid crimson. The manager thoughtfully provided him with a black, thick plastic bag with a seal, inquired if he required complimentary security escort. After a moment's reflection, Shen Yuan declined, completed all formalities, and with the heavy bag in hand, cautiously made his way to his car. He locked the doors and exhaled a sigh of relief before driving home. Shen Yuan, in a moment of boastful impulse, meticulously arranged the bag of cash on the coffee table in the living room before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Upon inspecting the refrigerator, he found a scant supply of vegetables and fruits, so he decided to slice a large piece of pork belly to cook a pot of braised pork. He also prepared rice and 2 plates of cold dishes. Shen Yuan heated the pan and began to pour in oil to caramelize sugar. His skill in braising pork was passed down from his food-loving grandfather. He simmered the sugar over low heat until it melted, waiting for the dark red bubbles to settle. After a brief moment of calm, fine bubbles emerged on the surface of the syrup. At that moment, he added the meat, stir-frying it over high heat to achieve an even color. When the meat became firm and uniformly colored, he added a mix of spices, ginger slices, and cooking wine to eliminate any foul odors. He enhanced the flavor with Sichuan pepper, star anise, and cinnamon, added dark soy sauce for color, and combined boiling water with a splash of light soy sauce to balance the taste. He seasoned with salt and let it simmer over low heat for 2 hours, resulting in a fragrant pot of northeastern braised pork ready to be served. However, it had not yet been 2 hours when Shen Bu Yi emerged, inhaling the aroma. Ah, what delicious dish are you preparing, Lao Shen? I walked quite a distance and am utterly exhausted. There has been little to gain. It appears that the band of tomb raiders has managed to elude capture, despite their claims of having apprehended all. Such exaggerations. The two masterminds behind this escapade will not show their faces anytime soon. I have dispatched individuals to continue the pursuit. Shen Yuan reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the news on his phone, deliberately omitting any mention of the cash resting on the coffee table. To his surprise, Shen Bai seemed oblivious to the money, turning instead to the television to watch football. Today, I accompanied Lu Wen to see Boss Fong. Has he awoken? Yes, he is perfectly fine, lively and animated. Even after his wife left him, he displayed no visible emotion. Is he not a sound mind? Why would he hand you such a large sum of cash? Does he not understand the concept of bank transfers or non-negotiable checks? Shen Yuan divided the cash into 2 portions, shamelessly keeping half for himself. He allocated 1 million to Shen Bai, who tossed the bag containing the cash on his bed before rushing out to dine. Shen Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes in secret. To the heir of a wealthy family, 1 million in cash seemed as trivial as a heap of yellow paper. As the two were engaged in a culinary duel over a pot of fragrant braised pork, Shen Bai's phone rang. After scooping up several glistening pieces of meat into his bowl, he answered the call. His expression quickly turned serious. Shen Yuan, sensing trouble, swallowed his bite and inquired, "What is the situation? Have they located the 2 bandits from the Mongolian region?" Shen Bai shook his head. Not from that side. It was a call from Hu Xiaomei. Hu Xiaomei? The Hu Xiaomei from the Wuxian sect? Indeed. Does she wish to arrange a date? Nonsense. There has been an incident at the bone furnace. Shen Yuan nearly dropped his beer in shock. The bone furnace, devoid of the spirit jade furnace top, has indeed encountered trouble. The spirit jade that once adorned the furnace top is now hanging around my neck. I had not informed Shen Bai earlier. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yuan scratched his head and decided to confide in Shen Bai. Well, a friend of mine in the antiques trade was taken in by the authorities a few days ago due to his association with those tomb raiders from the Mongolian region. He inadvertently received stolen goods. And then? Shen Bai queried, perplexed. Fortunately, it was later clarified that he had not intentionally dealt in stolen items, and he should be released in a couple of days. This does not interest me. Get to the point. His wife wishes for him to abandon this line of work. The crux of the matter, the task force that confiscated the stolen goods left behind a piece of jade. What jade? The spirit jade that was originally placed atop the furnace, the one from the jade furnace top. You have obtained it? Reluctantly, Shen Yuan extracted the autumn mountain jade furnace top from around his neck and placed it on the dining table. Shun Bai stared in astonishment at Shen Yuan, then picked up the jade furnace top for a closer examination, exclaiming, "You truly are your ancestors' descendant. How on earth did you manage to acquire this?" Shen Yuan cleared his throat and retorted, "Spare me the flattery. It's also your ancestry." Shen Yuan hastily pressed, "What has happened to the bone furnace? How could Ubawi have been harmed by the furnace?" Upon returning to the main hall, several elders lifted the seal, only to discover that the spirit-settling jade atop the bone-burning furnace was missing. Thus, the traitor Wang Ziheng was able to wield the demonic furnace, nearly delivering a fatal blow to a master like Ubawi. Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback and quickly remarked, "So, do we need to deliver the jade furnace top to them? Ubawi won't be dead, will he?" Shun Bai shook his head. "He should be fine. Once he is back on his own turf, the celestial masters of the Five Immortals sect will undoubtedly have a way to save him. I suggest we send the jade as well, to foster goodwill and ensure that the Five Immortals sect owes us a significant favor. Furthermore, we can investigate how Wang Ziheng learned the incantation for the bone-burning furnace. Had he used it earlier, we would all have perished that night in the villa, and Hubawi likely wouldn't have escaped either." Shen Yuan nodded, gazing at the jade furnace top on the table. It must have been a later acquisition. When we encountered Wang Ziheng, he surely hadn't mastered the incantation yet. But what compelled him to seek the bone-burning furnace? There must be a mastermind behind this. Shen Bai added, Wang Ziheng told that Wang Jun that he was certain the bone-burning furnace would manifest in the area between Liaoxi and Shenyang. Yet by that time, he had already betrayed the Five Immortals sect and severed ties with the celestial lineage. Without guidance from the celestial beings, how could he have known? I initially thought the capture of that band of tomb raiders from the Mongolian region was the work of Hubawi, but it seems the situation is more intricate. There might be another faction pursuing the furnace's whereabouts. Shen Yuan contemplated. Could it be that the raiders from the Mongolian region experienced internal strife? The furnace was intended to be handed over to the forces behind Wang Ziheng, but it inadvertently fell into the hands of the unruly raiders who sold it off. This ended up in Wang Jun's possession, who might have used it to coerce Wang Ziheng into discreetly eliminating Boss Fong. Is this what prompted our involvement? That seems quite plausible, Shen Yuan mused, reluctantly stroking the jade furnace top. He looked up and declared, the forces behind the bone-burning furnace are formidable. It appears we truly must deliver the jade furnace top to the Five Immortals sect. This will not only allow them to securely suppress the bone-burning furnace and establish a bond with us, but it will also enable us to investigate any connections between the individuals behind Wang Ziheng and those from the Mongolian region who seek our sect's legacy. Shen Bai glanced at Shen Yuan and chuckled. Not bad. Your mind has become as brilliant as this braised pork. Ha ha. It's settled then. Tomorrow morning, let us contact Hu Xiaomei and venture into Changbai Mountain. We shall see what the main hall of the Five Immortals sect has to offer. Shen Yuan retorted. No amount of meat will silence your incessant chatter. The following dawn, Shen Yuan and Shun Bai set off in their small off-road vehicle, driving northeast out of Shenyang. After dinner the previous night, Shen Bai had contacted Hu Xiaomei of the Hu family, informing her that they would be delivering the missing jade furnace top. Hu Xiaomei was overjoyed, expressing her gratitude profusely. The higher-ups of the Five Immortals sect seemed equally pleased to forge a connection with the Jade Appraisal Masters, making an exception to allow Shen Yuan and Shun Bai to meet directly at the main hall for further discussions. In the evening, feeling somewhat dizzy from the journey, Shen Yuan and his companion arrived at a quaint little town named Tongyuan, nestled deep within the Changbai Mountains. They halted at a modest gas station to refuel their vehicle. Shen Bai stepped outside to make a phone call, summoning Hu Xiaomei to come and collect them. The town was small, and just as they finished filling the tank, Hu Xiaomei appeared, riding in on a rugged motorcycle. Dismounting, she greeted Shen Yuan and his friend with a radiant smile. Upon seeing Shen Bai, who greeted her playfully with a fist salute, she playfully punched him in the chest, prompting him to grimace in mock pain. However, she quickly turned to Shen Yuan with a respectful nod. Thank you so much, Shun Ge. My master suffered a significant loss this time and nearly lost his life. If it weren't for me, the furnace would have lost face as well. Did you bring the jade? Did you encounter any troubles along the way? Shen Yuan shook his head, replying, No. The journey was quite peaceful, though the roads here leave much to be desired. Is there somewhere to eat? We had to make do with a hasty lunch in the car, and I still taste the ham sausage in my mouth. Hu Xiaomei frowned in thought. Originally, My master wanted to take you into the mountains as soon as possible, but a meal should be of little consequence. If we head in now, the cooks in the main hall have likely already disappeared. It wouldn't be right to treat you to leftover scraps. Gome, I'll take charge. Let us go to the home of one of my disciples for a proper meal. With that, she swiftly donned her helmet, kicked her motorcycle into gear, and beckoned for Shen Yuan and his companion to follow. As the motorcycle roared to life, they sped off toward the northern part of the town. Shen Yuan hurriedly mounted his vehicle, and they followed closely behind. After navigating a couple of turns, Shen Yuan saw Hu Xiaomei park her motorcycle in a spacious courtyard, where she was already dismounting and waving to them. They quickly entered through the simple gate. In the courtyard stood 3 main rooms, characteristic of northeast China, with a high foundation flanked by lower storage and wood sheds, all neatly maintained. 3 individuals emerged from the house, an elderly couple and somewhat shy young woman. It was evident that the lively elderly lady was the head of the household. With a bright smile and a booming voice, she greeted them in a hearty northeast dialect. Hu Xiaomei bounded over, linking arms with the lady, and playfully said, "Auntie, these are the esteemed guests I've been waiting for. They haven't had dinner yet. I didn't even get a chance to eat before they arrived. How about treating us well? Were there still plenty of those delicious dishes left?" The elderly lady chuckled warmly, pinching Hu Xiaomei's cheek, and replied, "Yes, yes. I knew you'd arrive at a time when there's nowhere to eat in the mountains. So I saved some dishes untouched just for you. Come in quickly." She turned to Shen Yuan and his companion, nodding politely, and added, "Are these 2 the esteemed guests from the mountains? Please come inside. I apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality." Shen Yuan promptly cupped his fists in gratitude and responded, "Not at all, thank you, Auntie, for your kind hospitality. I'm most grateful." Before she could finish her sentence, Hu Xiaomei abruptly tugged at his sleeve, leading him into the house. "Oh, stop dawdling. Our second aunt is an elder of the Hu family. She used to take care of me when I was little. Once we step inside, it feels just like home. Hurry up and eat. If we delay too long, my master will get anxious waiting." Upon entering, Shen Yuan was greeted by the fragrant aroma wafting from a small partition at the back of the main room, concealed by a half curtain. He recognized it as the incense hall dedicated to the worship of grandfather Hu San and grandmother Hu San. Shen Bai sniffed the air, grinning at Hu Xiaomei, and mimicked a line from a commercial, saying, "Ah, this is the scent." Hu Xiaomei shot him a fierce glare, then turned away, choosing to ignore him. A low, dark red Kong table was set upon the bright, clean-heated Kong, the dishes carefully covered with lids. The delightful fragrance reached them from afar, prompting Hu Xiaomei to hurriedly urge them to remove their shoes and step onto the Kong. Shen Yuan was unfazed, having often done the same in his rural childhood, while Shen Bai was utterly astonished. "Is it customary to remove your shoes and eat in someone's bedroom while visiting?" As Shen Yuan helped him onto the Kong, he explained that in the past northeast winters, families often gathered on a single large Kong for warmth. The heated Kong typically connected the 2 main rooms and the earthen stove in the foyer. The stove burned straw and firewood, warming both the food and the Kong. In the northeast, building a heated Kong was known as pan Kong, and skilled craftsmen were highly sought after. A more refined setup would feature a fabric curtain or a partition in the middle, symbolizing the separation between young couples and the elderly. In less fortunate circumstances, the entire family would crowd onto one large Kong. Shen Bai's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. "What?" He paused, then grinned at Hu Xiaomei, teasingly asking, "Say, Xiaomei, do you still uphold this fine tradition in the mountains? How many junior sisters and brothers share your Kong?" The thought sent a shiver down his spine as he imagined Hu Baoi's toothy grin and wrinkled face. Shen Yuan quickly interjected, "Let us eat. We can't delay our mountain trip any longer. It's getting dark, and Xiaomei's master must be getting anxious." Hu Xiaomei flashed Shen Yuan a bright smile, then huffed at Shen Bai before eagerly revealing the dishes one by one. Instantly, an intense aroma filled the air. "Brother Shen Yuan, this is hazelnut mushroom stew with tender chicken, and this is deep-fried Crucian carp. It's so crispy. I've loved my second aunt's fried fish since childhood. This is cold fern salad, and this is the smoked pig's head meat my uncle prepared. Always a must for the offerings." As Hu Xiaomei excitedly described the dishes while stuffing her mouth, she kept piling food onto Shen Yuan's plate, much to Shen Bai's exasperation. Shen Yuan observed his cheerful aunt sitting beside them, merely watching as they dined, and promptly urged, "Aunt, please join us for dinner. It feels rather inappropriate for us to eat alone." The aunt, smiling warmly, waved her hand dismissively. "We mountain folks eat early. I set aside a portion when preparing dinner this evening. My family has already finished their meal, and seems you 3 are still hungry. Please do indulge." If anything doesn't suit your palate, do let me know. Ah, thank you, Aunt, Shen Yuan said, feeling a deep sense of comfort as he devoured the hearty meal prepared by the hospitable mountain folk. Shen Bu Yi appeared to have no inclination towards the lighter culinary customs typical of the South. As he lavished praise upon the smoked pig's head that his uncle had prepared, he continued to extol its virtues. The seemingly simple-minded uncle remained silent, contentedly sitting on a small stool at the entrance, puffing on his pipe. The aunt, while serving rice into the bowls of her 3 guests, remarked, "My husband has never been one for words. He is a bit of a mute, but he has a good heart, so please do not take offense." Upon hearing this, both Shen Yuan and Shen Bu Yi hastily reassured her, "Not at all." Shen Yuan even clasped his hands in gratitude towards the uncle, while Shen Bu Yi, grinning, pointed at the pig's head and gave 2 thumbs up. Seeing that Shen Bu Yi had nearly finished the generous platter of delectable smoked pig's head, Shen Yuan nudged him with his elbow and whispered, "Have you had enough? I have a large black box in the trunk of my car. It contains a jade pipe. Go fetch it so we can leave a keepsake for uncle." Shen Bu Yi shot him a glare. "Why don't you go? Why must you send me?" Shen Yuan replied, "I am your master, and I am also your 3rd uncle. I'll have Xiaomei arrange for you to stay next to Hu Baoyi tonight." "The black box, you say?" Shen Bu Yi sulkily dashed outside to retrieve the item, while Hu Xiaomei, who had been stifling her laughter, rolled on the bed, chuckling that Shen Bu Yi might never dare visit the Wuxin sect again. As Shen Bu Yi swaggered back in, proudly carrying a bag, Shen Yuan sensed the boy might burst with excitement. Indeed, the impudent youth first produced the exquisite jade pipe with a purple sandalwood stem and brass bowl, presenting it to uncle. The uncle glanced at the matriarch, and upon seeing her lack of objection, he wiped his hands and accepted the gift. The more he examined it, the more he appreciated it, grinning widely. Then, under Shen Yuan's fiery gaze, Shen Bu Yi produced 2 beautiful jade bracelets and placed them into the hands of his aunt, declaring them as gifts from their master to her and her daughter. "Damn it," Shen Yuan thought, "I completely forgot there were other items in the box. This is quite the loss." Meanwhile, Hu Xiaomei discreetly tapped Shen Yuan's calf with her foot, murmuring in mild discontent, "Why did they get gifts while I received nothing?" Shen Yuan felt overwhelmed, and at that moment, Shen Bu Yi climbed onto the bed, grinning as he addressed Hu Xiaomei, "Little Mei, I saved the best for you. What do you think of the jade pendant in the bag?" As Hu Xiaomei reached for the bag, Shen Yuan, sensing the suspicion in Shen Bu Yi's demeanor, quickly seized it instead. Peering inside, he was met with darkness. To his dismay, he discovered a piece of jade, an exquisite artifact from ancient times. However, its nature was troubling. It was a totemic jade piece from the era of fertility worship, resembling a female reproductive organ. At first glance, it seemed abstract, but upon closer examination, the lifelike realism became evident. Seizing the moment when Shen Yuan was distracted, Hu Xiaomei leaned in to take a look, momentarily stunned by the sight. She noticed Shen Yuan glaring at Shen Bu Yi with gritted teeth. After pondering for a while, her cheeks flushed crimson. With a fierce glare directed at Shen Bu Yi's evasive eyes, she seemed to emit a low growl, fearing that the two would overturn the table. Shen Yuan hastily rummaged through his belongings. Finally, he produced a jade piece pendant adorned with cloud patterns and quickly placed it in Hu Xiaomei's hand. My dear Xiaomei, do not concern yourself with this fellow just yet. This is a protective jade pendant I personally refined before my journey, a rare gift for you. Quickly tuck it away. We shall deal with this matter later." Hu Xiaomei glanced at the jade pendant in her hand, nodding in agreement with Shen Yuan's final words. An heir, puzzled, remarked to Hu Xiaomei. He mentioned that the 4th girl seems to have gone out. What could she possibly be doing at this hour with guests still present? As she and Uncle Heir moved towards the door, Hu Xiaomei felt a tightening in her chest. She glared at Shen Bu Yi and questioned, "What do you mean? Is it unacceptable for us to offer you the plums?" As she spoke, she reached for a plum to take a bite. Shen Bu Yi swiftly snatched it from her, squeezing it forcefully until the sweet juice burst forth, filling the air with its aroma. After taking a whiff, he solemnly addressed Hu Xiaomei. "This has been tampered with." Hu Xiaomei continued to regard him coldly, but momentarily closed her eyes, silently reciting something. She then took a gentle sniff of the crushed plum, her brow furrowing in response. Shen Bu Yi proceeded to crush several more plums, sniffing each one before nodding gravely to Hu Xiaomei and Shen Yuan. All the plums have been laced with a substance, likely a sedative. Shen Yuan peered out the window, observing Aunt Heir and Uncle Heir nearing the front door. Hu Xiaomei suddenly sprang up from the calm, her voice trembling with emotion. "Impossible. Aunt Heir's family are good people. They have watched me grow up. How could they possibly do such a thing? There is no reason for it." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Bu Yi replied, I too find it hard to believe Aunt Air would be involved. Such a drug would be more discreetly hidden in food, where its flavor could be easily masked. Shen Yuan advised, let us refrain from making any moves for now. We should observe the reactions of Aunt Air's family before proceeding. We are beneath the mountain gate of the Five Immortals sect, and I cannot fathom there being a traitor among us. I believe Aunt Air's family is not malicious. Hu Xiaomei gazed into Aunt Air's eyes, grasping her hand gently. Aunt Air, please inquire with the immortal beings. I too sense something amiss. Indeed, Aunt Air nodded, then turned and entered the incense hall in the back room. Before long, the scent of burning incense wafted through the air, accompanied by her low, somber prayers. Shen Yuan and his companions had already dismounted, standing quietly outside the incense hall. Soon, Aunt Air's hoarse voice drifted out. Sia is in trouble, over to the west. In the next moment, she staggered out, rushing towards the door in a flurry. The three of them quickly followed suit. The sky outside already shrouded in darkness as Aunt Air hurriedly ran towards the western wall of the courtyard. Shenbu, he pondered for a moment and tapped Hu Xiaomei on the shoulder. Who do you think is behind this? Is it Wang Ziheng? Sweat streamed down Hu Xiaomei's face in her anxiety. It must be him. For years, no one has dared to harm anyone from our Wuxian sect in these mountains. It has to be him. Shen Yuan observed that Aunt Air appeared as an ordinary mountain villager, now flustered and disoriented, prompting him to dash ahead a few steps. He swiftly arrived at the western wall, surveying the surroundings before grasping the top of the cement wall with his left hand and leaping over it. Oh, I'll go find someone, Hu Xiaomei exclaimed, slightly panicked. Shen Yuan contemplated for a moment, opting not to accompany her, and instead jumped down from the wall. He retrieved a military knife from behind his waist, cautiously following the path in pursuit of the mute Uncle Air. Shenbu, Yi, and Hu Xiaomei reached the western wall of the house, scanning the area, while Aunt Air breathlessly caught up with them. Suddenly, Hu Xiaomei spotted a bulging mass beneath a pile of scattered black tarpaulin at the base of the northwestern wall. She rushed over and lifted it, calling out, "See you, Jia." Shenbu Yi and Aunt Air hurriedly dashed over. Upon closer inspection, they found the girl who had shyly observed Shen Yuan and his companion at the door not long ago, now filthy and curled up beneath the black tarpaulin. Her eyes tightly shut, unconscious. Hu Xiaomei and Aunt Air hurriedly pulled Siyu out, patting her chest and back in an attempt to revive her. Shenbu, he leaned against the wall, glanced around, then lowered his head to press on Siya's neck, solemnly stating, "She has been poisoned and fainted, but she is not dead. We need to hide her inside." Tears streaming down her face, Hu Xiaomei scooped up Siya and, along with the staggering Aunt Air, turned to rush into the house. After securing Aunt Air and her daughter in the relatively enclosed incense hall, Hu Xiaomei instructed Aunt Air to bolt the door from the inside, then emerged with two small, dark daggers drawn from her calves. With a fierce glare directed at Shenbu Yi, she declared, "Once I find them, I will make them pay. Those beasts." Gritting her teeth, Hu Xiaomei pulled out her phone and immediately sought help. Shen Yuan cautiously followed the direction Uncle Air had taken when leaving through the main gate, navigating around several stone walls but failing to catch sight of him. Shen Yuan dared not shout. After all, Uncle Air was deaf and mute, and even if he called out, he likely wouldn't hear, which would instead expose his own position. Anxiously, Shen Yuan pressed on. Ahead lay a vast expanse of vegetable fields, where beans and eggplants were cultivated. Under the faint moonlight, shadows danced, and Shen Yuan concealed himself beneath a dirt wall, glancing around without daring to expose himself, just as he contemplated turning towards the area with more residents. A flicker of ghostly light caught his eye at the edge of the vegetable field. Shen Yuan gently closed his eyes, concentrating his energy at the space between his brows, and gazed intently in that direction. It was the smoking pipe. Indeed, it was the jade-tipped smoking pipe that his second uncle had only recently cherished. Attached to the pipe was a purple tobacco pouch that his uncle had just hung, with some yellow tobacco leaves scattered on the ground. Shen Yuan felt a surge of alarm, realizing that his second uncle had encountered trouble right here. Thus, he exerted all his strength to investigate the garden for any peculiar disturbances. Half a minute passed, yet Shen Yuan found nothing. Just as he could no longer restrain himself from rushing over to check if his uncle was in that garden, a low voice called from behind him, "Old Shun, don't move." Turning around, Shen Yuan saw Shenbu stealthily approaching from behind, and quickly inquired, "How is it at Aunt Air's house? Where is Siya?" Shenbu nodded. "Siya has been found. She has fainted. The poison is identical to that used by Wang Ziheng's subordinates back then. It seems Wang Ziheng has come. I still have the antidote from the last time in my bag in the car." Xiao Qi used one, leaving 4 remaining. I brought them along in case we encounter Wang Ziheng's group again. Have you administered it to Xia? Not yet, Shen Buyi replied. What do you mean? Let us wait until everything is confirmed. Shen Yuan fixed his gaze upon Shen Buyi's eyes, who quietly responded. Do not look at me like that. We are the disadvantaged here. We cannot trust anyone now. We must keep some cards close to our chest. Do you understand? Shen Yuan sighed, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. What should we do now? Uncle might be right in that garden. But what? It is clearly a trap ahead. What purpose would it serve to enter? Let us move. After saying this, Shen Buyi grasped the hesitant Shen Yuan's arm, guiding him stealthily away from the eerie garden. By the time the two entered Aunt Air's courtyard, the sky had darkened to an inky blackness. There was no light in the house, and with no nearby neighbors, the entire courtyard felt somewhat sinister in the night. As they approached the house, Shen Yuan felt as though the wide-open door concealed a lurking leopard, its fangs bared, ominously watching the outside. In a hushed tone, Shen Buyi whispered Xiao Mei, Are you clear? It's us. Shen Yuan noticed a shadow flicker at the door, and suddenly, Hu Xiao Mei leaped out. Her pale face radiated a fierce energy as she held two slender, dark daggers in a reverse grip. Upon seeing only the two of them, her eyes turned red, and she coldly demanded, Where's my mute uncle? Shen Yuan sighed, replying, I haven't seen him. The smoking pipe was found beside a large garden. Hu Xiao Mei's eyes widened as she sharply retorted, Then why haven't you gone to search properly? Shen Buyi, frowning, interjected, There has been no movement in the garden. Only a smoking pipe remains. It must be a trap. Uncle Wu Ti let them wait idly for us to rescue him. Calm down and think. If Wang Ziheng were to target us, who would be his true objective? I believe he is after you. His goal is singular. The Bone Furnace. Chapter 30. The Mute Uncle. Tears streamed down Hu Xiao Mei's face once more. But I didn't bring the Bone Furnace. Shen Bai remarked. Perhaps they intend to trade you for the Furnace of Bones. Hu Xiao Mei lamented, I have brought misfortune upon Aunt Air and her family. With a slight tilt of his head, Shen Bai glanced at Shen Yuan, who followed him into the west room. Upon entering, Shen Bai surveyed the space, which mirrored the east room with its expansive calm. It was immaculately tidy, imbued with a subtle fragrance reminiscent of a young woman. On the table lay a few cosmetics, and several posters of small celebrities adorned the wall beside the mirror, suggesting that Xia resided there alone. Approaching the window on the north wall, Shen Bai scrutinized the wooden frame and pointed out to Shen Yuan, Look, this must be a thread from Xia's clothing. Shen Yuan leaned in for a closer inspection, confirming it to be a strand of black fiber. Shen Bai plucked it and inhaled deeply, detecting a metallic scent of blood. It appeared that Xia had been drugged and subsequently carried out through the window, concealed beneath a tarpaulin. Hu Xiaomei nodded and opened the door to the incense hall, joining Aunt Air in lifting the unconscious Xia onto the Kong in the west room. At that moment, Shen Yuan observed that despite her deep concern for her daughter Xia and her missing spouse, Aunt Air refrained from asking too many questions, indicating her wisdom and experience in navigating such dire situations. The composure she exhibited was not something easily cultivated. Gently touching Xia's forehead, Aunt Air whispered to Hu Xiaomei, Is it possible that the group pursuing you and your master has returned? Yes, it seems so. Wang Ziheng, the traitor from the Baitang. Hu Xiaomei's tears flowed freely as she gazed at the unconscious Xia. After inspecting outside the window, Shen Bai had already leaped inside, looking somewhat helplessly at the well-meaning Shen Yuan without uttering a word. Shen Yuan discreetly winked at him, prompting Shen Bai to assist in examining Xia. Suddenly, a cat's meow echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by another from behind the house. Hu Xiaomei appeared to exhale in relief, exclaiming, Turn on the lights. We must save Xia immediately. Our people have arrived. The area around the house is secure. Hurry, save Xia. Aunt Air swiftly turned on the electric light at the door, while Shen Bai and Hu Xiaomei began to inspect Xia for injuries. Indeed, upon turning her over, Hu Xiaomei seemed to feel a needle's tail protruding from Xia's back. Without a second thought for the presence of the two young men, Aunt Air bit down on the fabric and forcefully tore away the clothing covering Xia's back, revealing a deep purple steel needle embedded beneath her right shoulder blade. Shen Bai produced a tissue, using his nail to grip the needle's tail firmly before pulling it out with determination. After carefully sniffing the needle, he addressed Shen Yuan, Indeed, this is the anesthetic used by Wang Ziheng's underling to ambush Xiao Qi. Quickly, administer a red antidote to Xia. We must act swiftly. Xia lacks internal strength, and prolonged delay may lead to lasting afflictions. Shen Yuan discreetly pointed to the back of Siya's thigh, revealing a tear in her black trousers near the bend of her leg, through which a deep wound was visible, with a small opening oozing blood. Knowing this to be fresh, Shen Yuan decided not to linger on the matter any longer and promptly retrieved an antidote, handing it to Hu Xiaomei. She cradled Siya's head while the second aunt fetched a glass of water, directly placing the small pill into Siya's throat and administering the water. A person in a light stupor would instinctively swallow when water was poured down their throat. Seeing Siya cough a few times in her unconscious state but ultimately manage to swallow the antidote, both Shen Yuan and Hu Xiaomei breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the courtyard, prompting Hu Xiaomei to leap off the bed and dash to the door. Upon closer inspection, she burst into tears. Wu-Wu. Second senior sister, you have arrived. Wu-Wu. Siya has been poisoned by Wang Ziheng. And Uncle Heir is also missing. Wu-Wu. Shen Yuan and Shun Budi entered the main hall, where they encountered 3 individuals, 2 women and 1 man. Hu Xiaomei was being supported by a somewhat ordinary-looking woman in her 30s, who was gently inquiring about her well-being. The younger woman among the trio approached Shen Yuan and Shun Budi, nodding respectfully and introducing herself. Might I have the honor of addressing Mr. Shun, the esteemed Jianyushi? I am Hu Yujia from the Wuxian sect. She gestured to the 2 individuals behind her, saying, This is my second senior sister, Hu Qingqing, and my junior brother, Hu Yong. Both Hu Qingqing and Hu Yong bowed respectfully to Shen Yuan, who returned the gesture with a slight nod. Hu Qingqing, appearing to be the leader of the group, expressed her apologies after comforting and inquiring about Hu Xiaomei. It was indeed embarrassing to have guests and disciples poisoned right at the threshold of their own mountain gate, with a glimmer of cold resolve in her eyes. Hu Qingqing addressed Shen Yuan. I kindly request that Mr. Shen take a moment to rest at Aunt Heir's home while we resolve matters with Wang Ziheng and provide you with an explanation. We will escort you into the mountains afterward. I hope for your understanding. Shen Yuan glanced at Hu Yujia and softly asked, Is it not a bit perilous for just the 2 of them to confront Wang Ziheng? Hu Yujia smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern, Mr. Shun. Since receiving the news, over 20 individuals have already arrived. Our people are stationed at various paths surrounding the town. More disciples will continue to arrive upon receiving word. This time, Wang Ziheng will undoubtedly not escape. Shen Yuan and Shen Budi exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the Wuxian sect was serious this time. After Elder Bai Mei Hu Baoi was nearly killed by Wang Ziheng, the sect had mobilized such a force at the mere hint of his presence. It seemed that even if Wang Ziheng chose not to come here, the gathered forces near the Fox Hall were prepared to descend the mountain and deal with him. Mom, my leg hurts. Sio woke on the Kong in the west room, weakly calling for Aunt Heir. The second aunt hurried to support her daughter, feeling her over to ascertain the extent of her injuries. Shen Bai and Shen Yuan remained in the east room, refraining from joining the commotion. Shen Bai spoke in hushed tones. The wound is on the back of her thigh. That girl was certainly dragged out through the window. It could not have been her doing it herself. She must have been ambushed. Shen Yuan replied. Then it cannot be her who administered the poison. We were all on the Kong, with Aunt Heir beside us, and Uncle Heir sitting at the door. Did anyone leave? Shen Bai pondered Uncle Heir. Shen Yuan interjected. What are you joking about? Uncle Heir? How could that be? Shen Bai insisted. He was the one who brought the fruit. Shen Yuan countered. Did he not say that administering the anesthetic in the food would be more discreet? Shen Bai shook his head. I cannot fathom it now. If Uncle Heir, assuming he aimed to deal with Hu Xiaomei, he would have had ample opportunity. Why wait until we arrived to poison her? Shen Yuan contemplated. So he suddenly decided to take us 3 down simultaneously. Are they afraid we might ascend the mountain? They must know about the Jinling jade we possess. They fear we might assist in suppressing the bone-burning furnace. Shen Bai nodded. It seems that way. Shen Yuan remarked. Still, the method of poisoning is underhanded, playing tricks. I sense that Wang Ziheng's actions stem from desperation, much like his bluster in Shengjing. He lacks the manpower to strike directly. Shen Bai agreed. Indeed, this is the lair of the Wuxian sect. Attempting to act here would attract too many eyes. He continued. Hu Xiaomei is quite capable. As long as you 2 stay together, you should be able to protect yourselves. The area around the house is currently guarded by the Wuxian sect spies. Therefore, I shall venture out to assist that Hu Qingqing, striving to capture Wang Ziheng and determine whether he has any connections with those from the Mongolian region who covet our mountain gate. As he spoke, Shen Bai beckoned to Hu Yujia, who was stationed at the door. The 2 engaged in a quiet conversation as they made their way toward the vehicle. After a brief discussion, Shen Bai retrieved a vest-like garment from the carriage and vanished into the night. Shen Yuan nodded. remarking, "It is nothing unusual. It is merely a coincidence, and one should lend a hand. We are old acquaintances with Hu Baoi and Xiaomei. It is only right. However, this time, Aunt Air and her family have been inadvertently implicated. By the way, is Aunt Air an elder of your esteemed sect? How long have they been residing here?" Hu Yujie sighed, glancing at the light in the west room, and responded softly, "Aunt Air is indeed an elder within the sect. Over 30 years ago, there were some upheavals within the gate, and her husband, also a disciple of the sect, perished in the Mongolian region, leaving her with 3 children. The eldest was only 4 at the time. Disheartened, Aunt Air moved down the mountain and became a fortune teller in Tongyuan town. It was over a decade later that she met the now-mute Uncle Air, who had wandered here. They both had their struggles, and gradually, they came together to make a life. They even had a daughter, Xia." Shen Yuan nodded, yet his heart was tumultuous. It seemed that the outsider, Uncle Air, might indeed harbor some secrets. He had only arrived in Tongyuan town, at the foot of the Wuxian sect, about 20 years ago. 20 years. And now, he could very well be conspiring with Wang Ziheng against them. Could it be that Uncle Air has been lurking under the gates of the Wuxian sect for 2 decades? Allied with Wang Ziheng? This notion is utterly preposterous. How could one live incognito for 20 years and father a child with a widow? What grand scheme could this entail? As these thoughts coursed through Shen Yuan's mind, a chill ran down his spine. He could not abruptly accuse Uncle Air of being Wang Ziheng's inside man, as they possessed no evidence to substantiate such claims. For now, they could only await the outcome of the confrontation between the 2 factions, hoping that Shen Bai could effectively subdue Wang Ziheng and his cohorts. They needed to ascertain their ultimate objective promptly. In the midst of Shen Yuan's growing unease, the tranquil town was abruptly awakened by the sound of 2 muffled gunshots piercing the night. Lights flickered on in response, and Shen Yuan's heart tightened. How could there be gunfire? Hu Yujie rushed out, straining to discern the direction from which the shots had come. She turned to Shen Yuan and inquired, "Mr. Shen, do the men you brought possess firearms?" Shen Yuan shook his head. "No, we have never employed such weapons." Hu Yujie regarded him with a hint of skepticism. "There are wild animals in these hills, and some of the local families may stash away firearms, but given our hurried arrival, our group did not bring any." She continued, "Wang Ziheng must have lost his mind. Firing shots signifies a resolve to fight to the death." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. He pondered for a moment before speaking to Hu Yujie. "Could you arrange for the guards protecting the house to escort Aunt Air and her daughter to safety? We could free up manpower to assist in subduing Wang Ziheng." Hu Yujie shook her head. "That is not permissible. You are a distinguished guest master who has specifically requested we protect at all costs. Allowing your younger brother to assist would breach protocol. It is absolutely out of the question." Shen Yuan insisted. "If that's the case, I will separate from Bai and ascend the mountain. I will take the Jinling Jade and Aunt Air with me. You send 2 others to accompany us. We can seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to enter the mountains, while you gather reinforcements for Bai. What do you think?" Hu Yujie hesitated for a while, clearly unsettled by the gunfire and the uncertainty of the situation in the town. Finally, she nodded. "That works. I will have Hu Yong take someone to escort you into the mountains." By the time Shen Yuan and his companions reached the mountainside after departing the town, darkness enveloped the area once more. It appeared the villagers living under the Wuxian sect remained steadfast in their faith in the spiritual gate situated within their mountains. Observing the pitch-black town, Shen Yuan felt an overwhelming concern for the safety of Shen Bai and Hu Xiaomei. After a moment's deliberation, he switched on the headlights and navigated the narrow mountain path. Beside him, Hu Yong meticulously guided the way. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes of driving into the mountains, the forest on either side seemed to be in slumber, quiet as if not a breeze stirred the leaves. However, their progress came to an abrupt halt when a sturdy, albeit small, poplar tree lay across the road, blocking their path. Shen Yuan glanced at Hu Yong and asked, "Did you see this tree on your way here?" Hu Yong squinted and shook his head. "We took a shortcut through the woods and did not travel this main road. I'm not aware." Shen Yuan sensed that trouble loomed ahead. Peering into the rearview mirror, he was met with an impenetrable darkness. The group unanimously agreed that reaching the sanctuary of the 5 Immortals sect was their safest course of action. Hu Yong turned to the young man squeezed in the back seat and said to Bao, "Be cautious. Go check how that tree fell. If you can move it, do so." He then addressed Shen Yuan. "Mr. Shen, please do not turn off the engine. I will go out with Bao. I'll climb the hillside to cover him. As soon as Bao shifts the tree, accelerate and do not stop. Just follow the road. Aunt Air knows the precise location of the mountain gate. Do not halt for us." Shen Yuan nodded in agreement. Hu Yong and Dabao exited the vehicle, with the latter surveying the surroundings. They swiftly approached the poplar tree along the mountain wall, while Hu Yong stealthily ascended to a higher vantage point. Shen Yuan anxiously watched as Dabao examined the tree's broken trunk, then suddenly stood and signaled a downward chop with his hand. A chill ran down Shen Yuan's spine. Something was amiss. The tree had been deliberately felled. They had walked into a trap. Dabao bent down and heaved the fallen poplar, attempting to push it into the adjacent gully. However, after just 2 steps, he staggered, as if he had suddenly wrenched his back. He stumbled a few more steps before collapsing to the ground, both he and the tree crashing onto the road, utterly still. Shen Yuan felt his hair stand on end. Instinctively, he sought to shift the car into reverse. As he glanced into the rearview mirror, he caught sight of 2 figures tumbling down the steep, overgrown slope, accompanied by a cacophony of loose stones and dirt cascading down, landing heavily behind the vehicle. Startled, Shen Yuan quickly regained his composure and urgently instructed the women in the back seat. Aunt Air, Sia, both of you stay down and do not exit the car, understood? Aunt Air, clutching the trembling Sia, nodded vigorously. Shen Yuan wished to warn them to be cautious of Uncle Air if they saw him, but hesitated. Unable to voice the thought, he drew his sharp military knife, leaving the engine running, and leaped from the car. In the dim red glow of the taillights, Shen Yuan approached the 2 shadowy figures sprawled behind the vehicle, 2 men who had plummeted from the heights above, likely gravely injured. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one as Hu Yong, who had climbed the slope to protect Dabao. Blood soaked his abdomen and left shoulder, and one leg lay grotesquely twisted, suggesting a broken bone. He labored to breathe, his eyelids barely parting, realizing they had fallen into an ambush. Shen Yuan glanced at the other man who had tumbled down with Hu Yong. The sight sent a jolt of fear through him. The man lay face down, his abdomen pierced by a dagger, its length obscured. Blood flowed rapidly from the base of the blade, pooling around him. He was utterly motionless. No hope remained. The first thought that crossed Shen Yuan's mind was a grim realization. Was he dead? Shen Yuan stood in a state of shock while on the ground. Hu Yong barely managed to open his eyelids and utter a few words with great effort. Shun, Mr. Shun, run. It's too late. Get in the car. Flee. A gash, over 2 inches long, resembled a child's mouth, spewing forth crimson blood. In a flurry, Shen Yuan hastily removed his jacket, shaking out the sleeves to wrap them around Hu Yong's waist, securing the makeshift bandage tightly over the wound. After a moment's thought, he stuffed a pair of climbing gloves beneath the fabric at the site of the injury, applying pressure to stem the bleeding. Shen Yuan's mind was in turmoil once again. Should he escape in the car with the 2 women? Or should he prioritize treating Hu Yong? Or perhaps he should slip into the forest alone and flee under the cover of darkness. Despite his frantic thoughts, he held Hu Yong tightly in his arms. Loose gravel continued to tumble down the slope where Hu Yong had fallen when suddenly, a figure crashed onto the road just a short distance away from Shen Yuan. In an instant, Shen Yuan released Hu Yong, seized a military knife from the ground, and lunged towards the shadow, stabbing fiercely at its abdomen. As the dust surrounding the figure had not yet settled, the shadow caught sight of Shen Yuan charging at it with the blade, and swiftly dodged backward while raising its left hand to defend itself. A sharp clang resonated as the knife grasped in the figure's left hand met Shen Yuan's military blade with precision, deflecting it to the side. In that fleeting moment, Shen Yuan seemed to tap into a well of latent potential, maintaining his forward momentum. With the knife now positioned on his left side, he abruptly slashed upward from beneath, aiming for the figure's groin. Caught off guard by Shen Yuan's relentless assault, the shadow, despite its skilled prowess, found itself momentarily flustered. Its left-hand knife strained to block the incoming strikes, and with another resounding clash, it finally managed to parry Shen Yuan's fierce second blow. Yet at that moment, the shadow had already lost its balance. The figure in gray stumbled backward, and just as Shen Yuan was poised to capitalize on his advantage and pursue, a raspy voice suddenly pierced the air. Stop. Put down the knife. Otherwise, the woman, in the car, will die. A gun. Shen Yuan was engulfed by a wave of despair. Chapter 31. The ruthless Shen Yuan. The shadow that had just been repelled by Shen Yuan slowly approached, maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 meters. With a smirk, it remarked, "Kid, I didn't expect you to have some fight in you." Not bad. Having adjusted to the darkness, Shen Yuan scrutinized the gray-clad man, who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, stoutly built, with a face marked by hostility. Bloodstains were faintly visible on the knife he held. He was uninjured, which meant the blood on his blade must belong to Hu Yong. The man gestured towards Shen Yuan's military knife, commanding, "Throw away that worthless thing. Don't you see I have a shotgun ready for you? Rest assured, as long as you heed my words, I won't kill you. Do you understand?" Shen Yuan's mind had settled into calmness as he turned to glance at the silhouette beside the off-road vehicle, brandishing a shotgun. He raised his hand and hurled his military knife. However, the blade clattered to the ground, landing beside the immobile Hu Yong's knee. The figure in gray stared at Hu Yong, noting that one of his legs was grotesquely bent, blood pooling around him, rendering him as still as if he were lifeless. With a grunt, he approached to check if Hu Yong still drew breath, only to see Shen Yuan pulling out a jade stone from beneath his t-shirt, addressing him with, "Is this what you desire?" The gray-clad man paused, then chuckled, "Clever. I enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals." As he spoke, he moved closer to Hu Yong, stepping on the twisted remnants of his shattered leg. The sound of breaking bone echoed, sending a chill through Shen Yuan's core. It was evident that Hu Yong had completely succumbed to his fate. Who could endure such excruciating pain and remain motionless? The gray man spat on Hu Yong, cursing, "Damn it, you caused me to lose a brother." Shen Yuan interjected, "I will give you the jade, but you must release the elderly woman and the girl in the vehicle." As he stepped forward, the gray man advanced as well. Just then, Hu Yong, who had appeared to be lifeless on the ground, suddenly surged to life. Grasping the military knife Shen Yuan had just discarded, he fiercely lunged it towards the gray man's lower back. A piercing scream erupted from the gray man as Hu Yong's blade plunged deep into his lumbar region, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. Shen Yuan observed in horror as the knife embedded itself halfway into the gray man's body. Struggling, the gray man realized with terror that his legs no longer obeyed him, leading to another wail of anguish. Hu Yong lay on the ground, eyes closed, ashen-faced. Gasping for breath, he intermittently murmured, "Hurry, take the jade furnace. Hurry." As Shen Yuan moved to check on him, he noticed the gray man struggling to raise his upper body, yelling at the approaching frail figure beside the off-road vehicle, "Old man, shoot. Aim for that Shen fellow's leg. Hurry, shoot." At the sound of the command, Shen Yuan felt a surge of panic, instinctively crouching and rolling to the ground. A gunshot rang out behind him, and as he rolled to Hu Yong's side, he paused, sensing no sting of pellets hitting him. At that moment, the gray man's shriek echoed once more, "Ah, you blind old dog. Where are you shooting? Ah." Shen Yuan quickly lifted his head to see the gray man writhing on the ground, blood spilling from his head and shoulder where the bullet had struck him. Meanwhile, near the rear wheel of the vehicle, two figures were locked in a struggle. As Shen Yuan squinted in the dim light of the tail lamp, he realized it was Aunt Air, having jumped from the vehicle to seize the gun from the shadowy figure. The frail shadow entangled with Aunt Air was none other than the mute Uncle Air. Shen Yuan hurriedly leaped up and sprinted towards the off-road vehicle. Just as he had taken a couple of steps, he witnessed Uncle Air delivering a brutal headbutt to Aunt Air's face. The impact left Aunt Air's eye bleeding profusely, yet the elderly woman clung tenaciously to the hunting rifle in Uncle Air's grasp, her voice hoarse as she cried out, "What do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind? Put it down. What do you truly intend to do? Tell me." Uncle Air lifted his knee and forcefully struck Aunt Air's chest several times, causing her to spit blood. Shen Yuan, frantically rushing forward, was nearly driven to madness, with only 4 or 5 meters separating him from the weapon. Aunt Air could no longer maintain her grip on the rifle and was kicked down behind the vehicle by the mute Uncle Air. Uncle Air swiftly raised the gun. At that moment, the muzzle was pressed squarely against Shen Yuan's chest. He abruptly halted, gritting his teeth as he gazed at the ominous black muzzle and Uncle Air's flushed face, his heart sinking into despair. "Ha ha ha, almost. Let that old woman ruin everything." Uncle Air rasped, his voice grating and unpleasant, wiping the blood from Aunt Air's forehead and eyelids with his left hand. He then forcefully jabbed the barrel against Shen Yuan's chest. Shen Yuan, glaring at him with gritted teeth and gasping for breath, felt a sharp pain in his ribs and chest from the sudden impact, instinctively staggering back a few steps. Both Shen Yuan and Uncle Air were panting like exhausted hounds, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. The sole firearm remained firmly in Uncle Air's possession. "Take out what you have and place it on the ground. Hurry, or I will truly shatter your legs." The simplicity and innocence that characterized Uncle Air upon their first meeting seemed to have been cast aside, replaced by a visage of madness and cruelty, his face contorted in rage. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Shen Yuan inquired, gently removing the jade furnace from around his neck. "Mother, what has happened to you? Father, what are you planning to do?" A girl, stumbling down from the off-road vehicle, crawled over to embrace the barely conscious Aunt Air, wailing at Uncle Air. Sia looked up intently, her eyes wide with shock. "Father, how can it be you? How are you speaking? Father." Uncle Air coldly ignored her and stated, "Consider your father dead. Get in the vehicle and do not come down again. Otherwise, I will immediately kill your mother. Do you understand?" He then turned astride towards Shen Yuan. However, Sia lunged forward, gripping Uncle Air's pant leg, and cried, "Father, how can you speak? Why are you attacking my mother? What is happening?" Seeing Uncle Air's momentary lapse of control, Shen Yuan, emboldened by an unknown courage, dashed forward, his right hand swiftly reaching for the muzzle of the gun in Uncle Air's grasp. He had grasped it. Shen Yuan, airborne, clutched the still warm barrel tightly, attempting to raise it above his head as he descended, fearful that the bullet might strike him. Then, contemplating in his heart, he thought that upon landing, he could immediately turn around and deliver a swift kick to Uncle Air's abdomen. Suddenly, Uncle Air was unexpectedly seized by Shen Yuan, who grasped the barrel of the gun. Instinctively, he yanked the shotgun backward, resulting in Shen Yuan, who was airborne, being pulled forward and crashing down onto the ground before the gun's muzzle. Lying on the ground, Shen Yuan felt pain that nearly curled him into a shrimp-like form. To his astonishment, at the moment of landing, the jade furnace he had just placed on the ground fortuitously jabbed into his lower abdomen, as if someone had delivered a brutal kick with military boots. The pain caused Shen Yuan's vision to blur, nearly making him relinquish his grip on the gun's barrel. Startled, Uncle Air, noticing that Shen Yuan had seized the barrel, desperately pulled back. Gritting his teeth, Shen Yuan held onto the gun firmly, inhaling sharply. Suddenly, leveraging the force of Uncle Air's backward tug, he propelled himself upward and yanked the shotgun. The barrel slid past his right side, unleashing a thunderous bang that left Shen Yuan dizzy and his ears ringing. Yet, a sense of calm settled over him. There were only 2 bullets in the shotgun. Despite his dizziness, Shen Yuan did not cease his movements. He swung his left fist with force, landing a powerful blow to Uncle Air's right temple. The impact was resounding as Uncle Air's head jerked sideways from the punch, yet he still clung to the shotgun. Seizing the moment, Shen Yuan released the searing barrel, grasped Uncle Air by the collar, and struck him hard in the face with his right fist. Blood, mixed with teeth and saliva, spewed from Uncle Air's mouth as he finally relinquished the shotgun, stumbling backward. Driven by instinct, Shen Yuan followed up with a heavy kick to the old man's abdomen, who winced in pain, clutching his still throbbing belly. Frustrated, Shen Yuan contemplated kicking the jade furnace that had nearly cost him his life into the deep ditch beside the road. At that moment, he felt a glimmer of confidence. Even without anything else, holding this weapon in his hand provided a semblance of security. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Shen Yuan surveyed the surroundings, sensing no hidden threats. He approached Uncle Air, who had completely lost consciousness and lay there motionless. Noticing that the old woman was still weeping for her husband by the car and had not seen what transpired, he decided to deliver another forceful kick between Uncle Air's legs. The old man instinctively curled up slightly before falling still once more, allowing Shen Yuan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Rushing over to the old woman, he found her gasping for breath, shaking his head as he quickly retrieved his phone to call Shen Bai for help. However, after a moment's consideration, he put the phone away. Shen Bai's number was usually stored securely and set to vibrate only. In such situations, to ensure safety, he likely would have tossed it somewhere obscure. And Shen Yuan did not wish to engage in actions that might jeopardize Shen Bai's safety. The vehicle continued to hum with the engine running, and Shen Yuan hesitated to look at the 3 individuals sprawled behind the car. Surely, those 3 must be dead? Hu Yong must be saved. Shen Yuan, with determination, rushed over and gently helped him up, discovering that he still seemed to have breath. Hu Yong's bandage had come undone during the final strike, and blood appeared to be nearly drained from his body. Shen Yuan hastily rewrapped the wound securely and, with great effort, lifted Hu Yong, whose leg was still twisting and flailing. The individual who had rolled down with them was already lifeless, his face turned a ghastly waxen hue. As Shen Yuan carried Hu Yong towards the vehicle, he carefully glanced at the figure in gray. Upon closer inspection, he nearly vomited in horror. A knife was deeply embedded in the lower back of the gray-clad man. The bullet fired by Aunt Air had grotesquely shattered nearly half of his face, the eyeball completely obliterated. His left shoulder was riddled with bullet holes, and one eye remained wide open, the iris coated in the dirt from the tumult. The scene was tragically gruesome, blood splattered everywhere. A wave of fear washed over Shen Yuan. He had been involved in a killing, albeit indirectly, as none of the deceased were his own doing. Yet, he was entangled in a matter of life and death, and if the authorities were to uncover this. Shen Yuan was struggling to place Hu Yong into the passenger seat when the roar of a motorcycle echoed behind him. A sinking feeling gripped his heart. Was there still someone else? What to do? The poplar tree in front had yet to be moved. Oh right, that unfortunate boy, named Xiao Bao, was still lying under the tree. He must have been drugged again. He should be alive. Shen Yuan glanced at the barely conscious Hu Yong and then at the trembling Siya, who was huddled in the back seat with Aunt Air. Gritting his teeth, he thought, damn it, I still have a gun. There's no turning back now. Better to face the consequences boldly. He instructed Siya to remain silent and quickly ran to the poplar tree in front of the vehicle. He reached out and checked for a pulse on Xiao Bao's neck. Fortunately, it was still there. Shen Yuan decided to drag Xiao Bao a few meters to the roadside and then concealed himself behind the dense foliage of the tree's canopy. Taking a deep breath, he lay prone and ready to shotgun. The motorcycle came to a halt approximately 200 meters away, the engine silenced and the lights extinguished. Shen Yuan remained silent, his hands slick with sweat on the shotgun's grip. Soon after, a shadowy figure emerged from behind the SUV, stealthily approaching the two bodies of the gray-clad man for inspection before disappearing into the roadside shadows. Shen Yuan gritted his teeth tightly. Moments later, the figure reappeared, slipping along the roadside shadows towards the rear of the SUV. Glancing up, the figure suddenly stood, peering inside the vehicle, then swiftly yanked open the rear door. Shen Yuan held his breath, aiming his shotgun steadily at the shadow, as lower leg, not wishing to take a life directly, nor wanting to risk injuring the three people inside the vehicle. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a hand suddenly reached out and grasped the hammer of his shotgun from behind. Shen Yuan was taken aback. Just as he attempted to struggle, a pair of legs suddenly straddled his waist, pinning him firmly to the ground. Old Shun, it's me. Shen Bai, don't move. It's me. All right, lower the gun. Beside the vehicle was Hu Xiaomei. It's all right. Shen Yuan, upon recognizing Shun Bai's urgent voice, felt his taut nerves gradually relax. Only then did he notice the chill creeping across his back. Sweat had thoroughly drenched his shirt. Damn it, why sneak up from behind? You nearly scared me to death. Shen Yuan exhaled deeply and turned to glare fiercely at Shun Bai, who had climbed down to sit beside him. Shen Bai, equally drenched in sweat, looked up and said, I intended to come over and give you a swift cut to the throat, but then I realized it was you. You looked as tense as a bowstring. So I didn't dare to call out, fearing you would hear the noise and turn to shoot me. I was also worried you might accidentally harm Hu Xiaomei, so I had to disarm you first. Damn it. Even from a distance, I could sense your murderous intent. So, did you take care of those on the ground? Shen Yuan replied, stop the nonsense. The one who got stabbed in the belly is the one Hu Yong dealt with, and that knife in the gray-clad man's lower back was also from him. The bullet that grazed the gray-clad man's head was fired when Old Second's uncle accidentally discharged his weapon while trying to wrest it away from Old Second's aunt. Shun Bai listened in astonishment and asked Shen Yuan, so Old Second's uncle didn't end up getting shot by Old Second's aunt in that manner? Shen Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and turned his face away, saying that old man was armed. He demanded I hand over the jade furnace and was ruthlessly attacking Old Second's aunt. Quite audacious. In the end, I had to find an opportunity to deal with him. It was no joke. Shen Bai couldn't help but chuckle, covering his mouth. Shen Yuan furiously exclaimed, what the hell do you mean by that? Shen Bai waved his hand and said, it's nothing. But your approach to dealing with that elderly man was rather ruthless. I dare say, even if he survives, he'll be left a mere shell of his former self. Shen Yuan. Chapter 32. The Fox Fairy's Home. Shen Yuan had just turned the vehicle around, intending to transport the three injured individuals to the town, when he noticed two pickup trucks hastily approaching from the uphill direction. Shen Bai urged him not to be anxious, assuring him that it was Hu Qingqing and her companions who had arrived. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, Hu Qingqing and her group were filled with dread. Hastily loading the injured into the pickup trucks, they set off towards the town. Shen Yuan initially wanted to accompany them, but was stopped by Shen Bai. Hu Yujie and the pale-faced Hu Xiaomei approached. Hu Yujie seemed as if she had been holding back a surge of pent-up emotions. Her lips parted several times, but she could not muster the words. Finally, it was Shen Bai who spoke. Sister Hu, there's no need to say anything. No one wishes to encounter such circumstances. We've all been schemed against. I only just realized when I heard you mention that Shen Yuan and the others were heading into the mountains, that we may have fallen into a trap. Let us hold off on apologies for now. The most crucial task is to ensure that Jade Furnace reaches Elder Hu safely. Hu Yujie, her face flushed, nodded, and said, this incident counts as a debt I owe you both. I will make amends. The group, led by Wang Ziheng, has retreated beyond the mountains, and our people are in pursuit. Venturing further into the mountains would place us beneath the watchful eyes of the celestial beings. There is no danger now. Let us proceed. Once we enter the mountain gate, I shall kneel before Mr. Shen and offer my apologies. With that, he mounted Hu Xiaomei's motorcycle, leading the way into the mountains. Shen Yuan insisted on driving, while Shen Bai ripped the blood-stained cushion from Hu Yang's seat and tossed it into the trunk. Shen Yuan inquired why he did not dispose of it in the ditch. Shen Bai shook his head, stating, "It is best to leave no trace of such scenes. If I am not around in the future, you must be more cautious. Whenever possible, avoid leaving any loose ends." Shen Yuan remarked, "By the way, that gray-clad figure had." On the inky mountain road, they twisted and turned for an hour, and Shen Yuan, aided by the headlights, spotted a modest temple ahead. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, indicating it was not a site of thriving incense offerings. Hu Xiaomei parked the motorcycle beside a clear patch next to the temple. Both she and Hu Yuji dismounted, with Hu Yuji entering the small temple first while Hu Xiaomei beckoned them from the entrance. Shen Yuan turned off the engine and glanced at Shen Bai. "Is this it? The main hall of the Five Immortals sect is merely this small temple?" Shen Bai chuckled. "It shouldn't be, but let us go in and see." As they exited the vehicle, Shen Bai donned a backpack, casually stowing Shen Yuan's sawed-off shotgun within it before approaching the temple's entrance. Hu Xiaomei's pallor remained ashen, prompting Shen Yuan to ask, "Xiaomei, are Aunt Heir and Forthy being cared for?" Hu Xiaomei nodded. "Yes, someone will send them to the provincial city for treatment tonight. Brother Hu Yong may not hold on much longer. His injuries are severe." Shen Bai gently touched Hu Xiaomei's shoulder, saying, "Life cannot contend against fate. Hu Yong is a strong man. I heard from old Shen that had it not been for him, none of them would have escaped tonight. Be at ease." With a soft Hu Xiaomei lowered her head and led the two into the temple. Inside, they found a small courtyard, relatively clean, devoid of any unpleasant odors. The main hall bore an old, pitch-black plaque inscribed with the words Mountain God Temple. Hu Xiaomei was the first to kneel on a mat before the golden statue of the mountain god, respectfully bowing 3 times, followed by Shen Yuan and Shen Bai. Then, Hu Xiaomei guided them around to the back of the hall, whispering, "The master mentioned that for over 20 years, the main hall has not invited any outside guests. Who would have thought that before the guests even arrived, that traitor Wang Ziheng would cause such chaos? Truly unfortunate." Suddenly, Shen Bai seized Hu Xiaomei's arm. She looked at him in surprise, about to speak, but Shen Bai gestured for silence. He turned and removed his backpack, indicating for the 3 to retreat to the side of a small moon gate. Hu Xiaomei felt a twinge of anxiety, but stifled her questions, following Shen Yuan and Shen Bai as they quietly edged toward the wall's corner. Shen Yuan glanced at Shen Bai, silently inquiring what he meant. Shen Budi pointed at Hu Xiaomei and, in a whisper, inquired, to keep it brief, "Is your mountain gate located at the end of the small path behind the moon gate? Is there a hidden guard station here year-round?" Hu Xiaomei, her large eyes wide open, nodded in response, ready to ask a question when Shen Budi gestured for silence. He continued softly, "There's a scent of blood behind the moon gate, a presence of death. Something has happened at your main hall." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaomei felt an impulse to leap forward, but the prepared Shen Budi restrained her firmly. Shen Yuan also gripped Hu Xiaomei's shoulder, his palm pressed over her mouth, whispering, "Do not act rashly. Budi would not be mistaken. Stay calm." With her eyes wide in alarm, Hu Xiaomei nodded to indicate her intent to remain composed, allowing Shen Yuan and Shen Budi to gradually release their hold. Shen Budi then inquired quietly, "How many personnel are there in your main hall? How many can invite deities to possess them? You have come out with fewer than 30. How many remain at home? Are there any deities present in the hall? Where's the bone furnace located?" Shen Yuan also observed Hu Xiaomei anxiously, who thought for a moment before responding, "There are fewer than 50 at home. Earlier, around 30 were dispatched to confront Wang Ziheng, leaving us with under 20. Goodness, as for the deities currently in the main hall, we can invite only. Shen Yuan pressed. "How many exactly?" 3, including myself. 4, with a hint of tension. Shen Yuan drew his hunting rifle, asking, "Should we retreat now?" Shen Budi shook his head. "There will definitely be hidden guards along the way. They have intentionally allowed us to enter. If we attempt to break out now, our chances of success are slim." He continued, "I wager that the communication signals here have been jammed." Shen Yuan hastily checked his phone, confirming, "Indeed, signal is 0. With reddened eyes, Hu Xiaomei clenched her teeth and declared, "My master is still inside, and there are so many of our companions remaining. I refuse to leave. I want to go in and see." Sister Yujie just entered without triggering any alarms. Perhaps the enemy has retreated? Aye. Shen Booty shook his head. If everything were fine inside, Yujie would have surely come out to greet us. Do not harbor doubts. The smell of death behind the moon gate indicates danger. We cannot take risks. We must devise a strategy before acting. Do you understand? Hu Xiaomei nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. Shen Booty then asked, how many routes lead to the main hall? 1. Briefly outline the route for me, along with the situation inside. This, if you do not speak, we cannot enter. Think carefully. Very well. There are 2 routes. This is the main entrance, and there is a small path at the back mountain that is difficult to traverse. It requires climbing a rope ladder. Typically, the ladder is retracted. This way leads through the bewitching forest. Those unfamiliar with the path cannot navigate it, and then across the 5 Immortals Bridge. After that, you will see an entrance. The main hall is within the dry cave atop the water cave, which is quite spacious, housing the Fox Immortal Hall, the conference chamber, and many other places. The bone furnace should be in the Fox Immortal Hall with my master. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan's head spun with confusion. Why are there so many chambers inside? Is there a water cave as well? How does one access the dry cave? Hu Xiaomei replied. The dry cave is situated above the water cave, accessible by stairs, and secured with an iron gate. Within, a single man can hold back a multitude. Even cannons would find it impossible to breach. She furrowed her brow and added, no more than half a stick of incense. At that time, I could wield the art of enchantment. My skills were exceptional, and I could foresee simple matters. Shen Buting pondered for a moment and remarked, is it only you and your master who can summon the celestial beings of the 5 Immortals sect? Hu Xiaomei nodded. Indeed, the connection with the celestial beings cannot be forced. Presently, only my master and I possess this ability. Shen Yuan interjected, what of your sect's leader, or rather the big boss? Hu Xiaomei shook her head in silence. Shen Buting rolled his eyes, stating, the 5 Immortals sect has been without a leader for decades, with the highest-ranking elder being Hu Baoyi. Each of the 5 branches operates independently. The celestial beings under them attend to their disciples' ailments and accumulate merit. This is common knowledge in the realm. Shen Yuan turned away, ignoring him. Shen Buting continued speaking to Hu Xiaomei. We find ourselves caught in the middle, with no means of retreat. The best course of action is to wait. Hu Xiaomei narrowed her eyes and nodded in agreement. She then said softly, continue speaking. Shen Buting appeared to shrink into himself, gazing at Hu Xiaomei with an almost pitiful expression. His eyes filled with a sycophantic admiration akin to that of a eunuch towards a queen. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaomei had settled on the ground, scrutinizing Shen Buting, who was revealing his prominent front teeth. An ethereal wave of energy enveloped her, emitting an aura of coolness. Just as Shen Yuan was about to inquire of Hu Xiaomei, Shen Buting hastily interrupted, Lady Fox Immortal, this is our esteemed master of Jade Appraisal, a contemporary practitioner of the art, a genuine 72nd generation Jade Appraiser. Silence. Hu Xiaomei gently turned her face, assessing Shen Yuan. He noticed a faint green luminescence emanating from her pupils, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Observing Shen Buting's conspicuous gestures, Shen Yuan realized that Hu Xiaomei had already summoned a celestial being. Holding his weapon, Shen Yuan raised his fist in a gesture of respect. Stammering, the 72nd Jade Appraiser, Shen Yuan. It is an honor to meet the Lady Fox. Shen Buting quickly interjected. Address her as Lady Fox Immortal, or even as Hu Santai. Either is acceptable, right, Lady Fox? He shrank back, falling silent. Hu Xiaomei turned to Shen Yuan, stating, it matters not. Your ancestors share a connection with the celestial beings of my sect, having long established a bond of goodwill. Now that you are the contemporary Jade Appraiser, it is not inappropriate to call me Lady Fox. All sects of cultivation have intersections with your lineage. Shen Yuan was taken aback, eager to inquire further, but Hu Xiaomei, the celestial being of the 5 Immortals sect, waved her hand and continued. Let's not dwell on that for now. I feel my old face is losing all dignity before your younger generation. Let us proceed and see if we can safeguard that demonic furnace. The jade furnace top seems to be upon you, does it not? Shen Yuan promptly nodded, retrieving the jade stone. Upon seeing it, the fox spirit swiftly turned her head aside, gazing at it askance. She remarked, how many years have passed? The spirit warding power within remains remarkably potent. Were you to possess even a fraction of your ancestors' prowess, you would navigate this world with ease, unchallenged by any. Just as Shen Yuan was about to respond, he witnessed the fox spirit flick her hand and rise effortlessly, as if weightless. Looking down at the 2 dumbfounded individuals, she declared, I have spoken. You 2, follow me, Eliminate all adversaries. Do you understand? Now, relinquish the jade furnace top to me. Gazing into the fox spirit's emerald eyes, Shen Yuan obediently removed the jade furnace top from around his neck and placed it into her hands. Her grip trembled slightly, as if the jade were scalding. Yet she clenched it resolutely and turned to dash through the moon gate, commanding, "Keep up." Shen Yuan remained in a daze, while Shen Bai sprang to his feet as if ignited by fire, seizing Shen Yuan and propelling him into the moon gate. As they ran, Shen Bai whispered, "This fox spirit has cultivated for an immeasurable time. Previously, she merely lent her spiritual power to Hu Xiaomei, enabling her to perform the enchanting technique. Now, she is truly manifesting her essence. Was it to request a mere item from you? Be wary when next you gaze into her eyes." As they passed through the moon gate, Shen Yuan noticed crimson stains flowing down the trunk of a large pine tree on the right, likely the scene of the Five Immortals sect disciples' demise that Shen Bai had detected. The two hastened toward it, scrutinizing closely, only to find Hu Yuji, who had entered before them. At this moment, she was clearly lifeless, her face a ghastly shade, a wound marring her arm, flesh torn asunder. Her clothing was wrinkled at the chest, and the fox spirit reached down to grasp the collar of Hu Yuji's garment, revealing her heart. Shen Yuan cast a furtive glance, noticing a dark handprint where her heart lay. The fox spirit, standing beside her, wrinkled her nose, her emerald gaze brimming with malevolence. She glanced skyward, then darted inside like a flash of lightning, bellowing, "Turn right at the third, proceed straight at the seventh. Enter through the lion's head of the fox spirit bridge. I shall go ahead. Upon your entrance, seek Hu Baoyi directly. Hurry." Shen Yuan and Shen Bai watched as the fox spirit vanished like a bolt of lightning, her presence lingering in their ears. Shen Yuan lowered his gaze to the deceased Hu Yujia. Having witnessed death throughout the night, he had become somewhat numb. Yet, the sight of the woman who had just expressed her apologies and endeavored to protect them lying lifeless before him pierced his heart with anguish. He murmured, "Let's find something to cover Hu Yujia." Shen Yuan froze, slowly turning to see Shen Bai still rigidly standing beside Hu Yujia's corpse. The body had turned over, revealing a hollow beneath it. A man clad entirely in black stood beside the pit, one hand gently resting on Shen Bai's nape. Shen Bai's expression appeared frozen. As he stood there, paralyzed with fear, Shen Yuan lowered his firearm slightly, gazing at the man behind Shen Bai. "Clever. Now, let us converse for a moment," the man remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 33. The Mysterious Man's Control Over Corpses. Shen Yuan nodded and approached, positioning himself 4 to 5 meters away from the man. Brandishing his gun, he inquired, "Who are you? What are your intentions?" Furrowing his brow, Shen Yuan continued, "Your response amounts to nothing." The man turned partially, and Shen Yuan noted his slender frame and pale complexion, the faintest hint of a smile gracing his lips as he silently regarded Shen Yuan. However, an overwhelming aura of death surrounded him. The man spoke softly, "We have come to deliver a crematory furnace to the Five Immortals sect and, in passing, to retrieve a certain item. It seems fate has brought us together once more. It is indeed fortunate that your companion Wang Ziheng did not harm you outside. Our people should have succeeded inside by now. I remained behind merely to meet you and exchange pleasantries with the Master of Gems. Everything has its time and place. Do not defy destiny. I shall return to seek you out, and I hope you will not view me as an adversary then. Do you still wish to leave? Leave your presence here, you wretched being." A chilling voice suddenly echoed above the trio. Shen Yuan quickly looked up to see Hu Xiaomei, the fox immortal, who had vanished earlier, had unexpectedly leaped to the top of the dense pine forest. She descended like a celestial crane, her white scarf now mysteriously absent. The fox immortal's eyes gleamed with cold light, her aura increasingly frigid as she aimed a foot at the man's head from midair. The man, bending backward like a wheel, braced himself with his palms against the ground, executing a maneuver that far exceeded human limits. Shen Yuan could distinctly hear the soft cracking of his bones. The fox immortal's strike missed, but her toe tapped Shen Bai's rigid shoulder, causing him to stumble toward Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan quickly reached out to steady him, only to witness the fox immortal using Shen Bai's shoulder as leverage to launch herself forward like a cheetah. Her right hand curled into a claw, aiming for the man's throat with blinding speed. The man barely had time to react, crossing his arms in front of his face for defense. A sharp crack echoed as the fox immortal crushed one of his arm bones. Unfazed, he spat out a cloud of black mist and retreated. With a flick of her sleeve, the fox immortal dispersed the black vapor and fixed her gaze upon the man, her voice dripping with malice. "Is this the curse of the borrowing corpse technique?" Her emerald eyes blazed with cold fury as she continued, You possess remarkable audacity to come here with such arrogance. After lying dormant for decades, you have all begun to rise again. Haven to you? Do you believe that by using the remains of my disciples to hide underground, you could deceive me? The man lowered his head with a smile. I would not dare deceive the immortal. It is simply that the item you guard so fiercely has forced my hand into this desperate measure. The spirit harbored no malicious intent. It simply wished to greet the current Jade Appraiser. Dream on. Now, let us see how you intend to escape from the palm of my hand. Do not be angered, celestial beings. Yet, the fox immortal paid no heed, swiftly reaching for the man's crown. He lowered his head, and with his uninjured right hand, he quickly formed a hand seal. With a soft thud, an array of yellow talismans erupted from his body, scattering in all directions. Shen Yuan and the recovering Shen Bai exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless by the spectacle, as they followed the fox immortal through the dim and dense enchantment forest. They emerged into a valley where a stream flowed continuously. The gorge was quite deep, flanked by oddly shaped stones, their surfaces adorned with patches of moss. Vividly colored insects could be seen crawling among them, while the water was so clear that not a single fish or frog could be spotted. Shen Yuan felt a flicker of doubt as he observed the fox immortal, who gracefully stood before a low, ancient stone tablet, inscribed with several weathered characters. Even Shen Yuan could not discern the style of the script. Without hesitation, the fox immortal stepped onto a small stone arch bridge, making her way across. Just as Shen Yuan was about to follow, he was halted by Shen Bai. Shen Bai pointed to the stone-carved beast heads adorning the bridge's railings and cautioned, "Have you forgotten? The celestial being mentioned that one must step on the lion's head to cross. Be careful." Suddenly, Shen Yuan recalled the fox immortal's words about stepping on the lion's head, and he questioned, "Step on the railing to cross? Is that a form of lightness skill? Are you capable of that?" Shen Bai replied, "I lack such prowess. Did you not see that there are only 5 railings with lion carvings on the bridge? There is no leverage to be gained." The fox immortal, despite her current predicament, seemed to possess the leisure to test their abilities. Shen Bai shook his head. "I am uncertain. For many years, no one has entered the main hall of the 5 Immortals sect, and its members have largely remained reclusive. Those aware of these matters keep them confidential, ensuring the secrets of the 5 Immortals sect remain undisclosed. Surely, there must be a method to cross the bridge with ease." Shen Yuan inquired, "How did the fox immortal cross the bridge? Did you observe it closely?" Shen Bai replied, "I took note, but I dare not attempt it." "Perhaps you should try first?" Shen Yuan retorted, "Traitor, you betray your master and ancestors." Shen Bai explained, she didn't even regard the lions, simply strode across with confidence. Shen Yuan suggested, "Let us examine the bridge for any stones that bear unique imprints polished to a shine. Footprints, perhaps." Shen Bai rolled his eyes. "Do you think we're all like the Zen master? Footprints." At that moment, Hu Xiaomei appeared, swaying as she rounded the corner from the opposite bank, rubbing her pale face. She looked at Shen Yuan and Shen Bai and asked, "Brother Shen, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming over?" Shen Bai, puzzled, responded, "Who are you?" "Xiaomei?" Hu Xiaomei nodded yes. "The celestial being possessed me just now. I had only previously borrowed the celestial power, but this is the first time I've been fully inhabited. It felt as though I was trapped in a dark room, quite uncomfortable." Shen Bai queried, "How we cross this bridge?" Hu Xiaomei, "Did the immortal not share the method with you?" Shen Yuan Dao, "The immortal merely mentioned stepping on the lion's head to cross the bridge. Yet there are only 5 lion carvings on the railing. How can one step on them to pass?" Hu Xiaomei chuckled softly. "How foolish. You cannot step on the railing. Just look at the patterns on the stone slabs, and you will understand." Shen Yu and his companion hurriedly crouched down to examine the mottled surface of the bridge, only to discover faintly that some ancient floral designs were etched there, with various lion motifs subtly hidden within every couple of steps. Shen Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that stepping on such lion patterns would allow us to cross? Hu Xiaomei nodded. "Just step on the side of the lion's head. If you step off, it will trigger the maze's mechanism. Come quickly. We still do not know how our master is faring." Shen Yu hastened to follow, and the 3 of them rushed toward the cave at the main hall. After navigating several verdant valleys, a steep mountain wall revealed a dark, gaping entrance, approximately 7 or 8 meters high, surrounded by an eerie silence. Under the moonlight, it appeared somewhat uncanny. Hu Xiaomei led the 2 through a stone arch bridge into the cave, and Shen Yu noticed that the water flowing beneath the arch originated from within the cave. "But what? Is my master unharmed?" Hu Xiaomei asked anxiously. The man hesitated for a moment before responding. "Just now, we were all forced deep into the dry cave, an elder who was injured, losing 6 brothers in total. Everyone suddenly found themselves unable to summon the immortal. We were trapped for quite some time. Later, Elder, who was unexpectedly possessed by the teaching immortal, who informed us that one adversary had fled, while the rest had been eliminated, allowing us to escape. However, the inside may have just been cleared of the battlefield. And little junior sister, Elder who? My master, what has happened? Speak quickly. Hu Xiaomei cried out in distress. Elder, who was already injured, this time. One arm was severed. Woo-woo. Master, I must go see him. Hu Xiaomei sobbed as she dashed toward the water's edge within the cave, frantically pulling a small boat from the shadows and climbing aboard. The two disciples guarding the entrance apologized to Shen Yuan and his companion, promptly producing several headlamps to hand over to them, instructing them to accompany Hu Xiaomei into the cave. Illuminating their headlamps, Shen Yuan and Shen Bai assisted Hu Xiaomei in steering the boat deep into the water-filled cave, while Hu Xiaomei leaned over the bow, crying and directing them. Oblivious to her companions, Hu Xiaomei was consumed by her own sobs. More astonishingly, along both sides of this spine-like formation, faint stone ribs descended horizontally from the cave walls. Shen Yu felt as though he had penetrated the belly of a colossal serpent. No, not a serpent. It resembled a great dragon. Shen Bai quickly nodded, maneuvering the electric boat around the massive stone pillar, which was about 7 or 8 meters in diameter and sparkling with star-like glimmers, guiding the boat into a grove of stone stalagmites. Near the cave wall, a faintly visible, artificially carved stone path could be seen, winding upward around a bend towards the corner of the stone wall. Shen Bai secured the small boat with a rope to a stone pillar near the path. Hu Xiaomei wiped her face, took a flashlight, and silently leaped off the boat, cautiously followed by Shen Yuan as they ascended along the stone wall towards the depths of the water cave. The path grew increasingly steep, winding through clusters of lustrous stalactites, gradually transforming into a series of stone steps. Shen Yuan felt as though he had climbed several dozen meters, his legs beginning to ache. At that moment, Hu Xiaomei stood quietly at the entrance of the cave. She fiddled with several stalactite columns, obscured by darkness, making it impossible to discern her actions. The two hesitated to shine their headlamps on her, turning instead to examine the pitch-black cave, which appeared unchanged. Hu Xiaomei was the first to step into the cave's entrance, walking while informing Shen Yuan that there were 3 loose stone pillars behind the stalagmite, and if he shook the middle one, the disciples guarding the inner doors would know of their arrival. Shen Yuan nodded and followed her deeper into the increasingly arid cave. Initially, the cave felt low and cramped, forcing them to dodge various protruding rocks. Gradually, the space expanded. As they ventured further, Shen Yuan sensed the air growing more brisk, as if they were nearing the exit of this extensive cave system. Suddenly, a narrow patch of starry sky appeared before them, and Shen Yuan realized they had reached a semicircular terrace. Illuminated by the starlight and the faint glow of a partially visible moon, he carefully surveyed the irregular, elongated plaza outside the cave. The stone plaza followed the mountain's contours, and before the railing lay a tranquil lake with several sturdy ancient pines rooted in the stone-paved ground. The surroundings revealed a dimly visible pine forest on the hillside, and the wind was barely audible, suggesting this was a relatively secluded valley or sinkhole. At the plaza's forefront, through the ancient trees, flickered faint yellow lights. It seemed the valley lacked electricity, and the old stone houses, barely discernible, were likely illuminated by candles or similar devices. Hu Xiaomei wiped her cheeks and pointed to a position halfway up the mountain, saying to Shen Yuan that her master should be at the 5-story pavilion of Fox Immortal Hall, and they should proceed there. With that, she stepped onto the stone path, bathed in the moonlight's cool glow, and ascended the mountain. The trio continued until they reached the mountainside, passing several houses that were either dark or emitted dim light. Strangely, they encountered not a single disciple of the 5 Immortals sect, as if no fierce battle had ever occurred here. No signs of conflict were visible, leaving Shen Yuan to question whether he had merely been dreaming. While he pondered, they arrived before a tall 5-story stone building, and Hu Xiaomei stepped inside without hesitation. The expansive area on the first floor measures over 200 square meters, resembling a grand reception hall. Cascading from the beams are lofty drapes, while the wooden tables and chairs scattered about create an air of disarray. Upon closer inspection, one could discern several dark stains upon the floor, seemingly remnants of blood that had only just begun to dry. At the eastern entrance of the wooden staircase, 2 robust men stand guard. Upon noticing Hu Xiaomei and her companions enter, they nod in acknowledgement to her, then perform a respectful gesture towards Shen Yuan and his companion, quietly informing Hu Xiaomei, Elder whose injuries have been attended to, He is resting on the third floor. Please take your guests to see him. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaomei's lips quivered, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she hurriedly ascended the stairs. The trio did not linger, merely nodding at the four middle-aged individuals on the second floor, who wore expressions of anger and concern, before proceeding directly to a side room on the third floor. In front of a wooden table at the entrance, an elderly woman with white hair was meticulously organizing a collection of gleaming silver needles and blood-stained instruments, while heaps of crimson gauze lay strewn across the floor. A small charcoal stove burned brightly, and a petite medicinal pot simmered over the flames, releasing a faint aroma of herbal concoction that wafted through the air. Chapter 34. The water left by the roadside. The sight of these items caused Hu Xiaomei's legs to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shen Yuan swiftly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her waist to support her. As she wept, Hu Xiaomei grasped the elderly woman's arm and tremulously inquired, "Grandma Qi, how is my master?" The elderly woman gently grasped Hu Xiaomei's wrist, offering a reassuring nod as she replied, "He is fine, dear child. Please do not cry. Your master is quite elderly and has merely injured his shoulder. You are here to care for him. After all, he is a tough old man. He will not perish." Shen Yuan quickly nodded in agreement. The three quietly lifted the heavy curtain of the inner room and approached a sturdy wooden bed in the corner, illuminated by the dim light of a few vintage oil lamps. Shen Yuan was assailed by a mingling scent of blood and potent herbal medicine before he could clearly see the figure of the elderly Hu Baoyi lying motionless on the bed. His complexion was eerily pale, reminiscent of frozen pork in the harsh winter of northeast China, with an undertone of ashen hue. Hu Xiaomei gently knelt by the bedside, glancing at the empty space on the elder's left arm. Tears flowed freely like a dam that had burst, her silent sobs tearing at the hearts of Shen Yuan and his companion. At that moment, Hu Xiaomei tenderly placed her small hand upon the elder's forehead, rising to quietly observe his weary eyes. Suddenly, the elder's gaze seemed to lose focus, and he exhaled a heavy breath before tilting his head and drifting into a deep slumber. As Shen Yuan stood in astonishment, he noticed Shen Bai shudder beside him, gradually retreating behind Shen Yuan for comfort. With a grimace, he gestured for Hu Xiaomei to keep her distance. Shen Yuan suddenly jolted, realizing that Hu Xiaomei might once again be possessed by the spirit of the town's celestial master. He dared not interject. Instead, he concentrated his spiritual energy at his brow, attentively observing the actions of the Hu celestial master before him. He beheld a cool, ethereal energy gradually seeping into the hand that rested on the severed arm's end. Before long, the long-slumbering elder Hu Baoyi seemed to breathe with greater depth. His complexion no longer resembled that of a corpse. It appeared that such a grievous injury had stabilized under the celestial master's care. "Might I inquire, celestial master?" Shen Yuan instinctively nodded, suddenly recalling the astonishing stone ribs and petrified spine within the depths of the water cave he had entered with Hu Xiaomei. Could it be that these were manifestations of a dragon vein? Was it possible that dragon veins truly existed in this world? A glimmer of coldness flashed in the Hu celestial master's eyes, causing Shen Bai, who was observing, to shudder once more, retreating further into himself. The Hu celestial master regarded Shen Yuan with an icy demeanor, stating, "This time, both our 5 celestial masters and you too have been ensnared from the very beginning. The objective was to find a way to deliver this cauldron into the heart of our 5 celestial masters, placing it beside me. By sheer coincidence, you two happened to arrive just in time, allowing little Mei to evade the traps laid upon the mountain by going down to fetch you. Otherwise, if Mei and the fool Hu Baoyi had been captured, our 5 celestial masters would have been utterly manipulated by others." Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The sudden turn of events left him disoriented. He opened his mouth and quietly said, "Celestial master, my time in the martial world is still brief, and I am not particularly distinguished myself. My coming here to assist Elder, who is purely out of goodwill, given that my ancestors had connections with your esteemed sect." "Enough, enough. You are just like your great-grandfather, adept at seeking benefits and avoiding harm, always ready to adapt," the celestial master interjected coldly. "Rest assured, as long as I remain in this territory beyond the pass, the 5 celestial masters will stand by you." The fox celestial master shot a glower at the two, her voice frigid as she spoke. "Ah ha ha. Celestial master, you flatter me," Shen Yuan stammered, slightly embarrassed at having his plea for assistance so plainly acknowledged. Yet, upon reflection, he found solace in knowing that his counterpart was a being of ancient wisdom. After all, was it not true that his ancestors had some rapport with him? The The fox celestial master fixed her gaze upon Shen Yuan. In a martial world, where storms and tribulations abound, it is only natural to navigate with subtlety and finesse. However, I implore you to discern right from wrong, remaining true to your heart. As fate intertwines and unravels, it appears that your lineage is destined to re-emerge in this world. I wonder if this fulfills your great-grandfather's aspirations, or if it renders his efforts in vain. Alas, having mingled in the antique market for years, Shen Yuan, despite occasionally skirting the edges of legality and engaging in half-truths, had never resorted to the underhanded tactics employed by those within the trade. Since I consider myself a good person, the words of the fox spirit become intriguing. The wish of my great-grandfather, Shen Yuan? Does the spirit truly know my ancestor? What aspirations did he harbor? What deeds did he accomplish? What transpired subsequently? What fate ultimately befell him? Shen Yuan's eyes widened as he was about to speak, an implicit pressure evident in his gaze, causing Shun Bai behind him to feel a pang of anxiety. Oh, ancestors! That is the unpredictable and profoundly enigmatic fox spirit of the Five Immortals sect, a dominant force that most practitioners in the martial world would shy away from. What are you glaring at? Are you not afraid of being unmasked? He discreetly tugged at Shen Yuan's clothing, urging him to temper his demeanor. The fox spirit surveyed Shen Yuan with keen interest, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes, leaving Shen Yuan feeling as if he were enveloped in a cloud of confusion. In an instant, myriad words hovered on the tip of his tongue, yet he found himself at a loss for expression, his gaze fixed intently on the fox spirit, Hu Xiaomei. The fox spirit curled her lips in a slight smirk, then turned to retrieve a small box placed atop Hu Baoi's head, making her way toward the staircase. Her voice, soft yet commanding, echoed, "Come, young one. Accompany me to fulfill a task. After sealing this cursed furnace, we shall converse further. And as for that mutt with the dog-like nose, he is to remain here and not follow." With a sigh, Shun Bai watched, both anxious and relieved, as Shen Yuan, somewhat stiff in his movements, followed the fox spirit until they vanished around the corner of the staircase. Casting a glance at the drowsy Hu Leiazizi, Shun Bai discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat, reflecting, "Young Shun, you had best pray for your own safety. Do not provoke the old monster and drag me into your troubles." 2 days later, Shen Yuan's battered off-road vehicle bounced along the mountain road, with Shen Bai at the wheel, while Shen Yuan sat morosely in the passenger seat. For the past 2 days, Shen Yuan had not crossed paths with the fox spirit, who had taken the bone furnace to an unknown destination. Shen Bai, feeling utterly bored, wandered around the valley for 2 days, his appetite lost and sleep elusive. After 2 days, a sullen Shen Yuan emerged from somewhere, announcing his desire to descend the mountain. Shen Bai, understanding the unspoken tension, refrained from asking too many questions as they were escorted down the mountain by 2 disciples of the Five Immortals sect. As he rolled down the car window, Shen Bai lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he queried Shen Yuan, "What's the matter? Feeling disheartened? Has the fox spirit outlined our next steps?" "Ha ha, it's nothing. You're still young. There's plenty of time." Shen Bai chuckled, shaking his head with a mischievous grin. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yuan lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before releasing a cloud of smoke. Calmly responding, Shen Bai, "I inquired about my great-grandfather from the fox spirit, and she shared a great deal with me." "Oh, is that so? What did she reveal?" "Some ancient tales of Jade Appraisers. And it seems my great-grandfather may have fallen victim to someone's machinations back in the day." Suddenly, the little off-road vehicle screeched to a halt at the muddy roadside. What do you know? The names of places cascaded through his mind. Qinghai Lake, the 12 camel cities of the northern desert, Geta Ridge, Changbai Mountain, the ghost cave of Tianqi. Up until that final battle at the Guiguang border, the master of Jade Appreciation suffered grievous losses, nearly reduced to ashes. My great-grandfather's fate remains unknown, while your grandfather managed to escape to the South Seas unscathed. As Shen Yuan inhaled his cigarette, it seemed he recounted a tale that bore little relevance to him. What are your thoughts? Do you believe our lineage betrayed the master of Jade Appreciation back then? Shen Yuan leaned against the driver's seat, lighting a cigarette of his own without casting a glance at Shen Yuan. He quietly inquired, "The Fox Fairy asked me whether I truly believe in you. I replied that I wish to try, for I have little to lose aside from this meager inheritance. Yet all that transpired feels so distant to me. After knowing you for so long, I still perceive you and your kin, Zaxi, Danzing, Minxilan Temple, the Five Immortals sect, and those enigmatic figures, as leading me step by step into a realm I scarcely understand and should not tread upon." With a fierce draw on a cigarette, Shen Yuan exclaimed, "I am terrified. I have been perpetually afraid. I fear an incomprehensible death. I dread that my family might be inexplicably harmed by those individuals. I worry that one day the police will issue a warrant for my arrest, capturing me and sentencing me to death. Why must I endure this? What can I possibly gain? From my great-grandfather, whom I have never met? Nonsense. What do you want from me? Can you not be forthright about it?" With that, Shen Yuan hurled his half-finished cigarette aside, his eyes reddening as he glared at Shen Yun and rasped his question. With a thud, Shen Yuan kicked open the car door, positioning himself behind Shen Yun, who continued to relieve himself without interruption. The sound of water flowing to the ground persisted. Another stream of murky liquid splashed into the roadside ditch as Shen Yuan, cigarette in mouth, stood beside Shen Yun, both indulging in the long-awaited release of their bladders. "What's the fuss? I've been feeling down for too long. What's wrong with venting a little?" Shen Yuan murmured, shaking his belt while closing his eyes. Shen Yun rolled his eyes, cigarette in hand, muttering, "It's evident. The heat is too intense. I should have told you to drink some herbal tea when you have a chance. Look at that color. It resembles old snow left overnight." Once finished, the two adjusted their trousers and returned to the car, bickering and exchanging banter as they drove along. The little off-road vehicle bounced and gradually disappeared down the rugged mountain path. The mountain breeze stirred, and it seemed a white handkerchief fluttered briefly in the depths of the pine forest, swept away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. This private club was discreetly invested in and managed by Shen Yun's father, situated not far from the golf course. Hidden behind a residential area, it was thoroughly enclosed by tall walls, a low-key yet secure wrought iron gate, and dense ivy. Aside from the high-angle surveillance cameras at the corners, there were no visible security personnel or attendants outside. Shen Yuan parked the car in front of a two-story Chinese-style villa at the rear of the club. Upon exiting the vehicle, he found three individuals waiting at the entrance. Ma Yu and Daizai stood on either side, while in the middle stood an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair, vibrant and sprightly, hands clasped behind his back. The old man was of short stature, dressed in casual home attire. Shen Yuan alighted from the vehicle, casting his gaze upon the elderly gentleman. The old man smiled warmly, nodding slightly at Shen Yuan, and with a respectful gesture, spoke in a steady, gravelly voice. "I am Shun Jiming, an unworthy disciple, honored to meet the esteemed sect master." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan promptly approached and grasped the old man's hand, calmly replying, "You are too kind, Mr. Shun. I am Shen Yuan, and I have long admired your reputation." Following closely behind, Shun Bu timidly called out "Father." The old man paid him little heed, turning to gesture for Shen Yuan to enter the villa for further discussion. Shen Yuan nodded, and the group proceeded inside. They traversed a Chinese-style living room that exuded an understated yet luxurious ambience, arriving at a pair of double-opening, intricately carved wooden doors on the second floor. The elder extended his right hand into the mouth of a stone-carved, auspicious beast at the side of the door. It appeared that the room was equipped with an automatic lighting system, as the group walked silently across the thick carpet, and the soft, gradually illuminating lights brightened the expansive chamber. Out of the corner of his eye, Shen Yuan noticed the two attendants outside reverently closing the heavy, dark yellow carved wooden doors, and without needing to look, he knew they were now standing like sentinels beside the doors. Shen Siming and his son stood quietly behind Shen Yuan, saying nothing. Shen Yuan took a moment to collect his thoughts, surveying his surroundings. The room's walls were painted a deep azure, devoid of ornamentation on either side, while the center displayed two rows of ancient square cushions. Above them, a significantly larger octagonal cushion sat, backed by a row of obsidian pillars adorned with gray silk ribbons and jade hooks. Three pairs of dark blue curtains that reached the floor seemed to hint at hidden mysteries behind the pillars. Shen Siming and Shun Bu gently circled to the rear of the octagonal cushion, respectfully drawing back the curtains on either side, and secured them with the ribbons and jade hooks hanging from the pillars. They then bowed and stepped back 3 paces, turning to position themselves beneath the octagonal cushion. Bowing with their hands raised to their foreheads in reverence toward Shen Yuan. Shen Siming, with a composed demeanor, announced in a clear voice, "I am Shen Siming, the 73rd generation Outer Hall Master of the Jade Appraisal Sect, honored to meet the sect master. Today, the Incense Hall of the Jade Appraisal Sect reopens. We humbly invite the sect master to pay homage beneath the spiritual seat." Chapter 35. The World, the Sect, the Incense Hall, and the Divine Position. Shen Yuan stood transfixed, gazing at the grand spiritual seat crafted from rosewood behind the curtains. Upon the ancient, robust wooden framework rested several pure, lustrous Hetian jade spirit tablets, quietly standing proud. Under the illumination, the tablets radiated a gentle, warm glow, each measuring 7 inches in height and half an inch in thickness. They bore no intricate designs, only inscribed with black ancient script from top to bottom. The words Jade Appraisal Master at the top, followed by the generation number, and then the honored name. Instinctively, Shen Yuan stepped forward to stand beneath the curtains, his eyes fixated on the spirit tablet positioned at the far right, which he knew belonged to his great-grandfather, Shen Xin. Yet, beside the spirit tablet of the 79th Jade Appraisal Master, where the tablet for the 71st should have been, there lay only a pristine, blank tablet. Its surface bore no inscription whatsoever. Shen Yuan stood there, dumbfounded. Instinctively extending his hand, he pointed towards the blank spirit tablet of the ancestral deity. Before he could utter a word, the venerable master, Shen Siming, swiftly stepped forward and pressed down on Shen Yuan's arm with authority. In a deep voice, he admonished, "Master, before the divine positions of our predecessors, one must not be disrespectful or gesture in such a manner." Shen Yuan felt a jolt of realization and, without formal training, mimicked the respectful gestures of Shen Siming and his son, bowing rigidly before the spirit tablet. Turning, he urgently inquired, "Elder, why is the spirit tablet of the 71st Master of Jade Appraisal blank? That should be the position of my great-grandfather, shouldn't it?" "Why?" Master Shen's gaze dimmed momentarily as he nodded and replied, "Indeed, that is the spirit tablet of the 71st Master of Jade Appraisal. However, during a tumultuous period, the fate of the 71st Master remains shrouded in mystery, and his whereabouts are unknown. Even the vital twin Jade treasures and the protective spirit Jade belonging to each Master have vanished without a trace. According to my father, the Master's celestial remains could not be found, and, as such, the spirit tablet could not be established to honor him in the incense hall." A surge of anger welled up within Shen Yuan, and he turned to fix a piercing gaze upon Master Shen Siming. Coldly, he demanded, "Not to be honored in the incense hall? Who led the 13 sects in the final battle at Wolfheim Mountain, resulting in the demise of the Black Cloak sect? Who managed to escape the great mountains alone and survive? Who has the right to determine whether my great-grandfather deserves to be honored in the incense hall?" Shen Yuan fell silent for almost half a minute before turning and striding towards the Zetan offering table beneath the spirit tablet, with Shen Siming and his son following closely behind. Approaching a smaller table beside the offering table, Shen Yuan carefully opened a somber wooden box and retrieved 3 brown incense sticks. With a stoic expression, Shen Bai cautiously handed the incense sticks to Shen Yuan, who received them with an equally impassive demeanor. He then brought the incense to one of the flickering flames of the dark golden oil lamps on either side of the offering table and lit it. As the incense ignited, a soothing fragrance enveloped Shen Yuan's entire being and soul. It was an exceptionally pure form of incense. Shen Yuan silently acknowledged this as he gradually placed the 3 sticks of incense into the center of an ancient stone incense burner on the offering table. "Please pay homage to the ancestral deity and the spirit tablets of the past masters." Master Shen Siming's low voice resonated once more behind him. Shen Yuan raised his head to scrutinize the densely packed, white jade spirit tablets before him. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed that at the very top of the tablets rested an ancient jade artifact made of chicken bone white jade. This jade was in the form of a ring, devoid of any inscriptions or embellishments. Quietly positioned within a recess atop a black stone drum the size of a human head. The craftsmanship of the jade ring appeared remarkably primitive, yet its lines flowed with an extraordinary grace and perfection. Listening to Shen Siming's words, tinged with excitement, Shen Yuan gazed intently at the ancient jade ring, observing its stone-like texture, which seemed to resonate with a faint wave that tugged at his very soul. Gradually, it felt as though everything around him faded away, leaving only Shen Yuan and the jade ring in a profound standoff. A voice seemed to linger in Shen Yuan's ears, resembling an indistinct whisper or the mysterious rhythm of the eternal cycle of existence. Kneeling beneath the divine altar, Shen Yuan gazed intently at the ancestral deities jade above him. Behind him, Shen Siming and Shen Bu Yi, father and son, knelt with their hands pressed to the ground, their foreheads touching the earth, their eyes unwilling to meet the back of Shen Yuan. The silhouette of Shen Yuan before them appeared as a key that unlocked all the spirit tablets and deities on the altar. In a quiet chamber, a table, a pot of tea, and 2 cushions were present, where Shen Yuan and the elder Shen Siming sat facing each other in silence for a long while. At last, it was the elder who broke the stillness. "Master, Do you still harbor any resentment regarding the old Master-S affairs to this day? Have you consulted your own heart? What prompts your return to the world of martial arts? Shen Yuan lowered his head slightly and replied, I never truly understood those events from years ago, nor do I seek resolution. What is there to resent? As for my return to the martial world, it is for profit, for fame, and to quell the loneliness that resides within me. Ah, the allure of fame and fortune, the struggle against solitude. If one lacks the courage to confront one's true heart, how can one aspire to freedom and ease? I have discerned that whether it be the temple of Min Zhu Lin or the Five Immortals sect, even the old tales relayed to you by Bu Yi, you have not fully believed them. Be vigilant in all matters. Vigilance is essential to avoid falling into bias. Though it may be exhausting, this is a skill indispensable for a master of legacy. Without it, one cannot succeed. In the past, my father escaped from Wolf on Mountain alone, under the orders of the old master. Do you believe this? I do. Why do you believe me? Why would you deceive me? Ha ha, well said. Though you are young, your heart is remarkably perceptive. I was concerned about how much effort it would take to earn your trust, to assure you that my lineage has never betrayed the sect. To my surprise, I overestimated the situation. Ha ha, master. Hearing you call me master brings me great comfort. The elder, Shen Yuan, chuckled, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Shen Yuan. That divine altar and spirit tablet must not be established. Shen Yuan turned to look at the elder, articulating each word. Why must it not? The elder stroked his short beard thoughtfully, then retrieved a piece of jade from his robe, placing it gently upon the tea table. Shen Yuan examined it closely. It was exquisite jade, a Hatian green jade, adorned with a phoenix motif, crafted with the techniques of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Sensing its aura with his spiritual energy, he felt a familiar and comforting resonance. This is the same storage jade as the one on Shanbu Yi. Is this a relic from my great-grandfather? Indeed, this is one of the 24 storage jades left to us by the old master for the outer hall. Regrettably, only 7 pieces have survived to this day. And what does this have to do with the spirit tablet of my great-grandfather? Ha ha ha. The connection is profound. The storage jade has been passed down through generations of masters. Yet the number of pieces has remained scarce. Firstly, the creation process is arduous. Furthermore, each generation of Jade Appraisers crafts their unique spirit jade, closely intertwined with the appraiser's expertise. Every disciple holding the spirit jade is invariably a trusted and capable aide of the Jade Appraiser. Suddenly, Shen Yuan sprang to his feet, fixing an intense gaze upon Shen Yuan. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that each generation's spirit jade can only be inherited for one generation? Could it be? Slowly rising, the elder Shen Yuan revealed a spirit jade shimmering with a gentle glow in his open palm, containing dormant spiritual energy. Indeed, the former master's spiritual power has never dissipated. What? Are you implying that my great-grandfather is still alive? Shen Yuan was utterly astonished. Elder Shen Yuan nodded, then shook his head. It is difficult to articulate. The Jade Appraiser's abilities are boundless and unfathomable. Life and death. Who can truly predict? Historically, the spirit jades left by Jade Appraisers would transform into lifeless stones upon their demise. If a Jade Appraiser does not perish, the spirit jade remains potent, gradually replenishing its energy through the formations within. Upon the appraiser's death, the formation disperses. However, the spirit jades left by the 71st generation of Jade Appraisers, although their power endures, they can no longer regenerate. Each use diminishes their essence, neither extinguished nor reborn. The Jade Appraiser is neither alive nor dead. Shen Yuan stared blankly at elder Shen Yuan, his hands trembling as if electrified. The information he had just received detonated within his mind like an atomic bomb. The hushed words of Min Zhu Lin Dan and the vague recollections of the fox spirit from the Five Immortals sect, coupled with today's sentiments of reopening the Jade Appraiser's mountain gate, paled in comparison to the shock of discovering that his great-grandfather might still be alive. Elder Shen Yuan appeared slightly agitated, yet he filled Shen Yuan's teacup with a steady hand, not spilling a single drop. Could the master now comprehend why the elder was so insistent on not establishing a spirit tablet for the previous master? Shenbu, he took a moment to calm his racing heart, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the purple clay teacup and spoke. But can a person truly live to be 100, or even 150 years old? Alas, master, you are mistaken. You have now entered the world of martial arts. Can you still presume to apply mundane logic to what you witness? Although our Jade Appraiser lineage has never sought to make a grand spectacle like the three teachings in the secular world, our foundation is by no means inferior to any mountain gate. Oof. Life and death are not so easily extinguished. What then was the outcome of the battle at Wolf Eye Mountain? The fox spirit only mentioned the 13 gates. There were eminent monks from Minju-Lin, masters from the Chang Mountain sect, practitioners of the blessing and cursing arts, disciples from the Yunin Gate of Zhongnan Mountain, the Craftsman Gate, the 100 Herbs Gate. Yet they refused to speak of the remaining sects, including the Black Cloak sect from that era. Are they still conspiring against the Jade Appraisers' legacy? The fox spirit claimed that battle was a contest of fate. For what fortune was it fought? Was it for supremacy over the world, or was something else? Old Master Shen Yuan nodded, saying, "It appears that the knowledge we both possess about the internal matters is quite similar. What I know does not deviate much from what you have just mentioned. However, my father, accompanied by 11 brothers, followed the old sect master to the treacherous Wolf Eye Mountain at the border of Gue and Guan. In that battle, all 11 brothers perished in loyalty to the sect, leaving only my father to survive. His life was spared by the old sect master. He bore deep wounds and never had the chance to see his family in Dengzhou, Shandong, before fleeing to Hainan Island. He severed all ties with the mainland and sailed to the South Seas. A pot de Hong Pao had long cooled, and the discussions between Shen Yuan and Old Master Shen Yuan continued until the first light of dawn. The Old Master opened a box of hand-rolled cigars, and the two silently cut the ends and lit them. Shen Yuan attempted to savor the rich smoke, struggling to adapt to the inhalation, but soon discovered that Old Master Shen had once again produced the Spirit Jade Pendant. "Old Master, what is this?" "The Sect Master. I have shared nearly all that needs to be revealed. This last matter is unavoidable and cannot be evaded." "What does this matter?" "The outer sect's regulations dictate 5 prohibitions and 13 punishments. The first prohibition is to betray one's ancestors and abandon one's sect. The third punishment is to fear death and cling to life." Father. "Sect Master, allow this old man to finish, will you?" Old Master Shen toyed with the jade pendant in his hand, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan scrutinized Old Master Shen Yuan, whose eyes were clear and devoid of pretense, stirring something within him as he took a deep puff of the fragrant smoke, letting it linger in his mouth before slowly exhaling, awaiting the Old Master's continuation. Old Master Shen continued. "The Sect Master asked me earlier why the two sides clashed in that battle. Now I can tell you, it was for the inheritance of nearly all Taoist traditions. It was for the cultivation fortunes of Huaxia that spanned thousands of years. Do you understand? Which dynasty throughout the ages has been devoid of a wise master strategizing behind the scenes? Which ruler has not been shadowed by Taoist or Buddhist influences? As dynasties rise and fall, the Taoist tradition endures." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan felt a surge of emotion, exclaiming, "I knew it. My great-grandfather sacrificed his life for righteousness, undoubtedly for the sake of the nation and the world, for the continuous legacy of the Taoist sects. You are mistaken." Old Master Shen's eyes sparkled with intensity. "What?" Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The Sect Master's battle was fought against a majority of the mountain sects in the world. What the Sect Master aimed to sever was the very lineage of most mountain sects, to cut off the cultivation fortunes that have persisted in Huaxia for millennia. "What? You? How can this be possible?" Shen Yuan was struck with horror, nearly losing his composure. Though he had only recently entered the martial world, Shen Yuan was acutely aware of the vast number of cultivators present. The depth of their lineage and the complexity of their backgrounds were unfathomable. His own great-grandfather led a faction against a majority of the mountain sects? What kind of recklessness was this? This was a blatant pursuit of death. Is it truly the case that one exhausts oneself in the arduous pursuit of heritage, traversing vast distances to broaden one's horizons, only to end up in a state of despair? Old Master Shen Yuan observed Shen Yuan with a half-smiling, half-serious expression. "Are you afraid? This path is fraught with peril, nearly a certainty of death. Most of the 13 sects have already vanished into oblivion, and my own sect, the Jianyushi, has nearly faced complete annihilation. This is a dead end, a road to destruction. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin, and perhaps even bring calamity upon one's descendants." "Master." Shen Yuan was taken aback by this thunderous proclamation, his mind nearly faltering under the weight of the revelation. For a moment, he could only stare blankly at Old Master Shen Yuan. "Ha ha 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 ha." Old Master Shen Yuan pinched his grizzled beard with his left hand. while lifting the delicate red clay teacup with his right, his gaze sparkling with intensity. Master, there's an ancient Chinese saying, the trend of the times is irresistible. What does it mean? It signifies the collective will of the people. The great trend. Those who align with it shall prosper, while those who oppose it shall perish. Throughout history, those who have adhered to the great trend have had the opportunity to achieve great enterprises. Whether it be the likes of Shang Tang, Zhou Wu, Han Gaozu, or Tang Taizong, across dynasties, the fortunes of the world, be it grand or humble, are all intertwined with this principle. In times of prosperity and turmoil alike, the path of cultivation, veiled in mountains, hidden in the streets, or even concealed within the courts, reveals the true masters of the world. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Oomph. Old Master Shen Yuan drained the remaining tea in his cup. What are heaven and earth? What is all existence? Humans are born amidst this vast cosmos. Why must they become mere fodder? In ancient times, the divine shamans sought answers from the heavens, out of reverence for nature. The myriad teachings, countless legacies, and practitioners strive to approach the way of heaven. It is a matter of fortune and opportunity. The closer one gets to the celestial truth, the more one ought to revere it, returning to the essence of nature. Yet for millennia, this world has never lacked those who presume themselves to be the masters of the game, viewing the vast expanse of the 9 provinces as a chessboard, and the myriad beings as mere pawns, manipulating the world as they see fit, while remaining indifferent to the anguished cries of humanity. Unbeknownst to him, Old Master Shen Yuan had crushed the teacup in his hand, his demeanor imposing as he fixed his sharp gaze upon Shen Yuan, his eyes piercing like a sword into Shen Yuan's very soul. Shen Yuan, at a loss for words, could only stare at Old Master Shen Yuan, his thoughts rendered blank by the sudden upheaval that had shattered his cognitive faculties. The world, the way of heaven. How did he so foolishly stumble into this immense pit? This abyss not only appeared bottomless, but was also fraught with raging torrents and poisonous miasmas. This step, the future ahead, seems bleak. Old Master Shen Yuan gently flicked his palm, shaking the remnants of the teacup into the tea tray. With a tender touch, he caressed the smooth, ancient jade pendant, as if it were his beloved grandchild. He then spoke. Master, observe one's words and actions, delve into one's intentions. I, an old man, have conversed with you for half the night, summoning great courage to reveal these truths from the past. My father once said that the old master of our sect exerted immense effort to preserve this bloodline. The so-called severance of heritage may well be a return to simplicity, allowing the direct lineage of the Shen family to distance itself from endless conflicts. In tranquil seclusion, I have chosen to withdraw from the world, never to re-emerge. Now, those once revered mountain gates are stirring again, as some disciples begin to stir restlessly. If you have lost faith in the impending storms of life, or cannot bear to witness the misfortunes befalling dear friends and family, I solemnly vow, invoking the spirits of our ancestral lineage, that the outer sect will spare no effort to assist the master in seeking refuge overseas, living in obscurity and tranquility. With the strength of our outer sect, we can ensure that the master's lineage thrives in affluence. Henceforth, the Shen family shall no longer concern itself with the tempests of the martial world. The capriciousness of fate is ever present. Master, I implore you to contemplate this matter with care. Chapter 36. The reluctant house-cleaning Shen Yuan placed his teacup firmly on the table, bowing his head in silence. After what seemed like a laborious deep breath, he shook his head and remarked, Old man, revealing everything to the younger generation all at once, isn't that a bit excessive? May I have a moment to rest and ponder this thoroughly? Having laid his thoughts bare, Shen's elder seemed to lighten, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his heart. The legacy built through his own arduous endeavors, and the struggles of his brothers and their numerous descendants to expand the outer sect's domain, all the toil, sweat, and even the sacrifice of loved ones, had been for the hope of one day reviving the mountain gate. Now success or failure hinges on today. Master, would you care to rest in the guest room for a while? Sometimes solitude allows for clearer contemplation. That seems reasonable. A few more days of consideration would not hurt. No need for that. I have made my decision, though I possess no confidence and my thoughts remain muddled. I refuse to retreat. The elder stroked his beard and inquired, You are so certain of your decision? Shen Yuan shrugged. I am indeed resolute. Throughout my journey from Minju Forest to Tongyuan Town and the Wuxin sect, I have continually questioned myself whether I am willing to proceed. My mind trembles with fear, yet I cannot deceive my heart deep down. I yearn to try. After a brief silence, the elder suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha, it seems I have underestimated you. So be it. In the face of the tempest, I shall accompany the master and the clan on this journey. Nodding, the elder proclaimed, a gentleman's word, once given, must be followed to the end, come what may. However what? Shen Yuan turned and gazed quietly at the elder. The old man wished to resign from his position as the head of the outer hall for 3 reasons. First, his advanced age rendered him unfit for the tumultuous times ahead, which are far more suited for the vigor of youth. Would the master truly wish to drag this frail old man through the chaos? The days of blade and vengeance are meant for the young second. The elder's reputation in the southern seas has become well known over the years, and making public appearances could draw unwanted attention. Having been away from the southern seas for too long is not wise. It would be better to retreat behind the master and exert influence discreetly. Third, the elder has held a tight grip over the outer hall for many years, creating a one-man rule. This is detrimental to the master's future ability to command with confidence. While this young rascal is sharp, he lacks the steadiness that is essential. Let him soon bear this burden and venture into the world alongside the master, thus acquiring greater experience and confidence. While the old man still possesses the ability, he can assist both of you for a while longer. In this way, even if he were to close his eyes mid-journey, he could find some solace. Shen Yuan cradled the ancient jade pendant in his hands, carefully sensing the faint yet familiar pulse of spiritual energy emanating from it. The feeling of being connected by blood, sharing the same roots, was both alien and deeply familiar. In a daze, Shen Yuan seemed to glimpse a vague silhouette, resolutely walking down a dark and terrifying path. Very well, I shall leave this matter to the old man's discretion, yet the future path must still be guided by his wisdom. This jade, I shall keep close to me. However, I also carry a protective jade of my own refinement. So please, esteemed elder, do not decline. Keep it with you as a token of my filial piety. As he spoke, Shen Yuan lowered his head and removed a small jade disc strung on a black cord from around his neck. It was a piece he had acquired from a jade merchant in the northern border, made of exceptionally smooth and translucent Hitian jade. He had crafted it into a bracelet and 2 pendants, adorned with ancient designs. One side bore hand-carved milk nail patterns, while the other featured intricate cloud motifs, reminiscent of classic Ming dynasty pieces. With the warm texture of Hitian jade, it appeared quite exquisite. Since gaining a modicum of skill, Shen Yuan had diligently cultivated and nurtured these 2 pendants with spiritual energy, hoping to imbue them with a touch of sentience to present to his parents as protective talismans against misfortune. This time, he sincerely offered it to placate the venerable elder's deep loyalty to the mountain gate. In just a few short months, he had managed to refine these protective jades to possess a degree of spiritual essence. It seems this is indeed bloodline, this is indeed talent. Yet he merely replied with a humble thanks. Then I shall not be modest, esteemed elder. Thank you for the jade, ha ha ha. After a lively conversation, the 2 noticed the day had brightened considerably and decided to step outside and summon Shunbai to join them for breakfast. During the meal, Shen Yuan, Shun Siming, and Shunbai were accompanied by a taciturn man in his 50s who had been a disciple of the elder for many years, serving as his senior assistant and legal advisor. This individual, surnamed Tang and named Zishuan, was not a direct descendant of the Shen family. Yet it was evident that he held the elder's trust. He was well-versed in the affairs of the southern seas and embodied the quintessential role of a trusted aide. Shunbai, a bit of a rogue, displayed utmost respect towards Mr. Tang, who initially insisted on not sharing a table with Shen Yuan, claiming it would breach the decorum of the sect. After several attempts at persuasion, Mr. Tang finally acquiesced and took a seat at the end of the table. Though he spoke little, his unwavering loyalty to the Jade Appraisers and the Mountain Gate was unmistakable. Shen Yuan observed this evidently influential figure in the outer sect, realizing that the man named Tang Zishuan was highly esteemed by the elder. Regarding the matters of the outer sect, Shen Yuan understood that he had no qualification to intervene, as he merely benefited from a prestigious surname. Yet, he could not shake off a lingering sense of unease. Tang Zishuan seemed to have accepted the sudden emergence of a sect leader a tad too quickly. What era are we in? The age of explosive technology and information. A global village. Although the sects of cultivation are notoriously conservative enclaves, Shen Yuan habitually marked the incomprehensible aspects in his heart. Tang Zishuan, a trusted confidant of the venerable Shun Siming, always evoked a strange sense of alienation in Shen Yuan. The simple breakfast shared was, in reality, The first formal interaction among the upper echelons of the sect since its reopening, with all present exhibiting caution mixed with excitement and anticipation. The four dined sparingly, likely overwhelmed by an endless stream of thoughts. After the meal, Shen Yuan, along with the venerable Shen Siming and Shen Bai, respectfully entered the incense hall. Following their ritualistic bows and offerings, Shen Yuan lit a stick of incense before the blank spirit tablet of his great-grandfather. As the fragrant smoke wafted upwards, he silently prayed, hoping that his great-grandfather, though they had never met, would bless him to preserve the legacy of the Jade Appraisal sect and fulfill the wishes left behind. He prayed for the safety and peace of his parents and loved ones, hoping they would live a tranquil life. Finally, Shen Yuan approached the spirit tablets of the past leaders in the outer hall to pay his respects. He bowed humbly before the tablet of the late father of Shen Siming, expressing condolences to the spirit of this elder who had toiled overseas, leaving behind a breath of revival for the nearly extinguished sect. After the incense offering concluded, the three gently lowered the curtain and invited Elder Tang Zishuan to enter as a witness. Shen Yuan took the main seat, and the Shen father and son completed a simple handover. This exchange was laden with gentle admonitions and a few harsh words, concealing the deep paternal love and subtle worries of the elder Shen for his younger son, Shen Bai. Thus, the Shen family of Dama, the outer sect of the Jade Appraisal sect, discreetly completed the formal transfer of the leader's position. Shen Siming officially stepped back, secretly overseeing and supporting Shen Yuan and Shen Bai in all their endeavors on the mainland. In their brief discussions, the four had implicitly set the goals of honoring the wishes of the 71st Jade Appraisal Master, seeking his whereabouts, and collecting efforts to restore the legacy of the sect. Shen Yuan understood that the Dama Shen family could not forget the disastrous battle that nearly obliterated them. How could he not admire the fearless determination of his great-grandfather? He harbored resentment towards those who regarded the masses as mere pawns, those who purportedly conformed to the greater trends. The tides of time and the capriciousness of the world are beyond the comprehension of any soul. Right and wrong, can they truly be determined solely by the judgments of future generations? Shen Yuan remains uncertain, as does Shen Bai. The path ahead appears somewhat nebulous. Yet does not seem lonely. The Minju Forest, the Five Immortals sect, and the elusive mountain gates of fellow practitioners, alongside the once mighty Xian Yi sect, now known as the Black Robe sect, remain formidable adversaries, ever-changing yet consistently vast and intimidating. Shen Yuan earnestly attempted to persuade the elder to stay, but the old man gracefully declined, stating that Shen Yuan's mere existence was enough to stir the ambitions of various cultivation sects across the realm. Whether these individuals are foes or allies remains indeterminate. For now, one can only observe the unfolding events. Pursuing the legacy and whereabouts of the former sect master and fortifying the tangible strength of the Jade Appraisers sect on this continent is of paramount importance. Ultimately, the elder proposed transferring the recently acquired leisure club and villa to Shen Yuan. However, Shen Yuan straightforwardly refused, for while he appreciates wealth, he is unwilling to accept unmerited gifts. This sentiment mirrors his own vague spiritual abilities and perceptions, which he has refrained from misusing all these years. Shen Yuan seeks the journey toward achieving his goals, encompassing both fame and fortune. The elder did not press further, but candidly remarked that as long as Shen Yuan serves as sect master, everything within the outer hall belongs to him. Shen Yuan smiled, yet remained silent. After all these years, the outer hall had already established its own system abroad. It had developed its own core interests. And Shen Yuan would not naively believe that his direct lineage as a gem appraiser would grant him direct control over a vast family enterprise. Even if the Shen father and son are loyal to their direct descendants, they cannot suppress the collective resistance of vested interests within the industry. Maintaining the status quo, gradually developing in terms of legacy and personal capabilities, and achieving a win-win situation with the outer hall's core interests. That is the true path to success. Mr. Tang, who subtly perceived some of Shen Yuan's thoughts, could not help but feel astonished by the young sect master's wisdom in knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Understanding the importance of choices. Such individuals have the potential to accomplish great endeavors. The elder hurriedly departed on the fastest flight, seeming considerably lighter in step as he left. Shen Bai and Shen Yuan murmured outside, noting that the old man had never appeared so cheerful, even when he married his third wife a few years prior. Shen Yuan chuckled softly. The elder's lightness stemmed from releasing the greatest concerns of 2 generations. However, it seems the elder also possesses a flaw, an inclination toward sensuality. Yet, this is acceptable, Perfection is a myth, and it is the existence of human emotions that renders life authentic, preventing others from harboring undue suspicion. The Leisure Club, while relatively discreet, is not intended by Shen Yuan to serve as the stronghold of his sect. Firstly, the atmosphere here is heavily infused with the outer hall's essence. Secondly, ever since he offered incense at the shrine in the incense hall, he has felt an inexplicable calling from a distant place, as if it is beckoning him. It seems that is where the Jade Appraisers sect should ignite its incense, leaving Shen Yuan with a sense of unease. Thus, he chooses to put these thoughts aside. After a prolonged absence, the elusive Xiao Qi unexpectedly reached out to Shen Yi, informing him that he had made contact with several individuals suspected of being connected to the band of tomb raiders in the Mongolian region. Since suffering an injury at the hands of Wang Ziheng's group, Xiao Qi had been relegated to resting at the club under Shen Yi's orders. The ambiguous encounter at Wuxianjiu's Tonyuan fortress had instilled a sense of caution in Shen Yi. Prior to venturing into the mountains, he had dispatched Xiao Qi and a few subordinates to the Liaoxi area to meticulously unravel the information trickling in from the captured tomb robbers. In today's society, when one possesses substantial financial resources and a meticulously organized plan, the efficiency of their endeavors is unparalleled. Through comprehensive surveillance of the lawyers hired by these tomb raiders, Xiao Qi managed to uncover some leads. A few individuals of dubious origins had been covertly funneling continuous support to a lawyer via the families of two suspects. Wealth, antiquities, and even women discreetly appeared behind this lawyer, serving his interests. Exercising caution to avoid alarming the perpetrators, Xiao Qi exerted great effort to investigate the backgrounds of these individuals from the periphery. Ultimately, he orchestrated a scheme at a casino, successfully bribing and utilizing a prominent figure within the local underworld to glean insights into the whereabouts of certain suspected tomb raiders. In the words of the renowned Jade Appraiser, Shun Xiyin, do not be troubled by the lack of understanding companions on your journey. Have faith and seek tranquility in your heart. Chapter 37, Clues to the Tomb Raiders. Xiao Qi claimed to have discovered the hideout of the tomb raiders, which was, in fact, knowledge of a highly particular occasion where these individuals might inadvertently reveal their whereabouts. It was a clandestine underground antique auction. As it was shrouded in secrecy, the items for sale were undoubtedly of questionable origin. Such auctions are prevalent worldwide, encompassing a diverse array of collectibles. When legitimate sources are unreliable, one resorts to trading in the shadows. Stolen artworks, precious metals and jewels, rare minerals, endangered flora and fauna, ancient corpses and mummies, even the artifacts of celebrities. And, to the extreme, the desires of perverse millionaires seeking slaves. If one possesses the means, these underground auction houses scattered across the globe can cater to your every whim. Access to such events is not afforded to just anyone. For absolute security, these circles seldom welcome strangers. Typically, the endorsement of 2 or more regular patrons or the approval of a behind-the-scenes benefactor is required to gain entry and catch a glimpse of the auction. The latest auction was set to occur in 2 days. According to the local figure Xiao Qi was familiar with, the power behind this auction house was formidable, and few had ever laid eyes on the true mastermind behind it. Coincidentally, the local underworld lieutenant responsible for overseeing the auction was the brother of this informant, allowing him to acquire fragmented snippets of information. The centerpiece of this upcoming auction featured several significant artifacts from the Liao and Jin dynasties, presumably sourced from the enigmatic Mongolian tomb raiders. The clues have emerged, albeit merely as faint hints. These several country bumpkins are evidently akin to the thieves imprisoned by the 5 Immortals sect. They are but a cluster of turtles strung upon a willow. They are the unfortunate remnants left behind from the recent crackdown by the authorities. Logically, these insignificant figures would not attract much attention, yet they presently represent the sole possible link to Wang Ziheng and the only thread leading to the Xianyi sect that Shen Yuan could pursue. Shen Yuan has long pondered the curious incident that led to his acquisition of the spirit-subduing jade atop the bone-burning furnace. He wonders if it was indeed orchestrated by the Xianyi sect. By all accounts, this should not be the case. The enigmatic figure in black, who faced off against the fox spirit and possesses unfathomable power, had previously advised him to refrain from fostering hostility towards them. Through that jade furnace, Shen Yuan remains convinced that this band of tomb raiders shares only a tenuous connection with Wang Ziheng and the Black Cloak sect, likely engaging in mutual exploitation. Instead of recklessly confronting these country bumpkins and thereby attracting the vigilance and attention of Wang Ziheng and the Black Cloak sect, It would be wiser to conceal his identity and discreetly ascertain the nature of their relationship with both Wang Ziheng and the Black Cloak sect, all the while seeking to uncover their true motives. Shen Yuan remains reluctant to accept that, in this era, these figures in black still harbor ambitions to control the world. If that were indeed the case, would it not render this entire affair the most ludicrous spectacle imaginable? After conferring with Shen Bai for some time, they resolved that since a traitor from the Five Immortals sect, Wang Ziheng, was involved, they might as well drag the fox spirit into this murky affair as well. After all, one fence requires 3 posts, does it not? Few within the main hall of the Five Immortals sect possess mobile phones, and thus the two could only approach the fiery Hu Xiaomei, as old man Hu Baoi was still recuperating in bed. As for the fox spirit, Shen Bai lacked the courage to inquire about her phone number or WeChat ID. Upon answering the call, Hu Xiaomei appeared to be in a somewhat better mood than before, although she had yet to regain her former exuberance and vivacity. Nevertheless, she had improved significantly since a few days prior. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Yuan laid bare the situation regarding Liaoxi, urging Hu Xiaomei to consult with old man Hu Baoi or directly inquire about the fox spirit stance. They needed to determine whether to join forces in investigating, especially since the deranged Wang Ziheng still roamed freely. The rest. Shen Yuan requested Hu Xiaomei to decide on the next course of action, assuring her that she would bring the Five Immortals sect personnel from Liaoxi to fully support their endeavors. Shen Bai, nibbling on a sunflower seed, languidly remarked, "Isn't it always this little Hu Xiaomei? Have the Hu family members been in the mountains for too long, unable to integrate into the bustling world? Having encountered her only twice, and each time under unfortunate circumstances, he mused that she must be a bane to his fate. Old Shun, you better hurry and give me a piece of the exorcising spirit jade, so I can counter her malevolent aura." Shen Yuan retorted with mild annoyance, "I believe it would be more prudent for you to wear that green ox eel around your neck." Shen Bai's eyes brightened. "Are you serious? I asked my dad to lend me the green ox eel, but he flatly refused and scolded me for being embarrassing." Shen Bai sighed and said, "I need to have a serious discussion with you about this matter. The outer sect generally practices the martial arts inherited from within the school, encompassing the 4 paths of military, wonder, medicine, and deception. I possess an innate sensitivity, allowing me to detect flavors unnoticed by ordinary individuals. However, this is not due to some genetic mutation. Rather, it stems from my mother, who was my father's second wife. She passed away 10 years ago and was, in fact, a semi-cultivator. Having fled to the South Seas in her early years to escape calamity, she encountered an even greater misfortune, meeting my father." Shen Bai lamented, "My mother was significantly younger than my father. She hailed from a lineage of medical practitioners among the Black E ethnic group in Sichuan. Due to family upheaval, she inadvertently harmed individuals she should not have and subsequently fled to the South Seas for safety." He continued, "In her youth, she received guidance from a wandering Taoist priest in western Sichuan, making her a half-disciple of the Taoist sect. Consequently, I inherited a fragment of her spiritual essence, particularly an extraordinary talent in the realm of olfactory perception. Moreover, my mother imparted to me a Taoist incantation called the Little Rui charm during my childhood. Through my diligent practice of this incantation, I have attained a modicum of meager spiritual power, though I find it impossible to externalize this energy. Nevertheless, my perceptive abilities should not be significantly inferior to yours. You are aware that the awakening spells of the Qingcheng 3 seals differ from one another. If cultivated for an extended period and supplemented by authentic Taoist techniques or pure spiritual energy from a legitimate sect, their power is immense." Shen Yuan nodded, fully understanding this point. Even utilizing the authentic awakening spell to activate the Qingyo seal for crafting a talisman imbued with a modicum of spiritual energy nearly drained him completely. Shen Bai looked at Shen Yuan and remarked, "My little Rui charm functions somewhat like a key to spiritual energy. Please do not regard me with such scrutiny. My mother made me swear an oath that I would never pass this charm on, not even to my descendants." Shen Yuan curled his lip, thinking to himself, "I have no interest in it. The traditional teachings of my family undoubtedly surpass this trifling Taoist charm by a considerable margin." Shen Bai continued thus, "I am capable of employing certain talismans and artifacts from the Taoist heritage of Qingqing Mountain. The talismans I previously provided to you were painstakingly acquired by my father from the Qingcheng sect. In the entire outer hall, aside from myself, the other direct disciples can only utilize some techniques through spirit-imbued jade passed down by the Jade Appraisers, alongside the sect's cultivation methods. As for the collateral disciples in the outer hall, Being able to practice even a bit of the sex body refinement techniques or breathing exercises is already quite rare. You are not exemplary. Your entire family lacks distinction as well. Well, I am without distinction. However, could you grant me the Chinyo seal? I am currently the outer hall master under your command. Consider this. If I excel, it reflects positively on you as well, does it not? This would be an optimal utilization of resources. Absolutely not. Disabuse yourself of that notion. My great-grandfather once said that when the opportunity arises, the Qingyo seal may be returned to the rightful heirs of the Qingxing sect, as Qingxing Mountain is one of the ancient 13 doors. I cannot arbitrarily bestow it upon you. If word gets out and offends them, it could jeopardize significant matters. Sigh, I knew you were a miser. It's utterly hopeless to expect generosity from you, the impoverished leader of this faction. Shen Bai sat dejectedly to one side. After a round of nonsensical chatter, Shen Bai went out to arrange for transportation and personnel. Shen Yuan, meanwhile, was resting with his eyes closed on the sofa when a gentle knock at the door interrupted him. Upon inviting the visitor in, he found it was Mou. Mou, the eldest of Shen Bai's subordinates, was of the same age as Shen Bai, both recently having turned 23. He was notably mature and composed in his demeanor, often reserved in speech. Upon entering, Mou nodded respectfully to Shen Yuan and spoke. Leader Shen Yuan promptly raised a hand, saying, "Hold on, I am older than you, so do not adopt the terms of the elders. From now on, the three of you brothers can address me as Brother Shen, just like Shen Bai. The title of leader sounds rather awkward to me, so it's settled. Come, sit, and tell me what's on your mind." Mou nodded and cautiously took a seat, occupying only half the cushion's width. "Brother Shen, Daozi has gone to prepare the vehicles. We shall depart this evening. This time, we may enter that clandestine auction. The young master sent me to assist you in altering your appearance." Shen Yuan was taken aback. "What? You can perform disguise techniques? Is the equipment in that small bag you're carrying?" Disappointment washed over Shen Yuan. "Oh, I was under the impression there were actual masks made from human skin or some form of bone-shrinking technique." Mou nodded, contemplating for a moment before responding. "I have indeed seen masks made of human skin." "What? There are truly masks made from human skin? Goodness." Mou continued. "I encountered individuals wearing such items in the jungles of Cambodia, but not for disguising purposes. They were used as tools for soul binding. Quite an ominous artifact, necromancers. Those fellows are exceedingly perilous." No longer wishing to engage in idle talk, Shen Yuan gestured for Mou to proceed swiftly. Mou first approached, using several wet wipes to cleanse Shen Yuan's face thoroughly. He then retrieved a few small glass vials from his bag, each containing liquids of varying shades. As Shen Yuan observed Mou prepare to apply the liquid to his cheeks, he couldn't help but inquire, Mou, what are the components of these substances? Will they? Mou paused briefly before assuring him. "Rest easy, Brother Shen. These are concocted from high-quality ingredients such as coptis, isatis root, saffron, and cuttlefish ink, blended with a secret fixing agent. They're non-toxic and will not wash off with water for 3 days." Quite convenient. Shen Yuan felt his face flush slightly, signaling Mou to continue. Stealing a glance at Mou, he noticed no change in his focused expression, even amidst the busy task at hand. Mou worked with a light touch and steady hand, diligently applying the substances for over 10 minutes. His concentrated demeanor akin to that of a fine arts student engrossed in painting. "Brother Shen, it's done," Mou announced to the still closed eyes of Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan opened his eyes and touched his skin, which felt slightly taut. Mou reassured him. "It's nothing to worry about, Brother Shen. The medicinal liquid will absorb shortly. In half an hour, you'll be able to wash your face without issue. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The young master will come to fetch you when it's time to depart." "Oh, very well. Go ahead with your tasks," Shen Yuan replied, feigning composure. As the octopus bowed its head in a manner reminiscent of a character from a film, gently stepping outside to secure the door, Shen Yuan sprang up as if someone had stepped on his tail, rushing into the restroom. He hastily approached the large mirror above the sink, staring intently at his reflection. For a full half-minute, he was lost in thought, ultimately expressing his astonishment with a few clicks of his tongue. Had he not neglected to change his attire and hairstyle, the sight might have startled him. The reflection revealed a visage that appeared aged by 6 or 7 years, with pronounced bags beneath his eyes. His cheekbones seemed elevated, and his jawline appeared fuller. As he turned his neck, the changing light cast his features in a different light. Shen Yuan discerned that the essence of the octopus' potion primarily lay in its coloring effects, capable of rendering the skin coarse or delicate. It seemed to enhance the size of the subcutaneous muscles and fat, verging on the miraculous. Taking matters into his own hands, he rummaged through the cabinet by the sink and discovered a bottle of hair gel. He picked up a comb and styled his hair into an unconventional side-parted slick back. Squinting at his reflection, he adopted a somewhat arrogant and sinister expression, only to be taken aback by the image staring back at him. Shaking his head, he muttered a few self-deprecating remarks before striding confidently into the living room, intending to find Shen Bai to procure a couple of outfits that would suit him better, as he and Daozi bore a striking resemblance. However, as he opened the door, a young man in a suit with small eyes walked in. Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing him closely. Yet within 5 seconds, Shen Bai, having transformed into the small-eyed young man, broke into a broad grin. "Ha ha! I had the octopus make you look a bit older, with a more sinister and unpredictable demeanor, so that others wouldn't scrutinize you too closely. But perhaps I overdid it a tad?" Tang by Ji's verses echoed in his mind. The ethereal young man, pale and elegant, resides in a realm of tranquility. With the aid of medicine, 2 wings sprout, while the 3 corpses lie dormant, awaiting their sustenance. Facing north, the altar captures the night stars, while the eastward dormitory welcomes the morning sun. Throughout the day, with no other duties at hand, I merely burn a stick of incense to invoke the divine. In Chapter 38, Underground Auction. Upon hearing Shen Bai's voice, Shen Yuan finally confirmed the identity of this rascal. He noticed that Shen Bai's once large eyes had shrunk considerably, their corners elongated. The formerly square face now bore a hint of a pointed chin and cheekbones, coupled with a significant reduction in the length of his previously tousled hair. He was now clad in a designer suit, complete with a luxurious platinum chain draped over a black undershirt. In every aspect, Shen Bai exuded the aura of a high-class henchman. Shen Yuan accepted the embroidered high-collared suit and the unrecognizable designer belt and shoes that Shen Bai handed him, along with an exquisite Swiss watch. He couldn't help but feel a surge of delight, knowing that this ensemble must be worth several tens of thousands. Taking advantage of a good deal was too tempting to resist. Nonetheless, he continued to chide Shen Bai. "Look at you being so stingy. You attend a grand occasion and don't even prepare some bespoke high-end attire for your master in advance. Is this what you bring to deceive me?" Shen Bai smirked and remarked, "Oh, isn't this a bit too hasty? The car is waiting. We can take our time. In the future, I shall take you to Europe for an exhilarating adventure, where we can indulge in a lavish holiday. How does that sound?" "Absolutely. It's settled then." He cheerfully agreed while making his way outside. Moments later, a sleek black Chrysler glided onto the ring road of Shengjing City, carrying just 3 individuals. At the wheel was the cleverly disguised MOU, while seated in the back were the almost unrecognizable Shen Yuan and Shen Bai. The trio sped towards the northwest, heading for the old coal city of Fuqing in Liaoxi, embraced by the golden hues of the setting sun. By 7 in the evening, as darkness enveloped the sky, their vehicle arrived at a modestly adorned 5-star hotel located on the eastern outskirts of Fuqing. As they passed the parking lot, Shen Yuan spotted a gray SUV parked at a distance, strategically positioned at the exit's corner. Recognizing it as Daozi's vehicle, he surmised that Daozi and his 2 subordinates had arrived ahead of them, likely awaiting directives in a prearranged room. The luxurious sedan came to a gentle halt before the hotel's expansive glass entrance. Shen Bai eagerly hopped out to open the door for Shen Yuan, who stepped out with a serious demeanor, his face slightly bowed, reflecting a weighty preoccupation as he briskly entered, followed closely by Shen Bai. Upon entering the lobby, before the ever-smiling and perceptive receptionist could approach, a bespectacled Xiao Qi, accompanied by 2 towering subordinates, swiftly made his way towards them. The trio respectfully nodded and quietly greeted. "Good evening, boss." Although their words barely stirred the surrounding guests, the lobby manager, who was preparing to welcome them, clearly heard the exchange. Shen Yuan lazily acknowledged with a grunt and turned his gaze towards the elevator. Understanding the cue, Xiao Qi promptly stepped forward, saying, "Boss, the suite has been reserved. Would you like to head upstairs to rest?" Noting Shen Yuan's lack of objection, Xiao Qi hurriedly pressed the elevator button, holding the door open respectfully for Shen Yuan, who walked briskly towards it. However, Shen Bai waved dismissively at the elegant female manager approaching them, casually stating, "Is there an issue with the reserved room? If anything is needed, just communicate with that elevator attendant. Don't bother our boss unnecessarily." The attractive manager quickly nodded, smiling, "No problem, boss. You are all esteemed guests of our president. That gentleman has already completed all the necessary arrangements. I merely came to extend a warm welcome. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. I assure you, I will do my utmost to cater to your needs. Earlier, Xiaoqi had informed Shenbai that their hotel had intricate ties to the ongoing illicit auction. Over the past few days, several enigmatic individuals have been discreetly checking into the exclusive suite areas on the upper floors. With the backing of the Five Immortals sect, after connecting with Hu Xiaomei's subordinates, Xiaoqi bypassed the middleman and established direct contact with an outer representative of the auction, securing a spot to participate in the clandestine event. Following the guidance of the personnel outside the auction venue, 2 rooms were reserved in this discreet hotel. Anticipation filled the air as we awaited the arrival of Shen Yuan and Shunbu Yi, who were to participate in the clandestine auction commencing the day after tomorrow. Once inside the room, Shunbu Yi surveyed his surroundings. Before he could utter a word, Xiaoqi approached him, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, Bu Yi. The premises have been thoroughly scanned 3 times with a scanner. There are no eyes or ears here." Shunbu Yi nodded and turned to Shen Yuan, inquiring, "Boss, should we have someone bring dinner to our rooms?" Xiaoqi nodded in agreement, moving to sit with Shen Yuan and the others, while the 2 burly subordinates quietly opened the door and stood guard outside, vigilantly watching over the entrance. "Boss, Bu Yi, I initially devised several strategies to secure entry tickets to the auction, but alas, the connections of the Five Immortals sect proved invaluable. After they reached out to me, they instructed me to remain discreet and not attract attention. Today, I received a direct contact, who arranged for me to meet here at the hotel. This individual, claiming to be the deputy general manager of the hotel, has close ties with the mastermind behind the black auction. He vouched for us and provided a ticket for entry. Look, here it is." As he spoke, Xiaoqi produced an envelope-sized invitation made of black material, devoid of any remarkable features. Before Shen Yuan could voice his curiosity, Xiaoqi continued, "The invitation serves merely as a formality. Designated personnel will escort each group of clients to the auction site, ensuring that outsiders cannot easily infiltrate. Each entry group is limited to 3 individuals, and we will travel to the auction in their provided vehicle. The time and location remain confidential for now." Shen Yuan, still adjusting to the situation, remarked, "It's nothing of great concern. We harbor no ill intentions. Our sole aim is to locate the group working under Wang Zihong. We hope to uncover his whereabouts and, in turn, gather intelligence on the individuals backing him. We shall let things unfold naturally, without force or ostentation, merely observing in silence. By the way, Bu Yi, how much capital have you prepared for the auction? Don't rely on the meager funds in my account. If we stumble upon something exceptional, it would be splendid to enrich our sex collection." Shunbu Yi rolled his eyes and retrieved 2 black credit cards from his briefcase. Upon seeing them, Shen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the Centurion Tulip Black Gold card." Shunbu Yi nodded, "My father arranged these for us. You're aware of the limits. Never less than 10 million in all currencies with the capability for overseas transactions. The holder's information is secured as top-tier confidential clients. Would you prefer to keep it, or shall I hold on to them?" TCH, Shunbu Yi continued to roll his eyes. Before 5 minutes had passed, Xiaoqi was heard at the door, cheerfully calling out, "Sister May, this is Xiaoqi. The boss is waiting for you in the living room." All right, I know. Just keep an eye on your door." As expected, Hu Xiaomei entered the room, chattering animatedly. The moment she stepped inside, without waiting for Shen Yuan to explain the drastic change in their appearances, she burst into laughter, pointing at Shunbu Yi's head and exclaiming, "Had I known you both altered your appearances, you've certainly made yourselves look rather aged, and quite unattractive, I must say." It seems that the formidable young woman in the mountains was not to be trifled with, as Xiaoqi and his companions quietly vanished, leaving Shen Yuan, Shunbu Yi, and Hu Xiaomei engaged in animated conversation for quite some time. After treating Hu Xiaomei to a sumptuous late-night meal, they bid each other farewell. Despite their lengthy discussions, the trio ultimately reached no concrete conclusions. Hu Xiaomei was determined to capture Wang Zihong at any cost, while Shen Yuan aimed to gather information without alarming anyone. Eventually, Hu Xiaomei reluctantly agreed to let Shen Yuan take the lead and act according to the circumstances. However, Shen Yuan felt uncertain. Should they indeed locate Wang Zihong, it was likely that the impetuous young woman would rush forward to avenge her master and fellow disciples. After Hu Xiaomei left the hotel without disclosing her whereabouts, Shen Yuan and his companions refrained from inquiring further. In this territory, she was the true local authority. Thus, a day passed with Shen Yuan and his group remaining in their hotel. The amiable and attractive female manager had appeared once, subtly inquiring if Shunbu Yi required any health services, assuring him that all the personnel were university students. Shen Yuan, brimming with pride, dismissed the offer, and they managed to coexist peacefully. After dinner, however, Hu Xiaomei made another unexpected visit, revealing to Shen Yuan that the auction had been moved up. In a business vehicle, Shen Yuan, Shen Yuan, and Hu Xiaomei, clad in a rare dress, sat in silence. In the passenger seat was a middle-aged man with a beaming smile. He politely introduced the details of the auction, apologizing for the sudden change in schedule and providing limited information about some of the items to be auctioned. Beside Shen Yuan in the back seat, Hu Xiaomei, adorned with exquisite makeup, leaned in close. Her identity, as the confidant of the enigmatic boss Fong, required no further elaboration, although her figure was not particularly voluptuous. Her makeup accentuated a unique blend of innocence and worldly charm, which elicited a few envious glances from Shen Yuan, seated across from her. According to the accompanying personnel, he was responsible for ensuring Boss Fong's transportation, safety, and various services. Yet, it was evident to even the most naive observer that he and the driver were engaged in close surveillance. After all, the transactions and funds involved were anything but transparent, igniting a greater curiosity among Shen Yuan and his companions regarding the significance of this auction. Once the vehicle left the city, it seemed to wind through a labyrinthine path, ultimately entering a mountainous area and arriving at a reservoir protection zone. After passing through several layers of security personnel manning electronic gates, they halted before a leisure club nestled against the mountainside and beside the water. The man who introduced himself as Liu, along with the driver, respectfully escorted Shen Yuan and his companions into the club's lobby. The atmosphere was hushed, with some guests already present. A mix of discreet clientele, either hastily entering or exchanging quiet pleasantries with acquaintances. Two young celebrities, in stark contrast to their poised and innocent on-screen personas, were each seen entwined with either an older or enigmatic gentleman, their flirtatious expressions broadening Shen Yuan's horizons. It appeared that most clients were already familiar faces at this venue. This clandestine auction was evidently not a one-time affair. In the depths of a building, Shen Yuan and a few others were led into a private cinema, entering a small booth along the edges, guided by the invitation numbers procured by Hu Xiaomei. It was apparent that this booth was merely a temporary partition made of fabric, not particularly secretive, yet sufficiently quiet. The semicircular space allowed each booth to have a clear view of the modest central stage. Positioned centrally were 7 or 8 darkened booths. The fabric partitions were tall, seemingly connected to a VIP passage on one side. Through the discreet introduction by the man, surnamed Liu, Shen Yuan and his companions learned that this was indeed the true VIP seating area, where notable figures mysteriously arrived at the auction venue, each entering their respective booths and departing just as mysteriously after the auction concluded, without any interaction with the ordinary guests like Shen Yuan and his friends. Having grasped the rules and some details, Shen Yuan glanced at the man Liu, while Shen Bai casually retrieved a wad of cash from his bag, placing it into Liu's hand nonchalantly. "All right, having brought us here, you fulfilled your duty. Keep the tip. If any issues arise, I'll use the nearby call button to summon you. The boss wishes to enjoy a moment of tranquility, so you may leave for now." "Certainly, sir. I shall await your instructions." Press the green button to summon me. The yellow one calls a server, and the sign by the sofa indicates the bidding paddle. I will take my leave now and expect some esteemed guests to arrive shortly, after which the auction will commence. Wishing all esteemed patrons great success and bountiful returns. The man Liu nodded and bowed as he exited the booth, vanishing into the dim corridor. Shen Bai peered into the corridor for a moment, observing clients trickling into various booths, the air filled with hushed whispers. The high-end booths remained shrouded in darkness, with occasional flickers of cigarette embers indicating the presence of esteemed guests within. Shen Yuan cleared his throat awkwardly, discreetly shifting his arm away from Hu Xiaomei's chest under Shen Bai's envious gaze, and reached for a pack of expensive cigarettes on the coffee table, lighting one. He found the situation somewhat surreal, pondering the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. He marveled at the extensive reach of the Wuxian sect, effortlessly infiltrating even such elite black auctions. It was evident that this was far from an ordinary fencing location, with rigorous client screening unknown to the common eye. Given Shen Bai's fabricated identities of several wealthy overseas Chinese and Shao Qi's bustling activity on the periphery, access to such an auction would have been impossible. Hu Xiaomei shared little about the Wuxian sect's connection to the black auction house, and Shen Yuan refrained from inquiring further. Some matters were best approached with caution. Just as Hu Xiaomei began her second glass of red wine, and Shen Yuan lit his third cigarette, the stage lights suddenly illuminated, The lights focused solely on the stage, leaving the booths unaffected, and the previously growing murmur quieted to a hush. Everyone understood that the auction was about to commence. A heavy stainless steel cart slowly brought forth the first item for auction, while four robust gentlemen clad in white gloves stood nearby, appearing vigilant. The inaugural piece up for bid was a jade belt from the Liao dynasty. Crafted from pristine Hatian white jade, it bore no imperfections, with remnants of a cowhide leather strap. The main belt plate featured intricate horse-riding motifs typical of Hu artisans, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. 12 smaller plates, including those shaped like peaches, remained flawless, adorned with understated patterns. All plates were interconnected with golden threads, epitomizing the grandeur of royal artifacts from the Liao dynasty, rivaling any comparable collection. The starting bid was set at 600,000. Although Shen Yuan was mentally prepared, he was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before him. Indeed, the stakes were substantial. Such high-caliber jade pieces rarely grace the market, often absent for a decade or two. The protective measures for the relics of the Liao and Jin dynasties have been insufficient in recent years, and the archaeological community often jested about the futility of their endeavors. It was no wonder that experts held a certain disdain for the cultural remnants outside the Central Plains, which had long been distanced from the heart of Chinese civilization. The rich tapestry of cultural heritage in the central regions left behind an abundance of brilliant artifacts and ancient tombs, leading experts to approach the exploration and preservation of outer territories with a degree of indifference. Chapter 39. The Emergence of the Unseen. Now, esteemed guests interested in the auction were invited to take the stage in order of their box assignments. After a brief introduction by the slender auctioneer, Mr. Zhang, he relinquished control to the patrons within the various boxes. Shen Yuan assessed the number of attendees. There were 23 boxes in total, with approximately 10 boxes showing interest in the jade belt plates. His own box seemed to be the last in line. The two boxes directly preceding Shen Yuan appeared either unoccupied or uninterested in such jade artifacts, as no one approached the stage. Feeling a surge of eagerness, Shen Yuan glanced at Shen Bai, who subtly shook his head, signaling for Shen Yuan to refrain from drawing undue attention. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yuan resolved to rise and approach the stage, prompting a sigh from Shen Bai as he hurriedly followed, wishing to accompany him. However, Shen Yuan was determined to seize the opportunity and see if he could acquire this precious jade piece. As a dozen or so patrons ascended the stage, the entire process took less than half an hour. Firstly, such auctions rarely employed tactics to ensnare buyers, and secondly, true connoisseurs were well acquainted with high-end jade, swiftly discerning authenticity with a mere glance. The auctioneer announced with clarity that the bidding had officially commenced, with the opening bid set at 600,000 in increments no less than 100,000. A sense of emptiness washed over Shen Yuan. He was constrained by his financial limitations. His card held merely around 1,200,000, a sum that was substantially bolstered by a gratitude gift from Feng Tianqing for saving his life. Shen Yuan felt a twinge of reluctance to draw upon external resources, a reflection of his pride. Without any lull in the proceedings, the auctioneer beamed and surveyed the audience, swiftly calling out bids. Very well, a friend bids 800,000. On the left, a friend bid 900,000, while a distinguished guest in the center offered 1 million. In recent years, there have been virtually no records of similar jade artifacts of this caliber being unearthed, so I urge all esteemed guests to seize this opportunity. After all, this is not an exceedingly rare ancient jade, ceremonial vessel, or exquisite royal jade from the Ming and Qing dynasties. As the bid was pushed to 1 million by the central VIP's private booth, the auction momentarily fell into a hush. Potential buyers swiftly weighed the anticipated value of the item against their personal preferences. Shen Yuan gritted his teeth and raised his bidding paddle. Excellent. The guest on the right bid 1,100,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than this esteemed guest? Shen Yuan was unaware of how his bidding paddle had been lowered. He genuinely felt a mix of tension and exhilaration. He had never before risked such a substantial sum on an ancient jade piece. However, before he could contemplate whether this price might lead to a loss, the auctioneer noticed the bidding paddle from the central VIP room being raised twice in quick succession. Wonderful. The guest in the center directly bid 1,300,000. It appears our first item of the day is quite popular. We extend our gratitude to this esteemed guest for their generous bid. In an instant, Shen Yuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He pondered and concluded that this price was indeed hard to accept. He decided to forego his bid, though he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, revealing a hint of reluctance. Shen Bai couldn't help but smirk at him. Nevertheless, he held a modicum of admiration for Shen Yuan's timely withdrawal. After all, they were not here to collect antiquities or art pieces. A price of 1,300,000 is indeed considerable. Items at this clandestine auction are typically less than reputable. The attendees are primarily there to encounter rare, authentic artifacts and to acquire these treasures at prices significantly below market value. Everyone present understands the importance of discretion, except for exceptionally unique items. Intense bidding scenarios are quite rare. Generally, if the prices of auction items approach or slightly exceed market value, bidders are reluctant to raise their paddles again. Of course, it would be splendid if clients chose to continue participating in the auction. Typically, guests who have exerted considerable effort to enter the auction house will engage until the end. Even a slight increase in knowledge is a rare opportunity indeed. The auction smoothly progressed, with precious works of art being presented one after another. The largest piece was unexpectedly a pair of ancient stone statues. Originating from the Balan region of Mongolia, they ultimately sold for 600,000. One wonders if the buyer's vehicle can accommodate these behemoths, which appear to weigh at least 2 tons. Through insider information from the Five Immortals sect, Shen Yuan and his companions learned that the items suspected to belong to a group of tomb raiders from Mongolia were several female, noble burial artifacts unearthed from a grand Liao dynasty tomb. They are believed to be a complete set of high-quality goods, marking the highlight of this auction. Time flew by amidst the splendid display and sale of a dozen treasures. And Shen Yuan glanced at his phone. Unsurprisingly, the entire auction house continued to block all electronic signals. From a moment they entered the club's vicinity, all electronic devices had ceased to function. However, the clock now indicates 11:15 at midnight, and nearly 20 items have already been sold. Everyone is aware that the final few significant pieces are soon to be unveiled. Just as the crowd eagerly anticipates, the appearance of this particular collection, or rather this singular piece, brings a sense of disappointment. Displayed on the card is a modest stone box, unadorned and of a deep, dark hue. Its appearance, though seemingly ancient and dignified, reveals its contents laid out on a piece of black velvet, several metal implements resembling surgical tools, and a white jade plaque from Etienne, which is now absent. This stone box was recently unearthed in the western outskirts of Beijing, buried beneath a nameless tomb at the base of a cliff. Had it not been for the local village officials' reckless blasting of stones, this artifact might have remained eternally concealed beneath the rubble. Interestingly, this stone box is the only item found within the tomb, resting upon the coffin bed, accompanied solely by the jade plaque and an unusual set of tools. The stone's composition is unique, and no similar artifact have been discovered. The peculiar tools, upon material analysis, appear to be forged from rare meteoric iron, highlighting their exceptional nature. The jade plaque bears the classic inscription of Zigong. Though its carving is somewhat simplistic, the jade itself is remarkably smooth and rare, representing the finest quality of mutton fat jade. The entire collection has an opening bid of 600,000. The auction house falls into a hushed silence, as the attendees seem perplexed and disappointed by this peculiar offering, resulting in no one stepping forward to appraise it. Eventually, 3 or 4 groups approach for a brief inspection, but they quickly shake their heads and retreat. It appears that this unusual piece may very well be the first to go unsold today. In stark contrast to the silence of the auction house, chaos nearly ensues in a small private box where Shen Yuan is being firmly restrained by Shen Bai and Hu Xiaomei. As he struggles, he urgently whispers to them, "Let go. I need to see that item. It is of utmost importance. The moment it was revealed, I felt a jolt. It's unmistakable, the plaque and those tools. They emanate the fluctuations of jade spiritual energy. This is undoubtedly the energy of my great-grandfather's jade. It is highly likely to be a relic left by previous generations of Jade Appraisers. Since we have encountered it, how can we allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders? Listen to me. Calm down. I understand this is vital. I have never encountered relics from the 71st generation of Jade Appraisers. This is exceedingly rare. Do not act impulsively. Approaching hastily will attract attention. I cannot guarantee that we are the only practitioners present here. If you recklessly disturb the fluctuations of the artifact and are noticed by those with ulterior motives, it could lead to unforeseen complications. All right, stay here and do not move. I will go up and use the spirit-gathering jade to investigate. If it is confirmed, we will discreetly take action to secure it. Do you understand?" Shen Bai firmly holds Shen Yuan in place while rapidly whispering in his ear. Shen Yuan's body trembled slightly as he forced himself to sit on the sofa, watching Shen Bai almost grit his teeth while giving instructions. Beside him, Hu Xiaomei, astonished, clasped his left arm, her right hand resting gently on Shen Yuan's back, a cool stream of spiritual energy gradually soothing his restless aura. Shenbai nodded solemnly, scanning the surroundings with keen observation, uncertain whether the earlier sounds and movements had drawn the attention of any discerning individuals. Upon careful perception, although there were no overt signs of scrutiny or gazes directed at them, Shenbai still felt a twinge of anxiety. Who could say how many hidden dragons lurked beneath the surface? The aura of the magical artifacts could hardly escape the notice of the vigilant. It all hinged on the luck of the Jade Appraisers this time. One could only hope that representatives from other sects would not appear for the treasures of the world. Whether inherited or contemporary artifacts were often jealously guarded secrets of their respective sections. Even artifacts that could not be wielded by one's lineage were seldom relinquished lightly. Each contemporary artifact was a coveted prize worthy of fierce competition. Time seemed to crawl as only 5 out of 20 clients ascended the stage to take a look. All descended the platform with expressionless haste, leaving one to wonder if anyone had perceived the intricacies of the items. At last, it was Shen Yuan's turn to present his collection for appraisal. Shenbai inhaled deeply, his step steady as he approached the stage. He placed his left hand gently over his heart and bent slightly to examine the piece of mutton fat jade, silently reciting the incantations of the Outer Hall's artifact heart method. The moment Shenbai's right hand made contact with a peculiar set of knives, his fingertips jolted as if an invisible current had surged through them. Spiritual energy surged from his fingers into the storage jade at his chest. In an instant, he felt as though the nearly depleted storage jade had come to life, radiating waves of spiritual energy that enveloped him in a profound sense of comfort. Suddenly, Shenbai realized he might have inadvertently attracted trouble. Such a pronounced surge of spiritual energy would surely catch the attention of any practitioners present who bore lineage. Within a mere 2 or 3 seconds, his mind raced to its limits. What should he do? How could he respond to any unforeseen circumstances that might arise? The storage jade at his chest continued to emit mysterious waves of energy. Shenbai carefully lifted the jade tablet, which bore simple engravings on one side and obscure characters on the other, and gently placed it back on the table. He turned and exited the stage. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy emanating from the storage jade concealed beneath his garments intensified. Shenbai, almost exerting all his energy to activate the jade, walked briskly towards his private box. Indeed, 2 faint sensations of probing followed closely behind him, seemingly intrigued by the sudden surge of spiritual energy he had unleashed. Shenbai felt a bead of sweat form, hoping that his actions would divert the attention of any concealed practitioners towards himself, allowing the peculiar items that resembled magical artifacts to be overlooked. On stage, the auctioneer deliberately raised his voice, loudly inquiring. A mysterious stone box, a mysterious iron knife, accompanied by a piece of Hitian white jade inscribed with the Yukon mark. The starting bid is 300,000, with each increment no less than 50,000. Which esteemed guest wishes to place a bid? Excellent. The guest on the left promptly bid 500,000. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher sum? As the auction commenced, that initial bid struck like a bolt of lightning upon Shen Yuan and Shenbu Yi. Shen Yuan, nearly leaping from his seat, was filled with urgency, while Shenbu Yi was consumed by frustration. Could it truly be that his awakening of the knife's latent spiritual energy had drawn the attention of the hidden practitioners present? 70,000. A discerning guest in the middle called out with remarkable acuity. 1 million. 1 million. The guest on the left directly raised the bid to 1 million. Shen Yuan could no longer remain seated, seizing the bidding paddle, eager to join the fray. Shenbu Yi, quick of hand and eye, restrained him. Steady yourself, old Shen. There's still time. This is not how the auction operates. To start off with such aggressive bidding indicates a ploy aimed at assessing whether one can seize a bargain. Wait, those with true wealth and intent will not enter the fray so early. Let us observe. If these two are merely distractions, we can simply raise our bid by half later on. Shen Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes blazing as he gazed at Shenbu Yi. No matter what, we must secure it today. Do you understand? Yes. Rest assured, Shenbu Yi nodded solemnly at Shen Yuan. In truth, he wished to gauge how many individuals recognized the peculiar value of this auction item, particularly the individual within the true VIP booth, whose bid could complicate matters if they chose to pursue the item vigorously. 120,000, 130,000, 150,000, 160,000, 180,000. The buyer on the left appeared somewhat hesitant, raising the paddle by increments of 100,000. Meanwhile, the mysterious buyer in the VIP booth casually accepted increases of 200,000. Suddenly, the buyer on the left made a significant leap, raising the bid to 230,000. At this, even the auctioneer seemed taken aback. It had been anticipated that this rare yet obscure item would not surpass 80,000. Yet here were two steadfast buyers pushing the price beyond 2 million. All right, it appears our mysterious auction item has fortuitously encountered a kindred spirit. Forgive my limited insight, as I cannot elucidate the enigmatic background of this item. The auctioneer, like a ravenous scavenger, eagerly provoked the other onlookers, attempting to draw more competitors into the contest. Indeed, a twist emerged as another buyer entered the fray. 3 million. The price then surged to 350,000. The once formidable buyer on the left had withdrawn in dismay, leaving only the two buyers from the VIP booth tentatively probing one another. Ultimately, the price settled at 410,000, enveloping the auction hall in a profound silence. It seemed as though everyone was reevaluating the inexplicably exorbitant worth of this item. A piece of top-quality jadeite, even one with a prestigious legacy from the imperial court, is valued at approximately 3 million at most. How could this obscure jade pendant possibly command such an astonishing price? Just as silence enveloped the room and the auctioneer raised the small gavel, Shen Yuan made his move. 5 million. A distinguished guest on the right called out for 5 million. Is there any higher bid? My curiosity is becoming insatiable. What tale lies behind this auction item that captivates our esteemed guest so profoundly? The individual in the middle remained silent for about a minute, yet still chose to participate. 520,000. Upon hearing this price, Shen Yuan let out a subtle sigh of relief. It was evident to the other party that this item was indeed a magical artifact. However, a seemingly mystical object with no reputation or heritage in the realm of cultivation is still unlikely to attain such a price. The usability of the artifact, its effectiveness, and its category remain uncertain. The world of cultivation is one of perpetual caution. Rarely do practitioners recklessly engage in unknown gambles. And this price was likely the final struggle of the other bidder. 550,000. Shen Yuan made his intentions clear. This item was a must-have. The opposing bidder fell silent once more, until the auctioneer's lamenting hammer fell, signaling the conclusion of the bidding. At that moment, Shen Yuan and Shen Yuan exhaled deeply. Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret over the substantial sum spent. Yet soon this feeling was eclipsed by the profound perception they had just experienced. Well done. Rest assured, this transaction is undoubtedly worthwhile. Shen Yuan exclaimed excitedly to Shen Yuan. Chapter 40. The Journey to Liaoxi. It is said that during the reign of King Mu of Zhou, the Western who presented the Kunwu jade cutting knife and the ever-full night glow cup. The knife measures a foot in length, while the cup holds 3 liters. The knife slices through jade as effortlessly as through clay, and the cup, crafted from the finest white jade, shines brightly at night. At dusk, the cup is placed in the courtyard to face the heavens, and, as the moonlight illuminates it, the liquid fills the cup to the brim. The essence is sweet and fragrant, truly a vessel of the spiritual realm. During the reign of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the Western who presented a jade-cutting knife, but no more ever-full cups. Speaking of the Kunwu knife brings to mind Lu Zigong, a figure from the Ming dynasty. Lu Zigong is said to have honed his craft at a jade workshop outside Suzhou from a young age, gradually becoming a master of jade carving. His works feature convex sun patterns, intricate hollow carvings, and exquisite line engravings, particularly excelling in the technique of planar reduction. Lu Zigong's jade sculptures often mimic Han Dynasty styles while drawing inspiration from the Qin, imbued with an ancient charm and characterized by a sense of emptiness, grace, and delicacy. Emptiness refers to the balance of presence and absence, achieving a harmonious density that evokes a feeling of ethereal lightness. Gracefulness denotes lively creations with smooth lines that evoke a sense of elegance rather than stiffness. Delicacy signifies meticulous craftsmanship and clever design, ensuring that the piece does not appear coarse, but rather a marvel of artistry. For instance, his carved Narcissus hairpin exhibits exquisite craftsmanship, with petals and stems so fine they seem to tremble, showcasing the flower's delicate beauty, making it hard to believe it was sculpted from jade. The enigmatic craftsmanship of Lu Zigong, which enabled him to carve jade artifacts with such exquisite intricacy, remains an unsolved mystery in historical records. His approach to jade carving was notably meticulous. He adhered to the belief that jade of inferior color, quality, or character should not be worked upon. It is widely understood that the finer the jade, the greater its hardness, thus increasing the difficulty of carving and polishing. Lu Zigong once stated that his remarkable skills were attributed to his unique and finely crafted carving tools known as kunwa knives. However, the secrets of these knives and his techniques were never divulged to others. Renowned for his unparalleled artistry, Lu Zigong's fame spread far and wide, capturing the attention of Emperor Ming Muzong, Zhu Zaiho, who commissioned him to engrave 100 steeds on a jade finger ring. Undaunted by this formidable challenge, Lu completed the task in just a few days. On the diminutive surface of the jade ring, he masterfully depicted an atmosphere reminiscent of towering mountains and a grand city gate. Yet only 3 horses were sculpted. One galloped within the city, another raced towards the gate, while the third emerged from a valley. These 3 steeds evoked a sense of countless horses poised to burst forth from the Jade Valley, demonstrating an extraordinary ability to convey the essence of 100 steeds through a virtual technique during the Ming Dynasty, a truly ineffable achievement. Consequently, his jade carvings became coveted luxury items among the royal family and the elite of the era. Lu Zigong did not bequeath his kunwa knives nor his carving techniques, rendering the art of Zigong jade a rare and unparalleled skill, difficult to replicate. Since the Qing dynasty, numerous counterfeit Zigong jades have surfaced, some crafted by skilled artisans. Yet they pale in comparison to the original in terms of artistic depth and intent. During the Qing dynasty, the jade industry in Suzhou revered Lu Zigong as the patron saint of their craft, offering him deep veneration. Each of his jade pieces bore the Zigong mark. It is said that once, when summoned by the emperor to carve a jade horse without the allowance of a signature, Lu cleverly inscribed his name inside the spout of the jade pot using the delicate skill of inner carving, relying solely on tactile sensation. Years later, according to unofficial historical accounts, Lu Zigong, favored by the emperor, once inscribed his name on the head of a dragon jade sculpture he crafted for the emperor, incurring the emperor's wrath and ultimately leading to his execution. With no descendants to carry on his legacy, his extraordinary skills vanished, leaving no trace in the world. Future generations could only lament the loss of such jade mastery. As Shen Yuan played with the ancient and elegantly crafted Zigong jade pendant, he sensed the subtle jade spirit contained within. Undoubtedly, this piece was a spiritual jade left by a jade appraiser of a bygone era. Shen Yuan now suspected that the strange, dark tools nestled within the stone box before him might indeed be the legendary kunwa knives. Shen Bai stifled a yawn, perplexed, and inquired, "Are you suggesting that this jade tablet was genuinely crafted by the illustrious Lu Zigong of the Ming Dynasty, not merely a later imitation?" Shen Yuan nodded in affirmation. In today's world, the so-called heirlooms attributed to Lu Zigong may not necessarily be authentic. This is largely due to the fleeting nature of Lu Zigong's kunwu sword techniques, which have since vanished without a trace. Some records suggest he was executed by the emperor, while others tell of a legend in which he escaped the imperial palace, retreating into the mountains. Consequently, an abundance of imitative artifacts attributed to Zigong has emerged. Yet, I never anticipated that Lu Zigong could very well be a disciple of our Jade appraisal lineage. This jade tablet is indeed a spirit jade, refined by our esteemed Jade Appraisers, albeit its spiritual energy is rather feeble, serving merely to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. It should not bear the hallmark of the Jade Appraisers of that era. The crux of the matter lies within this peculiar set of knives. Shen Bai leaned closer to examine the peculiar black knives, purportedly forged from meteorite iron. The set comprised 7 pieces, 1 large and 6 smaller ones. The largest knife was approximately 2 fingers wide and half a foot long, its slightly curved blade adorned with enigmatic patterns. The entire blade and handle were crafted as a single piece, with the grip portion being somewhat rudimentary, while the edge appeared surprisingly dull, almost resembling an unfinished product. The remaining 6 knives bore a closer resemblance to conventional carving tools, with varying degrees of curvature and some featuring triangular points or finely serrated edges. Shen Bai gingerly lifted the most prominent large knife and cautiously tested the outer edge, asking, "Are you certain this is the legendary kunwu sword? How can it lack even a basic sharp edge?" Shen Yuan took the black knife from him, and, as he grasped the handle, an esoteric resonance of spiritual energy harmonized with his own inner power, as if the knife had seamlessly merged with him. This is indeed an artifact personally refined by a Jade Appraiser. Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can a Jade Appraiser refine items beyond jade? When did our lineage acquire the art of weapon forging? Shen Bai was astounded. Shen Yuan smiled. How can you be so sure this is not jade? do a few so-called experts, the kind who surreptitiously authenticate items for black market auctions, have the authority to dismiss the artifacts refined by our Jade appraisal lineage? Now, that would truly be laughable. This is not made of meteorite iron? Certainly not. Or rather, it is possible that this object is indeed of extraterrestrial origin, but it is by no means meteorite iron. As Shen Yuan's words lingered in the air, he summoned the pure jade energy within himself and abruptly infused it into the knife he held. The moment he did so, the knife seemed to awaken, emanating an eerie sharpness. Gently touching the blade, Shen Yuan smiled and handed it to Shen Bai, retrieving a piece of ordinary jade from his possession. He said, "Here, channel the spiritual energy from that jade tablet of yours into this knife, and let us see if it can indeed slice through jade like clay. If it succeeds, then this knife must be the fabled Kunwu sword." Shen Bai, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, accepted the seemingly unremarkable jade tablet and placed it upon the tea table's coaster. Following Shen Yuan's instructions, I silently recited the incantation, cautiously infusing my spiritual energy into the blade. A faint ripple of energy gradually intensified. Shen Bai aligned the protruding edge of the knife with the center of the jade tablet, flicked his wrist, and swiftly brought it down. With a soft snap, Shen Bai and Shen Yuan widened their eyes in astonishment at the jade tablet, now cleaved in two on the coaster. Shen Yuan picked up one half to examine it closely. The cut was not particularly neat. Upon closer inspection, the fracture displayed subtle, wave-like patterns, and a fine layer of jade powder remained on the coaster. This was a significant gain. Indeed, it was the Kunwu knife. Furthermore, the former wielder of the Kunwu knife, Lu Zigong, happened to be a disciple under our Jade appraisal master. I must share this news with my father to bring him some joy. Ha ha ha. Shen Yuan took the Kunwu knife, adopting a more serious demeanor as he regarded Shen Bai. This is not the end. Allow me to demonstrate what the true Kunwu knife is capable of. With that, he gripped the knife in reverse, suddenly channeling the second level of his practiced Jade ritual technique. Earlier, I had merely activated the energy of an apprentice Jade appraiser. The energy you summon from the spirit storage Jade is roughly at that level. Now, I will attempt to employ the true Jade appraiser's ritual technique to unleash its full potential. I sense that this is the genuine power of the Kunwu knife. Just as Shen Yuan finished speaking, Shen Bai felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. An overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the Kunwu knife gripped in Shen Yuan's hands. Shen Yuan stood, gripping the knife in reverse, the hooked blade tip pointing forward, the concave curve facing outwards, and suddenly bent down to strike the remaining half of the jade tablet on the coffee table. With a sharp slice and a crack, Shen Bai instinctively leaped up, dodging to the side of the sofa, his mouth agape as he beheld the jade tablet, now evenly split in two once more on the coaster. Additionally, the coaster had been severed in half, and the solid wood surface of the coffee table beneath was also bisected, alongside the beam that had toppled to the side of the table, as thick as an arm. In Indy, it turns out to be a concave blade. Is this a jade-cutting knife or a throat-slicing knife? Watching the Kunwu knife transform from effortlessly slicing through jade to effortlessly cutting through iron, Shen Bai muttered to himself. Shen Yuan was equally taken aback, scrutinizing the knife in his hand. When he first activated the knife, he sensed the spiritual energy condensing at its inner curve. In that moment, he instinctively yearned to employ the authentic Jade appraiser's ritual technique. It seemed that only the esoteric ritual energy of the Jade appraiser could fully unleash the true might of this Kunwu knife. Shen Bai gazed in astonishment at the Kunwu knife in Shen Yuan's grasp and inquired, "What material is this knife made from?" Shen Yuan shook his head, caressing the seemingly jagged yet smooth blade. "I have no idea. In any case, it is not a metal we can comprehend. It feels utterly peculiar in hand, akin to a weapon forged from jade." "And what about these smaller carving knives?" "If I am not mistaken, these smaller tools are the renowned jade-cutting knives once wielded by Lu Zigong. The material of this Kunwu sword should be identical, albeit imbued with a faint semblance of spirit, rendering it not quite a magical artifact forged by a master gem appraiser. In comparison to this Kunwu sword, it is utterly incomparable." Shen Bai nodded thoughtfully. Lu Zigong, renowned for his unparalleled skills, traversed among emperors, nobles, and various sects and classes. Proud to the extreme, yet shrouded in mystery, his ultimate fate remains unknown. Indeed, one could argue that he embodies the demeanor of gem appraisers throughout history as they navigate the complexities of society and politics. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he belongs to that esteemed lineage. Shen Yuan gently placed the Kunwu sword into the stone case. closing the lid with a furrowed brow. It should not be. The spiritual energy contained within this Zigong piece is not a product of the orthodox ritual practiced by Jade Appraisers. By the way, do you know if there have been any outer clan disciples among the inner circle of Jade Appraisers? Shen Bai shook his head. I do not know. The records and heritage of our outer circle were nearly obliterated years ago. If the information left by the 71st Jade Appraiser does not mention this, it may be exceedingly difficult to verify. Shen Yuan fell into silence, his thoughts swirling. He truly wondered what connection the esteemed Lu Zigong had with the Jade Appraisers of his time. As he navigated the marketplaces and palaces, what hidden motives did he harbor? What perilous and extraordinary events transpired in the shadows? What was the ultimate outcome of his journey? With the guise of a major player who had recently participated in a black market auction, Shaoqi found it relatively easy to garner a measure of trust, arranging a method of contact with 2 henchmen from the tomb raiding gang. These days, discussions of business were to be had. Hearing this, Hu Xiaomei was naturally eager. Her mind set on unearthing Prince Heng, who might be lurking behind the tomb raiding gang, to avenge her master and fellow disciples. While Shen Yuan was keen on gradually infiltrating the investigation, he was also reluctant to overly disappoint Hu Xiaomei. Thus, he conspired with Shen Bai to utilize their fabricated identities as overseas tycoons, directly proposing to the tomb raiders to engage in a popular scheme of the past few years. They intended to see if the raiders would agree to it. That night, Shen Bai and Shaoqi hurried to Jincheng to discuss the pit-filling scheme with the local tomb raiders, armed with well-considered justifications. Boss Fong from Nanyang had expressed a lingering desire at the auction in Fuqing to indulge in an on-site treasure hunt. The price? Negotiable, with safety being paramount. However, no risks could be left for the authorities. The following morning, Shen Yuan, Hu Xiaomei, and MOU, along with their discreet protector Daozi, set off for Jincheng in their vehicles. Shen Yuan was confident that the financially desperate tomb raiders would take the bait. As for how far they could engage with them, he felt uncertain. Jincheng was a city with which Shen Yuan was intimately familiar, guarding the strategic passage of Liaoxi. It is an ancient city steeped in history. Although the ancient walls and structures were demolished during the cataclysmic battle over 60 years ago, a well-preserved ancient pagoda and scattered remnants still remain. To the north of Jincheng lies a vast comprehensive market, brimming with an array of dazzling goods. The entire western Liaoning region serves as a bustling hub for the wholesale distribution of small commodities. To the west of the market stands a substantial 3-story building, which functions as the antique and art trading center for the entire western Liaoning area. Every weekend, numerous stalls are set up, creating a vibrant scene. This region is renowned for its abundant agate, particularly the highly valued Warring States red, which, during the peak of the antique art market in the past 2 years, saw handstrings of 20 sizes being traded for as much as 50 or even 100,000 yuan. The better the material, the more expensive the item, ensuring a steady demand. Additionally, the Chaoyang area of western Liaoning is famous for its fossils, with the legendary Archaeopteryx being well known among collectors. The region also boasts a diverse array of petrified wood and colorful, varied jadeite, all of which are severely undervalued collectible resources. Moreover, one cannot overlook the illustrious cultural relics from the late Neolithic period, particularly the Niuhua Liang culture. This precious heritage of Chinese civilization has yielded many invaluable artifacts and remains from a desolate mountain landscape. Among these treasures is the mysterious goddess mask, regarded as one of the museum's most prized possessions by the Liaoning Museum. Its profound gaze and enigmatic smile have left many awestruck, marking it as one of the most cherished legacies of ancient Chinese civilization. During his 2 years of training in Jincheng, Shen Yuan spent every available moment immersed in this antique market, driven by an inexplicable affinity for ancient jade and a relentless thirst for knowledge. Thus, he embarked on his journey in the antique trade, emerging as a newcomer in this illustrious field. Chapter 41, Shen Bai, the Pit Deal. In the antique fair of western Liaoning, greed clouded their judgment. These local traders could not resist the allure of money. After confirmation from 2 market runners, a substantial piece, known as the Erzang Pan, made its appearance. Cloaked in mystery, the Erzang Pan engaged in conversation with Shen Yuan, confirming that Shen and his companions had just emerged from a black auction in Fuqing, which significantly warmed their demeanor. In a secluded tea house, where the local traders had changed meeting locations several times, an agreement was reached between Erzang Pan and Shen Bai. The following day, Shen, representing Boss Fong, took 3 individuals to a semi-illuminated pit for an initial exploration. The minimum price for the acquired items was set at 300,000 yuan, all designated for Boss Fong. Should he be satisfied, there were additional discussions to be had regarding 2 genuine pits from the Liaojin period, although the specifics of the locations could not be disclosed in advance. In his role as Boss Feng's agent, Shen Bai promptly presented Pan with a deposit of 100,000 yuan in cash, promising an additional reward should they achieve favorable results or bring joy to the boss. This revelation momentarily astonished Pan, who secretly reveled in the presence of such a rare financial backer. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaomei was fervently advocating for a direct confrontation with the local traders' leaders, aiming to extract information about Wang Ziheng's whereabouts. Capturing Wang Ziheng would undoubtedly unveil the truth, and interrogating him for intelligence regarding the shadowy figures behind him would be the ultimate goal. Shen Yuan hurriedly soothed his fiery-tempered grandaunt, gently advising her that this matter truly could not be rushed. It was uncertain whether they could successfully unearth Wang Ziheng, even if they did locate him. Whether they could capture him was a question mark. The Black-Robed sect, it seemed, had grand ambitions, and their audacity to directly scheme against the Fox Fairy family of the Five Immortals sect beyond the borders indicated their formidable strength was unimaginably terrifying. After much effort, Shen Yuan finally managed to calm Hu Xiaomei's impulsiveness and began brainstorming with Shen Bai on how to handle the business with the Earth Rats. The two of them, along with Shao Qi, were the visible pawns, while the real support lay with the Z, who lurked in the shadows. The 3 teams would adapt as needed, primarily focused on gathering intelligence on Wang Ziheng and the Black-Robe sect. If Shen Yuan deemed it appropriate to capture Wang Ziheng, he would wholeheartedly fulfill Hu Xiaomei's wishes. Naturally, Hu Xiaomei was not entirely satisfied and, under the threat of being abandoned, reluctantly acquiesced to Shen Yuan's demands. In a huff, she ignored Shen Bai's suggestion of a local seafood feast, changed her clothes in a sulky mood, and left the hotel, disappearing from sight. Shen Yuan knew she must be going to meet the disciples of the Five Immortals sect who had been arranged to follow her in the shadows. He had no intention of proactively engaging with the power of the Five Immortals sect that Hu Xiaomei was leading. Shen Yuan was quite content to leverage their strength to infiltrate the black auction, as he did not wish to rely excessively on these long-established sections. Regardless of the current relationships among the sects, maintaining a certain distance was the true path. The next day lacked specific arrangements. Shen Bai slipped out in the morning to secretly coordinate with the Z and others regarding the necessary precautions for their journey, while Hu Xiaomei remained elusive. After breakfast, with nothing to occupy his time, Shen Yuan suddenly recalled that the annual Liaoxi Antique Fair, the liveliest event in the entire province, was taking place. The essence of an antique dealer began to stir within Shen Yuan, and after aimlessly pacing around the room, he decided to leave MOU at the hotel with his 2 subordinates to guard the mysterious stone box and the password-protected chest containing the Kunwa sword. He donned a discreet casual outfit with the clever Shao Qi and set off toward the Liaoxi Antique Market, located not far from the north side of the train station. The Liaoxi Antique Fair was a product of the burgeoning interest in antique art over the years, held approximately between May and July, lasting about 5 days. The vast antique market, both floors crowded, boasted at least 2,000 to 3,000 outdoor stalls. While its scale may not rival that of the Panjiayuan Antique Fair in the capital, it came close, featuring everything from paintings and ceramics to jade, bamboo, wood, ivory, copper, iron, and tin artifacts, as well as wood carvings and handcrafted curiosities, encompassing a plethora of extraordinary items. Shen Yuan, guiding the curious Shao Qi, alighted from the vehicle at a distance from the Shandong market and skillfully navigated through the cacophonous and pungent pet market. As they leisurely stroll along the tree-shaded sidewalk, savoring the freshly purchased fried chicken frames, Shen Yuan and Shao Qi find themselves indulging in a delicacy that, typically regarded as a humble snack for the less affluent, is transformed by the unique preparation of this particular shop. The chicken frames, devoid of skin and rich in meat, are fried to a crisp perfection and dusted with a special blend of spices, yielding a surprisingly delightful flavor that captivates Shao Qi, accustomed to the more robust American fried chicken. Having consumed a substantial portion of the fried chicken, Shao Qi stands behind Shen Yuan, wide-eyed at the breathtaking spectacle before them. The scene is a veritable sea of humanity, an eclectic mix of individuals crammed together like sardines in a can. On either side of the expansive street leading to the Grand Antique Market, an endless array of stalls showcases a plethora of cultural artifacts, feather dusters, traditional paintings, couplets, and calendars, alongside an assortment of handcrafted bracelets and shells displayed on roadside carts. This is not Shen Yuan's first visit. Opting for a less traveled route, he skillfully navigates through the throngs, bypassing the main thoroughfare teeming with people, and enters the second-floor exhibition hall of the antique market through a small side entrance. Here lies the essence of the grand antique fair, where reputable dealers and collectors often secure small display counters, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering genuine and rare items, albeit at a considerably higher price. After disposing of the remnants of the chicken, Shen Yuan guides Xiao Qi through the upscale section of the exhibition, where the crowd, though still considerable, pales in comparison to the bustling, carnival-like atmosphere of the outdoor stalls. Gradually acclimatizing to the ambience, Xiao Qi follows Shen Yuan into a moderately spacious shop, showcasing jade artifacts, the very items Shen Yuan excels at appraising. In his earlier days, Shen Yuan believed he needed to closely examine or even touch ancient jade to discern the delicate spiritual essence it harbored, a faint reflection of human emotions. From joy to sorrow, however, he has come to understand that what he perceives is less about the jade's own emotions and more about the residual energy waves left by the jade's contact with sentient forces. The so-called spirituality of jade is, in essence, its role as an optimal vessel for energy. Externally, it carries cultural significance as a symbol of heritage. Internally, it discreetly perpetuates the spiritual beliefs and explorations of energy control that have been revered by the Chinese since ancient times. Shen Yuan realizes that if he continues on this path, diligently practicing his family's inherited techniques, it won't be long before he gains a deeper comprehension of the jade spirit and ceremonial practices associated with it. One day, he might even touch upon the profound and enigmatic capabilities of his ancestors, esteemed Jade Appraisers of yore. Clearing his throat, he straightens up and nods at a young shopkeeper who inquires about his interest. The young owner retrieves a plush velvet mat, then unlocks the glass display case with a key, gently extracting an antiquated and exquisitely crafted set of prayer beads. Without any hesitation, the items were carefully placed upon the black velvet cushion in front of Shen Yuan. The age-old custom of handling artifacts had been observed for centuries. As this transaction unfolded, the astute seller began to gauge the value of such an item, recognizing that dealings with seasoned collectors or professionals would necessitate fewer guises and schemes, thus leading to more reasonable pricing. Shen Yuan meticulously examined the exquisite antique jade Buddha beads, each glistening with a hint of green, the wear on the holes, and a unique polishing technique indicative of their antiquity, alongside a subtle patina that confirmed these were indeed a standard set of Qing dynasty Buddhist beads. The top bead remained intact, a deep pink tourmaline of moderate quality. Regrettably, the three-part Buddha head was not original to the set. Although it was crafted from old jade, its texture and hue did not harmonize with the rest of the beads. Moreover, the back cloud beneath the Buddha head had vanished, replaced instead by a rather substantial piece of red agate carved with a common theme of flowers and fruits, dating back to the late Qing or early Republican era, possibly even crafted by artisans from state-run craft factories in the South after the establishment of the nation. The young proprietor, noticing Shen Yuan's attention to certain details, promptly remarked, "This piece is an old gem, and while it is not a complete original set, piecing it together has not been an easy task. That old red agate is quite rare nowadays. The exchange meeting concludes tomorrow, so if you are interested, I won't keep any pretenses. 20,000 yuan. Intrigued, Shen Yuan stood at the counter, engaging in a gentle negotiation with the owner, while behind him, Xiao Qi was quietly on the phone. Nodding, Shen Yuan pressed the Buddha beads with his left hand and extended his right to shake hands with the owner, declaring, "Let it be at that price. Please find a more elegant box for it." As the young owner accepted the cash counted by Xiao Qi, he swiftly verified it with a cash-checking machine, murmuring habitual complaints about the perceived loss in this transaction. This, too, was a customary tactic in the antiques trade, subtly cultivating a sense of fortune for every successful buyer, ensuring that patrons left satisfied, which in turn contributed to the well-being of all involved in the trade. Estimating that Shen Bu Yi had no pressing matters at hand, Shen Yuan led Xiao Qi to the outdoor market area, casually strolling towards the taxi stand while keeping an eye out for any potential treasures among the stalls. In less than half an hour of meandering, both Shen Yuan and Xiao Qi had gathered a few assorted trinkets. After exiting the antique fair, they hopped into a taxi and made their way to the hotel. Upon disembarking, they fortuitously encountered Hu Xiaomei, who approached with a pout and sunglasses. Upon seeing her, Shen Yuan quickly donned a warm smile and engaged her in conversation. Hu Xiaomei huffed, but eventually linked her arm with Shen Yuan's as they entered the hotel together. After all, her public persona still reflected her role as the esteemed confidant of the powerful Mr. Fong. The three of them, along with Xiao Qi, gathered in the living room to discuss the itinerary for the following day and the various unexpected circumstances they might encounter. They deliberated on how to handle a potential confrontation with either Wang Ziheng or the individuals from the Black Cloak Society. According to Shen Yuan's thoughts, he sincerely wished that Hu Xiaomei would not accompany them on this journey. Her animosity towards Wang Ziheng bordered on a fierce desire for vengeance. Shen Yuan hoped to avoid an inexplicable confrontation with Wang Ziheng and his associates from the Black-clad sect at this juncture. Although he currently felt no fear, he desired a justifiable reason for any potential encounter. In the midst of Shen Yuan's astonished gaze, Daozi calmly retrieved several slender daggers from a black canvas bag he carried and handed them to Shen Bai, followed by a short-barreled shotgun. Shen Yuan immediately recognized it as the very firearm he had seized from his undercover mute uncle in Tanyuan town. Shen Bai nodded and remarked, "Brother Shen, Daozi is an expert in weaponry. It was my suggestion to keep this one. It is simple to operate, possesses considerable power, and should be comfortable for you. This shotgun has an interesting backstory. It is a limited edition produced by a renowned factory in the northern regions a few years ago. After Daozi's meticulous handling, it is well worth keeping." Shen Yuan accepted the short-barreled shotgun, familiarizing himself with its feel, and noticed Daozi producing 2 boxes of ammunition and several first-aid kits. Shen Bai instructed, "When the time comes, carry some ammunition on your person and place the firearm in the backpack behind Xiao Qi. You two should not stray too far apart. Each of you should carry at least 1 first-aid kit, containing bandages, tourniquets, hemostatic agents, analgesics, and cardiac stimulants. Old Shen will have Xiao Qi help you identify and familiarize yourselves with these items." Daozi then extracted 3 sleek black handguns from the bag. Upon seeing them, Shen Yuan instinctively shuddered. Such items were indeed perilous within the borders of their territory. "Well done, Daozi. This is the very equipment I have yearned for over the years. Why has it only surfaced now?" Shen Bai swiftly seized the largest and most distinct handgun from the coffee table. The Type 80. Haha, what a rare treasure. Shen Yuan leaned in to inspect the weapon in Shen Bai's hands, finding it strikingly reminiscent of the boxy pistols from black and white anti-Japanese films. Although slightly more slender than the boxy models, the resemblance was undeniable. Shen Bai grinned and said, "When you have time to visit my home, you will understand. I have a deep fondness for these weapons and have amassed quite a collection over the years. This particular rarity has never been encountered in its physical form. It is one of a batch of special prototype guns developed during the Southern Mountain War, with only a handful ever circulating, making it exceedingly rare." Shen Yuan nodded. Though he did not fully grasp the situation, the domestic regulation of such items was extraordinarily stringent. Not only genuine firearms, but even larger toy replicas could potentially violate legal statutes. The thought of purchasing a realistic plastic replica instilled a sense of trepidation. Shen Yuan considered this and refrained from reaching for the handguns on the table, and Shen Bai did not offer them either. In truth, securing a shotgun that Shen Yuan could proficiently wield behind Xiao Qi served as a form of protection for him. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, or should there be conflicts with authorities, this arrangement would maximize the chances of extricating Shen Yuan from peril. After all, among these individuals, only Shen Yuan lacked an overseas identity. However, in the eyes of Shen Yuan, Shen Bu Yi, and the other men, the scene was quite astonishing. Yet, Hu Xiao may cast a sidelong glance at the ceiling, seemingly dismissing their crude antics with an air of superiority. In Chapter 42, the tomb of Liao Shi, Shen Yuan, Shen Bu Yi, and Hu Xiaomei engaged in a raucous commotion until nightfall. After indulging in a late-night snack, Hu Xiaomei decided to stay in the small suite adjacent to Shen Yuan's, prompting Shen Bu Yi to share accommodation with Shen Yuan. The night passed in silence. On the appointed day, the group rose early, preparing all their gear meticulously. After partaking in breakfast within the confines of their room, the phone that Shen Bu Yi had specifically arranged to contact the local informants rang punctually. "Yes, understood. That's acceptable. No, that one do. Our members must accompany us. This is unacceptable. You must maintain some integrity." "No." "Very well." It was evident that the informants were attempting to alter the agreement, or some unforeseen complication had arisen. Shen Yuan and the others remained silent, waiting for Shen Bu Yi to conclude the call before inquiring about the issue. Furrowing his brow, Shen Bu Yi replied, "Those fellows want to change the terms. They're only permitting us to send 3 people, whereas we initially agreed on 5. Now it's been altered to 2 groups, 1 group of 3 in the front, and the 2 bodyguards can accompany us, but are not allowed to enter the pit." Shen Yuan scratched his head, pondering. In that case, either they're planning something nefarious against us, or they're short-handed and fear we might turn against them. Shen Bu Yi nodded in agreement, That was my thought as well. However, considering our apparent identities, it would seem unwise for them to engage in underhanded dealings. They are likely still wary of us. I believe we should continue to make contact and assess the situation. Then it's settled. Quickly, get in touch with them, and let us set off immediately. We must seize the opportunity to take down these fellows. Hu Xiaomei urged with enthusiasm. An hour later, 2 off-road vehicles departed from the hotel parking lot, heading north towards Jinsheng. The gray vehicle of Dao, as I trailed them from a distance, at a designated, dilapidated school entrance. Shen Yuan and his companions awaited the arrival of Heir Zhongpan, who was named Lu and drove an old, worn-out van. Inside, 3 silent henchmen remained seated, appearing quite composed without stepping out, which struck Shenbu Yi as somewhat peculiar. After exchanging pleasantries, Heir Zhongpan glanced at the 2 luxurious black SUVs with a hint of envy and suggested that Shen Yuan and his group settle in the nearby Laobei town, approximately 10 kilometers to the east, before seeking an audience with their leader later in the afternoon. Upon hearing the name Bei Town, Shen Yuan's heart sank. It was clear that these individuals were resolutely pursuing the ancient tomb of Liaogua. The Qian Air Tomb in Bei Town was a treasure of Liao culture. It had long suffered from a lack of protection and management, allowing for rampant destruction. Although there had been some official remedial measures over the years, many burial sites remained unrecognized as provincial cultural heritage sites, leaving valuable relics neglected. The lamentable fate of the remnants of Liao culture is indeed profound. Within the northeastern territory, 5 known imperial mausoleums of considerable significance exist. The royal tomb of Wanyan Aguda from the Jin dynasty near Aqing, the mausoleum of the 5 ancestors of the later Jin and Xinbin, the Dongjing mausoleum in Liaoyang, the Fuling and Zhaoling of the old Shengjing, and the Liao dynasty royal tombs in western Liaoning. Notably, the Qian Erling in Beijing failed to secure the status of a national key cultural relic protection unit even until the 2000s. It is said that Liao Jingzong and his wise consort, the famed Khitan Empress Xiao, as well as Emperor Tianji Yilu Yinshi and the illustrious Minister Han Durong, along with numerous renowned figures of their time, rest in proximity to Longgang Village in Fuyun Township, Beijing. As the afternoon unfolded, Shen Yuan, Shen Bai, and Xiao Qi departed from the largest hotel in Beijing, nestled in a secluded alley off North Street. The trio met for the first time with Zhao, a prominent figure emerging from the underground. Zhao, in his 40s, expressed his apologies to Boss Fong for the inconvenience caused, acknowledging the difficulties of their trade. He implored Boss Fong for understanding, assuring that regardless of the outcome of this business venture, he would present a token of gratitude. Shen Yuan nodded, deliberately altering his accent to sound more rigid as he replied, "In my years of conducting business and forging friendships on the mainland, the value of camaraderie has always been paramount. With friends, all matters become manageable. Mr. Zhao, your associates are indeed cautious in their dealings, which is commendable. However, the nature of business in places like Fuqing offers only fleeting amusement, as the exorbitant 20% commission taken by the club owners leaves little for us. Moreover, the meddling of outsiders complicates matters further." A fleeting smirk crossed Shen Bai's face as he remarked, "Mr. Zhao, our boss possesses extensive connections along the Nanyang routes, with reputable establishments such as Xingyu Tang, the Singapore Auction House, and Yuan Trading Company among his allies. These venerable enterprises are indeed worthy of mention." Upon hearing this, Zhao's eyes brightened, and he inquired with a slightly humbled demeanor, "I must admit my ignorance. I did not realize that Boss Fong could have such business ties with those of us laboring for our bread. Does he also possess a trade in these antiquities?" Shen Yuan offered a subtle smile, remaining silent as Shen Bai continued, "Our portfolio is vast and varied, and why should we not pursue profitable ventures? Our visit here was initially for leisure, but it also serves to explore the historical depths of Western Liaoning. Meeting you, Mr. Zhao, seems fortuitous. However, do not overthink it. Our boss merely wishes to enjoy himself and see the sights. Should there be any intentions for future collaboration, we can discuss them at a later time." Neither rejecting nor accepting, Shen Bai skillfully engaged in a roundabout conversation with the Tomb Raider leader, adhering to the previously agreed-upon strategy. They understood that trust could not be forged through mere words or a single auction. Thus, they opted to muddle the waters before gradually assessing the situation. The 3 individuals from Shen Yuan exhibited a slight disdain, not even touching the teacups on the dining table. Zhao Zhongpan glanced at the meager roadside eatery where he had chosen to entertain his guests, seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed. After a moment of hesitation, he decisively made up his mind. So soon, Shen Yuan and Shen Bai felt a twinge of anxiety. yet they could not afford to refuse without raising suspicion. So they readily acquiesced. Before long, Shen Yuan found himself in a rugged vehicle, which he had switched to engine Cheng, leading the way, while two shabby SUVs with local plates followed at a discreet distance. According to Zhao Zhangpan, Shen Yuan's vehicle, adorned with a prestigious Shenyang license plate, was rather conspicuous in this locale. Thus, utilizing their cars would ensure greater safety. Observing the two tails in the rearview mirror, Shen Yuan and his companions understood clearly that what was presented as protection was, in fact, surveillance. From this moment onward, their visible group was bound to be under the watchful eyes of these local ruffians, and it was certain that there would be other hidden observers tracking them as well. Upon arriving at the hotel, one local ruffian remained outside while the other, donning sunglasses, obsequiously accompanied Shen Yuan and his party inside to retrieve their belongings. Thanks to Shun Bai's prior alert, Hu Xiaomei and several others were already prepared in their room. Despite being mentally prepared, Shen Bai was still taken aback when he saw the pouting, flamboyantly made-up Hu Xiaomei affectionately clinging to Shen Yuan's arm, sweetly lamenting about the poverty and dullness of this wretched place. This girl truly resembled a chameleon of charm. When this enchanting young beauty, with her captivating eyes, changed into sportswear to join the group, the observing ruffian relaxed significantly. After all, who would involve a seemingly innocent girl in a black market scheme or undercover operation? The key was that this young lady's spirited nature was undeniably genuine. Her playful glances and soft, melodious voice stirred something akin to a kitten scratching within a man's heart. As per their agreement, Shen Yuan, Shun Bai, and Hu Xiaomei boarded the first vehicle, while Xiao Qi and Mou, carrying a backpack, entered the second. The backpack containing Shen Yuan's belongings was slung over Shun Bai's shoulders. The two vehicles appeared to take an obscure detour before merging onto the outer ring road, heading southeast. Qianling. This was the great Liao Qianling. For a moment, Shen Yuan found himself lost in thought. Recalling Hu Baoyi's tales in Shengjing about the renowned Jade Appraisers and the ancestors of the Fox Immortals from many years ago, performing splendidly in the royal tent of Empress Xiao of the Great Liao. Now, centuries had passed. The once mighty Great Liao had crumbled to dust, and the civilization of Huaxia had endured multiple tribulations, yet the bone-burning furnace had inexplicably re-emerged in this world, though its sinister power had not been overtly displayed. The lost dragon pearl of the Fox Immortals appeared to hold greater significance in the eyes of the black-clad sect than the bone-burning furnace itself. They had meticulously orchestrated a series of maneuvers to lure the Fox Immortals into a trap using the furnace as bait. Dragon pearl, dragon vein, bone-burning furnace. In that moment, Shen Yuan felt a surge of agitation, wishing fervently to uncover the true intentions of these local ruffians and to trace the roots of the black-clad sect's machinations. What exactly did these individuals aspire to achieve? What exactly was my great-grandfather contending for back in those days? Sensing the tumultuous waves within Shen Yuan's heart, Hu Xiaomei tightened her grip on his right arm and rested her head on his shoulder. She softly murmured a few playful words, which struck Shen Yuan like a sudden jolt to his heart. Instantly awakened, he glanced down at Hu Xiaomei's sparkling eyes that were fixed upon him, smiled, and his gaze reflected a hint of confidence and gratitude. At Qianling, Xiao Yinyan, I wonder if the fragrant essence of the beauty still lingers here? I, Shen Yuan, have come to pay respect to my ancestors. The vehicle was discreetly parked behind a stack of firewood, and the group traversed the quiet outskirts of the village, passing through a pear orchard enclosed by a low fence. Arriving at the tomb long, referred to by locals as the Great Earthen Mound. As noon approached, the early summer sun bore a hint of intensity. Zhao Zhangpan, accompanied by 3 subordinates and Shen Yuan's party, had just managed to consume a meager meal of dry rations and beverages in their respective vehicles. Shen Yuan noticed the faint silhouettes of 4 or 5 figures moving in the periphery, undoubtedly the scouts or sentinels among the local bandits. Zhao Zhangpan spoke gravely. Not far from here lies the tomb of the grandson of Emperor Jingzong of the Liao dynasty, Yelu Zongjing and Yelu Zongyan. Thus, this unidentified grand tomb is highly likely to be the joint burial site of Liao Jingzong and Empress Xiao. Qianling. The trio scrutinized the shapeless mound, faintly detecting a subtle prominence that suggested it was a man-made structure. In 2003, a group of local scavengers had ravaged the site, reportedly excavating over 8 meters deep. Even now, remnants of colorful glazed bricks could be found nearby, as hard as iron. The glazed bricks formed the constellation of the Big Dipper on the vaulted ceiling of the tomb, with the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise depicted around the edges. As Zhao Zhangpan spoke, he led Shen Yuan and the others to a sunken area at the top of the mound, where the earth appeared to be slowly collapsing. Scattered fragments of blue bricks and shards of glazed tiles were visible. Shenbai bent down to pick up 2 pieces of yellow-green glazed tile, gently flicking them with his fingernail before squeezing them. The tiles emitted a noise akin to glass rubbing together, indicating their remarkable hardness and exquisite craftsmanship. We secretly located the old farmer who had first discovered the looted tunnel. A bold and greedy fellow had ventured inside alone, claiming the tomb was vast and already flooded. According to him, he found nothing of value. Those scavengers, akin to demolition crews, pulled everything they could out with ropes, leaving no stone unturned, merely a bunch of fools. Zhao Zhangpan spat in indignation, cursing. Though Shen Yuan and the others felt disgusted within, they maintained an outward appearance of curiosity and interest, refraining from interjecting. Zhao Zhangpan continued. The local farmers here are quite intriguing. The surrounding hills and valleys have essentially been contracted by them to cultivate orchards. Interestingly, they often unearth bricks and tiles from ancient tombs while working their lands. However, once they report such findings, and a couple of experts show up to confirm the presence of an ancient burial site beneath, the farmer is doomed. All the fruit trees must be uprooted and destroyed. Yet no one is willing to shoulder the losses. After much pleading, they may receive a meager compensation that hardly covers their initial investment. Ha! Consequently, when villagers discover that their land might conceal an ancient tomb, or if they find someone digging a hole for theft, they quickly smash and bury any discovered artifacts, secretly filling in the holes, fearing the experts might catch wind of it. In the end, they unwittingly ruin their own livelihoods. Upon hearing such seemingly absurd tales, Shen Yuan and Hu Xiaomei merely exchanged knowing glances, while Shen Bai appeared momentarily stunned. He turned to Shen Yuan, whose eyes reflected astonishment, causing a flush to rise on Shen Yuan's face. Such incidents have rendered many of our fellow citizens somewhat numb. Shen Bai inquired, so, what happened to that group back then? Did they get exposed or something? In any case, it's not a significant matter. The local preservation authorities have stated they lack the funds for maintenance, so they leave it be. Isn't that splendid? Rather than letting some reckless excavators wreak havoc. It's better to have someone knowledgeable like Mr. Fong lead the way, allowing these artifacts to shine in the world once more. Wouldn't you agree? Exactly. We hope to collaborate more with Mr. Fong in the future. Now regarding the suspected site of the Qianling tomb. This is merely to allow Mr. Fong to visit the renowned resting place of Empress Xiao of the Khitan. As for what lies beneath, there is truly nothing of great interest anymore. Of course, we have acquired a few trivial items from those who had access to the site, and today, I have the pleasure of presenting one to Mr. Fong as a token of our meeting, a gesture of gratitude for providing sustenance to my struggling brethren. In honor of the trust Mr. Fong has placed in us, I sincerely hope you will accept it. As he spoke, a burly man stepped forward and placed an oil paper-wrapped object in Shen Bai's hands. Chapter 43. The unexpected appearance of Mr. Dingpan outside the Great Tomb. Shen Bai glanced at Shen Yuan, who feigned a courteous demeanor, exchanged a few polite words, and nodded at him before carefully unwrapping the oil paper. Upon closer inspection, he found a delicate small linen pouch, akin to those often used in the capital for holding bracelets or walnuts. Shen Bai felt within and extracted a dark red bead chain, gently handing it to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan examined it closely, revealing a string of wine-red agate beads. Bathed in sunlight, the deep crimson agate shimmered with a clarity reminiscent of the finest red wine. The agate beads have been meticulously polished, with a variety of diamond-shaped, square, and conical agate beads interspersed with small, transparent crystal beads. Among the 3 tassels that dangle like ribbons, there are 3 small animals carved from Hetian white jade, each the size of a thumb. These sculptures, a little lamb, a calf, and a duck, exude a rustic charm and a delightful innocence. What a splendid treasure! Mr. Zhao, how can I accept such generosity? It is not easy for my brothers to make a living. It would be remiss of me to allow you to incur such expenses. Holding the exquisite necklace of agate, white jade, and crystal from the Liao dynasty, Shen Yuan smiled warmly as he exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Zhangpan. Zhao Zhangpan quickly waved his hand, insisting that there was no need for such formality. Mr. Fong, our friendship must continue. Take your time, as long as you're satisfied with the items. Kindly look after my brother's business in the future. When we acquired these pieces, they were merely a collection of loose items, and it took considerable effort for our esteemed craftsmen to restore them. Impressive, truly impressive. I wonder if that esteemed gentleman is present today. Might I have the fortune of making his acquaintance? Upon hearing Zhao Zhangpan's mention of another leader within the local gang, Shen Yuan felt a jolt of excitement and seized the opportunity to engage in conversation. Sir, he rarely meets with guests, and I hope Mr. Fong can understand. Everyone aboard our vessel, from the young to the old, relies on him for our livelihood. We dare not offend his wishes. Our business is paramount, Mr. Fong. The hour is late. Let us head to a friend's house for a meal and prepare for evening entertainment. What do you say? Zhao Zhangpan gently yet firmly declined Shen Yuan's request, hastily steering the conversation elsewhere. Shen Yuan nodded with a hint of regret. Very well. I shall defer to your wishes. As long as this journey proves worthwhile, I'm certain there will be future opportunities to encounter this remarkable gentleman. The three vehicles gradually departed from the hilly terrain, trailing a dilapidated van not far behind, while a gray old SUV with neighboring city plates followed at a distance. Inside was the tracker, Daozi. The journey was bumpy, and the driver seemed to refrain from engaging Shen Yuan and his companions, perhaps due to the proximity of their leader. The convoy continued along the narrow rural roads, and the fresh air of the early summer mountains was quite invigorating. Shen Yuan lowered half of his window, turning to admire the verdant scenery while inhaling the faint, refreshing scent of the northern fields to calm his mind. Yelu Zongzheng, also known by his Khitan name Yelu Cha Gao or Yelu Zongi, belonged to the Khitan royal family and was the son of Yelu Longqing, the brother of Liao Shengzong. His mother was the princess of the Qi state, of the Shao clan. In the 5th year of the reign of heavy prosperity, Yelu Cha Gao served as the prime minister of the southern court, and by December the 19th year, he had risen to the position of Grand King of the Southern Court in the Liao dynasty. Shen Yuan gazed at the Grand Liao dynasty tomb, situated adjacent to a rustic farmhouse, although he had mentally prepared himself for various scenarios. The sight of the crude farmhouse latrine nearby and the overgrown earthen mounds left him with a profound sense of sorrow. At the base of the mound stood a dilapidated wooden door, reinforced only by a few rusty steel bars, behind which lay the unprotected tomb passage. In that moment, Shen Yuan was engulfed by a deep melancholy. Boss Fong, do not be disheartened. This place has long been thoroughly scavenged. We are merely here to observe the spectacle. Yi Luzongzang was once a figure of great renown, yet he too could not escape the clutches of the common folk wielding their shovels and picks. Over the years, the visible mounds and halls have been nearly stripped bare by various individuals. Without a few capable experts, my friends, our means of sustenance would have run dry by now. The burly man nodded, swiftly moving ahead of Shen Yuan. With a powerful shoulder thrust, he shattered several thick wooden boards bound by steel. He then grasped 2 rusted rebar pieces firmly, exerting strength that caused the corroded iron dust to cascade down as the bars began to bend visibly. Shen Bu raised an eyebrow, discreetly smirking, while Shen Yuan feigned surprise and remarked, Mr. Zhao, it seems your subordinate possesses remarkable physical prowess. Such innate strength is indeed impressive. I see your 2 companions are not mere commoners either. Do they carry tools on a person? Ha ha ha. However, remember we are in the mainland. It is wise to keep such items well concealed, as this is not the South Seas where Boss Fong reigns supreme. This subtle display of bravado somewhat reassured Shen Yuan and his companions. Had these men merely been sycophants, it would have left them feeling uneasy. After exchanging a few compliments, the burly man led the way, and they ventured into the almost unguarded ancient tomb of the Liao dynasty. Following the blinding beam of the flashlight, Shen Yuan observed the dilapidated walls of the tomb passage. Where vibrant murals should have adorned the walls, there was only a grim darkness, devoid of anything but cobwebs and black stains. The ground was muddy and slippery, emanating a pungent stench of decay. Suddenly, several shadowy figures fluttered in the beam of light, bats. Shen Yuan and his companions were startled, and the damp, musty air within the tomb only heightened their discomfort. Zhao Zhangpan remarked, Boss Fong and your esteemed companions are indeed individuals of great experience, accustomed to the grander scenes of the South Seas. Most would scream in fright at the slightest strange sound here, yet your composure is truly remarkable. This is for the best. Otherwise, I would worry about any unexpected occurrences disturbing your work later on. Shen Bui glanced at Zhao Zhangpan and replied, the South Seas, Bangkok. The Golden Triangle. Our boss has traversed many perilous places. What grand scenes have we not witnessed? What significance could there possibly be in these few dilapidated holes of this impoverished place? Shen Bai quickly bowed his head, exclaiming, Boss, please do not take offense. I understand your reprimand, and I assure you, Hua Zai comprehends. Zhao Zhangpan chuckled lightly, hastily accompanying Shen Yuan and the others deeper into the site. At that moment, the burly man leading the way called back, "Zhao Lauda, there's water in the tomb chamber ahead. It's knee-deep, and we can't see any treasures or artifacts." Shen Yuan closed his eyes momentarily, keenly sensing the tomb chamber ahead, which was merely a dark outline. He felt an overwhelming aura of stillness within, devoid of any spiritual energy or other sensations, resembling a desolate well. Shen Yuan shook his head, declaring, "Let us not proceed. The remaining fruits by the roadside are surely unpalatable. There is likely nothing of worth here. Let us depart. After dinner, we shall rest and gather our strength to witness Boss Zhao's remarkable performance tonight." Zhao Zhangpan replied with a smile, "Excellent. We shall make our exit. And upon reaching our lodgings, I must offer a toast to Boss Fong. May our endeavors tonight be met with success." With that, the group turned to leave. Just as Shun Bai was about to step onto the sunlit ground at the entrance of the tomb passage, he suddenly halted. "What is the matter, Hua Zai?" Shen Yuan inquired from behind. "Mr. Zhao, what does this mean?" Shen Bai asked in a low voice. He stealthily moved beside Shen Yuan, cautiously regarding Zhao Zhangpan and the two men beside him. Hearing this, Zhao Zhangpan took a few steps forward, peering towards the entrance of the tomb passage. He observed several figures surrounding the entrance, seemingly sealing it off completely. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Zhangpan couldn't help but exclaim, "Sir, why have you personally come?" The moment Zhao Zhangpan uttered the term "sir," Shen Yuan nearly reached for the short-barreled shotgun in Shun Bai's backpack. They had long harbored suspicions that the leader of these local scavengers could be that Wang Ziheng fellow. Suppressing his impulse, Shen Yuan casually placed his right hand on Shun Bai's shoulder, thus enabling him to swiftly draw the weapon from the backpack if necessary. Zhao Zhangpan, along with the burly man behind him, quickly advanced a few steps, respectfully addressing the man blocking the tomb passageway. "Sir, have you come for some instructions? Or perhaps—" Shen Yuan perceived a flicker of light at the tomb's entrance, and a somewhat cold male voice responded, "There is nothing of concern. The one behind is Mr. Fong, correct? I am Long Jiushi. It is an honor to meet you." Shen Yuan and Shun Bai exchanged puzzled glances. This voice was clearly not the sinister, hoarse tone of Wang Ziheng, and the figure appeared rather slender. They both simultaneously concluded that the leader of these local scavengers was not Wang Ziheng. Shen Yuan's mind raced, and he promptly replied, "Ah, so it is Mr. Long in person. I was just lamenting to Mr. Zhao that it is regrettable not to have met the legendary gentleman during this expedition, and yet, in the blink of an eye, you have made your appearance. A pleasure indeed. I wonder what brings you here." At the entrance of the tomb stood a gaunt man who referred to himself as Long Jiushi. He pulled at the corners of his mouth, managing a semblance of a smile as he scrutinized the vigilant Shen Yuan and his companion hidden in the shadows. The man replied, "Oh, it is nothing. Mr. Fong, you are too courteous. I, along with my brothers, have reluctantly partaken in this coarse meal. I have no ulterior motives for being here. I merely wish to meet you, our esteemed guest from afar. If my brothers have been remiss in their manners previously, I hope you will forgive us, Mr. Fong." Shen Yuan and Shun Bai took a few steps forward, positioning themselves beside Zhao Zhangpan and the burly man, squinting against the glaring sunlight to examine this legendary figure. The individual appeared to be in his 30s, with a sickly visage, elongated features, and a touch of gray in his hair. Dressed in plain attire, he bore the countenance of an ordinary man down on his luck, easily overlooked in a crowd. Behind Mr. Long stood two similarly slender men, seemingly in their 20s, silently observing Shen Yuan and his companion, their expressions as flat as if they were gazing at two wooden posts, devoid of any emotion. As Shen Yuan and his companion approached, Mr. Long narrowed his eyes to appraise them once more, slightly nodding before stepping aside to allow them passage at the entrance of the tomb. Zhao Zhangpan hesitated for a moment before being the first to step outside. Standing beside Mr. Long observing this, Shun Bai exchanged glances with Shen Yuan, hastening to follow suit and positioning themselves opposite Mr. Long. "Did I startle you, Mr. Fong? My sudden appearance might seem a tad abrupt." Mr. Long smiled at Shen Yuan. "Not at all, Mr. Long, you're being too modest. I was enjoying a delightful conversation with Zhao Zhangpan. We felt an instant rapport, and we had even planned to admire Zhao Zhangpan's craftsmanship tonight. However, it is indeed unexpected to encounter you here, as I heard from Zhao that you seldom meet with outsiders. Ah, I'm not one to seek glory or fame. I prefer the tranquility of solitude and shy away from the spotlight. This visit was rather spontaneous. I simply wish to make your acquaintance and see if, perhaps, With your benevolence, my brothers might enjoy a few days of comfort ahead, he replied. After exchanging pleasantries amidst mutual wariness, the group agreed to embark in their vehicle towards the next destination. Shen Yuan sensed an air of strangeness surrounding the situation. The elusive Mr. Dingpan, who was supposed to remain in the shadows, had suddenly revealed himself. Considering Shun Bai's earlier tension, Mr. Long's blocking of the tomb entrance did not appear to be a mere impulsive decision to visit Mr. Fong. At that moment, if the local ruffians had barricaded the exit, coupled with Zhao Zhangpan and the formidable burly man behind them, dealing with Shen Yuan and his companion would have been as effortless as catching fish in a barrel. Shen Yuan and his companion were, quite literally, like fish on a chopping block, vulnerable to being slaughtered. Yet, curiously, Zhao Zhangpan and his companion also seemed perplexed by Mr. Long's sudden emergence. Shen Yuan and Shun Bai exchanged glances, and Shun Bai shook his head, signaling to Shen Yuan that their side had likely not made any missteps. Shen Yuan pondered for a moment, gently patting Shun Bai, who was seated in the passenger seat, to signal him to relax. He spoke, "There is nothing to worry about. Just look forward to enjoying ourselves tonight. Make sure to rest well." With that, he reclined comfortably against the seat back. Shen Bai nodded obediently, assuring boss, "You can rest easy. I'll keep an eye on everything." Meanwhile, Hu Xiaomei coiled around Shen Yuan's arm like a boneless serpent, her voice a sultry whisper as she caught the gaze of the driver in the rearview mirror. "Boss, I'm feeling a bit tired. The odor in this wretched vehicle is quite unbearable." Shen Yuan suppressed an amused exasperation and gently patted Hu Xiaomei's head, indicating her to calm down. Initially, there had been 4 vehicles. Now, there were 6. The convoy meandered through the small village nestled in the mountains, gradually spacing out and fading into the asphalt roads that wove through the hills. In the second vehicle, the spacious cabin housed a man known as Long Jiushi, who sat serenely in the second row. Behind him, 2 young men sat expressionless, resembling lifeless puppets. Suddenly, Long Jiushi's eyes flew open, and a sickly flush spread across his pale face. In the front passenger seat, the perplexed Zhao Dachuang sat, uncertain yet eager to inquire about Long Jiushi's condition, while secretly stealing glances at his face in the rearview mirror. The sudden flush of excitement on Long Jiushi's face startled the timid Zhao Dachuang, prompting him to quickly turn away and feign ignorance. It was crucial to note that Long Jiushi was, in fact, the true leader of a clandestine tomb raiding organization. His 2 brutish disciples, who rarely spoke, were known for their mercilessness. The entire gang, including the former leader who had been incarcerated, obeyed Long Jiushi without question, remaining silent in his presence. Over the years, anyone who had become too deeply involved with him or the temple had mysteriously vanished or met a tragic end. Seeing Long Jiushi's sudden display of enthusiasm sent a shiver down Zhao Dachuang's spine, compelling him to adopt an outwardly honest demeanor. Chapter 44. The Ingenious Gate. Before them lay a small hillock, its height a mere few dozen meters, yet it imparted an oddly majestic aura, with bare peaks and bizarre rock formations interspersed with robust ancient pines. This landscape, typical of the northern territories beyond the passes, evoked a unique appreciation. However, the scene was marred by the unsightly presence of a relatively large modern cemetery, which thoroughly disrupted the natural beauty. The cemetery, paved with concrete and stone, boasted a substantial area filled with neatly arranged tombs, some vacant, while others housed the departed. The gravestones stood in solemn rows, creating a jarring contrast reminiscent of a delicate and elegant landscape painting marred by a gaudy advertisement, leaving a distasteful impression. The cemetery lay desolate and devoid of life, with no shadows of passers-by to be seen. The parched earth surrounding it bore tender corn seedlings that had grown over half a foot high, a crop that is remarkably easy to cultivate, yet there were no farmers tending to their fields in the evening light. The vehicle carrying Shen Yuan and his companions was discreetly concealed within a nearby pine grove, several hundred meters away. Shen Yuan and Shen Bu had been invited by Mr. Long to a clean patch of ground beside a massive boulder on a mountainside, while Hu Xiaomei remained in the car, claiming she needed to rest, though her true intent was to serve as support for the 2 men. Mr. Long's 2 subordinates silently set up a small folding table and 3 soft cushions on a large stone, arranging local delicacies, a smoked chicken, several cans of beer, and some cooked dishes upon it. They then stood quietly at the edge of the boulder, vigilantly guarding the scene. Long Jiushi sat on one side of the small table, opened a small bottle of baijiu, and poured some into 3 paper cups. He picked up a cup and addressed Shen Yuan, saying, "Mr. Fong, it's a bit abrupt to meet like this. please consider this drink as an apology, and I hope you will indulge me." With that, he tipped his head back and downed the fiery liquid in one gulp. However, it seemed that Long Jiushi was not accustomed to drinking. After a single sip, he coughed violently, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, Long Jiushi raised his head, his eyes glistening with redness as he fixed his gaze upon Shen Yuan. "Who are you really? Are you perhaps from the Jade Appraisal Guild?" His startling declaration nearly caused Shen Yuan to leap in surprise. "Mr. Long, what? What do you mean by that?" Shun Bu, he shifted slightly, crossing his arms, his hands secretly gripping the edges of two sharp blades concealed within his coat. His eyes darted towards the two young men who had remained silent nearby. Long Jiushi continued to stare intently at Shen Yuan. "You must recognize that I am but a half-invalid, a man on the brink of death, with little interest in trickery." As he spoke, he pulled a silk thread from his chest, to which a rectangular jade charm was bound. Shen Yuan paused, gazing at the jade, feeling as though it was a lifeless stone, devoid of any distinctive quality. Long Jiushi chuckled softly, gradually loosening the peculiar knots of the black silk thread. In an instant, Shen Yuan felt as if the seemingly ordinary jade charm had come to life, a faint aura of jade spirit emanating from it. This is..." Shen Yuan was left dumbfounded. Long Jiushi gently pushed the jade charm forward on the small table, his excitement palpable. "I never expected to encounter a descendant of the Jade Appraisal masters from back in the day. I am a disciple of the craftsmanship sect from the old 13 schools. How did you come to possess this?" Shen Yuan inquired, taking the genuine spirit jade into his hands, confirming that the jade energy within was indeed that which had been left behind by his great-grandfather. Long Jiushi let out a bitter laugh. "I believe I understand why you are here. You seek Wang Ziheng, do you not?" Shen Bu, his gaze icy, fixed his stare upon him. "What is your true identity? How did you recognize us?" Long Jiushi spoke calmly. "Indeed, it was Wang Ziheng who sent word to me, instructing that I should refrain from initiating contact with any outsiders. However, should anyone suspicious attempt to approach me, they are to be apprehended immediately and handed over to them. You claim to be a disciple of the Qiaogong sect from years past. What proof do you possess? Furthermore, how did you become entangled with that scoundrel Wang Ziheng? What is the nature of your relationship?" Shen Yuan took a moment to steady himself before replying in a low voice. "Have you all forgotten? The knots on this rope are crafted through the unique binding techniques of our Qiaogong sect, specifically the Mo family's magical knot. And this jade tablet. This tablet was personally refined by the 71st generation Jade Appraiser and gifted to the 13 sects as a token for identifying one another while concealing our identities." Shen Bai looked at Shen Yuan, who nodded slightly while holding the jade tablet. Indeed, the jade contained the unique spiritual energy of the 71st Jade Appraiser. The resonating force of that bloodline connection could not be fabricated. Long Jiushi continued, "I surreptitiously gathered information at the military platform of the Great Black Temple in the Mongolian region. It appears that Wang Ziheng and his cohorts suffered a significant setback at Tongyuan Fortress with the Five Immortal sect, nearly facing total annihilation. Nevertheless, they managed to acquire something of great importance. I suspect it to be the dragon pearl that the Fox Fairy family was guarding." Shen Yuan nodded. "You are not far from the truth. There is nothing to conceal. Now, tell me how you recognized us. What is your relationship with Wang Ziheng? Since you have disclosed your identity here, you must have something to communicate with us. Speak candidly. Perhaps we can avoid conflict for now." Long Jiushi's expression darkened as he nervously twisted the knot in his hands, murmuring, We are all puppets of the Great Black Temple. My family, my sect, and Wang Ziheng, we are all." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan and Shun Bai were taken aback. Shen Yuan inquired, "What is this Great Black Temple? Are they not the same as the Black Robe sect from years past?" Long Jiushi nodded, then shook his head. "I am uncertain. 6 years ago, my master and I fell deeply into their clutches. My master's wife and their only daughter were also captured. Several fellow disciples later tried desperately to rescue us, but many were killed or captured. The Qiaogong sect is no more. The Great Black Temple is likely affiliated with the Black Robe sect, but they're not entirely one and the same. The Black Robe sect has never merely been a single faction. No one knows how many individuals or sects are under their influence. Here, the Great Black Temple controls us all, and over the years, we have unearthed countless ancient tombs for them, assisting in the acquisition of numerous artifacts and relics. Is there a bone incinerator among them?" Shen Bai asked, fixing his gaze upon him. "Yes. The bone incinerator was excavated from the dragon-suppressing cavern on the side of the Black Dragon Gate. How did you recognize us?" Shen Yuan pressed. You all carry the spiritual jade refined by the Jade Appraiser. The jade amulet I wear possesses the remarkable ability to sense its surroundings. In those perilous times of yore, we disciples of the 13 sects often relied solely on the mutual perception of our jade amulets to ascertain one another's identities. I have now removed the concealment from my amulet. If you carefully attune yourselves to the jade on your persons, you should discover a wondrous resonance between the two amulets. Both Shen Yuan and Shen Bu bear jade amulets refined by the 71st generation of Jade Appraisers. The one on Shen Yuan was returned to him by Shen Buyi's father, while Shen Buyi's amulet was one of several brought overseas by his grandfather. Upon the reminder from Long Jiushi, the two immediately focused their senses, and indeed, the resonance between Shen Yuan's jade and their own was faint yet palpable. A barely perceptible connection. Shen Yuan turned to Long Jiushi and inquired, "With this, I still cannot place my trust in you. What is it you wish to convey? Do you seek our assistance in rescuing your family and fellow disciples?" Long Jiushi nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I implore you, for the sake of our ancestors who fought side by side in life and death, to assist in saving our sect. Rescue my junior sister and several of my junior brothers. The two smallest are beneath the stone, my two young disciples." Long Jiushi shook his head. "Have you not noticed that they can barely even speak? They are but puppets, their minds shattered, obedient to my commands. Yet without a miracle, I fear they, along with myself, shall not survive beyond 3 months. Are the people of the Great Black Temple controlling you with drugs?" Shen Bu asked. "Yes, drugs, puppet techniques, soul-binding talismans." Long Jiushi slowly unfastened the buttons of his shirt, revealing a gaunt chest adorned with a multitude of black talismans, resembling a sinister tattoo etched upon his skin. The talismans were grotesque, forming a claw-like shape over his heart, evoking a sense of revulsion, and they seemed to emanate a faintly chilling aura. Shen Bu queried, "If what you say is true, your entire sect is under the firm control of the Great Black Temple. How then did you manage to slip free of their grasp?" Long Jiushi suddenly bore a childlike smile. "Ah, I owe my gratitude to the Jade Appraiser from your esteemed sect who sealed the bone-burning furnace. The jade on my person was secretly entrusted to me by my master before his passing, and I've kept it hidden all this time. Last year, when we were commanded to retrieve the bone-burning furnace, I inadvertently triggered a jade array left by an unknown generation of Jade Appraisers. Just as I faced death, this jade miraculously saved my life. However, the array fortuitously shattered the puppet talismans on me. Although I lost half my life, I regained full consciousness. While I still rely on the antidote from the Great Black Temple to sustain myself, I have managed to escape the fate of being a puppet until death." Shen Yuan nodded, asking, "Where's Wang Ziheng? Where are those people from the Great Black Temple scheming now?" Long Jiushi shook his head. "Wang Ziheng met with me 5 days ago in the mountains of the Great Black Temple, taking away some yellow-white substances excavated from the soil. Yet he did not mention any particular matters of significance. A phone call commanded me to remain vigilant regarding any active contact with strangers, which occurred yesterday. I sensed that after the battle between the Great Black Temple and the Wuxian sect at Tanyuan Fortress, the Wuxian sect would undoubtedly seek revenge. Thus, I have been attentive to any movements against the Great Black Temple within my reach. This encounter may represent the sole opportunity for our Qiaogong sect. They are currently short-staffed." Shen Bai inquired, "Are these local rascals following you disciples of the Qiaogong sect?" Long Jiushi shook his head. "No, although the Qiaogong sect is a minor lineage, it is nevertheless rooted in the illustrious Mo family. How can we disgrace our ancestors by resorting to such means for survival? These individuals are primarily those who struggle in the Mongolian region, each bearing some unsavory past. They could be regarded as unfortunate souls. They possess limited knowledge about the Great Black Temple, yet it is certain that there are eyes from the Great Black Temple among them." Shen Yuan nodded, harboring a mixture of skepticism and belief, and remarked, "How can you ascertain that we are disciples of the Jianyushi's outer hall, merely based on a faint resonance with the Lingyu?" Observing Long Jiushi's pallid complexion tinged with a hint of unhealthy flush, Shen Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had yet to untangle the complexities of his own affairs, and now, upon encountering a comrade who had fought alongside his great-grandfather, he found himself inclined to trust Long Jiushi's words to some extent. The term Great Black Temple had emerged as the most significant revelation of this journey to Liaoxi, for at least he now recognized the name of his adversary. Shen Bai shook his head, stating, "Relying solely on a single thread, we cannot trust you as a descendant of the Qiaogong sect, even if you are indeed such a descendant. How can we be certain that you have not truly allied yourself with those belonging to the former Xianyi sect at the Great Black Temple? Long Jiushi nodded. I understand. I have traversed the martial world for more than a few years, and such a hasty recognition would leave anyone skeptical. Shen Bai gazed into his eyes. It is good that you understand. Currently, there is but one method for us to place our trust in you. Capture Wang Ziheng. Long Jiushi lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before looking back at Shen Yuan and his companion. It will be quite challenging to strike at Wang Ziheng directly. As I mentioned, Wang Ziheng is merely a puppet controlled by the Great Black Temple. However, the one who harbors the greatest animosity towards him should be the Fox immortal family of Tongyuan Fortress. I wonder if any of your companions include members of the Wuxian sect? Shen Yuan slightly nodded. Indeed, this venture marks a joint operation between the Wuxian sect and our outer hall. The Wuxian sect primarily aims to deal with Wang Ziheng, while we seek to uncover who lurks behind him. Long Jiushi flashed a grin. I suspected that those who provoked the Wuxian sect beyond the pass would not easily escape. The reason for our outing is twofold. First, Zhao Zhangpan and the others are concerned about a few brothers captured during the mission. Second, I believe the Wuxian sect will trace us along this lead. Initially, I intended to solicit the Fox immortal family of the Wuxian sect for assistance in rescuing the remaining disciples of the Qiaogong sect. But unexpectedly, I encountered the disciples of the Jianyushi. This is indeed a fortuitous surprise. How splendid, gathering more capable hands and offering mutual support over the years. Had I not been so intent on evading the world and preserving my own safety, I would not have found myself so utterly isolated, allowing a great dark temple to uproot us entirely. Now, even my master, resting beneath the 9 springs, cannot find peace. Shen Bai nodded thoughtfully. How many among your followers can you truly trust, those you can rely on? Absolutely? Long Jiushi's expression darkened. Few remain. Apart from these 2 mute junior disciples by my side, the rest are nothing more than common pests. I have led them to dig for treasures, compelling them to hand over their finds for my inspection, be it magical artifacts or invaluable relics. All have been entrusted to the hands of the Great Dark Temple, while the remaining goods are disposed of through various channels. They are led to believe that the Great Dark Temple is their protector, yet they remain oblivious to the depths of treachery that lie beneath. Shen Bai inquired, how many disciples do you have left now, and what is their condition? A flush of excitement tinged Long Jiushi's face, only to be swiftly replaced by pallor. There are only 7 left. Just 7. My master passed away last year at a quarry west of the Great Dark Temple, and all I could see was his lifeless body. He left behind a daughter, named Xiao and I. For the past few years, Xiao and I has been confined within the valley of the Great Dark Temple on Longtu Ridge, and I can only see her once every 6 months. It seems her mental state has deteriorated in these 2 years. I am uncertain whether she has been forcibly medicated. Excluding these 2 lifeless junior disciples, 3 others I have not seen in nearly a year, and I do not know their fate. It is tragic. Shen Yuan felt an overwhelming sorrow for the plight of the Qiaogong sect, as described by Long Jiushi. If his words bear truth, the Qiaogong sect, a lineage stemming from the Mo family, has been virtually annihilated, facing total destruction. The 3 sat in silence, each lost in thought. Long Jiushi understood that his counterpart was weighing the credibility of his words. As the twilight deepened, he cast a cold yet hopeful glance at the contemplative Shen Yuan. Chapter 45. The Mysterious Tomb of Beliao. Not far from the giant stones, Zhao Zhangpan, accompanied by 4 or 5 individuals who had hurriedly joined him, along with the original entourage, gathered a total of over 10 common pests, quietly awaiting the master's orders. They observed as Long Jiushi approached with Shen Yuan and the 2 seemingly lifeless young men. Zhao Zhangpan nodded to Long Jiushi and addressed Shen Yuan. Boss Fong. The designated pit is just over 2 miles behind the ridge on the mountainside. How many individuals will you bring along? Shen Yuan replied, I will take Ahua, a helper, and my goddaughter wishes to witness the excitement as well. I wonder if that would be permissible? Zhao Zhangpan hesitated slightly, casting a glance at the master, who remained impassive, then promptly acquiesced. Shen Yuan exchanged greetings with Long Jiushi, and the 2 turned to head towards the vehicle where Hu Xiaomei and Xiao Qi were resting. Old Shen, what do you think? Is it credible? Shen Bai's expression was grave. Shen Yuan shook his head and replied, one must neither fully trust nor completely doubt, even if he truly is a descendant of the skilled artisans from years past, and even if they were indeed ensnared by the machinations of the Black Temple. 5 years under the enemy's control would undoubtedly introduce unpredictable variables. I merely promised him to do my utmost. He acknowledged my understanding. Yet it seemed he possessed an inadequate grasp of the individuals within the Black Temple. I find it hard to believe that after 5 years of mingling with them, he could be released to plunder tombs on their behalf, while remaining almost entirely ignorant of his foes. Shunbu, he nodded, saying, "A friend presenting himself so readily is always suspect. At least, we now have a glimmer of insight into this matter. I suggest you withdraw promptly. I will follow closely with Xiao Qi and the others. As for Hu Xiaomei, she may choose her own course. The situation is perilous. I fear we may be caught together in a precarious situation." Shen Yuan shook his head. "It's too late. When the Prince of the Black Temple, Wang Ziheng, had numerous opportunities to strike at me, I cannot fathom why they persistently chose to ignore me. There must be an underlying issue. It appears they still have use for me. I cannot shake the feeling that they would not dare to act against me." Raising his hand, Shen Yuan spoke solemnly. "No, this matter cannot be concealed from Hu Xiaomei. We must speak the truth and gauge the stance of the Five Immortals sect. Moreover, our movements have already been compromised. Wang Ziheng is aware of our sect's re-establishment. If Long Jiushi is indeed one of their own, there would be no need for him to insist we're disciples of an outer hall. Personally, I lean towards believing his words. Yet I sense that this situation is far from straightforward." Shunbu, he furrowed his brow. "How come I never noticed your stubbornness before? If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to my family?" Shen Yuan gazed at him. "Conversely, should you encounter any troubles, how would I account for it to your family? Hence, since we have embarked on this journey together, we might as well fight side by side. We must first ascertain the intentions of the Black Temple's Wang Ziheng before making any decisions. Furthermore, we must involve the Five Immortals sect." Shunbu nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Yuan. "Very well. We shall proceed as per our previous plan. You will dictate the course of action, but in critical moments. You must heed my counsel." With a pat on his shoulder, Shen Yuan affirmed, "Agreed." "It is settled." The two turned towards their vehicle, and as Shunbu snapped his fingers, a figure emerged from the underbrush on a nearby slope. It was Xiao Qi. Shen Yuan was astonished to see that Xiao Qi was holding a sniper rifle equipped with a silencer, its barrel short and magazine compact, a model he could not identify. Xiao Qi flashed a grin at Shen Yuan, cheerfully stating, "Brother Shen, I was observing them from a distance just now. Rest assured, if any issues arise, I will provide immediate support." Shen Yuan nodded. "Thank you for your efforts. It seems our identities may have been partially exposed. That enigmatic gentleman, Long Jiushi, claims to be a member of the skilled artisans from our former 13th sect, now under the control of Prince Heng and the formidable Dark Temple behind him. There is a plea for our assistance to rescue the remaining disciples. Please confer with MOU and discreetly inform Dao Zai to prepare for any eventualities." Xiao Qi nodded, turning to seek out MOU on the other side of the earthen slope. However, as she departed, Shen Yuan couldn't help but notice that Xiao Qi was subtly observing Shunbu Yi's expression. Yet, Shunbu, he kept his head down, ambling towards the vehicle, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Qi's gaze, which made Shen Yuan secretly chuckle. Inside the vehicle, the driver dispatched by the earthy rodent had long been sent away by Xiao Qi and her companions, with Xiao Qi and MOU remaining outside. Shen Yuan meticulously recounted the recent occurrences to Hu Xiaomei, along with his assessments and plans for subsequent actions. Unexpectedly, Hu Xiaomei merely contemplated the matter quietly for a moment before acquiescing to Shen Yuan's strategy, much to the astonishment of the two. Shunbu even began to question whether Hu Xiao may have been possessed by the fox spirit once more. Shen Yuan's plan, if one could even call it that, was essentially devoid of a concrete strategy. Even he felt somewhat embarrassed, advocating for a stance of neutrality towards the Dark Temple as long as it could be maintained. If they could capture Prince Heng, they would. If they could rescue the disciples of the Qiaogong sect, they would act. Yet, in the eyes of Shunbu and Hu Xiaomei, there was nothing particularly surprising or shameful about such an approach. In the realm of practitioners, the tides of fate shift rapidly, and myriad changes can transpire in an instant. Each sect harbors its own countless secrets, and adaptability, along with the art of feigning compliance, is often a matter of mere thought. As for conviction, objectives, and principles, those are luxuries reserved for the survivors, a means of choice. For the defeated, all is lost. The three conversed in hushed tones within the vehicle for quite some time, while the unscrupulous driver from the earthy rodent faction had already been intercepted by the taciturn MOU about 30 meters away from the car, bowing and scraping as he attempted to explain something to MOU. It seemed the time was ripe for Zhao Zhangpan to summon Shen Yuan and the others, preparing to delve into the operation. Witnessing this scene, The three felt that Long Jiushi likely remained exceedingly wary of his subordinates, maintaining a vigilant stance. Everything continued according to their previous discussions, with each task carried out as planned, likely out of concern that the dark temple's hidden eyes among the earthy rodents might detect something amiss. The trio exited the vehicle, bringing Xiaoqi along while leaving Mou to guard it. They shouldered two simple backpacks and made their way towards Zhao Zhongpan and Long Jiushi. Zhao Zhongpan appeared unchanged, while Long Jiushi stood behind him with two mute disciples, as if nothing had transpired. The sky had darkened, the sun sinking below the western horizon, and in the twilight, Shen Yuan and his companions observed that half a dozen earthy rodents had already set off, their figures gradually disappearing into the northern pine forest. These must be the advanced scouts, while the remaining earthy rodents, along with Zhao Zhongpan and Long Jiushi, totaled a little over 10 individuals. After briefing them, they proceeded to follow the path taken by the advanced scouts, heading northward. Zhao Zhongpan led a robust man and another companion at the forefront, followed closely by Shen Yuan and his 4 associates, with Long Jiushi trailing behind Shen Yuan, while the 2 mute disciples brought up the rear in silence. Long Jiushi paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise illuminating his countenance, revealing his long-standing anticipation for the appearance of the 5 Immortals sect disciples. He hurried a few steps to stand beside Hu Xiaomei, offering her a smile while discreetly gesturing the salute typically reserved for disciples of the crafty artisan sect. However, Hu Xiaomei seemed oblivious, casting him a cold glance before resuming her journey in silence. This elicited a wry smile from Long Jiushi as he exchanged a look of exasperation with Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to comment. Hu Xiaomei's demeanor was a clear expression of her distrust towards Long Jiushi. After traversing a considerable expanse of pine forest and climbing over 2 sandstone hills, each approximately 100 meters high, they arrived at a stream, half dry and meandering through the mountains. The surrounding trees began to diversify in height and form, signifying their remoteness, devoid of any artificially cultivated, orderly forests. Throughout Chinese history, regardless of the dynasty, the construction of tombs and burial mounds has favored locations imbued with both mountains and water, sites that embody the principles of geomancy by harnessing the surrounding energies. Emperors and nobles would seek the guidance of esteemed geomancers to identify auspicious sites aligned with the renowned dragon veins of China, ensuring their tombs were built in harmony with the cosmic elements that corresponded to their dynasty's fortunes, often near their capitals. Common folk, however, had far less choice. The sites deemed auspicious by the ruling dynasty were exceedingly few, regarded as sacred and forbidden to the common man. Those in positions of power might claim prime locations in renowned mountains or ancestral lands to construct their graves, hoping to channel beneficial energies for their descendants. The impoverished populace, on the other hand, had little luxury to consider such matters. If they could manage to save enough for a simple coffin, it was a triumph, as the prospect of being wrapped in a straw mat or, worse, having a clod of earth tumble upon them was a far more pressing concern. The group traversed the rugged mountain path, illuminated by the moonlight, amidst the northern limestone hills where perilous cliffs and sinkholes were scarce. The night was not so dark as to necessitate the use of flashlights, so they refrained from exposing themselves to potential dangers by turning on their lights. After approximately an hour of travel, Shen Yuan's body, having been consistently trained in recent days, began to tire, his breath becoming labored like the wheezing of a winded beast. He nodded, deliberately amplifying the sound of his panting, exclaiming, "Ah, how splendid! Alas, I am growing old. I no longer possess the vigor of my youth." Zhao Zhongpan chuckled, but cast a glance at Hu Xiaomei, pondering that if he had such a bewitching little sprite by his side, perhaps he too would feel the strain of daily exhaustion. After resting for about 10 minutes, Zhao Zhongpan inquired whether Shen Yuan was ready to continue. Shen Yuan affirmed his readiness, and the group rose to delve deeper into the increasingly dense forest. Ahead, the night revealed the faint outline of a barren cliff, and under the soft glow of the moonlight, Shen Yuan discerned several ancient pines growing robustly about 7 or 8 meters above the ground on the cliff face. From beneath the cliff, a few murmurs could be heard, and Shen Yuan felt that they had indeed arrived at their destination. Grasping the resilient branches of a shrub, Shen Yuan and his companions, panting heavily, ascended to a modest stone platform halfway up the cliff. The platform was small, barely accommodating a dozen individuals. The initial group of earth rats seemed to have completed their task, leaving behind 2 sturdy men on the platform. The remaining members were swiftly climbing to the summit of the cliff, then dispersing to keep a vigilant lookout for those excavating below. Shen Yuan observed the several massive stones that had been pried open above, their edges still bearing the marks left by the crowbars. The ground was littered with debris from the rocks that had crumbled under pressure. The location of the fallen stones revealed a diminutive stone doorway resembling a tomb passage, which, rather than being constructed of bricks, appeared to be a rudimentary excavation of a natural cave. The rough, arched entrance was filled with dark, bluish tomb bricks. Zhao Zhangpan waved his hand, and the two remaining earth rats, along with a few individuals accompanying Zhao, donned large masks imbued with a strong herbal scent, meticulously sealing their noses and mouths. Together, they began to swiftly dismantle the ceiling stones of the tomb entrance with small pry bars. Zhao Zhangpan scrutinized the size of the entrance and remarked to Shen Yuan, "Boss Fong, it seems that this time my brothers may incur a significant loss." Shen Yuan chuckled and replied, "What? Are you, Zhao Zhangpan, having second thoughts? That is not the reputation of a businessman." Shen Bai rolled his eyes and shot Zhao Zhangpan a threatening glare. Zhao Zhangpan offered a wry smile and shook his head. "How could that be? A man of the rivers and lakes keeps his word. The price has been agreed upon and the deposit received. Everything here belongs to Boss Fong. However, judging by the imposing entrance, there should be substantial gains within. Congratulations, Boss Fong. You are bound to return laden with treasures. If Boss Fong enjoys himself and reaps great rewards, perhaps he could bestow a little extra on the hardworking brothers. They would be immensely grateful." His words, though wrapped in pleasantries, subtly indicated that the 30,000 for this excavation might not suffice. Yet, he still left Shen Yuan and his companions with their dignity. Feigning magnanimity, Shen Yuan laughed heartily and responded, "It is merely a tomb door, Zhao Zhangpan. Do not overthink it. There is still a possibility that it may be empty. However, should there indeed be great rewards, rest assured, the brothers' bounty will never fall below the initially agreed amount. We still have business to conduct. There are many days ahead, and how could I let my brothers feel disheartened, right? Ha ha ha." Shen Yuan's words, both gentle and firm, served as a reminder to Zhao Zhangpan not to be short-sighted and to appreciate the value of a stable client. Zhao Zhangpan quickly backtracked, "Oh, I wouldn't dare. Boss Fong, you are overthinking it. Just a hint will suffice. As you said, there are many days ahead." Ha ha. Behind Shen Yuan, Shen Bai snorted, his hands slipping from his cloak, casting several warning glares at Zhao Zhangpan. Zhao Zhangpan, still wearing a forced smile, discreetly glanced at Long Jiushi, who was standing at the edge of the cliff, seemingly admiring the night view. Noticing that Long Jiushi maintained his usual calm demeanor without any visible expression, Zhao couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. He felt deep regret for his earlier display of pettiness. It seemed that these few promising prospects had garnered Long Jiushi's favor. Henceforth, he resolved to conceal his mercenary mindset in the presence of this enigmatic figure. Should he inadvertently provoke the displeasure of such a mysterious entity, his days of prosperity would likely come to an abrupt end. Approximately 10 minutes later, 4 or 5 men swiftly pried open the sealed tomb bricks, revealing a dark void within, devoid of any stone doors. One of the men retrieved several peculiar items from a large backpack and quickly assembled them together, while another produced a rather thick plastic tube. Zhao Zhangpan addressed Shen Yuan, saying, "Boss Fong, the pit below is ancient and filled with stagnant air. Let the men descend first to ventilate the space. Rest assured, those who go down first will be thoroughly searched by your subordinates. There will be no untoward actions." Shen Yuan promptly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Ah, Zhao Zhangpan, what are you saying? Everything here is under your direction. Just ensure the men proceed with caution. It's all right, it's all right." With a brief instruction from Zhao Zhangpan, a man donned a large mask and goggles, dressed in a raincoat, and cautiously navigated over the removed tomb bricks, inching deeper into the mausoleum. Chapter 46, The Skeletal Urn. Shen Bai examined the mask handed to him by his subordinate and remarked, "No need for that. We have prepared our own makeshift gas masks." However, Shen Yuan insisted on taking the mask, saying, "This is Zhao Zhangpan's goodwill. Besides, that gas mask was bought at a roadside shop. It surely cannot compare to what Zhao Zhangpan has prepared. When in Rome, we should follow local customs. If you prefer your own purchase, feel free to wear it, but I believe Zhao Zhangpan's equipment will be far more effective." With that, he placed the mask over his face and handed another to Hu Xiaomei. Hu Xiaomei, upon catching a whiff of the herbal scent from the mask, grimaced and feigned nausea, snatching the makeshift gas mask from Shen Bai, indicating her distaste for the odor. Thus, Shen Yuan wore the gas mask provided by Zhao Zhangpan, while the others donned the makeshift mask presented by Shen Bai. Nevertheless, while putting on their masks and respirators. They secretly popped a pill that Hu Xiaomei had discreetly prepared for them during their journey, the taste being even more nauseating than Zhao Zhangpan's mask. However, according to Hu Xiaomei, this pill was a special antidote crafted by the Five Immortal Sect, a precious remedy that could not be purchased even with money. The entire party, including the three standing at the edge, had their noses and mouths securely covered, and they observed the flickering lights within the tomb passage. The first man who had entered emerged, removing his goggles and mask to address Zhao Zhangpan, saying, "Big brother." In the distance of 7 to 8 meters, there stood a stone door, now in ruins, leading to a dry pit devoid of water. It seemed untouched, yet the dust within the chamber was so thick that visibility was compromised. It was time to circulate some air. Zhao, the leader, nodded and remarked, "Dust off your clothes. Do not wander about with grave soil clinging to you. Also, inform the others to start ventilating." The grave digger glanced at Shen Bai and Shao Qi, who were observing him from afar. He quickly shed his muddy raincoat, shaking it off before tossing it aside, adjusting his snug clothing. He fidgeted, attempting to demonstrate to Shen and his companions that he had not pilfered anything from the tomb. Shen Bai smirked, turning away, while the grave digger, realizing he garnered no interest, sheepishly retreated to the side. Meanwhile, two men vigorously operated a hand-cranked blower, which soon emitted a cloud of dusty air from the depths of the tomb. Everyone instinctively took a few steps back to evade the ancient dust, laden with unknown particles. The two men operating the blower were soon covered in dust, yet persevered, despite their discomfort. Zhao turned to Shen Yuan and said, "Boss Fong, the pit should be cleared now. Would you prefer my men to scout ahead, or shall your team join us?" Shen Yuan glanced at Shen Bai and replied, "Let us go together. I trust Mr. Zhao's men, yet your team possesses considerable experience. You lead the way, and we shall follow to broaden our horizons." Zhao chuckled, signaling the burly man behind him to take the lead. Accompanied by two grave diggers, they ventured into the tomb passage, followed closely by Shen Bai, Zhao, Shen Yuan, and Shao Qi. Outside, only Hu Xiaomei and Long Jiushi remained. After a moment's thought, Long Jiushi smiled kindly at Hu Xiaomei and, along with two disciples, proceeded into the passage with their flashlights. Once inside, the group maximized their flashlight power, while the two grave diggers illuminated the cramped tomb with portable camp lights, rendering it brighter than it had likely ever been since its creation. Shen Yuan observed Shen Bai and Zhao's retreating figures, reaching out to touch the rough stone walls of the passage. The wall bore no carvings or murals, disappointing in its simplicity, appearing as though it had merely been shaped from the natural cave structure. Only a few shallow, half-reclined depressions remained on the wall, likely once used for holding torches or oil lamps, but they were now empty. No cobwebs or remnants were found. The passage held nothing but remnants of gravel. Before long, they reached the end of the passage, revealing a dilapidated stone door, one half collapsed on the ground. Behind it, a sealing stone, known as the Broken Dragon Stone, stubbornly pressed against the remaining half of the standing door, which was too narrow for anyone to enter. On either side of the stone gate, two distinctly artificial chambers, resembling small ears, lay not far apart. The space within was notably lower, and Shen Bai had already bent down to enter the left chamber. Shen Yuan glanced at Shao Qi, who nodded and remained in place, while he followed Zhao Zhangpan into the chamber. Inside, the chamber widened slightly at the far end, measuring about 10 square meters. The three of them did not feel overly cramped, as the chamber appeared rather empty. Instead of the expected burial items or daily utensils, there stood a peculiar stone pedestal in the center, upon which rested a large, yellowish earthenware urn, towering to nearly half a person's height. The urn was unadorned and securely positioned, seemingly sealed with a clay and gravel mixture beneath a ceramic lid. Curiously, beside the stone pedestal lay two piles of desiccated human skeletal remains, their fragility exacerbated by millennia of weathering and decay. Zhao Zhangpan gently prodded a scattered bone fragment with his toe, producing a faint cracking sound as the brittle remains crumbled into a small heap of debris. With a muffled voice, he remarked, "Strange, why would there be human sacrifice here? Apart from this urn, there are no other funerary items." Shen Yuan examined the skeletal remains on the ground, noting the absence of any significant artifacts, save for a few tattered remnants of what appeared to be the deceased garments. Shen Bai shifted the two skulls near the stone pedestal and, looking up at Shen Yuan, commented, "The top of the forehead is fractured. It seems they may have struck their head against the pedestal. There are no signs of execution marks on the sides or back. Should we open the urn and take a look?" Shen Yuan nodded in agreement. Zhao Zhangpan called for the burly man waiting by the stone gate. Together with Shen Bai and Zhao Zhangpan, they first used several short wooden sticks to clear the bones aside, then employed 2 small crowbars and a spade to break apart the ceiling clay, cautiously prying the lid loose and setting it down on the ground beside them. "Goodness!" Shen Bai exclaimed in frustration, casting a disheartened glance at Shen Yuan. The two of them were taller than Zhao Zhangpan by half a head. Zhao Zhangpan cautiously leaned over the edge of the stone pedestal, barely able to make out the contents within. As the flashlight illuminated the interior, it revealed yet another scattering of skeletal remains, enveloped in what seemed to be nearly intact burlap clothing, along with a few rope-like items. After considerable effort, they had uncovered nothing more than an ordinary urn containing skeletal remains, one that lacked any accompanying burial artifacts. Reluctantly, Zhao Zhangpan used a short stick to rummage through the contents, discovering only a thick square stone slab beneath the bones, which appeared to have served as a cushion for the corpse. It was plain and unadorned, no better than the stones used in the construction of pig pens in common households. With a sigh of disappointment, Zhao Zhangpan lamented the lack of any significant findings after all this digging, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, aside from Shen Bai rolling his eyes at him, Shen Yuan exhibited no sign of discontent. Zhao Zhangpan shook his head and turned to walk toward the opposite chamber. Shen Bai cast a glance at Shen Yuan, only to find him staring blankly at the unremarkable stone slab. After giving a subtle nudge to Shen Yuan, he glanced outside and discreetly gestured toward the stone slab, making a downward motion with his hand. Shen Yuan observed the slab and pointed to the ground, prompting Shen Yuan to nod in agreement. It dawned upon Shen Yuan that Shen Yuan sensed something peculiar beneath the slab, indicating the presence of hidden secrets below. Shen Yuan shook his head, signaling him to remain silent, and led him toward the opposite ear chamber. Upon entering, they encountered Zhao Zhangpan, who appeared dejected as he walked out. Upon closer inspection of the ear chamber, they were astounded to find it utterly barren. Aside from a solid stone pedestal, there was not a single pottery vessel in sight, nor even remnants of bones. Unable to contain himself, Shen Yuan poked Zhao Zhangpan's back and whispered, "Zhao Zhangpan, you still seek additional compensation for this dilapidated urn? What if inside the stone door lies yet another vessel?" Zhao Zhangpan, with a grim expression, was about to respond when Shen Yuan stepped forward and admonished Shen Yuan, "Ahua, do not prattle on. Fortune flows like water, it cannot be compelled. Moreover, this is undoubtedly an undisturbed ancient tomb, and the main chamber has yet to be opened. Show some respect to Mr. Zhao. At worst, consider this an opportunity for enlightenment. With Mr. Long and Mr. Zhao as companions, is there not ample chance to encounter remarkable treasures? Let us proceed." "Yes, boss," Shen Yuan replied, bowing in apology as he quickly fell back behind Shen Yuan, though his gaze at Zhao Zhangpan remained laced with disdain. Zhao Zhangpan shook his head and forced a smile. "This truly is unexpected. A mountain hewn as a tomb. Surely there should be a stele and some substantial burial items outside, at the very least some utensils. How strange. It seems that only by opening the coffin can we hope to gain wealth." Shen Yuan nodded in agreement, and the three exited the desolate right ear chamber, arriving at the stone door. By then, it seemed the ventilation had been adequately addressed and the pipes had been removed. Shaoqi stood quietly to the side, while a burly man and 2 others struggled to move the half-open stone door. Once they secured the door, they began to pry at the seemingly half-ton weight of the broken dragon stone behind it. With the pressure from the dragon's stone gone, the remaining half of the stone door was gradually pried open. The burly man took the lead, and Shen Yuan, Zhao Zhangpan, and Shen Yuan crawled over the fallen dragon stone at the tomb's entrance, cautiously making their way into the main burial chamber. Shen Yuan raised his flashlight, inspecting the surroundings. He noticed that the tunnel behind the tomb door was notably more refined, yet the chamber still resembled a natural cave, devoid of bricks or arches. It was polished with greater care, lacking any decorative patterns, yet along the sides of the narrow passage after the door, there were 2 recessed niches. Within these niches stood 2 statues, carved in a simple and ancient style. Why were they referred to as divine figures? Because these statues bore no resemblance to any deities from Shen Yuan's recollection of religious iconography. They were distinct in appearance, clad in simple garments. One gazed upward toward the heavens, while the other bowed its head downward. The facial features are simple and indistinct, revealing no emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, evoking a primitive yet eerie sensation. Those with discerning hearts may feel that when we visit the ancient Buddhist temples and Taoist shrines that still exist, as well as the newly constructed ones, There exists an essential distinction between the deities represented in the latter and those enshrined in the ancient structures. It is a feeling, a spiritual resonance. Despite the opulence of many newly built temples, adorned with gilded figures and draped in luxurious silks, surrounded by swirling incense and dazzling lights, their meticulous craftsmanship seems to lack something when compared to the ancient idols, birthed from the chisels of nameless artisans. It appears to be missing a certain spirit, a touch of vitality. In the eyes of Shen Yuan, what is lacking is that profound sense of reverent awe. This reverence, deeply rooted in the soul, was inscribed into the flowing lines through the use of simple tools. The ancient artisans gradually conveyed the essence they sought to express through their sculpting. The spiritual power of humanity is one of the greatest forces in the world. These humble craftsmen may not have understood any specific paths of cultivation, yet their unwavering concentration allowed them to leave behind this extraordinary significance. This essence is encapsulated in the dignified and mysterious lines of the statues, communicating a mystique to future generations, igniting a deep sense of reverence and awe during their worship. As Shen Yuan stood, lost in thought while gazing at the two enigmatic statues, Zhao Zhangpan, who had already stepped into the main burial chamber, could not restrain himself and let out a curse. Shen Yuan hurriedly followed him into the chamber, where he observed Shun Bai, suppressing a smile. Before them stood a burly man and Zhao Zhangpan, whose face bore a troubled expression. In front of them should have been the coffin bed for the sarcophagus, but to their bewilderment, the coffin that ought to have been there was nowhere to be found. Instead, a larger stone pedestal had appeared in the empty chamber, topped with a large, earthenware urn. Zhao Zhangpan, unable to even glance at Shen Yuan's expression, gritted his teeth and, along with the burly man, swiftly smashed the lid of the urn. They quickly leaned over the rim of the urn, shining their flashlights inside. Shen Yuan and Shun Bai, unable to contain their curiosity, drew closer. The burly man grimly handed them 2 hooked wooden sticks and pulled Zhao Zhangpan, who was still peering into the urn, back with a warning. "Brother, be careful. Don't breathe in the foul air inside." They then considered whether there might be a hidden door or a burial chamber within a burial chamber, as it was possible there might be some kind of partition. If nothing fruitful emerged, he would privately offer Boss Fong 2 items to open the door as an apology, ensuring that he, as an esteemed guest, would not feel slighted. Shen Yuan quickly waved his hand, saying, "Fortune cannot be forced. Mr. Zhao, do not take it too much to heart. It is only fitting that we compensate our brothers for their toil. Whatever emerges from within is merely a matter of fate. Who knows? We might even uncover 2 splendid treasures. I have quite the fondness for those 2 stone sculptures at the entrance. Though regrettably they are carved from a single piece. I have arranged for them to be meticulously removed along with their bases overnight, and they shall be swiftly delivered to Mr. Fong. There is no need for you to decline. This matter is settled. I hope in the future, Mr. Fong will maintain close correspondence with us, as we have ample time ahead to prosper together." Chapter 47. The Puppeteer's Brutality. Shen Yuan and his companion concealed themselves by the entrance, engaging in a ruse. Nearby, a burly man instructed a local to blow into a large ceramic urn, causing a flurry of dust and debris to scatter about, settling onto the ground as the laborious local coughed in distress. The blowing persisted for 3 to 4 minutes before pausing, as the air gradually cleared. Shen Bai edged closer, observing as the burly man and the local cautiously sifted through the contents with peculiar long-handled tools, occasionally extracting various items. Among them were a rusted weapon, decayed fabrics, copper adornment from garments, and human bones. These items were arranged in a small heap on the ground, and the burly man signaled that the urn was now empty. Shen Bai climbed up to peer inside, promptly shaking his head at Shen Yuan, indicating that there was nothing left. Shen Yuan, with his mask in place, approached the heap of mingled bones and tattered remnants, meticulously probing with a wooden stick. The weapon appeared to be a curved blade, rusted but seemingly not excessively so, possessing some value despite the lack of gold or precious embellishments on its hilt and sheath, which were also largely decayed. This was likely a practical tool, genuinely intended for combat rather than mere ornamentation or a funerary offering. There was also a leather strap, though its adornment was an unremarkable bronze piece, tarnished with a faint green patina, lacking any distinctive design. Ring. This was the most notable find. Nestled among the fragments of bone, under the light, it radiated a reddish-yellow hue, free of rust, seemingly composed of a low-carat gold-copper alloy. Aside from human bones and fabrics, only a few strands of gray hair remained, nothing more. Ever since encountering the Dragon 9 stone, Shen Yuan and Shen Bai had been repressing their spiritual energy, as they had not disclosed to the Dragon Nine Stone their identities as mere outer disciples of a Jade Appraisal school. Suddenly, as Shen Yuan crouched, his body swayed precariously, almost collapsing onto the stone floor. Little Seven rushed forward to catch him. Shen Bai quickly approached, remaining vigilant of Zhao Zhangpan and his companion, while placing a hand on Shen Yuan's neck, feeling his pulse racing as if it were boiling. However, the unusual sensation was fleeting after a few deep breaths. Shen Yuan opened his eyes, reassured Shen Bai that he was fine, attributing the incident to having crouched too hastily. Alas, one grows old, and the body begins to falter. Shen Bai's inquisitive gaze remained fixed on Shen Yuan, who, upon offering a reassuring glance, prompted him to nod and step aside. At that moment, Zhao Zhangpan approached, inquiring if Shen Yuan was experiencing any discomfort. Shen Yuan gestured that he was fine, attributing his feelings to a slight case of acclimatization coupled with inadequate rest. After Zhao Zhangpan expressed his concern with warm inquiries, he ceased his questioning. Once Shen Yuan regained his composure, he motioned for Xiao Qi to gather any valuable items from the ground into his backpack, and then engaged Zhao Zhangpan in casual conversation. Shen Yuan remarked that the excavation of this ancient tomb was rather unsatisfactory, yet the process itself was intriguing. Sensing the underlying sentiment, Zhao Zhangpan eagerly patted his chest, assuring that he had several promising excavation sites to explore further with Boss Fong. Xiao Qi, donning gloves, sifted through the collection of items, uncovering a few meager burial artifacts, a tattered curved dagger, a decayed copper ornament, a leather strap, and a solitary ring. Just as he was about to abandon the search, Shen Bai, standing behind Shen Yuan, noticed a subtle gesture indicating he should pay attention to the jumble of items mixed with skeletal remains. Shen Bai cautiously approached Xiao Qi, glancing at the silent, imposing figure at the entrance and the ongoing conversation between Shen Yuan and Zhao Zhangpan, before bending down to meticulously search for any peculiar artifacts. As he examined a fragment of a decayed ribcage wrapped in 2 layers of tattered cloth, Shen Bai suppressed his revulsion and, using a specially crafted wooden stick, peeled away the rags, which quickly disintegrated into dust upon exposure. While a few ribs retained some rigidity, they too crumbled under scrutiny. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold caught Shen Bai's peripheral vision. He promptly crouched down to inspect it closely and discovered a pointed metallic object, approximately 4 inches in length, lodged within the crevice between the ribcage and the spinal column. The faint golden hue shimmered, unmarred by rust, sending a jolt of excitement through Shen Bai. Was Shen Yuan's earlier unease linked to this? Confident in Shen Yuan's heightened perception, Shen Bai speculated whether the arrowhead had pricked him. This artifact was undoubtedly extraordinary. With gloved hands, he delicately extracted the golden arrowhead and casually tossed it into the sealed bag held by Xiao Qi. Upon further inspection, he also retrieved a silvery gray, feather-like object, seemingly a directional tail feather from a long arrow. This solid confirmation of the golden item being an arrowhead intrigued Shen Bai even more. What kind of magical artifact would take the form of a long arrow? He marveled at the thought, noting that the robust tail feather, tainted by a layer of grime, showed no signs of decay. In Xiao Qi's astonished gaze, Shen Bai meticulously re-examined the items strewn across the ground, yet no further anomalies revealed themselves. Rising to his feet, he feigned disappointment as he approached Shen Yuan, declaring, "Boss, these are all the items we have gathered. Could we perhaps request their personnel to meticulously inspect the surroundings for any concealed cavities or hidden compartments?" Shen Yuan nodded in agreement, stating, "Let it be so." He then turned to Zhao Zhangpan, saying, "I would appreciate it if Mr. Zhao could assign some brothers to conduct a thorough examination." He genuinely hoped that something intriguing might still be uncovered here. By the way, let us leave those 2 statues at the entrance undisturbed. If we cannot discern the path, their value diminishes and we risk offending the deities. Let them remain as a token of goodwill. Zhao Zhangpan promptly acquiesced, lavishing praise upon Shen Yuan with platitudes about how those who harbor reverence are bound to receive abundant blessings. He then called upon the burly men to arrange for several individuals to meticulously search the entire tomb chamber, hoping for some fruitful discovery. The burly man nodded and began directing the laborers outside to enter with crowbars and investigate the area. Shen Yuan and his companions, equipped with sealed bags, accompanied by Zhao Zhangpan, made their way outside. Upon exiting the tomb passage, they removed their masks and inhaled deeply the fresh, untainted air of the mountains. Awaiting them at the entrance was Long Jiushi, who smiled at the group and remarked to Shen Yuan, "It seems this time we have not managed to satisfy Boss Fong. It appears I have misjudged the situation. Next time, we must ensure that Boss Fong returns with a bountiful yield." Just as Long Jiushi was about to finish his polite yet insincere remarks, the burly man who had stealthily followed Zhao Zhangpan suddenly interjected. "Mr. Long, the items inside cannot be allowed to leave with them." Long Jiushi's brow furrowed at these words, his gaze fixed coldly upon the burly man, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhangpan, standing beside Shen Yuan, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Mengzi, what madness possesses you? How dare you speak to Mr. Long and our guests in such a manner? Begone." The burly man cast a cold glance at Zhao Zhangpan and replied, "Zhao Laoda, you are mistaken. You have already violated Mr. Wang's directives by failing to report the matters concerning Boss Fong and his party. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not wish to address you in this manner, and we could have let this matter pass with one eye closed. But they—" He gestured towards the small figure of Chi-Chi, clutching the large sealed bag. "The items they have retrieved from the underworld include something specifically sought by the temple." At this revelation, Chi-Chi tightened her grip on the sealed bag, stepping back and fixating her gaze on the suddenly confrontational burly man. Long Jiushi maintained his cold demeanor, while Zhao Zhangpan appeared utterly alarmed. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Mengzi, are you affiliated with the temple?" The burly man nodded expressionlessly. "It is good that you know. We could have continued as brothers, but this item is indeed what the temple has explicitly requested. Since Mr. Long did not enter the tomb chamber, he may not have recognized it. That arrow, the golden arrowhead, it must be delivered to the temple. These individuals—" At this point, the burly man glanced at Shen Yuan and his companions, implying that they would likely be required to visit the temple for a cup of tea before departing. Shen Yuan glared fiercely, asking, "Who the hell are you? What concern do you have with your so-called temple? A trivial arrowhead and a ring. Do you truly wish to engage in a treacherous game of deceit?" With that, he suddenly brandished a dark pistol from behind him. Xiao Qi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shen Yuan, his left hand clutching a sealed bag while his right drew forth a handgun, glaring in the direction of Zhao Zhangpan and Long Jiushi. Mengzi revealed an object resembling a gold box, dangling from his chest, presenting it to Zhao Zhangpan and Long Jiushi. Shen Yuan fixed his gaze intently on Long Jiushi's eyes, puzzled as to how this robust man named Mengzi recognized the unassuming golden arrowhead. Even if the arrowhead were indeed a magical artifact, how did this evidently non-cultivator Mengzi discern its significance? Did Long Jiushi possess any knowledge of Mengzi's true identity? Zhao Zhangpan looked to Long Jiushi for help, but found him as impassive as stone, ignoring him completely. His eyes locked on the imposing figure of Mengzi, still holding the peculiar gold box. The chaotic scene at the tomb entrance stirred the attention of the nearby sentinels atop the mountain, causing a stir among the three small leaders of the local bandits, who hesitantly approached the platform. Seeing this, Mengzi bellowed, "You fools! Have you grown weary of life? Do you not fear the wrath of Wang Xinjia, who could claim the souls of your entire families?" Wang Xinjia. Upon hearing this name, Shen Yuan immediately recognized it referred to Wang Ziheng. The three small leaders and Zhao Zhangpan visibly shuddered. Zhao Zhangpan hesitated before addressing Long Jiushi. "Sir, Wang Xinjia is not a figure we dare to provoke. What do you think? Should we?" Shen Bai retorted vehemently, "You insolent fools! Do you think the weapon in my hand is merely for show? What pretentiousness from these bandits! Get out of my sight, or I shall not hesitate to send you to the afterlife." A sense of dread washed over Shen Yuan upon hearing Shen Bai's fervent words. He should have known better. Those who emerged from the Mongolian region were notoriously ruthless and unified in their resolve. At this moment, it seemed prudent to negotiate with Mengzi through the influence of Long Jiushi and Zhao Zhangpan, prioritizing self-preservation, even if it meant relinquishing the peculiar arrow-shaped artifact. Shen Bai's outburst had indeed provoked the three bandits, who now regarded him with eyes ablaze with malice. Mengzi smirked coldly. "You have quite the audacity, don't you? Brandishing a firearm on our territory, you presume yourself to be a king?" As his words hung in the air, two figures emerged atop the towering cliff, clearly armed and aimed directly at Shen Yuan and his companions. Shen Yuan's heart raced as he observed the weapons in their hands, resembling a local term for a six-shot shotgun. In this confined space, a single shot could easily fell all three of them. Wait, where was Hu Xiaomei? Shen Yuan discreetly reached into the backpack, slung across Xiao Qi's back, firmly grasping the handle of the modified, short-barreled shotgun while searching for any sign of Hu Xiaomei. Strangely, it seems that everyone has somewhat forgotten the delicate woman who has always appeared in the guise of a mistress and a goddaughter. Upon hearing the words "the few Buddhas in the mountains," a sudden flame ignited in Long Jiushi's narrow eyes, glaring fiercely at the burly man, Mengzi. A palpable resentment seemed to swirl ominously above Long Jiushi's head, inexplicably provoking such fury within him. "Haha, that's splendid. Since, Long Jiushi, do you desire your entire family to suffer a fate worse than death?" Just as Mengzi felt assured of victory, the lingering echoes of Long Jiushi's submissive words had yet to fade. A disciple, seemingly a mere puppet, flashed like a shadow to Mengzi's side from behind. With a right hand that struck like a blade, it plunged deep into Mengzi's lower back. Amidst the collective astonishment of the onlookers, the young man, whose expression was as rigid as that of a walking corpse, knelt behind Mengzi as if engaged in a trivial task. His right hand, embedded within Mengzi's abdomen, appeared to grasp something tightly. Blood gushed forth like water from a broken faucet, splattering onto the young man's face and arms, cascading to the ground. Yet, despite being reduced to a mere shadow of himself, Mengzi remained upright, supported by the young man's arm that was thrust within him, preventing his collapse. Witnessing the scene, which was perhaps more brutal than execution itself, Shen Yuan felt an overwhelming nausea wash over him. In this moment, even Hu Xiaomei was forgotten, as Shen Yuan yearned to escape this dreadful place at once. Mengzi was clearly clinging to life by a thread. It was evident that should the young man withdraw his hand, Mengzi's blood would pour forth like a floodgate opened, and he would likely succumb in an instant. Struggling to lift his drooping head, Mengzi gazed at Long Jiushi with a defiant look, his trembling voice barely escaping his lips. "Long Jiushi, you dare to betray the Buddha, betray Wang Xinjia, you are doomed, along with all your fellow disciples, and that. Already. Ruin. Die. Just go die." Upon hearing this, Long Jiushi erupted into a furious roar. Mengzi collapsed onto the stone platform, blood streaming from the gaping wound at his side, along with chunks of his internal organs protruding grotesquely. Blood poured from his mouth in torrents, while his body convulsed in a futile struggle against death. The young man stepped closer, kneeling beside him, and with that same right hand, struck down with lightning speed. A soft sound echoed as half of his palm pierced cleanly into the lower back of Mengzi's skull, the force and speed reminiscent of slaughtering a decaying watermelon. In an instant, the central nervous system of the fallen figure was obliterated, liberating him from the boundless sea of suffering. With a thud, Zhao Zhangpan, 2 steps behind the fallen man, crumpled onto the stone platform, trembling as he raised his head, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Long Jiushi. "Sir, what on earth has transpired? Sir, you..." Long Jiushi, fixated on the lifeless body, sprawled on the ground, murmured, "This is none of your concern. But do not court your own demise. Remain silent and stay put." Chapter 48. The Great Black Temple. Zhao Zhangpan stifled a wave of urgency, nodding like a chick pecking a grain, scarcely daring to utter a sound. Not far away, the 3 small leaders stood frozen, dumbfounded as they observed Zhao Zhangpan and the suddenly deathly transformed Long Jiushi. It seemed that fleeing was not an option, nor was lingering prudent. Long Jiushi glanced at the trio, gestured towards the kneeling Zhao Zhangpan, and instructed approach. "Stay next to your leader, and once my men have dealt with the hidden threats surrounding the fallen man, I shall elaborate further." After a moment's hesitation, one of them looked up to see the 2 figures who had been perched atop the cliff with their weapons now vanished without a trace. Whether they had been eliminated or had fled was uncertain. Shen Yuan and Shun Bai remained on high alert, sensing an immense threat from the suddenly ferocious trio led by Long Jiushi. The situation had spiraled out of control in an instant. Shun Bai swiftly scanned the surroundings, contemplating how to extricate themselves from this perilous predicament as swiftly as possible. Coughing into his hand, Long Jiushi's pallor deepened as he turned to the composed Shen Yuan. "Mr. Fong, I apologize for the fright. However, this was unavoidable. If I were to hand you over to Prince Hung, I would be betraying our ancestors who fought alongside us, and I would be failing my fellow disciples who are suffering in the Great Black Temple. At this moment, our priority is to swiftly contain any information. I beseech you, in light of our ancestors' shared sacrifice, please assist me and my craftsmanship sect." With that, Long Jiushi fell to his knees upon the unforgiving stone platform. Shen Yuan regarded the wavering figure of Long Jiushi kneeling amidst the gritty stone with a complex expression. The sudden aggression from the Great Black Temple had indeed been anticipated. As long as Xiaomei did not directly confront the Great Black Temple's members, Shen Yuan was not particularly afraid of being discovered, for he bore no ill intent. But wait, where was Xiaomei? Why had she not yet appeared? Panic surged through Shen Yuan as he turned to Long Jiushi. Where's the girl who came with me? Long Jiushi shook his head. I'm not certain. I entered the tomb passage just before you, but did not see her upon my exit. I had assumed she was hiding to support you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi quickly retrieved her phone and dialed Xiaomei's number. I'm sorry. The telephone you dialed brought an immediate sense of dread. An incident had occurred. Just as Shunbai dispatched Xiaoqi to search for Xiaomei, a call from Moyu suddenly interrupted, reaching Shunbai's phone. Under Shen Yuan's anxious gaze, Shunbai listened intently to the news relayed by Moyu, his brow furrowed. He then whispered to Shen Yuan, a vehicle has broken through. Moyu and 2 local thugs sensed something amiss and attempted to intercept the vehicle, but to no avail. One of the thugs was struck dead, and according to Moyu, it appeared that Xiaomei was bound within the vehicle. Shen Yuan ran his fingers through his hair and declared, contact Daozi immediately. Have him dispatch personnel to guard the route leading to the Mongolian region, and urge Moyu to pursue. He must strive to rescue Xiaomei en route. Shunbai shook his head. It's futile. Our manpower is insufficient. We must rely on Long Jiushi's information. Turning to Long Jiushi, who remained kneeling on the ground. Shen Yuan's expression was complex. Mr. Long, you must understand that we do not wish to recklessly embroil ourselves in the conflicts of this continent. However, I urgently need to rescue Xiaomei. And I hope you can comprehend that this is a favor owed from my Jade Appraisal Guild and the 5 Immortals sect to you. Long Jiushi nodded. I do not dare demand immediate assistance from your esteemed guild for vengeance. Even if you were to leave in haste, I would harbor no resentment. I simply seek your aid in the future when circumstances allow. I would be immensely grateful for your support. As for Miss Hu, rest assured, I will promptly eliminate those involved in this incident, and we shall proceed to the Great Black Temple to intercept them on the road, striving to rescue her as swiftly as possible. Please rise. At this juncture, we must rely on each other. Shen Yuan approached to assist Long Jiushi, whose words evoked a profound sense of regret within him. The door swung open, and Shunbai entered with a dejected demeanor, closing the door behind him and seating himself on the sofa opposite Shen Yuan. I have contacted the 5 Immortals sect. They will position personnel around the Great Black Temple to prepare for the interception. Old Master Hu scolded me, saying that if anything were to happen to Xiaomei, I should leap from the rooftop of the Fox Immortal Hall at Tanyuan Fort. Long Jiushi had also secured the internal affairs of the thugs, sending the unreliable and uninformed individuals to a pasture prepared for concealment by him in Shimeng. They departed overnight. Zhao Zhangpan was responsible for their escort, and they would not be released until this matter was fully resolved. Long Jiushi expressed his readiness to accompany us to the Great Black Temple to rescue Xiaomei first, and then seek an opportunity to save his junior sister. How could you not see it? Long Jiushi is eager for us and the 5 Immortals sect to engage in immediate conflict with the Great Black Temple. Shen Yuan nearly leapt from his bed, pointing an accusatory finger at Shunbai. Shunbai regarded Shen Yuan with an impassive expression. I am aware. And what of it? The 5 Immortals sect is our ally, and Xiaomei is our friend. Even if Xiaomei was deliberately captured by Long Jiushi to provoke the Great Black Temple, we have no choice. All accounts can only be settled after we rescue Xiaomei. This fellow is playing a cunning game, leaving us with no solution. We can only respond to his moves as they come. Shunbai shook his head, declaring, it's impossible. I have consulted Old Master Hu, and this item must never fall into the hands of the Great Black Temple. Shen Yuan stared wide-eyed. Why? Shunbai explained. The Old Master examined the photograph of this arrowhead, or rather, it was the Fox Fairy family who scrutinized it. This arrowhead may very well be the legendary Golden Arrow of Chaos. What golden arrow? Shen Yuan was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend how any golden arrow could hold more significance than Xiaomei's life. Shunbai continued. Old Master Hu mentioned that this artifact is a sacred object that secured the Khitan Empire for 2 centuries. Its origins are mysterious, and it is certainly not comparable to ordinary magical tools. If the Great Black Temple possesses the incantations to wield the Golden Arrow, the potential devastation is unimaginable. Coupled with the Dragon Pearl they seized from the Fox Fairy family of the 5 Immortals sect, their schemes appear exceedingly sinister. Shen Yuan collapsed onto the bed, his head throbbing as if it might explode. He truly wished to avoid being embroiled in such a chaotic and perilous situation. He looked at Shunbai and said, I believe we must promptly devise a contingency plan scale back unnecessary personnel, and gather all available information on the Great Black Temple. Contact the Five Immortals sect and have the Fox Fairy family devise a strategy before informing us. Also, I will reach out to my family immediately. Please arrange for them to take refuge in a club on the outskirts of Shengjing City, and then you should get in touch with old Master Shen. I will hastily arrange for my parents to escape to Malaysia under the guise of tourism. I leave the specifics to you. Shenbai nodded. I had suggested earlier that your parents accompany my old man to Malaysia, freeing us from concerns and allowing us to act more decisively. Rest assured, I will make arrangements right away. Have your uncle and aunt prepare their passports immediately. We will bring them to the club today and aim for the fastest flight. You handle the arrangements. Without delay, Shen Bai rose to organize the safety of Shen Yuan's parents. As Shen Yuan watched his retreating figure, he took out his phone to prepare what to say to his parents. Though he was reluctant to do so, safety was paramount, leaving him no choice. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 SUVs roared to life, speeding north along the national highway. The vehicles carried Shen Yuan, Shen Bai, Xiao Qi, and Mou, along with Daozi and 3 subordinates, forming 2 teams on separate routes. Following a different path were Long Jiushi and 2 of his puppet disciples, accompanied by 5 capable local operatives he had discreetly recruited over the years. Just last night, Long Jiushi had relied on these 5, along with his 2 lethal disciples, to successfully eliminate an entire tomb raiding gang, resulting in 5 deaths, including the brawny Mengzi. All 5 were spies placed by the Great Black Temple within the tomb raiding group. The remaining 8 or 9 members were utterly terrified and had reportedly fled to the Shiming pastoral area under the escort of Zhao Zhangpan and 2 of Long Jiushi's trusted subordinates. Long Jiushi sighed, understanding Shen Yuan's intent, and indicated that everything could be addressed after rescuing Hu Xiaomei. Seated within the confines of the vehicle, Shen Yuan withdrew the Kunwu sword he had always kept close at hand, gently caressing its jagged blade, his heart a tumult of confusion. In the afternoon, having secured the Kunwu sword, he toyed with the heavy golden arrowhead in his hand. The surface of the arrowhead, devoid of any intricate engravings, bore no signs of rust. However, its edges were slightly marred by wear and tear. Its weight was reminiscent of gold, yet its hue bore a slight dullness. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be an ordinary object, leaving Shen Yuan perplexed as to how such an unremarkable item could serve as a talisman for establishing a nation's fortune. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, a call from Shen Bai. Upon answering, Shen Bai exchanged a few words, urging caution in following up. Before hanging up and turning to Shen Yuan with the news, they had found a lead. The vehicle that had abducted Hu Xiaomei was discovered abandoned by the roadside in Horkin, right-wing middle banner. Shen Yuan immediately inquired about Hu Xiaomei's whereabouts. Shen Bai shook his head, his expression grave. The car had overturned by the roadside, and both of the dark henchmen from the Black Temple were dead. Authorities had arrived on the scene and were currently investigating the cause of the accident, leaving their people unable to intervene promptly. However, Hu Xiaomei's whereabouts remained unaccounted for, rendering the situation exceedingly suspicious. Shen Yuan pressed further. How long had it been since the discovery of the vehicle and the bodies? About 20 minutes, replied Shen Bai. The location was not particularly remote. If Hu Xiaomei were unharmed or had managed to escape, she would likely have contacted them by now. The absence of any communication suggested she might still be in danger. Shen Bai nodded in agreement, adding, I suspect foul play. I still don't trust Long Jiushi. Setting aside his 2 disciples, whose skills resemble those of demons, his ruthless nature raises doubts. I find it hard to believe Hu Xiaomei's situation is not part of his scheme. Shen Yuan acknowledged, I understand. It seems highly probable that Long Jiushi is laying a trap for us. By leaking information regarding the Black Temple and abducting Hu Xiaomei, he is directly entangling us with the Wuxian sect. It appears he is desperately seeking assistance, ostensibly to rescue his disciples. But what if he harbors ulterior motives? Let us split up, Shen Bai suggested, still urging Shen Yuan to retreat to safety. Shen Yuan shook his head firmly no. Splitting up would be unwise. If Long Jiushi is indeed orchestrating this, our separation might raise his suspicions. He could target one of us and subsequently frame the Black Temple. We must tread carefully regarding Hu Xiaomei. Openly doubting him could lead to her silencing. Shen Bai nodded. All right, you make a valid point. In that case, let us proceed as previously discussed, taking advantage of the situation. It would be prudent to offer Long Jiushi some incentive to fully commit to rescuing Hu Xiaomei, after which we can assist him. Let us hope that young girl finds a stroke of luck this time. Beside Provincial Route S-306, Shen Yuan and Shen Bai, having shed their disguises, parked their vehicle at a distance, blending into a throng of spectators. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, exacerbated by the scorching winds of the desert, leaving them feeling utterly uncomfortable. Not long ago, Long Jiushi called to inform us that their people had arrived at the outskirts of the Great Black Temple, but beyond that point, mobile phone signals were scarce. He inquired about our next course of action. You decide, Shen Bai murmured. Shen Yuan furrowed his brow. Have we made contact with the people from the Wuxian sect? Shen Bai nodded. Yes, we reached them. The four who arrived first have not found Hu Xiaomei and are currently waiting not far from Kurqin Zhongqi. They said to follow your lead. Shen Yuan turned and walked toward the vehicle, speaking as he went. Let us meet with the Wuxian sect members first. Afterward, we'll instruct Long Jiushi's team to lay low and remind him not to play tricks. Otherwise, he shouldn't blame us for disregarding our past camaraderie. Shen Bai smiled slightly and replied, It was about time. We cannot allow Long Jiushi to manipulate us with the legacy of his ancestors. I will negotiate with him immediately. The two vehicles halted not far from a small Mongolian restaurant. Shen Yuan took only Shen Bai inside, where they met the reinforcements from the Wuxian sect in a private room. To their surprise, among the four individuals present was an unexpected familiar face, Lu Wan. What brings you here? Shen Yuan exclaimed, astonished to see the old acquaintance, casually seated in the corner. Lu Wan, along with the three young men from the Wuxian sect, stood and smiled, clasping their fists in greeting. It is an honor to meet the disciple of the Jinyu sect, said a taller young man, slightly older than the others, addressing Shen Yuan. Ah, it is a pleasure to meet you all, Shen Yuan replied with a slight bow, which was not considered impolite given his status. He then turned to Lu Wan. How is it that you are here? Are you now? Lu Wan shook his head, smiling. I am not a disciple of the Wuxian sect. I was called by Old Master Hu to assist, as it was also an instruction from the Fox Immortal family. I'm not entirely sure of the reasons. Perhaps the Fox Immortal family foresaw something. Shen Yuan and Shen Bai exchanged glances. Shen Bai then asked Lu Wan, Since you are already acquainted with the friends from the Wuxian sect, why didn't you seek their help when you encountered difficulties a few days ago? Lu Wan gave a wry smile. I initially wished to keep the matter regarding Boss Fong from familiar faces, but who could have anticipated such a grand scheme? Ultimately, it has entangled the Fox Immortal family. If I had known, alas, Miss Lu, there is no need for self-reproach. It is all part of fate. We are immensely grateful that you could heed Old Master Hu's call to aid us, Shen Yuan remarked. Oh, Mr. Shen, I am Hu Jiao. You can simply call me Xiao Jiao. These are my two junior brothers, Hu Xiaohu and Hu Xiaoyan. Miss Lu is someone you know well. And when we four arrived at the behest of Old Master Hu, we were instructed to follow your directives. The taller young man, appearing to be more familiar with Lu Wan, quickly diverted the conversation and formally introduced himself to Shen Yuan. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan felt he had somewhat neglected the three young men from the Five Immortal sect and promptly introduced his two companions. To his surprise, the young man named Hu Xiaoyan chuckled and said, I have met both of you before. In the battle at Tanyuan Fort, it was Mr. Shen who saved brother Hu Yong's life. At once, Shen Yuan recalled a man named Hu Yong, astonished that he had survived such grievous injuries. He quickly inquired about Hu Yong's current condition, only to learn that he had been rendered nearly incapacitated, having lost a leg to amputation and suffered severe internal damage, leaving him a disabled man for life. Fortunately, he was being cared for by his sect. Alone and without a place to go, Hu Yong had moved to the home of the second aunt at Tanyuan Fort to recuperate, tended to by area. After a moment of reflection, Hu Jiao asked about Shen Yuan's next steps. Initially, Shen Yuan had anticipated the arrival of seasoned veterans from the Five Immortals sect to stabilize the situation. Yet, to his dismay, three inexperienced youths had instead arrived. While he refrained from voicing his complaints, he inwardly berated the venerable Hu Baoi. As for the Fox Fairy, Shen Yuan felt it unwise to criticize her in his thoughts, so he refrained from pondering further. Shen Yuan meticulously recounted the events that transpired after their arrival in Liaoxi to the four of them. Hu Jiao agreed that there seemed to be no viable solutions at present and commended Shen Yuan's restrained approach. After all, they had yet to engage directly with the Great Black Temple, and it would be rather hasty to conclude that it was Wang Ziheng and his cohorts behind the attacks on the Five Immortals sect based solely on a few words from Long Jiushi. Hu Jiao also requested to borrow the Jin Shui arrow for examination, and then delicately suggested that, for safety's sake, it might be prudent to temporarily store the arrow at the Five Immortals sect. After some contemplation, Shen Yuan declined the request. Hu Jiao said, no more on the matter, merely advising Shen Yuan to safeguard it diligently, ensuring it did not fall into the hands of Wang Ziheng or the Great Black Temple. Shen Yuan nodded in agreement without elaborating further. Throughout this exchange, Luan quietly sipped on the Mongolian milk tea brewed from tea bricks, uttering not a single word. Occasionally casting a glance at Shen Yuan, his expression neutral. At that moment, Luan seemed to sense Shen Yuan's thoughts and offered him a subtle smile, causing Shen Yuan's heart to skip a beat. Could they be in sync? Goodness, he mused. You're not the fox fairy. After a brief discussion, they hastily consumed a light meal and promptly set out to their vehicles, heading toward the location indicated by Long Jiushi. The immediate priority remained the rescue of Hu Xiaomei. Accompanied by an off-road vehicle from the Five Immortals sect, they formed a convoy of 3 vehicles and departed the modest Zhongxi Street, traversing a solitary railway before plunging into the vast, desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. However, just as the convoy was nearly engulfed by the swirling yellow sands, the last vehicle driven by Daozi made a sharp turn, veering off the convoy and disappearing down a small side road to the south, heading toward an unknown destination. The other 2 vehicles appeared oblivious to this development. Shen Yuan gazed out at the seemingly endless semi-certified Gobi, where the rearview mirror revealed only billowing clouds of dust, with scarcely a hint of greenery on either side. The once verdant grasslands, now rendered desolate by years of drought and perhaps exacerbated by excessive grazing, have witnessed an alarming acceleration of desertification in the northern steppes. Shen Yuan pondered how many more years would pass before this land transformed into a true desert, ultimately devolving into a lifeless wasteland. The Gobi, characterized by its scarcity of trees, is dominated by gravel and weathered dark stones, interspersed with low-hill stone mountains. Lifeless riverbeds, long dried up, crisscross the terrain, where a careless vehicle could easily become ensnared, leaving its occupants utterly isolated from help. As Shen Yuan meticulously examined the nearby place names on his electronic map, Chagan Aura, Halchu, Dingrich, he soon found himself bereft of network signal. A fleeting glance at his phone revealed only a feeble connection remaining. Urgently, he signaled for Xiao Qi to halt, instructing Shun Bai to reach out to Long Jiushi to ascertain their precise location. With a sporadic mobile signal, it took Shen Yuan and the 2 vehicles over 2 hours to locate the concealed refuge of Long Jiushi, nestled within a desolate valley of stone hills. The valley, somewhat more humid, still bore traces of greenery amidst the barren grasslands, while several Mongolian-style stone tombs dotted the hillside, their white facades stark against the desolate backdrop. At the foot of the slope lay 3 dilapidated vehicles, while Long Jiushi awaited them alone at the summit of the earthen mound. Shinbai parked their vehicle several dozen meters opposite the Tomb Raiders' cars, where a few figures remained silently seated within, offering no indication of engagement or greeting. As Shun Bai glanced up at Shen Yuan, who was making his way up the slope accompanied by Hu Jiu to meet Long Jiushi, a sense of unease enveloped him. The increasingly inscrutable nature of Long Jiushi raised his suspicions. Who are you, Boss Fong? Haha, I thought you looked somewhat peculiar at first glance. It appears you have undergone a disguise. How youthful you are. Youth, such a blessing. Haha, indeed. Long Jiushi, seated beside the stone mound of the altar, struggled to rise as he spoke. Hu Jiu, maintaining a stern demeanor, merely nodded in silence, signifying his subtle animosity towards Long Jiushi. Long Jiushi seemed to have lost his former vigor, appearing aged without the presence of his usual companions. He trembled like a frail elder, yet managed to bow respectfully to Hu Jiu, stating, I, Long Jiushi of the Craftsmanship sect, have the honor of meeting the envoy of the Five Immortals sect. This time, Shen Yuan interjected, I have already conversed with the brothers of the Five Immortals sect regarding the Craftsmanship sect's matters. The message from the Fox Immortals household is to rescue Hu Xiaomei immediately, and then we shall discuss further. Long Jiushi glanced at Hu Jiu, who remained taciturn and seemingly deferential to Shen Yuan, and with a bitter smile, he replied, Understood. Naturally, the status of your sect's disciples is of utmost importance. As it should be. Shen Yuan suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Long Jiushi, the unfortunate disciple of the Qiaogong sect. He instinctively believed that much of what Long Jiushi claimed was likely the truth. The fervor with which he sought to rescue his fellow disciples seemed far too genuine to be mere pretense. Long Jiushi pointed towards a slightly elevated stone valley in the north, where a dilapidated site resembling a quarry could be seen at the entrance. He addressed the 2 there. That is the territory of the Great Black Temple. The so-called Great Black Temple in the nearby town of Sumu is merely a facade designed to deceive well-meaning believers. They have several locations for their sinister activities, and this is one of their largest strongholds, housing over 20 individuals. It also serves as a prison for disobedient captives. Deep within the valley lies the legendary command platform of Genghis Khan. There are several elder shamans there, who are the true puppeteers behind the Great Black Temple. Shen Yuan was taken aback. What? Shamans? Isn't the Great Black Temple part of the Yellow Sect's lineage? Long Jiosher let out a cold laugh. Yellow Sect? Nonsense. It's all a ruse. At their core, these individuals are remnants of Mongolian shamans, worshipping their own eternal heaven and the spirits of the underworld. From the western deserts to the eastern scorching grasslands, they are everywhere. Centuries ago, the Mongolian cavalry wrought untold havoc, and they were always lurking in the shadows. When the Taoist master Changchun ventured north to meet Genghis Khan, it was less about preaching and more about negotiating with these people. Haha, what was their ultimate goal? Hu Jiu asked coldly from his side. Long Jiosher glanced at him. I don't know. I only know that they were once a faction within the Shen sect, and have since maintained a low profile. Aside from their annihilation of our Qiaogong sect, their recent attack on your Wuxian sect reveals their claws. In recent years, I have unearthed countless ancient tombs and relics for them, leading to immense wealth. Yet I remain oblivious to their expenditures. Their enterprises appear half-dead, and they have secretly recruited disciples from various sects, most of whom have become mere puppets like Wang Ziheng and myself, serving their purposes. Where's Wang Ziheng now? Hu Jiu continued his inquiry. I don't know. He may be inside, or he may have escaped. He has trusted more than I am. Perhaps he has succeeded in being a puppet better than I have. Ha ha ha. A flicker of cold light flashed in Hu Jiu's eyes, and he fell silent. Shen Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort and asked, Can we be certain that Hu Xiaomei has been taken to this quarry? Long Jiosher nodded. I investigated the transport vehicle that brought her. I couldn't discern who was behind it. I suspect it may have been the Great Black Temple that silenced her. Shen Yuan looked into Long Jiosher's eyes, which remained calm and showed no signs of abnormality. After a moment of contemplation, he said, All right, let us venture inside. You should send your capable personnel to accompany us, ensuring we do not alert the enemy. First, we need to ascertain whether Hu Xiaomei and Wang Ziheng are inside. If they are not, then we may be unable to assist you this time. These two individuals are of utmost significance to us. Long Jiosher nodded, saying, I have already promised to undertake this matter. We shall proceed as you wish. Time is of the essence. Let us depart at once. Hu Jiu glanced at Shen Yuan, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, the outcome of our collaboration will determine our fate. I hope we can remain friends throughout this endeavor. Right, Mr. Long? Long Jiosher silently assented and turned astride towards the riverbank. Shen Yuan, unable to resist Shun Bai's insistence, lingered at the rear of the group, joining Shao Qi and Lu Wen to provide support for everyone. The Tomb Raiders led the way, with Shun Bai accompanied by Mou and 3 subordinates in the center. On one side were Hu Jiu and 2 others from the Five Immortals sect, while Long Jiosher was flanked by 2 puppet disciples. The members of the Jade Appraisal sect and the Five Immortals sect subtly formed a boundary with Long Jiosher's Tomb Raiders. However, Long Jiosher remained unperturbed by this development. Soon, the hastily assembled group began to encircle the quarry as dusk descended upon the land. Just as the night deepened, Shen Yuan caught sight of several shadowy figures of Tomb Raiders darting away at the mouth of the valley. As Shen Yuan pondered the apparent agility of these Tomb Raiders, which seemed superior to their earlier performance at the Liao tomb, a few faint lights flickered, transmitting a clear signal to the rear. Several concealed positions around the quarry were successfully neutralized. Mou, along with 2 subordinates, was stationed at a hidden spot guarding the entrance to the quarry, vigilantly watching over the group's escape route. Despite Long Jiosher's earnest assurances of a significant shortage of personnel from the Great Black Temple, they felt more secure keeping the escape route under their control. Shen Bai, who was directing the operation, began to trust the Tomb Raiders a little more after observing their swift takedown of 3 sentinels from the Great Black Temple. He cautiously approached the leading figures, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain while guiding the entire group's movements. There were 9 Tomb Raiders in total, all silent as if possessed, contrasting starkly with their previous night's raucous behavior at the Liao tomb. Their actions were swift and orderly, causing Shen Bai to question whether these individuals were indeed the same quarrelsome groundhogs from the previous night. Suppressing his curiosity, Shen Bai gradually made his way deeper into the valley after circumventing 2 dilapidated houses occupied by members of the Great Black Temple. Most of the temple's personnel remained on the outskirts of the valley. The cliffs surrounding the mountaintop were steep, and likely no one could infiltrate from the sides without tools. As night fell, the valley seemed to plunge into an abyss of darkness, cautiously navigating around several disordered boulders. Shen Bai and his companions reached a gorge that resembled a gourd's waist. At that moment, Long Jiushi, accompanied by his two disciples, caught up and whispered to Shen Bai that all concealed positions on the mountainside had been cleared. With 3 shifts of personnel throughout the night, they had at least 3.5 hours to act without alarming those on the periphery. However, they would require a local leader to navigate past the sentry ahead. Otherwise, they would have to charge indirectly. Shen Bai furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is it possible to capture someone from the valley to guide us?" Long Jiushi shook his head in response. "That is impossible. The individuals within are largely mere puppets, half-controlled, and worshipping the Great Black Temple as a deity. They cannot be coerced. How many guards are typically stationed here? Are there any weapons?" 3 individuals. There are mechanisms and traps, as well as an iron gate. There are certainly weapons present. I am confident in sending 2 of my junior brothers inside, but I cannot assure that we will not alert the others within. There are traps on both sides. Approaching will trigger them. This area serves as a half-stronghold for the Great Black Temple in the Mongolian region. The defenses are quite stringent. Whether we charge in or not ultimately relies on your judgment. At that moment, Long Jiushi appeared considerably calmer, though a fierce glint began to flicker in his eyes. Shen Bai smiled faintly, a peculiar expression crossing his visage as he regarded Long Jiushi. "What about you? Do you wish for us to storm in?" Long Jiushi replied, "Of course, I desire to eliminate them all. However, without your assistance, I would be rendered powerless, save for courting death. I am aware that you do not trust me, yet I also know that only by surviving can I seek vengeance. It would serve me no purpose to plot against you at this moment, would it?" Shen Bai nodded. "Then how confident are you that we can breach their defenses without alerting those inside and outside?" Long Jiushi responded, "There are only a dozen or so on the periphery, with another dozen inside the secondary gate. If we do alert them, we are not particularly afraid. Moreover, my people have already eliminated 5 on the outside. There are still 7 or 8 resting outside. If we eliminate them, we shall momentarily have no worries." Shen Bai closed his eyes, then reopened them, a fierce determination flashing within. "If what you say is true, and countless innocent lives have been lost at their hands here, then all those within deserve death. Eliminating them would not be against the will of the people. But if you deceive us, then you and your entire sect shall pay with your lives for this matter. You must consider this carefully. Once you have made up your mind, ensure the path behind us is cleared. Utilize your men and be swift." Long Jiushi chuckled softly, delightful. "That is precisely the affirmation I awaited. As for whether these individuals deserve death, it is not for me to decide. Once we enter and witness those things, you will comprehend." Long Jiushi, accompanied by 2 ghostly junior disciples, stealthily approached the entrance of the second valley. The night was exceedingly dark, and the valley was nearly devoid of light. Shen Bai took note of several grave robbers, armed with various weapons, being escorted by 2 disciples of the Wuxian sect as they stealthily made their way towards the dilapidated houses. Shen Bai understood that these individuals were about to eliminate the 7 or 8 resting disciples of the Great Black Temple within. It was impossible not to feel a sense of frustration at being entangled in such a significant cause and effect. Yet, if Long Jiushi's claims were accurate, these wretches had ruthlessly tortured and executed dozens of innocent lives. It was not a matter of great concern. What truly worried Shen Bai was whether Prince Hung and the elder priests of the Great Black Temple would prove difficult to contend with. Nevertheless, Shen Bai had consistently doubted that the Wuxian sect, the true orchestrators of this operation, would dispatch only a handful of inexperienced newcomers to merely play a supporting role. As Hu Xiaomei fell into the hands of the Great Black Temple, he and Shen Yuan had already made their intentions clear to the venerable Hu Baoyi. Wang Ziheng had insisted that the 5 Immortals sect be dealt with personally. Therefore, to assert that there are no hidden agents of the 5 Immortals sect lurking outside would be a statement even Shen Bai himself could not endorse. Let the chaos ensue. Let grow larger. At that juncture, it would be hard to believe that Hu Baoyi and the cunning fox spirit, both having suffered such significant losses, could idly watch as their formidable enemies from the 5 Immortals sect revel in freedom. While Shen Bai pondered these matters, Hu Jiu stealthily approached, whispering to him, "Mr. Shen, something feels amiss here. The resentment is palpable. There must be many innocent souls who have perished unjustly in this place." Shen Bai regarded Hu Jiu with a knowing smile that left the latter somewhat baffled. Shen Bai then replied, "There is no need for haste. Since the people here have chosen their own demise, we need not be overly cautious. However, let those country mice handle the dirty work. They may take their time. We cannot predict if other guests will arrive. Caution is the key to longevity. But when the deed is done, it must be executed with precision. Yes? Upon hearing this, Huzhou's gaze fell momentarily, and he nodded gently. In the darkness, his expression remained obscured, but he softly responded, I shall heed your instructions. This is a favor entrusted by the venerable Hu, a bond between our families, and a matter of trust. In the future, there will be ample opportunities for mutual support. A soft chuckle escaped Shen Bai's lips as he patted Huzhou's shoulder, signaling that their unspoken understanding sufficed. With both harboring their own thoughts, they exchanged sentiments before allowing the matter to drift into the background. Shen Bai's intrigue deepened, based on the performance of the country mice the previous night. It was still somewhat credible that a few possessed decent skills. However, the sudden transformation of the entire group into cold-blooded butchers raised alarm bells. It was inconceivable that this could occur without the influence of Long Jiushi. The thought of Long Jiushi and his terrifyingly bizarre tattoos, alongside the two lifeless puppeteers, left Shen Bai feeling that Long Jiushi was likely more formidable than he had initially surmised. The story behind this individual piqued his curiosity even further. Indeed, had it not been for the overwhelming sense of the Five Immortals sect looming behind him, Shen Bai would have likely urged Shen Yuan to flee far away. After all, with their limited prowess, merely observing the conflict between the Five Immortals sect and the Great Black Temple could easily lead them to be innocently swept away into peril. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan, along with Shao Qi and Lu Wen, concealed themselves behind a wall not far from the octopus and his two subordinates. Watching as indistinct figures flickered in the distance, accompanied by faint sounds echoing from afar. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washed over Shen Yuan, an inexplicable shiver coursing through him. As he sat in dismay, Lu Wen, perched upon a stone, opened his eyes and gazed at Shen Yuan, remarking, Brother Shen, it seems many have perished without alerting those within. They must all be from the Great Black Temple. The resentment is so strong. I can feel the waves from such a distance. Shen Yuan suddenly comprehended the reason behind his heart's trepidation. Beside him, the upright figure of Shao Qi sniffed, resembling Shen Bai, then nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, there is a strong scent of blood. A deep sigh escaped Shen Yuan's lips, for he believed the situation had spiraled out of control. From the very beginning, it had devolved into an irreconcilable conflict with the Dark Temple. How would this conclude? Lu Wen, seated beside him, gazed silently at Shen Yuan's furrowed brow, her heart surmising his thoughts. Was he afraid? Did he not realize that the Five Immortals sect now stood as his most formidable support? She pondered why Old Hu insisted on her assistance, and whether she should discreetly advise him not to be dragged into this quagmire by the sect. One could only hope that Shen Bai, with his crafty mind, would grasp the situation. Chapter 50. Slaughter. Long Jiushi treaded cautiously, his steps slightly unsteady, as he approached the open space at the mouth of the Second Gate Valley. Upon halting, a hoarse voice, akin to a broken gong, rang out, Long Jiushi, what brings you here? Why did none of the temple guard accompany you? Long Jiushi surveyed the seemingly empty shadows and replied with a smile. The temple guards have all gone to the underworld to atone for their sins. I am here to see the elder and discuss the thoughts I have harbored for years. If you have any sense, retreat and hide. Otherwise, you shall soon join the deceased at the valley's entrance. The guard lurking in the shadows erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. Nonsense! Who do you think you are to speak thus about our master? Are you tired of living? Or do you wish to experience the taste of a fate worse than death? That junior sister of yours. How could you too? Long Jiushi sneered, striding towards the source of the voice while illuminating his path with a flashlight. The beam revealed two figures standing at the narrowest part of the valley's entrance, his two puppet disciples. They stood silently, their hands dripping with a dark substance resembling blood, while three distorted figures lay sprawled on the ground. Long Jiushi approached the fallen figures, examining their faces, which resembled that of a burly man. All three had been pierced through the abdomen by the hands of his disciples, their entrails spilling onto the ground. Among them, a lecherous older man in his 50s, with a tuft of yellow hair atop his head, gasped for his final breaths. As Long Jiushi drew near, hatred blazed in the man's eyes, though he could only emit bloody froth from his lips. Long Jiushi cast a disdainful glance at him and softly remarked, You are but a guard dog, never regarded as human from birth to death. Yet the sins you have committed are no less than those of the beasts inside. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish so swiftly. With that, Long Jiushi whispered to his two disciples, and one of them slowly stepped forward. placing a steady hand upon the yellow-haired man's chest at a crucial blood vessel point. The other blood-soaked hand, in the man's horrified gaze, gradually plunged into his own abdomen. As Shen Yuan and his companions from the Five Immortals sect approached the entrance of the Ermine Valley, they were nearly startled into a leap by the ghastly scene before them. 3 figures writhed grotesquely upon the ground, with the central figure contorted as if attempting to metamorphose into a crab. Its eyes bulged from their sockets, blood oozing from every orifice, and a gaping wound in the abdomen revealed that nearly all of its internal organs had been violently extracted and piled upon its chest. The horrific tableau was more repulsive than a slaughterhouse for pigs. Shen Yuan furrowed his brow as he regarded Long Jiushi, who stood beside a control panel-like iron box. What possessed you to do this? Is there such deep-seated hatred? Long Jiushi, his complexion ashen, gazed back at Shen Yuan. Why? Is it necessary? Of course it is. This beast has harmed my sect. My master's wife, she perished at their hands. Tortured to death, several of my junior brothers were also subjected to his torment upon their capture, and my junior sister He. I believe his demise was far too swift, alas. Time is of the essence. Otherwise, I would have ensured he savored the retribution he so richly deserves. Shen Yuan frowned, choosing not to respond. For Long Jiushi, who had completely lost his rationality, further words would only serve to provoke his already frayed nerves without any purpose. This time, Long Jiushi led 2 puppet masters at the forefront, followed by 9 silent tomb raiders, with Shen Yuan and the others in tow, charging deep into the ancient commanding platform of the valley. The periphery had been thoroughly cleared, and the weakened Black Temple stronghold appeared incapable of resisting the invaders. The group swiftly approached the massive earthen platform before the mountain peak. As everyone illuminated their flashlights, Shen Yuan and Hu Jiu surveyed the surrounding terrain, observing that the enormous platform leaned against the northern mountain face, completely barren of any vegetation. The mountain wall towered to a height of 20 to 30 meters, and before it lay a vast expanse of open ground, overgrown with thorny brambles and weeds. The resilient desert flora, with its fierce thorns, fiercely protected its existence and dignity. Long Jiushi, clad in thin garments, seemed oblivious to the piercing thorns that had already wounded his legs as he ascended directly towards the summit of the earthen platform. He left behind a disciple of the Five Immortals sect, accompanied by 2 tomb raiders, to guard the mechanisms at the entrance of the Ermine Valley. While everyone else reached the pinnacle of the platform, Shen Yuan and Hu Jiu observed Long Jiushi trembling atop a massive stone, fixated on an inconspicuous cave entrance in the northern mountain face, seemingly murmuring to himself. Growing anxious, Shen Yuan approached Long Jiushi and inquired, "Mr. Long, where exactly are the elders of the Black Temple? Are they within this cave?" Long Jiushi grinned, saying, "Indeed, they are inside. The cave consists of 2 levels. The upper level houses those vile creatures, while the lower level contains the dungeons. There is another exit at the mountain's peak. Up there one can only leap off the cliff. They cannot escape. Leave 2 individuals to guard the cave entrance, and we can capture them all in one fell swoop." Shen Yuan exchanged a skeptical glance with Hu Jiu before asking, "Are you familiar with the terrain inside?" Shen Yuan shook his head, leaving behind a disciple of the Five Immortals sect accompanied by 2 tomb raiders to guard the entrance. He instructed them on certain matters to discuss upon meeting Shen Yuan and the others, then cautiously led Mou and Hu Jiu to stealthily follow a few tomb raiders into the stone cave. The entrance was rather narrow, but after walking a dozen meters, the terrain began to rise. Faintly, Shen Yuan noticed the flickering glow of flames emanating from the end of the passage. As they quietly approached the mouth of the cavern, the group was astonished to find themselves in a hall resembling a stalactite cave. The hall stood approximately 5 meters high, supported by thick stone pillars, with stone lamp columns ablaze around the edges. The lamp bowls were filled with oil, and the wicks flickered precariously, casting a dim, intermittent light that illuminated the stone chamber, allowing them to barely discern the surrounding objects. On the northern side of the hall, a stone platform bore 4 massive black stone seats, evidently carved from local materials with a craftsmanship that was both archaic and harmonious. They appeared quite aged, yet curiously, the seats were devoid of any objects. Long Jiushi stood silently in front of the stone platform with his entourage. Shen Yuan vaguely perceived 2 narrow openings on either side of the platform, one leading upwards via a staircase, while the other descended into a dark abyss. He signaled to Hu Jiu, quietly informing him that when Shen Yuan and the others arrived, Long Jiushi should lead the way to search the living quarters of the great temple's disciples above, while he and Shen Yuan would venture below to rescue the captives. Hu Jiu would follow Long Jiushi, signaling to the rescuers below whether to advance or retreat based on the situation. A peculiar, diminutive figure appeared to be no older than 13 or 14, disheveled and expressionless, yet with a strange glint in his eyes. His tattered clothes appeared to have gone unwashed for years, and cracked lips revealed dark, decayed teeth, while a voice that seemed oddly aged emerged from his throat. The voice, filled with irritation, berated Long Jiushi. Long Jiushi, what audacity do you possess to assault the command platform? Who released you from the soul-devouring curse? However, your antidote, indeed, no one can retrieve it for you. Do you wish for your entire clever craftsman sect to suffer a fate worse than death? Long Jiushi glared with crimson eyes at the filthy youth. Old fool, come down here and speak to me directly. I swear I will reveal everything to you. Get out of my junior's body. Ha ha ha, feeling sorry for yourself? Do you think a mere puppet can compel me to reveal myself? You greatly overestimate your worth. This valley is filled with slaves and menials of the temple. Even if you were to slay them all, what would it matter? Do you dare ascend the celestial platform above? Oh, it seems your comrades have revealed themselves. Come forth. Let me see who among the mountain gates dares to oppose my great black temple. The filthy youth scoffed coldly. So, it is the people of the Five Immortals sect. What? Has the Fox Immortal House not learned its lesson, daring to seek trouble with my great black temple at the command platform? How reckless! Does your great black temple not know how to write the word death? Hu Jiu could no longer contain his anger and exclaimed, Ha ha, the Fox Immortal. If it were the one from 60 years ago, I would indeed yield a little. But this current one, I advise you to possess a modicum of self-awareness. He faltered for a moment, and this elicited a sudden clarity in Shunbai. What does it mean? Has the Fox Immortal changed generations? 60 years ago, it is common knowledge that the Fox Immortal of the Five Immortals sect is passed down through generations. Yet, throughout history, how many generations of Fox Immortals have presided over Tangyuan Fortress? That remains an enigma. After all, the lifespan of spiritual beings and immortals in the mortal realm, or their duration of lingering in the world, is something no one can definitively ascertain. However, it is undoubtedly far longer than that of mere mortals or even practitioners. There are ancient legends that speak of lineages spanning over a dozen generations, all intertwined with a single Fox Immortal, highlighting the mystery and longevity of the Fox Immortal's lineage. This filthy boy dares to mention 60 years. Is it possible that this current Fox Immortal has only just taken office 60 years ago? My goodness. Shunbai felt a bitter pang in his teeth. If the Fox Immortal proves ineffective, it could spell disaster for the entire Five Immortals sect. The hope of thriving under the shade of a great tree may soon wither into a mere vine. The battle at Tangyuan Fortress. The Fox Immortal lost the Dragon Pearl that had been safeguarded for generations, leading to devastating losses for the Five Immortals sect. This, perhaps, elucidates the weakened power of the Fox Immortal. The mere thought of it ignited a desire in Shunbai to make a quick escape. He felt he had been schemed against, with his sect being used as the scapegoat. With this realization, he cast a fierce glare at Hu Jiu. Hu Jiu, feigning ignorance to Shunbai's gaze, fixed his attention on the strange boy and declared, Listen well, the Five Immortals sect has stood firm beyond the borders for a millennium. How dare you, a mere hidden temple, act with such audacity? Here and now, everyone inside and outside your temple must surrender. The consequences of yesterday's actions have led to today's reckoning. Hand over what you have stolen. As for the people of the Five Immortals sect, I grant you an opportunity to plead for mercy from the Fox Immortal. Ha ha ha. The filthy boy collapsed on the ground, laughing maniacally. Tears and snot carved grotesque channels down his darkened face. Just a moment ago, he did not appear to be one of your Five Immortals sect. Was he perhaps a simpleton lured from another sect? Ha ha. You are just the same as you were back then. You exhausted every effort to form alliances, employing every trick in the book, and what came of it? Those great sects merely closed their gates to protect their own traditions, leaving you unattended. What has become of those lineages you once rallied? Each has either perished or scattered. The crafting sect was once incited by you. What fate has befallen them now? Enough. The events of that year have long since concluded. If the allegations regarding the harm inflicted upon the Qiaogong sect are indeed true, you shall inevitably face the consequences. Enough of this, young man. Do you presume this place to be your territory beyond the 3 provinces? For all these years, you have crouched low and played the obedient role outside, merely managing to hold onto your own land is already a stroke of good fortune. What audacity to come my prairie and act like a big shot. Long Jiushi, trembling, took a few steps forward and knelt down before the filthy youth. In a low voice, he implored, "Elder, please lift the curse upon my junior brother. How about allowing me to preserve the last remnant of bloodline of the Qiaogong sect? I shall immediately renounce my cultivation along with my 2 junior brothers and take my little junior brother into obscurity, never to return. The Qiaogong sect shall cease to exist from this day forth. That will suffice. Enough. Do not bring up the past any longer. Do not mention it." Long Jiushi suddenly became agitated, as if someone had grasped his pressure point. He clawed at his graying hair, his eyes wide with rage as he shouted. "There is a story," Shenbai thought to himself while hiding aside. Currently, the best outcome would be to conceal the lineage of his Jade Appraisal sect, hidden behind the 5 Immortals sect. However, it seems that Long Jiushi is indeed a disciple of the former Qiaogong sect. The plight of the Qiaogong sect. Having fallen into the hands of the Great Black Temple and suffering a fate worse than death, appears to be true. If Shen Yuan, that somewhat foolish fellow, were to discover this, it might not end well. He might impulsively step in to defend the Qiaogong sect, which would be a grave error. What one fears often comes to pass. Just as Shen Bai was contemplating an excuse to hastily drag Shen Yuan away from this murky situation, Shen Yuan's voice rang out from behind him. "So, it is true that the Qiaogong sect has been persecuted by you?" Shen Bai smacked his forehead in realization. Too late. Shen Yuan furrowed his brow and took a few steps forward, observing the kneeling Long Jiushi and the filthy youth slumped before him. The youth squinted, tilting his head as he scrutinized Shen Yuan. Suddenly, he spoke. "You are not from the 5 Immortals sect. There is something about you that repulses me. Who are you? Which sect do you belong to?" Just as Shen Bai was about to evade the question, Hu Jilong's voice boomed nearby. "Are you blind? Who was it that, in a single battle, shattered the century-long plans of your Xianyi sect? Who severed half of your century-old foundation of cultivation?" In an instant, the youth's expression turned feral. He hissed, "Are you a member of the Shen family? Is your surname Shun? You are from the Jade Appraisal lineage, aren't you?" Shen Yuan, maintaining a stern demeanor, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my surname is Shun, the 72nd generation Jade Appraiser." Shen Yuan hissed. Now, even a kneeling Long Jiushi looked at Shen Yuan in astonishment, realizing that the individual he had dismissed as merely a remnant of the overseas Jade Appraisers was actually the contemporary Jade Appraiser come to prominence. "Just you? A Jade Appraiser? Ha ha ha. What a farce. Truly laughable. The 5 Immortals sect is finished. And so are you Jade Appraisers. Ha ha. With such feeble strength? Ha ha. It is a wonder that so many still regard you with such trepidation. Just the 2 of you, along with that recently appointed fox fairy from 60 years ago. Think you can stand as rivals to my Xianyi sect? Ha ha." As the seemingly deranged youth was spouting his wild claims, Long Jiushi, kneeling before him, suddenly lunged forward, gripping the boy's neck tightly with his left hand. With his right hand, he swiftly produced a dark, inky cord from within his cloak, wrapping it around the boy several times in rapid succession. The youth, who had appeared as if incapacitated, suddenly sprang into action, his body convulsing like a fish out of water, emitting a series of incoherent shrieks. "Help me!" Long Jiushi, still holding the cord, turned his gaze toward Shenbai and Hu Jio. Shen Yuan was perplexed as to why Long Jiushi had not sought assistance from his 2 junior brothers or the grave robbers nearby. Just then, Lu Wen, who had been standing behind him, rushed forward, forming a hand seal with both hands and pressing it against the boy's crown. Ah! The boy's struggles intensified. Shen Yuan suddenly realized that Long Jiushi was in need of a practitioner with spiritual power to subdue the peculiar affliction afflicting the boy. As he prepared to step forward, Shen Bai discreetly restrained him. Then, casting a cold glance at Hu Jio, who nodded in agreement, they both advanced. Hu Jio muttered incantations under his breath and pointed at the boy's chest. In an instant, the boy collapsed, akin to a deflated balloon, rendered silent and limp, save for his pair of glowing eyes scanning the surroundings. A deep voice emanated from his lips. "You remnants of a bygone era, dare to emerge and seek death." Hu Jio suddenly exhaled forcefully into the boy's face. The elder from the Great Black Temple, who had been desperately clinging to the boy's consciousness, immediately fell silent. The boy slumped into Long Jiushi's embrace, his lifeless eyes now devoid of focus, as filthy drool trickled down his grimy face and onto Long Jiushi's arm. Long Jiushi caressed the boy's dirty, emaciated visage and turned to the crowd surrounding him, pleading fervently, I implore you. I beseech you. Please save my little junior brother. I beg of you. Rescue him. Hu Jio knelt down again, gently placing his palm on the boy's head, which resembled a dilapidated bird's nest, channeling spiritual energy into the Bai Wei acupoint to conduct a thorough examination. He then rose gently, shaking his head at Shen Yuan. It resembles a form of soul transfer technique, yet it is directly derived from the corpse-controlling art of the Great Black Temple. The boy's spirit has been irrevocably damaged. It will be arduous for him to regain consciousness. Shen Bai observed Long Jioshi's helplessness and inquired, perplexed, "You were also ensnared by the Great Black Temple's corpse-controlling art. How did you manage to free yourself? If you were able to save yourself and your two junior brothers, why can you not save this child?" Long Jioshi forced a bitter smile. "Who said the three of us were saved? I have but a few years left to live. It is because 2 winters ago, we were dispatched to explore the Bagua Valley by the Great Khitan Emperor, within a burial mound adjacent to the Black Dragon Gate. We inadvertently triggered a spiritual formation left by Jade Appraiser. A jade talisman shattered, and the formation instantly morphed into a lethal trap. Over 20 members of the Great Black Temple perished on the spot. We, who were positioned at a considerable distance, did not perish on the spot. Perhaps it was the spiritual jade bestowed upon us by the Master Gem Appraiser that preserved our lives. When I regained consciousness, I found myself surrounded by corpses. Yet I discovered that the ghostly curse controlling the corpses had been forcibly shattered. I returned to my senses, realizing that while the killing formation had saved me, it simultaneously devastated my Dantian and Qi Si. My spiritual energy had also become chaotic, rendering my spiritual platform unable to function. Shen Yuan felt overwhelmed. If he were to utilize his spiritual energy to probe or refine a simple spiritual jade, it would be manageable. However, when it came to aggressive spiritual jade formations and complex energy guidance, he was utterly in the dark. He shook his head and remarked, "I wish to assist this child." But, suddenly, Long Jioshi looked at Shen Yuan as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Yes, you are a gem appraiser. You possess extraordinary abilities. You must have a solution. Please save him. This is the last remnant of our Qiaogong sect's bloodline. If you save him, our sect will faithfully follow you henceforth." Shen Yuan felt a headache coming on and secretly cursed Lu Wen for being so talkative. Did Lu Wen truly believe that others were unaware of Shen Yuan's capabilities? He had only recently stepped into the martial world. Shen Bu Yi, somewhat impatient, interjected, "The child's life is no longer in danger. We can discuss treatment once we are safe. The most pressing matter is to rescue the others and contain the remnants of the Great Black Temple. Hu Jio, my men are controlling the retreat route. You must take your people to the dungeon to rescue them. It is imperative to bring Hu Xiaomei back. If you encounter Wang Ziheng, act decisively. Lu Wen and I will remain here to investigate further. Keep an eye on the communication device for any signals and report promptly. Given the changing circumstances, we must adapt and respond accordingly. If the Five Immortals sect has any hidden cards, they should reveal them now. My forces are insufficient on the periphery. If they have reinforcements, we may all suffer the consequences. Do you understand?" Hu Jio nodded, replying, "Young Master Shen is correct. I will descend immediately to rescue the others. As for the periphery, I have already notified our forces. Several groups are lying in ambush along the routes leading here. If any members of the Great Black Temple or allies come to support, we will strike with full force. You can rest assured, Mr. Shen." His final words were delivered with utmost respect towards Shen Yuan. Turning away, Shen Yuan replied curtly, "Let you all heed Bu Yi's arrangements. Now let's act swiftly. Speed is of the essence. Rescuing Hu Xiaomei and the remaining disciples of the Qiaogong sect is our primary objective. Wang Ziheng is a matter for your Five Immortals sect. We need not interfere further."